Chapter 89, Audience with the Supremes II, ch. 109. Maverick remembered the day he truly met his teacher, Edward, not as a child, but after awakening both his system and magic. That was the moment he really came to understand Edward Garling. At the time, he had only been a magus, while Edward was a powerful archmagus. He could still recall the weight of his teacher's gaze and the overwhelming sense of powerlessness it had left him with. And today, that same feeling enveloped him, the same helplessness, just as overwhelming as before, like standing in the presence of a higher being. He had reached the rank his teacher once held, yet before the two people in front of him, it was as if his magic of an archmagus meant nothing. A woman dressed like a monk, and a man whose appearance could put any noble to shame. And he had a pretty good guess about the first one. After all, he had seen nearly every MCU movie before being transmigrated here. Though the woman didn't look exactly like the actress who portrayed her, her attire left no doubt, this was the supreme sorcerer of this earth. But who was this man beside her? Could it be strange? No, definitely not, it was too early for that. And yet, why did this man feel even more dangerous than her? Maverick schooled his expression, keeping his stance firm as he met their gazes. "Why have you summoned me?" he asked while keeping his tone carefully measured. The woman, who he strongly suspected to be the supreme sorcerer, offered him a knowing smile. "It has been a long time since anyone has made the timeline. This nervous." Sure enough, he was now 99% certain. This was the Ancient One, the keeper of the time stone. He tried to keep his face as neutral as possible, pretending he had no idea what she was talking about. After all, he did mess up the timeline by saving Howard and Maria. But he had done so because this wasn't the MCU or even pure Marvel. Yet, now that the Ancient One was here, it meant the events to come might not be so different after all. The woman smiled at him again, this time with quiet amusement as she watched his attempt to steady his expression. "You may relax, Maverick Caesar, we mean you no harm," she said in a kind yet neutral tone. Then finally, she introduced herself. "My name is Yao, a master of the mystic arts, and the supreme sorceress of this age." Maverick raised an eyebrow. Yao, he didn't remember hearing that name in any of the movies, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Because the next moment he saw her smile at him again, a deliberate, knowing smile, and say to him, "Though I suspect, you already knew that." Maverick let out a short breath and just simply nodded. "I've been told there is a different group of mages, different from us." "Ah," Yao said, tilting her head slightly. "Is it from that little guy Edward? He must have told you then." Maverick nodded. It was true, and Edward did mention it once, but only vaguely, though there was no need for her to know that. Instead, he changed the subject and repeated his earlier question, glancing at both of them. "Why have you come, and why call for me?" The Sorcerer Supreme's eyes glinted with something unreadable before she spoke. "We simply wish to know your purpose." But before she could elaborate, the man beside her finally spoke, eyes locking onto his. "It was not we who wanted to meet you, it was her." Yao smirked and turned her head toward him. "Then tell me, Ambrosius, why did you insist on being here?" The man, now named Ambrosius, exhaled sharply, almost in a huff. "I simply don't like one of my kind meeting you alone." Yao turned back to Maverick with an apologetic glance. Then, with an easy gesture toward the man, she introduced him. "This is my friend Ambrosius, Merlin Ambrosius." Maverick's breath hitched and his eyes widened. This time, he wasn't faking his reaction, he was genuinely caught off guard. Merlin was definitely not a name he had expected to hear here, let alone a person he had expected to meet, ever. Merlin didn't miss the change in Maverick's expression at the mention of his name. It was expected. After all, even after a millennium of absence, his name had never been forgotten. The legends surrounding him still shaped how people viewed magic itself. Letting a brief silence settle, Merlin finally spoke. "I had planned to wait until you reached the rank of warlock before finally getting acquainted," he said, then paused, glancing side to the supreme sorceress beside him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he added, "But circumstances have changed. You seem to have done something to gain her attention, enough for her to come and find you in person." Maverick tilted his head slightly and looked at the woman in question, pretending not to understand. But he was sure the Sorcerer Supreme was here because of his actions last week. Yao smiled mysteriously before finally stating her purpose outright. You've altered the fate of a human couple, changing the course of this world's future. It seems you used an ability to tamper with the timeline, and that, she paused, her gaze steady, is precisely why I'm here. Keeping the timeline in check is my responsibility, as the Supreme Sorcerer. Maverick narrowed his eyes at her. I half get what you're trying to say, but, he paused and asked coldly, are you spying on me? Don't be so wary, she said, her tone light but not dismissive. Then, with a small nod, she admitted, yes, I saw you recently, saving the Stark couple that should have died. So she must have overheard my conversation with the Stark couple and assumed I'm some great seer. Maverick thought to himself. And her next words confirmed his guess. Studying him carefully, she said, I also know that you're a rare and powerful seer. And what's so wrong about saving two humans? Maverick asked her, neither confirming nor denying her claim that he was a seer. Nothing, Yao replied with a casual shrug, but you've altered the course of history. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. It's rare. In fact, this might be the first case I've seen where a seer has directly influenced the timeline. Maverick acted as though he didn't understand. Timeline? He asked, feigning ignorance. Yao gave him a look, then after a brief pause, she simply said, you don't need to know for now. Then, her gaze sharpened. What is it that you plan to do by saving the Stark couple? Maverick didn't answer right away, remaining silent as he carefully considered his next words. Tonight had been a wake-up call. His rapid growth in power had made him careless, ignoring things he should have paid more attention to, like the fact that any major change he made wouldn't escape the notice of the keeper of the time gem. Not realizing this sooner had been a grave oversight on his part. Finally, he made his decision. If she already thought he was a seer, then he would let her continue believing that. You're right, I am indeed a seer, but I am different. Different? Yao asked. Yes, different, Maverick affirmed. A typical seer, witch, or wizard can glimpse into the future through prophecies or visions, but those are often vague and fragile, open to interpretation. But for me, the visions I see are clear. It's as if I'm there, witnessing everything firsthand. He paused briefly before continuing, but I cannot control what I see, whom I see, or even when the vision takes place. It could be about the next moment, the next hour, a day, or even years into the future. He paused, letting his words settle before continuing. Some time ago, I had a vision of what would happen to the Stark couple. Back then, I didn't know much about them beyond what I had read in newspapers, but since they appeared in my vision, I knew they cannot simply be some rich muggles. So I decided to learn more about them. This was a gamble. He was weaving a story similar to the one he had told the Starks, and hoping the Ancient One would believe it. In my visions, I didn't just see their deaths. I saw far beyond, into the future, what would unfold because of their absence. And I realized their deaths would save countless lives in the distant future. He let those words linger before delivering the final piece. But even knowing that, I still chose to save them. At the same time, their deaths remain fixed in the timeline until the future I saw comes true. That means they are alive now, but whatever good was meant to come from their deaths will still happen. With that, he fell silent, watching the Sorcerer Supreme carefully as he waited for her response. I suppose that would not make things too complicated. Merlin finally spoke, commenting as his eyes flicked sideways to the Sorcerer Supreme. He had been listening quietly, not interrupting the conversation until now. The Sorcerer Supreme wore a thoughtful expression as she considered everything she had just heard. In some ways, it made sense. But there was one problem, something she hadn't shared with anyone. She could no longer peer into the future of the Stark couple now that they had been directly involved with this boy. It was as if a great force was blocking her, forcefully throwing her out of her trance whenever she tried. A presence far greater than her own. And the first time it happened, she had caught a glimpse of that figure. She remembered those indifferent eyes clearly. Strangely enough, that figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the boy in front of her now. So her reason for meeting him wasn't entirely about saving the Stark couple. She wanted to see for herself, the person she believed to be the past version of the powerful figure she had encountered while looking into the future. But until now, she had no justifiable reason to approach him. And the Supreme Magus had made it very clear she was not to interfere in his life without giving him a proper reason. Obviously, Merlin, a supreme rank like herself, knew he was special as well. Chapter 90, Audience with the Supremes CH 110. And you can make it happen. Ensure the Starks remain dead in the eyes of the world. After listening to Maverick's explanation, how he planned to keep future events unchanged while keeping the Stark couple alive, the Sorcerer Supreme asked one more time to be sure. Maverick nodded. You say you keep the timeline in check, so I'm guessing you have the ability to look into the future? He paused, carefully choosing his next words. So, can't you just look and see if anything has changed, whether my actions were for better or worse? In truth, he was more interested in what exactly the Sorcerer Supreme sees when she looks into the future of this world. He had half the impulse to read her surface thoughts, to catch a glimpse of what lay ahead, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. This was the Sorcerer Supreme, not some random thug he could pry into without consequences. This world was a chaotic blend of Marvel, Harry Potter, and God knows what else. So one thing was certain, magic had always been a part of this world. Witches and wizards had existed throughout history, woven into the fabric of this world. Magic had always coexisted alongside the non-magical and the superhuman. This wasn't a case of separate universes suddenly merging. No, they had been intertwined from the very beginning. So whatever future the Ancient One sees, it must include magicals. The Sorcerer Supreme was momentarily at a loss for words at his request to look directly into future events. Of course, she wasn't about to admit that she had been blocked by some kind of cosmic firewall whenever she tried to peer into events directly involving him. But since he himself had now asked her to do it, perhaps that changed things. Silence stretched between them, tension hanging thick in the air. Just as the Sorcerer Supreme was about to ask Maverick if he was certain about looking into the future now, Merlin cut through the moment with a knowing glance in her direction. I believe your reason for meeting the young mage has been resolved, hasn't it, Yao? The Ancient One exhaled softly in resignation. Now was not the time for that. What she truly wanted was to build a better relationship, to foster goodwill early on, with this young wizard, whom she was certain would one day surpass her, far beyond her own power. But Merlin had prevented her from making any contact until today, without ever giving a proper reason. And there was nothing she could do about it. Merlin was just as powerful as she was. She and him were two supremes ruling over their own domains. And this boy was a mage, not a sorcerer like her. Merlin, who stood at the pinnacle of all mages, had the final say on anything concerning them. However, it would be a different matter if the boy took the initiative to seek her out. And with this meeting, she believed that moment wasn't far off. It wouldn't be long before they could have a proper conversation. With a subtle motion of her hand, golden sparks ignited in the air behind her, swiftly forming into a portal. Maverick watched, now visibly confused. That's it. Was that really all there was to this meeting? Just to ask why he saved the Stark couple? And why did it feel like Merlin was dismissing the Ancient One as if she were some mere nuisance? Maverick had no idea that the Ancient One's true purpose had been more to just meet him than question why he had saved the Stark couple. And as for the couple themselves, she was no longer concerned. The answers she received tonight assured her that the trajectory of the future would remain unchanged. If you ever find yourself in Nepal, she said, stepping toward the portal, come to Kamertaj. We can have a proper conversation then. As the golden portal closed behind the Ancient One, silence settled over the space. Maverick exhaled slowly, then glanced at the legendary man beside him. Now it was just the two of them, two wizards, standing face to face. He had so many questions, yet before he could gather his thoughts, Merlin's voice broke the quiet. You must be wondering why she left just because I suggested her to do so. Maverick gulped. That was exactly what he had been thinking. Merlin chuckled, as if amused by his reaction. It's quite simple, he said. I am the supreme mage, and when it comes to matters of witches and wizards, my word is final. Maverick remained silent, and let the legendary wizard explain. Merlin continued, "It is because of me that the wizarding world has remained untouched for 1,000 years, free from outside interference. Otherwise, sorcerers or some other powers would have already meddled in its trajectory." He paused, and then his expression turned more serious. "And believe me, child, there are many beings in this world capable of stopping a group of archmagi." Maverick raised a brow. The old legend didn't seem to be joking, which only made him more curious about the powerful forces he was referring to. But unfortunately, Merlin seemed to think he had said enough. "You will learn more in time," he said. "For now, all you need to do is grow stronger." He fell silent after that, as if weighing how much he should reveal. Then, after a brief pause, he spoke again. "I can tell you one thing before we part ways for now." His eyes gleamed. "There is a prophecy, one that speaks of the magical world finally gaining its freedom, and you, Maverick Caesar, are at the center of that change." Great, just what he needed, to be tangled up in some bloody prophecy. Maverick groaned inwardly, but kept his expression neutral. Still, he couldn't just ignore it now that he had heard it. Curiosity got the better of him, so he asked, "Prophecy? Freedom?" "Yes, a prophecy about our liberation," Merlin nodded. "For as long as I can remember, probably since the very beginning, magicals have lived in the shadows. Not because they wanted to, but because this world was too small to accommodate them alongside non-magicals. And the prophecy speaks of a great migration. A world will be created where magic can exist freely, a world ruled by magicals." Now, Maverick had a pretty good idea of what Merlin was talking about. After all, it aligned with a plan he had only recently set into motion. Merlin's gaze locked onto him. "The magical world is waiting for that day. I am waiting for that day," he said simply. "So you must grow stronger, because it will be your hands that shape it." Merlin turned slightly, as if preparing to leave. But before he did, he added one final message. "Don't worry about anything. Use your seer abilities as much as you wish. Shape events however you see fit, if anyone tries to stop you." His eyes gleamed with quiet certainty. "I will be the one to back you up. Until we meet again, young mage." With those parting words, Merlin just vanished, not even giving Maverick a chance to question all that he had just revealed. Maverick stood there, staring at the now empty space. Damn. A day later, at the secluded location, where the Stark couple and Bucky Barnes were staying, Maverick sat across from them at the dining table. Swish. He slid 3 passports across the table, along with a thick stack of documents. "Passports and verification documents for your new identities," he said. "In these papers, I've detailed everything, your backgrounds, what you've been doing up until now. Birth records, family history, schools, universities, past jobs, it's all there. Study them. Memorize every detail until you can answer any question without hesitation." The 3 adults each took their respective passports, flipping them open to inspect their new identities. Howard frowned as he stared at his. "Robert Downey Jr.?" He shot Maverick a look, clearly unimpressed. "This is the best name you could come up with for me." He didn't seem too pleased with either the name or the photo staring back at him. "Accept it, there's no one in the world, alive or dead, who looks like that," Maverick said, tapping his temple with a finger. "Because it all came from here." Maria, flipping through her passport, gave an approving nod. "Gwyneth Paltrow, I like the name, has a nice ring to it." Bucky glanced at his own. "Sebastian Stan, I guess that's who I am now." "All right, the passports and documentation are one thing," Howard said, setting his down and looking at Maverick. By now, he was used to seeing that void-like face, but it didn't make things any less surreal. "But what about us? How exactly are you planning to make us look like these people?" "That's taken care of as well." Maverick snapped his fingers. 3 small boxes appeared in front of them. "Open them and put them on," he instructed. Howard picked his up with a skeptical look. "This is weird. Can't you just hand us the rings instead of packing them in fancy little boxes?" Maverick's brow twitched. He had put a lot of effort into crafting these alchemical rings, so of course, he had packed them nicely for presentation. But now that he thought about it, yeah, it did seem a bit weird and unnecessary. As soon as the 3 put on the rings, they gasped in surprise. The metal briefly shimmered on their fingers before seeming to sink into their skin, disappearing entirely, leaving behind only a thin, tattoo-like marking. "What is this?" Howard asked, looking worried. His gaze flickered to his wife, then to Bucky, who also had the same mark on his finger. "No need to make a fuss," Maverick said lazily. "It's just alchemy. The rings are now a part of you until I remove them with a spell." "Part of us," Howard repeated, clearly not liking the sound of that. "Yes, but that's not the point." Maverick raised a finger and, without warning, fired a thin beam of magic at them. The spell split midair into 3 separate streams, each striking one of them before they could even react. Immediately, all 3 felt an odd, crawling itch spread across their bodies. "What the hell did you do now?" Howard scowled, scratching his arms as if he had suddenly broken out in hives. "At least explain before you abracadabra us out of nowhere." Maverick smirked under his mask but said nothing. He simply watched as the changes took effect. A few moments later. "Howard, wait, you're Howard, right?" Maria suddenly asked, staring at her husband, or at least the man sitting where her husband had been. Howard's brow furrowed, confused by the strange question, until he glanced at Maria and froze. His eyes widened as he took in her completely unfamiliar face. You're Maria?" he asked hesitantly. Bucky remained more composed, but was no less shocked as he silently studied the 2 unfamiliar faces before him. A sinking feeling told him that if he were to check his own reflection, he'd see a stranger as well. Maverick let them stew in confusion for a moment before finally snapping his fingers. 3 mirrors materialized in the air and floated toward them. "See for yourselves." The 3 grabbed their mirrors and examined their reflections, astonishment clear in their eyes. "How is this even possible?" Howard muttered, running a hand over his face. "I don't feel like I'm wearing a mask." "Magic, Stark. It can do miraculous things," Maverick said flatly. "A small bottle of liquid can turn anyone into anyone else, down to the flesh. I used the principles of that potion to craft those rings and apply the same effect." Howard set the mirror down and looked at him. "Is that how you made the public think it was us who died?" Maverick nodded. "Something like that. But unlike the potion, the rings don't alter your body all the way to the DNA, just your appearance and vocal cords." "I see." Howard leaned back in his chair before raising a brow. "So how do we turn back? Are we supposed to rely on you to magic us back every time?" Maverick narrowed his eyes. "Until I can trust you, yes, you can only revert when I cast the spell." Howard frowned. "You talk about trust, but we don't even know who you are behind that black hole of a mask. Even your voice sounds like a machine." Maverick said nothing. He considered Howard's words carefully. These 3 had now committed to helping him, and if he truly wanted their trust, he had to give something in return. For a while, he remained silent, his gaze unreadable. The 3 exchanged glances. Howard briefly wondered if he had pushed too far. After all, this man, this unknown, had effortlessly taken down a super soldier spy. It was easy to forget that when he sat calmly across from them. But instead of responding to Howard's rebuke, the 3 of them then saw the figure simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The void-like veil covering his face began to dissolve, unraveling like smoke in the wind. A moment later, sitting where the faceless enigma once was, they saw a young man. A stranger. And then, for the first time, they heard his voice, his real voice. "Let me introduce myself again," he said. "My name is Maverick Caesar." Chapter 91, A Pact for the Future, CH 111. Howard stared at the young face sitting across from him, momentarily stunned. He had expected his savior, or kidnapper, depending on how you looked at it, to be some old, shrewd-looking man, not a kid who appeared no older than his own son. The boy's calm expression only made the situation feel more unreal. "Let me introduce myself," the boy said, breaking the silence. "My name is Maverick Caesar." The room fell into an uncomfortable quiet as the 3 of them, Howard, his wife Maria, and Bucky, stared at Maverick, unsure how to respond. Finally, Howard found his voice. "You're just a kid," he couldn't help but ask. Maverick's expression didn't waver. "I'm 21, Mr. Stark. That makes me an adult." Howard took a moment to collect himself, his initial shock giving way to a more scrutinizing gaze. So I'm Mr. Stark now, huh? Not just Stark. Maverick sighed, as if he had expected this reaction. You can't expect me to call you that earlier and not put any pressure on you, can you? The kid's got a point, Bucky chimed in, though he quickly corrected himself when Maverick's gaze turned his way. I mean, sir, apologies. Maverick waved a hand dismissively. No need. I revealed my face to you all for one reason: trust. You may find this hard to believe, but I genuinely want to form a cooperative relationship. I'm not here to force you into anything. Howard crossed his arms, as if finding a new reason for argument. Cooperation means both sides gain something. This is more like coercion. Maverick's tone remained calm but firm, and he argued back. You seem to forget that I saved you and your wife from certain death. In return, I'm asking for 20 years of your assistance. Doesn't saving your lives count as a benefit? I get what I want, and you get to live. That sounds like cooperation to me. His voice turned colder as he added, erasing your memories of the last few minutes would be as easy as breathing for me. Do you want me to make you forget I ever revealed my face and force you to help me? Is that what you want? Howard tensed uncomfortably at his words as the weight of the threat settled over him. He seemed to have momentarily forgotten who he was dealing with, subconsciously thinking that since it was a young face now, he could adult his way to argue. Fortunately, his wife seemed more clear-headed in this situation. She nudged her husband in the side and quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Please forgive my husband, sir. He often speaks without thinking. Howard finally came back to his senses. Ahem, he cleared his throat. I'm sorry, I'm still processing all of this. He paused, taking a moment to think, then added more firmly, First, thank you for saving me and my wife. He glanced at Bucky. And my friend as well. Maverick simply nodded. He could see that the man had more to say, so he gestured for him to continue. Howard took a deep breath. Can I ask a few questions first? Go ahead, Maverick said. Ask anything. Clear up all your doubts today, because I may not be able to return for the next week or two. Howard nodded. First, he began, am I correct in understanding that you'll let us live on our own? I mean under new identities, of course, but not lock us up for the next 20 years. Maverick nodded. After a week or two, you'll be transferred to your new homes. I'll purchase a house for you and Maria in London. He glanced at Bucky. And one for you as well. I'll also transfer $1 million to each of your new bank accounts for you to use freely. The three of them raised their eyebrows, clearly surprised by the offer. Bucky was the first to speak up. You don't have to give me $1 million, sir. You've already saved me from hell and given me a new life. If anything, it's me who owes you everything. Maverick shook his head. First, you don't have to call me sir. Call me Caesar or boss if you prefer. Second, I'll be honest. You may not be as free as Mr. and Mrs. Stark. I'll need you to handle certain tasks for me. Your skills are too valuable to waste. He paused, then added, Of course, I won't ask you to harm innocent people. Maverick saw that Bucky actually looked relieved hearing that. I understand, Bucky said, nodding as if he had made the choice with clear determination. I won't let you down. You've given me a new life, and I intend to repay that. Maverick acknowledged his response with a nod, then turned back to the couple. Is there anything else you'd like to clarify? Howard, however, found himself momentarily distracted by Bucky's resolute declaration. For someone like him, it was strange to see someone willingly offer their life in service to another. And Maria had to nudge him once again to bring him back to the present. Ah, yes, the man said, refocusing. He sat up a little straighter and gathered his thoughts, then asked his next question. You said earlier that we could contact our son after 3 years. Is that really true? And if so, what are the conditions? Maverick nodded, and he was glad that Howard had asked. Yes, I meant it. You may contact him after 3 years, but only under your new identities. But he paused to emphasize the seriousness of his words. You must never, under any circumstances, reveal your true selves, not even a hint. And when you do reach out, it has to be for a believable, non-personal reason. And you must never, and I mean never, interfere in his life. You can observe, but you can't meddle in his choices or the events around him. His gaze hardened. Remember, I have chosen to trust you, but if you break that trust, I will not hesitate to erase your son's memories, and even yours. Howard and Maria both gulped at the implications. They had no doubt that this boy, no, this man, would follow through on his warning if they ever tried to break his conditions. Finally, after a moment for the words to fully sink in, they both nodded in unison. We understand, Maria said first, and Howard nodded as well. Good, Maverick said, acknowledging their commitment. And he wasn't just taking their word for it, he had been probing their minds as well, and knew they truly meant what they said. Now please, he continued, I'm sure there's more you need to clarify, so ask, any doubts, anything at all. And so, time passed slowly as the couple questioned him about every detail of how they would be spending the next 20 years working under him. Bucky also chimed in from time to time with his own questions. It wasn't until 2 hours later that they finally gained a clear understanding of Maverick's carefully thought-out arrangements for them. And right now, their expressions were much better, less tense, even slightly hopeful, in contrast to before the conversation began. They had finally realized they weren't being caged, and in fact had far more freedom than they had initially thought. And perhaps, just perhaps, this could even be a good thing. That thought briefly crossed the couple's minds. Thank you, Mr. Caesar. My husband and I are grateful for saving us and for everything you have arranged. We will not let you down, Maria said, looking at him with a sincere expression. My wife's words are my own. We swear to abide by the conditions, Howard added. Then let's toast to a cooperative relationship, Maverick said, for the first time showing a smile to the three of them. He snapped his fingers, summoning a bottle of fine liquor along with 4 glasses. This is something I got from my teacher. It's not a magical drink, but genuine Muggle liquor, at least a century old. Is magical alcohol any different? Do you have some? Can I try? Howard asked, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. As the bottle poured itself into the 4 glasses, Maverick chuckled at the now much more relaxed genius billionaire. Well, it's millionaire now. I'm afraid you can't handle magical liquor, Mr. Stark. Besides, when it comes to taste, Muggle wine is far superior, so don't be disappointed. They raised their glasses and toasted. In that moment, a cooperative partnership was forged, one that, in time, would grow into a strong bond of friendship between the 4 adults and Maverick, a bond that would go on to change the world. After some laughs and drinks, Howard finally leaned forward, a smirk playing on his lips as he brought up the real matter at hand. So, let's talk about your insane plan to create a mother-freaking world. Just as he brought up the topic, Maria stood from her seat. I'll go and prepare something to eat. You boys can discuss that among yourselves. Saying that, she left. Howard watched his wife walk away before turning back to Maverick and shrugged. I guess creating a world isn't that interesting to my dear wife. Maverick shrugged as well, a small smile playing on his lips. Let's talk about it then. Howard leaned back in his chair, taking a moment to think. A while later, he nodded to himself and asked, First of all, do you have a planet in mind? Maverick nodded. Mars, of course. Yes, any other planet cannot be a choice. Mercury is too bloody hot. Venus, likewise, anything beyond Mars would be, well, impossible. So Mars it is. Howard started murmuring thoughtfully to himself. That's right, he exclaimed, suddenly thinking of something. First of all, to get anything started, we have to go to Mars itself. Maverick raised an eyebrow. By go, you mean actually set foot on Mars? That's right, Howard said casually, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. I need a lab, a big one, materials, and a team. He paused, looking at Maverick expectantly. Maverick nodded without hesitation. Consider it done. Space, manpower, materials, whatever you need. Howard grinned. Great. First, I'll build suits that can handle Mars conditions. They need to be flexible, easy to move in. Just suits? Maverick asked. Did you forget about actually getting there? Of course not, Howard said, his grin widening. I'll design a ship, something that can move through space and navigate Mars' atmosphere. Maverick tilted his head. And how exactly do you plan to get to space first? Howard pointed at him. That part's on you. You can do it right. Maverick studied him, impressed by his quick thinking and how naturally he factored in his magical abilities. You're awfully confident in what I can do. Howard shrugged. Am I wrong? Maverick smirked. No, getting an aircraft into space won't be an issue. Howard clapped his hands together. Perfect. That saves us a ton of fuel and engineering headaches. If space is what you're worried about, then don't be, Maverick added. With magic, I can expand interior spaces. I could make this glass hold a space bigger than a football stadium. Howard's jaw dropped. You're joking. I'm not, Maverick said. And I can do more than that. I could even create a teleportation device to shorten the travel time. It may take some research, but I'm confident I could make it work. Howard's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then I'll focus on the aircraft, something that can fly around Mars. Maverick leaned forward slightly. He too was getting excited the more he thought about it. All right, but once we get there, what's the first step? What exactly are we going to do? At that question, Howard leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers against the table as he gathered his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. We need to understand the planet first. Its geology, atmosphere, composition, everything. We have to study the soil, the radiation levels, and how it all reacts to different conditions. He paused before adding, I'll be blunt. Terraforming Mars with current technology alone is impossible. Not in our lifetime, not even in 100 years. Maverick watched him carefully, waiting for the rest. But, Howard continued, leaning forward, you said it yourself. This is going to be done with both magic and science. So, I'm assuming that if there's something science alone can't achieve, you can step in with magic to make it possible. Am I right? Maverick nodded. Within reason, yes. As long as it's not breaking the fundamental laws of reality, I can make it happen. Howard exhaled, then broke into a grin. Good, he said, leaning back. If you can deliver on that, then I believe we can turn this insane dream of yours into a reality. Maverick leaned back as well, smirking in return. Meanwhile, Bucky had been watching in silence the entire time, his gaze darting between the older genius and the young man who seemed just as crazy. To him, they looked less like two visionaries, and more like a pair of mad scientists plotting something that sounded so ridiculous to him, and yet somehow, he had a feeling they were actually going to pull it off. Their discussions carried on even after Maria returned with the dishes she had prepared. The conversation only paused when they sat down to eat, and it wasn't until after the meal that Maverick finally decided to take his leave. Before departing, he once again advised the three of them to go through all the books in the small library. Those books contained everything they needed to know about the magical world. He had even selected specific ones for Howard, books that would help him understand the full scope of magic's capabilities. That way, when formulating plans for the big project, he could incorporate magic into his ideas rather than just making blind guesses. With that, Maverick returned home and spent the remaining days of the third week of December with his family. As the final week of the month began, he set his sights on his next destination, America, where he planned to spend the rest of the holidays with his childhood sweetheart and now fiancée, Isabella. Chapter 92, Love, Laughter, and Plans, ICH 112. Georgia, United States. A sleek black sedan pulled up to the curb in front of a towering glass building in the heart of Atlanta. The car's engine purred softly before shutting off, and after a quiet moment, the door opened with a gentle click. A young man stepped out into the crisp winter air. His polished shoes met the cold pavement with a measured rhythm, each step firm yet unhurried. A faint wisp of breath curled in the air as he adjusted the light jacket draped over his shoulders, its fabric offering little protection against the lingering chill. Not that he needed any. The low winter sun reflected off the building's glass facade, casting bright streaks of light across the frosted sidewalk. Around him, passers-by huddled into their coats, bracing against the wind, but he remained unfazed. He didn't squint against the light, nor did he shiver at the biting breeze that whispered through the city streets. His expression stayed calm, relaxed, almost as if winter itself bent around him rather than the other way around. With a soft thud, he shut the door and moved toward the entrance. The automatic doors slid open with a quiet whoosh, and the cool air of the lobby brushed against his face. People moved around him, men in suits, women balancing coffee cups and folders, a janitor pushing a cart, but no one spared him a glance. It wasn't that they were ignoring him. It was as if he wasn't there at all. A woman chatting on her phone strode right past him, her conversation uninterrupted. A security guard at the front desk glanced up, but his gaze swept over the young man without registering his presence. Unbothered, he walked to the row of elevators and pressed the call button. A moment later, a soft chime announced one's arrival. Stepping inside alone, he hit the button for the upper floors. As the doors slid shut, he glanced down at the small box of chocolates in one hand and the single red rose in the other. A faint smile played on his lips. When the elevator doors parted with another soft chime, he stepped out onto a floor lined with glass-walled offices. The hum of voices, the rhythmic clatter of keystrokes, the occasional ring of a phone, this was the heartbeat of a busy newsroom. He walked through the maze of workspaces, past reporters hunched over their desks and editors reviewing proofs, but just like before, no one noticed him. It was as if he were a ghost, drifting unseen through the office. Then he reached a particular office and came to a stop. A slow, knowing smile crossed his face as he adjusted his shirt, exhaled softly, and reached for the door handle. The latch clicked and he stepped inside. She was too focused to notice. Stacks of papers were scattered across her desk, some neatly piled, others spread out in a flurry of notes. Her pen moved swiftly over a page, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. She wore a sleek, high-neck blouse in a soft ivory shade, the fabric smooth and refined, tucked neatly into a dark, form-fitting pencil skirt that stopped just above her knees. The subtle shimmer of her stockings caught the light as she shifted in her seat, legs crossed with effortless poise. A silver watch rested on her wrist, its polished face gleaming with every flick of her pen. Her golden hair was gathered into a loose, effortlessly stylish updo, carefully undone yet perfectly arranged. A few strands had slipped free, framing her face in soft waves as she worked, absorbed in thought. The afternoon light streaming through the windows kissed her hair, weaving a subtle glow through the golden strands, making them shimmer with every slight movement. He quietly closed the door behind him, but she didn't react. It was as if the sound hadn't reached her ears. Stepping closer, he glanced down at the papers in front of her. An article about the Stark couple. He raised an eyebrow, amused. With deliberate care, he placed the box of chocolates and the rose beside her hand. Then, without a word, he walked over to the side of the room, where two comfortable armchairs sat. Lowering himself into one, he crossed his legs and leaned back. Then finally, he snapped his fingers. At first, nothing changed. She kept writing, lost in thought, her pen gliding smoothly across the page. Minutes passed until she finally let out a quiet sigh, set her pen down, and stretched, rolling her shoulders to ease the tension. Her hand reached for the pen again, but then... Hi. Her fingers brushed against something unexpected. She blinked, glancing down, a neatly wrapped box of chocolates, a single rose. Her brow furrowed. That wasn't there before. Slowly, she picked up the rose, turning it between her fingers as confusion flickered across her face. Then, as if sensing something, she turned her head. Her eyes widened as she saw him sitting comfortably in the corner, one arm draped over the chair's armrest, a familiar smirk playing on his lips. "Ricky," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and delight. Her face lit up, and in that moment, everything she had been doing faded from her mind. The scattered papers, the half-written article, none of it mattered anymore. A rush of excitement took over. She shot up from her chair, sending the papers on her desk fluttering. The only thing on her mind was him. Without a second thought, she ran toward him and threw herself into his arms as he sat in the chair. The force of her lunge sent the chair sliding back slightly, but she didn't care. Hey, he started, laughing, "you'll end up breaking the..." His words never finished. She silenced him with a kiss, her hands cradling his face as she melted against him. For a long moment, they stayed like that, lost in each other. The warmth of their embrace, the familiar scent, the way their bodies fit together so naturally. It was a feeling neither of them ever got tired of. Finally, she pulled away just enough to look into his eyes, her lips curling into a smile. "I thought you were coming tomorrow." He chuckled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "I wanted to surprise you." She smiled, her fingers idly tracing the collar of his shirt. "You did," she said, then paused, deliberately stretching out the moment. His brow arched, catching the hesitation. "Didn't it work?" She hummed, tapping a finger against her chin as if considering her answer. Then, with a slow, teasing smile, she finally nodded. It did, but you only get half the marks. His smirk faded. Half. She lifted a shoulder in an easy shrug, her tone light but smug. You used magic, so no points for effort. He inhaled a dramatic breath, placing a hand over his heart as if she had struck him. You wound me, Bella. She laughed softly, shaking her head. Then, just as quickly, her expression melted into something gentler. With a quiet sigh, she leaned into him again, resting her head against his shoulder. I missed you, she murmured, her fingers curling lightly into his shirt. His arms tightened around her in response, and murmured just as warmly, missed you too. For a while, she simply listened to the rhythm of his breathing, the steady rise and fall of his chest beneath her touch. Then, after a brief moment, she spoke again in a more thoughtful tone. I don't know how I would have handled the past half year if you hadn't given me that mobile phone thing. Her fingers traced slow, absent-minded circles against his chest, as if lost in the memory. He chuckled, the warmth of her touch stirring a quiet fondness in him. His hand drifted through her golden hair in a gentle caress. Well, it is one of a kind. I made it just for us. Not even my company manager, Ali, has a model with as many features as ours. Isabella's smile deepened, a quiet warmth in her eyes. She nestled closer, resting her head against his shoulder, letting the steady rhythm of his breath soothe her. For a while, they simply held each other, wrapped in the quiet comfort of being together again. The world beyond the glass walls of her office felt distant, unimportant. But then, she tensed. Her body straightened slightly, and her eyes flicked toward the window, separating them from the rest of the office floor. Through the glass, she saw the usual bustle, colleagues moving around, deep in conversation, tapping away at keyboards, flipping through documents. The realization hit her like a splash of cold water. Had anyone seen them? Maverick sensed the change in her expression and chuckled knowingly. Relax, he said smoothly. As far as they can see through the glass, you're still working at your desk. She turned her head slowly, giving him a pointed look. You put a spell on them, didn't you? He met her gaze with an innocent expression. No. Her eyes narrowed. It's okay, fine, he muttered. Only on the people inside the building. She stared at him, momentarily speechless. Then, pressing her fingers to her temple, she let out a sigh. If your grandmother finds out, she won't be happy. He chuckled, entirely unconcerned. Good thing they don't know I'm a wizard, he smirked. They don't even know magic exists. For a moment, silence settled between them, comfortable and warm. Then, tilting his head slightly, he asked, speaking of, how's my grandmother treating you? Isabella's face lit up. Chief is a wonderful person, she said without hesitation. I don't get why people think she's so strict. Maverick chuckled, shaking his head. That's because you're my fiancé. He shot her a knowing look. She has a soft spot for in-laws. Mom told me she was the first one in the family to approve of her and Dad getting married, way before anyone else even came around. Isabella just smiled at that, then nestled even closer, enjoying the quiet comfort between them. So, what about your internship? Learned anything interesting so far? It's been going great, Isabella answered without missing a beat. There's so much more to Muggle journalism than what we have in the wizarding world. Their methods, their approach to storytelling, it's on a completely different level. Maverick listened attentively, a pleased look crossing his face as he took in her enthusiasm. She lifted her head from his chest, her voice turning softer. I'm really glad you suggested I start with the Muggle side first. He studied her for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. Then, in a more serious tone, he asked, Are you truly sure this is what you want? A small huff escaped her as she poked him lightly in the chest. Yes, I'm sure. I want to be a journalist. Her eyes gleamed with determination. Especially now that you've introduced magic vision to the wizarding world, I want to be the first to bring video journalism to our kind. She sat up a little straighter. Besides, her lips curved into a soft smile as her eyes met his. I want to be a part of your big plans, Ricky, and this is my way of helping. Maverick's amusement faded, replaced by something quieter, more thoughtful. He studied her, and the emotions radiating from her felt more sincere than anything he had ever sensed from anyone before. In the future, when you start changing the magical world, I want to be your voice. Her voice was filled with quiet determination. I want to be the one who tells your story, who helps people understand what you're doing and why it matters. A moment of silence stretched between them, not awkward, but full of unspoken understanding. Maverick held her gaze, and his admiration for her grew even more. Chapter 93, Love, Laughter, and Plans, ch 113. For a while, the young couple simply sat together, saying nothing, just holding each other. After months apart without seeing each other in person, words felt unnecessary to them, and this quiet moment was enough. And outside their quiet embrace, the news company continued running as usual. Beyond the large glass window, Isabella's colleagues moved about completely unaware that someone else was now with her in her private office. To them, it simply looked like she was at her desk, immersed in her tasks just as always. Eventually, with a shared glance and a silent understanding, Maverick and Isabella pulled apart. Then, without drawing any attention to themselves, they slipped out of the World News Network building and stepped into the cold city streets. There were still a few hours before sunset, so they spent the rest of the day weaving through the city streets, hand in hand, laughing and slipping into quiet conversations. Isabella had grown unexpectedly fond of the street food in this area, so she eagerly shared her experiences with Maverick. From stall to stall, she introduced him to many messy, yet flavorful dishes crafted by the locals, and with each new bite, the experience felt all the more special. By the time they finally decided to leave, the sun had long since slipped below the horizon. The couple then apparated away, crossing several states in an instant before arriving at the Garling residence in New York, as if they had simply taken a couple of casual steps. The moment they stepped inside, the warmth of the house embraced them like a soothing escape from the crisp evening air. In the living room, Sylvia sat curled up on the sofa with a book in her lap, while Edward lounged nearby, eyes closed and fingers tapping absently against the armrest. At the sound of the front door opening, both of them turned their heads. Sylvia's eyes widened in brief surprise before lighting up with recognition. "Maverick, when did you return to America?" "Just today," he said, shrugging off his jacket. "Wow, not even a hello, daughter, you're back to," Isabella mused, folding her arms. Sylvia chuckled, as did Maverick. "Oh, don't be dramatic, Bella," her mother teased before turning back to Maverick. Meanwhile, Edward cracked open one eye, a knowing smirk tugging at his lips. He had, of course, sensed their arrival the moment they apparated nearby. Maverick met his gaze and nodded respectfully. "Teacher." Edward gave a small nod in return, before shifting into a more comfortable position. Sylvia, walking over, offered Maverick a warm smile. "It's been a while. How's life as a professor treating you?" Maverick let out a small chuckle, surprisingly enjoyable. Sylvia nodded approvingly before turning to Isabella. "And you, sweetheart, how's your apprenticeship going with WNN?" Isabella exhaled, then smiled. "Great. Grandma is tougher than I expected, but brilliant." Edward, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his sharp gaze settling on Isabella. "Of course she is. She's one of the best journalists in the world. Not to mention, her news agency is one of the most respected. If you pay attention, you'll learn a lot from her." Isabella gave a small nod. "I already am." Edward leaned back against the sofa and turned to Maverick. "And you, that old man hasn't worn you down yet, has he?" Maverick smirked. "Not really. Headmaster is, well, the headmaster. He's actually much better than I thought." Sylvia clapped her hands lightly, bringing the conversation back. "I was just about to start dinner. I'll make enough for all of us." Maverick and Isabella exchanged a brief glance. After spending the day indulging in street food, they weren't exactly hungry, but neither had the heart to turn down Sylvia's cooking. "That sounds perfect," Maverick said with a smile. Sylvia beamed and disappeared into the kitchen. And soon, the house was filled with the rich aroma of home-cooked food, wrapping them all in a sense of warmth and familiarity. An hour later, they gathered around the dinner table, plates filled with Sylvia's hearty cooking. The familiar comfort of the Garling home settled over them, and conversation flowed easily between bites. Edward set down his fork and turned to Maverick. The inter-school Quidditch competition you started has been making waves. Maverick nodded as he swallowed his bite. It's going better than I expected, but I think most of the credit goes to Magic Vision. The broadcasts made it reach a much wider audience. Edward waved a dismissive hand. Perhaps, but the idea was yours, you made it happen. Maverick offered a small, appreciative nod, but didn't argue. Edward took a sip of his drink before continuing. And how's business? Maverick leaned back slightly. Steady. Our products are selling well, and we're seeing more and more bulk orders. It's spreading beyond Europe and America now. Demand is picking up in other regions too. Sylvia and Isabella occasionally joined in, asking about the growing influence of Magitech and how he was handling the rapid expansion. The conversation wove effortlessly through topics: Hogwarts, work, and recent events about Maverick and Isabella. Then Maverick's tone changed. He set down his glass, straightened in his seat, and met Edward's gaze. "Teacher, I have something to tell you." Edward, catching the change in his demeanor, raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Sylvia and Isabella also turned their attention to him, sensing the change. Maverick hesitated for just a moment before a small smile formed. "I have ranked up to Archmagus." Edward, mid-sip, choked on his drink, coughing as he stared at his student. Isabella's eyes widened, and even Sylvia, who was the only non-magical person there, showed a flicker of shock, lifting her brows in clear surprise. She understood exactly what that meant. After all, her husband was one of the most powerful wizards in the world, and now Maverick had reached that same level, and at such a young age. Edward gulped down another sip of his drink to clear his throat, then asked once more just in case he had misheard. "Say that again." Maverick chuckled and let his magic hum faintly in the air, allowing his Archmagus-level mana signature to pulse just enough for Edward to sense it. Edward's mouth fell slightly open. He stared for a long moment before finally managing. "When?" "Last month," Maverick replied, clearly enjoying his teacher's reaction. Edward let out a slow breath, rubbing a hand over his face. "I shouldn't be surprised," he muttered, "but this is really." "Ricky, how come you never told me?" Isabella cut in, staring at Maverick. Maverick turned to her with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Bella, I wanted to tell teacher first." Edward, still processing the sudden revelation, needed a moment to gather his thoughts. "Does anyone else know?" he asked finally. Maverick hesitated before answering. "Well, about that." He scratched his head, thinking about the other two Archmagi who already knew. He had intended for his teacher to be the first to know, but things doesn't always go according to plan. "Headmaster Dumbledore knows, and Speaker Maxime as well," he finally admitted. Edward raised a brow, tilting his head. "Dumbledore, I understand, but Maxime, what in the world made you tell her before me?" Maverick let out a sigh. "I was kind of in a tight spot, teacher." Edward narrowed his eyes. "Tight, did they give you any trouble?" Maverick quickly waved a hand. "No, the headmaster took it surprisingly well, he just accepted it." "That doesn't sound like him," Edward muttered. "Okay then, what about the French woman?" Maverick sighed, then launched into an explanation, recounting how Maxime had discovered his Bloodraven identity during the Quidditch match, and how, from there, she had pressured him into revealing if he had any secret training methods. In the heat of the moment, with Dumbledore present, he had ended up revealing his rank. Edward listened with a frown, then let out a scoff. The audacity of that woman. He shook his head, then, after a moment, suddenly burst into laughter. "I heard her school got eliminated first. How did she take it?" Maverick grinned. "She wasn't very happy." He leaned back in his chair, recalling her expression. "She had no choice but to accept the results," he shrugged. "Her team played terribly compared to the others." Edward smirked, shaking his head. "That must have stung. She takes more pride in Beauxbatons than her students do." "She hit it well," Maverick admitted, "but I could tell it bothered her." Edward chuckled, then lifted his glass. "Well, serves her right for poking her nose into other people's business." Maverick smirked but said nothing, letting the conversation drift naturally. Their discussions continued naturally, changing from one topic to another as they enjoyed each other's company. Between sips of wine and shared laughter, they talked about work, family, and the little things that made life interesting. After dinner, Maverick and Isabella stayed together some more while catching up in the quiet comfort of their home. But as the night deepened, eventually, the couple decided to call it a day. Maverick, of course, didn't sleep with Isabella, not while staying at her parents' house. It wasn't about being old-fashioned or anything, but more about respect. Other places, though? Well, they were adults. It was only natural that they couldn't always keep their hands off each other. The next day, Isabella took the day off, wanting to spend every moment with her fiancé while he was in town. They wandered the city and made more fresh memories while being lost in each other's company, and the hours slipped by. Just like that, another day passed. On the following morning, Maverick, without revealing too much, took Isabella by the hand, and in the blink of an eye, came halfway across the world to the warm, golden sun above Indonesia. Chapter 94, Love, Laughter and Plans, ch 114. December in Indonesia was nothing like the snowy streets of Europe. The air was warm and heavy with humidity, carrying the fresh scent of rain-soaked soil and blooming plumeria. Motor scooters rumbled down narrow roads, their noisy engines competing with the occasional honk of passing cars. Buses, their paint faded from years under the sun, rattled as they stopped to pick up passengers. Street vendors stood by their wooden carts, fanning the smoke from sizzling sauté skewers while the smell of peanut sauce, frying bananas, and fresh fruit filled the air. Children played barefoot on the sidewalks, laughing as they chased each other past rows of warungs where people sat on wooden benches, sipping sweet tea and chatting about the day. As dusk settled, oil lamps and dim streetlights cast long shadows over the worn pavement, their glow reflecting off puddles left behind by the afternoon rain. Yet beyond these ordinary streets lay another world, one teeming with even more activity, hidden from the unsuspecting eyes of those who passed by. This was the magical heart of Indonesia, a place unlike any other, even among wizarding communities. Where Diagon Alley stood firm with its twisting cobbled streets and tightly packed shops, this place seemed shaped by nature itself, pulsing with energy and adapting as if it were alive. Shops weren't inside regular buildings, but stood in open pavilions made from the roots of giant banyan trees. Their entrances moved and changed, like doorways that were alive. Torches floated in the air, casting flickering light, while colorful batik tapestries swayed gently, their patterns coming to life as they revealed old stories. The entire place pulsed with an energy that made it feel less like a marketplace, and more like a living, breathing world of its own. High above this land rich with magic and tradition, a sharp hum suddenly sliced through the night. And in that instant, out of nowhere, a young man and woman appeared holding each other close. Isabella held onto Maverick's arm tightly as he kept a secure grip around her waist while they hovered in the open sky. For a moment, they simply took in the view as the cool night breeze passed them and the distant hum of life below filled their ears. "Ricky, where are we?" Isabella asked, just as Maverick conjured a magical platform beneath their feet. "Indonesia," Maverick replied, setting her down as they both steadied themselves atop the floating construct. Slowly, they descended toward a quiet corner. As they landed, Maverick lifted the enchantment hiding them from sight and stepped into the bustling streets. The first thing they noticed were the many merchants calling out in different languages, advertising their exotic goods. Just one glance can see the difference in goods in contrast to what one would find from a typical stall in Diagon Alley. One wizard sold bottled monsoon clouds, swirling with tiny bolts of lightning inside. Another showcased enchanted batik robes that shifted between day and night patterns with a flick of the wrist. A group of witches haggled over a crate of durian-looking potion ingredients, and their scent was so overwhelming that the couple smelled them from a good distance away. Isabella's eyes sparkled as she took it all in. "This place is so lively," she said, squeezing Maverick's hand. "And look, some of them surely aren't locals. They must be from all over the world." Maverick nodded, guiding her through the crowd. "That's because the International Dueling Tournament final is about to begin. That's why it's so packed." Isabella turned to him, eyes filled with curiosity. "Are you taking me to see a duel?" Maverick suddenly realized that Isabella might not be too impressed by a bunch of Magus-level wizards throwing spells at each other. But he quickly smoothed it over. Well, it may not be as flashy as you'd expect, but think of it like a date, kind of like watching a Muggle movie, like we did last night. Isabella smiled, tightening her grip on his arm. Hey, I wasn't complaining. Besides, I'm also curious to see the level of the duelists who made it to the finals. Maverick grinned. Professor Flitwick, my colleague and Hogwarts Charms professor, is on the judging panel. He was the one who gave me the invite. I accepted and thought, why not turn this into a little getaway for us? Isabella smiled sweetly at his words and then leaned her head against his shoulder as they walked. Thank you, Ricky, she murmured. As they strolled through the bustling street, they occasionally stopped by various stalls. At one, they sipped steaming cups of Tgthegood talua, a rich, egg-based tea, enjoying its warm, frothy texture while watching a group of young witches test out miniature broomsticks that zipped around like hummingbirds. At another stall, Isabella picked up a delicate bracelet carved from dragon bone. The faintly glowing runes etched into it caught her attention, and she traced them with her fingers, intrigued by the craftsmanship. Here, let me, Maverick said, gently taking her wrist. He cast a quick scan to ensure it was safe before fastening the bracelet with a murmured spell. As soon as it touched her skin, the runes glowed softly, and the bracelet adjusted itself, fitting perfectly as if made just for her. She smiled, running her fingers over the smooth surface. It's nice. What kind of enchantment is it? He chuckled. Nothing fancy, just a simple enchantment to adjust the size, and a little glowing effect during the process for show. Well, I like it either way, Isabella smiled and slipped her arm through his once more. As they continued down the street, the crowd thickened, and the buzz of excitement grew with it. Soon, they stepped into a wide-open plaza filled with witches and wizards dressed in robes and garments from many different cultures. It was clear that they had come from all corners of the world. They saw some waving colorful banners, cheering out unfamiliar names, while others huddled in eager groups, deep in discussion about the duelists competing tonight. Further ahead, they saw long lines snaking toward a massive Colosseum-like structure. Its towering walls were draped with banners displaying shifting images, two duelists locked in combat, sparks flying from their wands, their names glowing in enchanted script. As they moved closer to the entrance, they saw stern-looking wizards in dark uniforms stationed at each gate, carefully checking everyone before allowing them through the enchanted barriers. Isabella let out a low whistle, her eyes scanning the massive crowd. So many people. Maverick nodded, his eyes scanning the sea of faces. There must be a few thousand people outside alone, and a lot more must already be inside. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the noise. Final match starts in less than an hour. If you don't have a ticket, get in line now. A floating parchment hovered above the speaker, listing the names of the duelists and the event schedule. Maverick turned to Isabella. Come on, the professor said he would arrange seats for us. He led her toward a separate entrance marked VIP guests, where another set of guards stood watch. As they approached, a tall wizard with a clipboard glanced at them. Names. Maverick Caesar, +1, Maverick answered smoothly. The wizard's eyes flicked to the list before nodding. You're clear to enter. With a flick of his wand, the entrance shimmered open, revealing a grand corridor leading inside the Colosseum. They walked through a short, tunnel-like passage, and the muffled roar of the crowd from the other side grew louder with their every step. At the passage's end, a wizard in the same attire as those stationed outside waited for them. His sharp eyes flicked toward them as they approached, and without a word, Maverick retrieved his ticket and held it up. The wizard studied it for a moment, gave a short nod, then gestured for them to follow. They climbed a flight of stairs and emerged into an expansive, elegantly furnished viewing area. Plush seats were arranged in neat rows, each offering a perfect view of the grand arena below. Crystal chandeliers floated above, casting a warm glow, while a lavish buffet was set at the back, offering an array of fine dishes for the VIP guests. Many witches and wizards were already seated, engaged in quiet conversation or sipping wine as they waited for the event to begin. The attendant led them to two empty seats in the front row on the right edge. To their left, a middle-aged couple dressed in traditional wizarding attire sat comfortably, observing the growing crowd below. Maverick settled into his seat beside the man, while Isabella took the one closest to the wall. The moment he sat down, he heard the man next to him speak. "What a coincidence to find a Hogwarts professor here," the man said, turning slightly toward him. Maverick glanced at him, noting the unfamiliar face. "Do we know each other?" he asked, keeping his tone polite but curious. The man offered a courteous smile. "Not personally, but I have heard of you. Daniel Greengrass," he introduced himself, and then gestured to the woman beside him. "And this is my wife, Winifred Greengrass." Maverick returned the smile and gave a respectful nod. "Ah, you must be Daphne's parents." He paused briefly before extending a handshake. "Pleasure, Lord Greengrass." The older man shook his head with a quick wave of his hand. "Please, just call me Daniel, Master Caesar. The pleasure is all mine." He firmly shook Maverick's hand, then added, "And yes, indeed, our daughter speaks very highly of her professor." Maverick acknowledged the courtesy but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he settled comfortably into his seat. "She's a bright witch," he said. "Sharp, hardworking, you should be proud." Lord Greengrass's expression softened with a hint of pride before his gaze flicked to Isabella. He studied her for a moment before speaking again. "And this must be your fiancée." Maverick inclined his head. "Yes, Isabella." Lady Greengrass's lips curved slightly. "We had heard about your engagement to Edward Garling's daughter. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Garling." Isabella returned their greeting with practiced ease, not overly polite nor distant. She was, after all, the daughter of a speaker and carried herself with the dignity befitting her station. Lord Greengrass then turned his attention back to Maverick. "Are you interested in such competitions?" Maverick shook his head lightly. "Not particularly. I came at Professor Flitwick's invitation and thought it'd be a good chance to do some sightseeing with my fiancé." A comfortable silence settled between them as the anticipation in the air thickened. Guests occasionally rose to help themselves to the buffet, where golden platters held everything from roasted meats to delicate pastries, while fine goblets of wine floated through the air, serving themselves to those who beckoned. And just then, Maverick's magical sense picked up a powerful magical presence enter the area. He showed no outward reaction, keeping his expression relaxed as he continued chatting casually with Isabella, but half of his senses remained locked onto the newcomer. A man and a young wizard walked towards the front row, taking seats just a few spots away from them. The older man had a short beard and equally short blonde hair, dressed in the refined elegance of a gentleman. The younger one, no older than Maverick, carried himself with unmistakable arrogance. His formal attire was pristine, and a smug, self-assured smile rested on his lips. As they passed each row, the other guests subtly inclined their heads in acknowledgement. Yet the pair strode forward without even a glance at those offering respect, as if the others were mere air. Maverick noticed the Greengrass couple tensing beside him. They, too, bowed their heads ever so slightly. Just as the pair took their seats, the younger man suddenly turned his head in Maverick's direction. His eyes widened abruptly. He even stopped mid-motion, halfway into his seat, as if frozen in place. Maverick didn't need to follow his gaze to know the source of his reaction. The young man wasn't looking at him, he was staring at Isabella. She, however, didn't notice a thing. She hadn't even glanced his way, instead focused on picking small bites from a platter of sliced fruit. Maverick's eyes narrowed slightly. The young man's stare wasn't just one of surprise, it was intrusive, scrutinizing in a way that made his instincts flare. Without hesitation, Maverick met his gaze with a sharp, cutting look. The young man visibly recoiled in that instant and shrank into his seat. But moments later, his expression twisted as though insulted. His shoulders squared as if trying to shake off whatever had unnerved him. A disciple of a great magus cowering from a single glance, the very thought seemed to enrage him. Meanwhile, the older man beside him had taken notice. His eyes flicked toward Maverick, his frown deepening. Maverick could tell exactly what the man was thinking. This old wizard, whoever he was trying to assess him, to gauge his presence, yet he would find nothing. He was only a great magus, and Maverick's magic was too well controlled for that. But that very absence of presence seemed to unsettle the older man even more. The young wizard leaned toward him, whispering in a foreign language. "Who is he? Do you know him, or is he someone in disguise?" The older wizard didn't answer right away. His sharp eyes flickered over Maverick again, then eventually faced forward. After a long pause, he muttered, "I don't know, but it's not a disguise." The younger man scowled. "I want to sit next to her." The old wizard glanced at him, then after a moment sighed, "Do whatever you want." Maverick, who had been following their exchange through his magical sense, sighed inwardly. Is this one of those young master and apprentice types? It was clear that this master and apprentice were used to getting whatever they wanted, forgetting that there were always greater powers beyond their reach. But that was a given. After all, a great magus was still no ordinary wizard. To the average magical, they were undoubtedly untouchable figures of power, as there were only about 100 of them in the entire world. He watched as the young man stood, but just as he did, the older wizard's entire posture tensed. His pupils shrank. Then, in one swift motion, without a care for how it might appear to others, he grabbed the younger wizard's shirt and forced him back into his seat. The younger man grunted, then looked at him in confusion. "Master, what's the matter?" The man said something in their language, low, firm, and absolute. "Do not provoke that man." The young wizard's brows furrowed. "Why?" The latter said nothing else. He simply kept his hand firmly on the young man's shoulder. Maverick smirked internally. Just moments ago, he had sent a silent, telepathic warning to the old man. A precise, directed sound wave only he could hear. "If you don't want to die, you'd better get your dog under control." And just to drive the point home, he had briefly let his dominant spirit envelope the old wizard, a pressure so precise and controlled that it left no room for doubt. And the old wizard hadn't just heard the warning, he had felt it. And in that moment, unbeknownst to everyone else, an execution was quietly averted. For now, that is. Maverick leaned back in his seat, perfectly at ease, as if nothing had happened at all. Around them, the atmosphere remained unchanged, cheers, laughter, and the excited hum of conversation filling the air. Then the arena lights dimmed slightly, and a hush rippled through the crowd. The duels were about to begin. Chapter 95, Beyond Magic, ICH 115. Swish, swoosh, boom. Spells streaked through the air in bursts of vibrant colors as they collided mid-flight with sharp cracks and bright flashes. Each impact sent waves of energy across a grand stadium where two wizards moved effortlessly with precision, locked in a heated battle, showcasing their skill and power. ROAR. Watching their clash of spells was an arena packed with an energetic audience. They roared thunderously with excitement as one duelist twisted away from a piercing blue hex, then erupted in cheers when his opponent sent a spiral of golden flames arcing through the air, followed by waves of heat. Inside the VIP stand, Maverick watched this chaotic dance of power unfold before him with the ease of someone long accustomed to such displays. While others gasped and cheered at every close call, to him, it was nothing more than a routine exchange of spells, hardly worth any excitement. Most of his attention rested on Isabella as he listened to her insights about the duel. She claimed she could best them, and Maverick half agreed. She was now at the magus rank, a feat not easily achieved by someone her age. Of course, he himself is the exception. Nonetheless, even when she had been a mere mage apprentice, he had known she was no pushover, easily capable of taking on several at her rank. Edward Garling had raised and trained her well, and it showed in her skill and confidence. Even now, as she watched the duel, there was no admiration in her gaze, only quiet judgment. Aside from their discussion, Maverick also traded a few words with Lord and Lady Greengrass, but beyond that, there was nothing there that held his interest. As for the pair who so foolishly thought themselves important, they had not bothered him since, nor anyone else for that matter, and simply sat watching like any other spectator. Yet their stiff expressions and lack of enthusiasm made it clear they were not enjoying the match. The only reason they remained was perhaps only for the sake of appearances, not wanting to lose face by leaving early. Maverick had taken the time to find out exactly who they were. A simple inquiry to Lord Greengrass had done the trick. At first, the man had almost choked on his drink at Maverick's blunt question. But after Maverick assured him that they wouldn't hear a thing, demonstrating by cursing at them loudly without so much as a flicker of reaction, Greengrass finally relaxed and explained. As it turned out, they were quite the pair of characters. The arrogant prick happened to be last year's dueling champion, and in a way, the old man's student. As for the old wizard himself, he owned several magical creature farms, monopolizing many rare materials within his circle and supplying them to various countries worldwide. That alone made him a powerful figure with connections everywhere, even without considering that he was a great Magus rank wizard. But then Lord Greengrass added something else, something that wasn't exactly a big secret, yet remained out of public knowledge. This old man, Tarhin Erzdemir, was a major player in the underground magical trade. He was perhaps the one who controlled the circulation of everything, from rare, highly illegal magical materials to forbidden spells found in the shady markets of every country's magical community. Maverick glanced back at the man, who still sat there, seemingly engrossed in the duel. Then, a plan began to take shape in his mind. He had been in need of a marquee-level wizard for quite some time, and as luck would have it, this trip had presented him with the perfect target. But for now, though, he returned his attention to the match. The clash of spells reached its peak when two disarming charms met in midair. Both casters struggled to overpower each other, and sparks crackled around them, sending small shockwaves rippling through the arena. The tension held for a moment until finally, one spell broke through. Then a wand flew from its owner's grasp and spun high into the air before landing on the ground. The match was decided, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The victor stood tall and enjoyed the applause, while the defeated drew in slow breaths and tried to keep himself calm. Excited voices filled the arena as the audience reacted to the outcome. In contrast to the loud celebrations in the general stands, the VIP box was much quieter. The occupants still cheered for the side they supported and engaged in animated discussions, but their voices were softer than the rest. And amid the celebrations happening, two figures silently rose from their seats just moments after the commentator announced the winner. It was the old wizard and his student, and they quickly strode away without a word or glance toward anyone. Maverick caught their movements from the corner of his eye, but showed no reaction. On the surface, he appeared indifferent, blending into the celebratory atmosphere around him. However, without anyone noticing, he had already marked them with tracking magic before they hurriedly left. As the excitement in the arena began to settle, others in the VIP box started making their way out. Among them were the Greengrass couple, preparing to leave. Before they could step away, Maverick spoke. "Lord Greengrass, if you have some time over the holidays, I'd like to arrange a meeting with you," Maverick said. Lord Greengrass raised a brow, intrigued but not pressing for details. He considered for a moment before replying, "I'd be happy to host you, Master Caesar. Why don't you join us for dinner at our estate the day after tomorrow?" Maverick gave a small nod. "That works for me. I'll see you then." With that, the Greengrasses shared their address before taking their leave, leaving only a few lingering guests in the VIP stand. Before heading out himself, Maverick took Isabella to meet with Flitwick. The small professor greeted them warmly, and they chatted for a bit, mostly polite conversation and a few thoughts on the duel. By the time everything wound down, it was nearing midnight. Having no need to stay longer, Maverick and Isabella left the arena and the country itself. In just a few seconds and a space rift later, they reappeared in America, where the sun was still high in the sky. The cool night air they had left behind was replaced by the warmth of the afternoon. Keeping a steady pace, Maverick walked Isabella to the door of the Garling residence. As they reached the entrance, he stopped and told her he had something to take care of first and might not return that night. Isabella gave him a curious look, but did not ask any questions. She simply nodded before stepping inside, leaving him to his business. In an opulent chamber lined with velvet drapes and golden fixtures, the sharp sound of shattering porcelain broke the silence. A vase lay in shards across the marble floor. "How dare he humiliate me?" a young man snarled. His chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. His face twisted in fury, and his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Across from him, Tarhin Erzdemir sat calmly with his hands pressed together, seemingly deep in thought. At the same time, he kept part of his attention on his fuming student, showing an unreadable expression. I'm going to find out who that English bastard is and put a bounty on his head." "Enough, boy," Tarhan interrupted sharply, visibly irritated by the outburst in front of him. His tone was cold and carried undeniable authority. "You will do nothing until I find out exactly who he is." "But master, I said enough." The old wizard's gaze darkened. He understood the boy's frustration and allowed it to a degree, but there were limits. One of the reasons he had taken him in as a student was because the boy reminded him of himself in his younger years, impulsive, prideful, and a strong unwillingness to accept defeat. His brows furrowed slightly before he adjusted his tone. "I do not tolerate humiliation either, but I will not act blindly. That man was no ordinary wizard." The young man scowled but held his tongue in the end. His frustration was clear, but he knew better than to challenge his master's decision. With the outburst finally silenced, the old wizard returned back to his thoughts. The feeling Maverick had exuded earlier, that suffocating feeling, was not foreign to him. And yet, he found it difficult to believe that the young man was truly an archmagus, or even a great magus for that matter. He had lived for a century and knew the face of every great magus alive today, not to mention the 7 monsters who stood above them. He had memorized every name and face that held significance in the world of magic, and the face he had seen earlier today belonged to none of them. Perhaps it was some kind of artifact, Tarhan mused, a tool that allowed him to project dominance. The thought settled, and a possibility came to mind. In the East, there were artifacts said to store a portion of one's power. Heirs of ancient families carried them as a last resort, not to strike down an opponent, but to intimidate and force them to retreat. The more he thought about it, the more the idea made sense. It seemed like the most plausible explanation. But even if he was wrong, he would not let the matter rest. He would at least find out who the young man was. Rising from his seat, he strode across the room to a large desk in the corner and pulled open a wide drawer, revealing rows of neatly arranged small mirrors. Each one had a name inscribed beneath it. His finger moved down the labels until it stopped at a familiar name, one of his information brokers. If the young man had a name worth knowing, he would have it soon. Behind him, his student continued to seethe, muttering curses under his breath. His anger had not faded, it had merely found another target. A slow, twisted smile crept across his face as his thoughts turned to Isabella. "When I find him," he muttered, "I'll take that woman of his and—" The lights flickered. The flames in the fireplace wavered, their glow fading as if something unseen had drained the warmth from the room. The chandelier above swayed, its light pulsing weakly before dimming further. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the walls, shifting like living things. The room darkened. Both men went still. The air thickened, pressing down with an oppressive weight. A silence heavier than stone swallowed the space, smothering even the crackling of the fire. Chapter 96, Beyond Magic, II.Ch. 116. The lights flickered again. Tarhan Özdemir, who had been about to activate the two-way mirror, hesitated. His wrinkled fingers grabbed the artifact, but after a moment, he slowly set it down and furrowed his brows. Something was not right. Meanwhile, across the room, his student scowled at the dimming chandeliers. His frustration had not faded in the slightest, and now it had found another target. Rubbish! These so-called luxury gadgets from Caesar's Magitech are worthless. It has not even been a month since they were installed. Tarhan paid the fool no mind and quickly spread his magical sense, searching for anything out of place. His intuition had never failed him before, and right now, every fiber of his being told him that something dangerous was about to descend upon him. Another flicker. The light pulsed unnaturally, as if the very air itself had become unstable. Then suddenly, the old wizard's pupils contracted. His first instinct was to apparate away, but he dismissed the thought just as quickly. Trying to escape by using space magic against a being that could tear space itself would be a foolish decision. And right now, that was exactly what he was seeing. A jagged crack split the space before him. This was no trick of the light, no mere illusion. The very fabric of reality had been torn open. Step. Step. A shiver tore through his spine. He knew this power. Only the most powerful of his kind wielded it. It meant one thing. A king had arrived. The young wizard, still oblivious to the danger, turned to voice another complaint but stopped mid-sentence. Step. Step. From the fractured gap in space, a figure stepped through. His movements were unhurried, his hands resting casually in the pockets of a long, dark coat. He did not announce himself, nor did he need to. His presence alone was enough. It filled the room like an immovable force, pressing down on everything and everyone within it. Gulp. The young wizard's breath hitched as he felt the oppressive weight in the air. But then, recognition dawned when he glanced at the figure's face and realized this was no stranger at all. His impulsive character got the better of him. You. But before he could mutter anything, an agonizing scream tore from his throat. Air. His body jerked, and his eyes rolled back as his mind was torn open with brutal force. It was not a slow unraveling, but a violent assault that left no room for resistance. Every barrier in his consciousness shattered as Maverick tore through his memories without hesitation or warning. His thoughts, secrets, and fears were laid bare in an instant. The brutal assault on his mind was nothing more than payback for daring to harbor vile thoughts about Isabella. But what came next, what Maverick had just uncovered in this young scumbag's mind, demanded something far worse. It took only a moment for him to decide. The screaming stopped, cut off as if a switch had been flipped, and the young man collapsed to his knees. Mind arts could inflict damage far worse than any physical injury, capable of tearing apart a person's very spirit. The brutal intrusion had not only left him with a gruesome headache, but had also drained his stamina almost completely. For a brief moment, there was silence. And then, all of a sudden, under Tarhin's disbelieving eyes, black flames surged from beneath the young man, slithering up his legs and torso like a serpent in the most unnatural manner. Only a strangled gasp escaped the young man's lips as the flames visibly devoured him from the inside out. His skin blackened, cracked, and then crumbled, leaving not even a trace of flesh or bone except only dust. Tarhin stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat as the ash then just spiraled upward and vanished. There was no body left, no sign that the young man had ever existed. Only the lingering heat in the air and the oppressive weight of the one who had wielded such merciless power. Silence. Words failed the century-old wizard, or perhaps he was too afraid to speak them. And yet there was no grief in his expression, no outrage, only a quiet, layered contemplation, thoughts twisting and turning behind his unreadable gaze. Maverick finally turned to him. He tilted his head slightly, studying the old wizard with detached interest. Then, in a voice as calm as ever, he said, "Turns out you didn't care for him as much as I thought." The old wizard exhaled slowly. "It was my mistake," he admitted. His voice held no sorrow, only acceptance. "I failed to discipline him. The boy did not realize who he had offended and paid the price." Maverick raised an eyebrow. "You don't seem particularly concerned." Tarhin met his gaze for the first time. He saw indifference. There was no malice, no arrogance, only the quiet certainty of someone who stood above. This was not the first time he, a great magus, had been looked down upon. And there were only 7 people, no, it should be 8 now, who had the qualification to do so. He gathered his thoughts and took a steady inhale, trying to calm his mind. "He was just a student," he finally said. "Talented but replaceable. I was using him." Maverick gave a small nod, as if unsurprised. He snapped his fingers, and a high-backed chair materialized behind him. He lowered himself into it effortlessly, crossing one leg over the other. There was no need for words, and it was clear who was in control. Tarhin remained standing. "I hear you have some very rare materials," Maverick said, glancing at the man standing as still as a statue. "I'm interested." "Whatever you need, I can get," the old wizard responded without hesitation. "Name it." Maverick tilted his head. He brought his hands together and interlocked his fingers with deliberate ease. "What I want is everything you have." For the first time, Tarhin showed reluctance in his demeanor. His eyes narrowed slightly, but whether it was from fear or sheer audacity, Maverick could not tell, nor did he care. The old wizard, after a moment of hesitation, asked in a voice laced with visible anger, Are you threatening me?" "Yes," Maverick answered bluntly, completely unbothered by his tone. And his bluntness extinguished the flicker of boldness Tarhan had managed to muster. A long pause, then Tarhan sighed, "I need time." Maverick's expression didn't change. "Show me what you have." Tarhan straightened his back, holding on to the last vestiges of his pride. "I need time," he repeated, his tone steady but not without strain. The room darkened. A force unlike anything before pressed down on the space itself. It was not a gust of wind, nor a visible wave of power, but an unrelenting pressure that seemed to bend reality around it. Tarhan's breath hitched, his knees buckled, and before he even realized what was happening, they struck the floor with a jarring crack. Pain barely registered. His mind was too overwhelmed by the crushing force weighing on him. It was not physical, yet it bore down on his very being. His bones groaned, his limbs trembled, and for the first time in a long while, he felt truly powerless. This was not mere magic. This was the sheer force of a king's spirit. The old wizard clenched his fists and tried to resist, straining against the invisible weight pressing him down even as he knelt. But it was futile. Then Maverick raised a hand and pointed a single finger at him. "Legilimens." This time he did not hold back. He focused. He invoked the spell with precision and intent. After all, this man was a great magus, and his mental defenses would not be as fragile as the scattered ash now dispersed in the air. And he was right. Tarhan's occlumency was formidable, layers upon layers of mental walls forged over decades of mastery. But against the overwhelming power that crashed into his mind, his defenses splintered and crumbled within moments. Memories were unraveled. He moved through the old wizard's thoughts with ruthless efficiency, extracting every detail of importance. Locations, wards, safeguards, everything. Fortunately, most of Tarhan's valuables were not in Gringotts. They were hidden in secured locations, well guarded, but it did not matter. Maverick now knew where they were. For 15 minutes, he scoured every corner of the old wizard's mind, seizing everything he needed. Then, without a word, he released his hold. With that, the suffocating pressure was also lifted from the room like a passing storm. Tarhan gasped for air, his body trembling as he attempted to rise. "Stay down," Maverick ordered just as the old wizard tried to stumble back on his feet. A muscle twitched in Tarhan's jaw, his fingers curling into fists, but he obeyed. He lifted his head and met the indifferent gaze of the monster who had reduced him to an animal. Maverick felt no remorse under the glare that burned into him. From his earlier probing, he had already understood the depth of the twisted man before him. While Tarhan might not reach the levels of someone like Morvain, he was still high on the scale of how evil. Without a second thought, Maverick turned his attention to his dimensional space and retrieved a ring. It wasn't just any ring. This was Victor Morvain's storage ring, a relic that he, with his vast knowledge of alchemy, had yet to unseal. The protective measures around it were so formidable that Maverick has no doubt that it was the work of a grandmaster alchemist. And that was why he had bothered to mark Tarhan and take action tonight. It wasn't the rare materials this old wizard may or may not possess that interested him. No, it was Tarhan himself, the great magus. He had tried before, countless times, in fact, to disarm its defenses, but each attempt had failed. The most troublesome part was the curse placed on it. A curse of demonological origin. As powerful as he was, he knew his limitations. He could handle many things, but curses tied to demonology were beyond his expertise, something he had little knowledge of, and something he dared not tread carelessly around. The first time he had tried to lift the curse, he had placed the ring on someone else. Evil wizards, witches, he didn't care who they were, as long as they were expendable. But every time, the result was the same. The curse was so potent that it literally withered them away in mere seconds, reducing them to lifeless husks. The curse didn't transfer to the person. When the person died, it reset and returned back to the ring. Maverick had learned something crucial from those failures, that a typical magus wouldn't work. The curse was too potent for that little power. Any magus would perish in just moments, leaving no time to even attempt to deal with it using counter-curse magic. He needed someone more powerful, someone whose resilience could hold for a while against it. Someone like a great magus. And Tarhin was exactly that. A great magus, with a power that would withstand the curse long enough for Maverick to strike at it. The curse would latch onto Tarhin, poisoning him or whatever, but it would provide Maverick with the necessary window to launch his attack. And Tarhin's sacrifice would be the key to unlocking the ring. The old wizard, his eyes filled with unrestrained loathing, glanced at the ring rotating slowly as it drifted toward him. Just from a single look, he knew it was no ordinary artifact. It was on par with the heirloom of an ancient family's main bloodline. "Put it on," he heard the cold command. Chapter 97, Beyond Magic, CH 117. Tarhin stared at the ring hovering before him. His intuition, honed by over a century of life, had already told him everything he needed to know. This was no ordinary ring. The intricate carvings and the rich, almost unnatural shine made it clear that it held old magic, powerful enough to deny anyone except the one it was meant for. He turned his gaze to the man who had given the order. "May I ask if this artifact is enchanted?" He already knew the answer, but the words left his lips anyway. "Yes." The confirmation came, and his expression darkened. A chill of unease crept into his chest as he considered the consequences of going through with it. There was no doubt that it would be protected by powerful, old magic. Otherwise, why would an archmage make him the guinea pig to test its defenses? Yes, he had no doubt now, this was exactly his situation. A dignified great magus, reduced to a test subject. "Wear it." He heard the order again, this time without patience and no room for resistance. There was no other choice. Breathing out deeply, he finally reached for the ring. The metal was icy cold against his fingertips, as if it had been left in the snow for hours. Even so, he tightened his grip, steadied himself, and braced for whatever might come. Slowly, he slid the ring onto his finger, and for the briefest of moments, nothing happened. Maverick watched in silence, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. Then, he saw it. Black smoke surged out from the ring like a living shadow, wrapping around its target with terrifying speed. It was not the first time he had seen this happen. The same thing had occurred when others wore it, so it came as no surprise to him. The dark tendrils coiled tightly, constricting around Tarhin's body as if a predator had struck, trying to swallow him whole. And the rate at which the demonic curse attacked Tarhin's body was no slower than those he had tested before. Fortunately, unlike magus rank wizards, those at the great magus rank had sharper instincts and the ability to manipulate pure magic. The moment the curse enveloped him, Tarhin had reacted within seconds, pushing back against it with his magical energy. And yet, that wasn't enough. The curse was only pushed back a short distance, and now, unable to entangle its target, the sinister smoke began to gather, grow thicker and stronger. It wouldn't be long before his magic could no longer hold it back. Unless... Tarhin then began to conjure shield charms, pouring all his magic into them, and tried to push back the curse, or whatever dark force lay within the ring. And it worked. His spells, powered by his marquee-level magic, prevented the curse from enveloping him instantly. Maverick watched quietly as everything happened, more or less as he had expected. Tarhin's magic was strong enough to resist the worst effects of the curse. But the situation would not remain like that for long. Tarhin's stamina was finite, and the curse showed no signs of weakening. If anything, it was growing stronger. More importantly, the curse was still bound to the ring. Resisting it was not enough, it had to be dealt with. Maverick lifted a hand and focused. A wave of counter-curse magic burst from his palm, striking the black smoke like a blade of light. Screech! A howling, eerie wail filled the air, like a creature in agony. The smoke trembled, recoiling under his attack, pulling back as if it had been wounded. Maverick's eyes lit up. It was working. But then, without warning, the curse changed its target. Instead of attacking Tarhin, it lunged towards him. Maverick's eyes narrowed. The curse. It was as if it were sentient, as if it was aware. But he wasn't going to stand by and let it attack him unscrupulously. Rising from the high-backed chair he had conjured, he swiftly waved his hand, and a powerful shield spell flared to life just in time. Bam! The black smoke crashed against his magic shield, sending ripples through its surface. Despite the strength of his magic at the level of an archmagus, the force of the curse's assault was powerful enough to shake the barrier's structure. Maverick's brows furrowed deeper. If this continued, he might have to retreat. He was confident he could escape, or even defend, but engaging this curse of demonic origin was a risk he had to consider carefully. But then, just as the thought of retreat crossed his mind, a sudden warmth washed over him. It was unlike anything he had felt before, yet in some ways, it reminded him of the overwhelming, fulfilling sensation of a patroness. But this was not his doing, and it certainly was not the work of the struggling man in front of him. Keeping the shaded charm firm with his magic, he quickly spread his senses to search for the cause of this sudden abnormality. It wasn't doing anything bad. In fact, he felt his magic becoming more stable. But an unknown was still an unknown. He searched with both his magic and his sight, but found nothing. It took him only a second to scan the area, and just as he thought his search was in vain, a blinding white light suddenly surged from his body. "What the?" he murmured in astonishment, eyes locked on his chest, where his heart would be. That was the source. Like a beacon, white glowing smoke seeped out, enveloping his body, with more gathering above his head. He raised his head and watched as the smoke of white light swirled and shifted until it finally took shape, a phantom of a unicorn's head hovering above him. Its form radiated pure, brilliant light, and the moment it emerged, the darkness recoiled, pulling away from his shield as if burned by its presence. Then the phantom attacked. The construct let out a cry, a sound so pure and soothing that it made the very air tremble. It charged forward, slamming into the curse with unrelenting force. "Nay. Screech." The moment light clashed with darkness, it was like water meeting fire. The curse hissed and twisted, its form writhing in agony before it began to wither, dissolve, and finally evaporate into nothingness. Maverick watched in shock. It was almost instantaneous. What his archmage-level magic could not accomplish, this unknown force, this magic that had somehow emerged from within him, had done so effortlessly. The curse that had prevented him from accessing Morvain's ring's contents was wiped away, erased without a trace. For a moment, he could not comprehend what had just happened. But then, a memory surfaced, an event from months ago, something he had nearly dismissed as mere superstition. "Is this what it means to be blessed by a unicorn?" he murmured to himself. The curse had been destroyed, and Tarhin, well, he was alive. But in just that short span of time, he had been drained heavily, his stamina nearly depleted from fighting against the curse magic. Even Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful archmagus, had been powerless against such a curse and was now counting his days. So it was no surprise that Tarhin, a great magus, had fared any better. It goes to show how truly ruthless and effective curse magic could be compared to straightforward spellcasting. Unless one was prepared and possessed the proper knowledge to counter it, curse magic did not seem to care about the rank of a wizard. It was simply super effective. Maverick exhaled deeply, but kept his vigilance high as he turned his gaze back to the ring still on Tarhin's finger. The ominous aura that had once surrounded it, he no longer felt it. To confirm, he flicked his finger and used magic to pull the ring off Tarhin's finger. After a moment, he placed it back on. Nothing happened, no curse, no black smoke, no resistance. The ring was now clean of any nasty curses. Without hesitation, he used magic to grab Tarhin's hand and yank the ring from his finger. The moment it was off, he unleashed a concentrated blast of magic in the same instant. Tarhin's eyes snapped open at the last second as his instincts flared, warning him of the imminent danger. He tried to resist, but exhaustion had left him powerless against Maverick's ruthless attack. All he managed was a hoarse, furious scream before his body was reduced to dust, just like his student before him. Maverick did not stop there. He flared his magical sense to the extreme, scanning the surroundings for any signs of life once more. Finding none, he vanished from the spot and reappeared high above the old wizard's mansion, nearly half a kilometer in the air. Raising his hand, he began to conjure a sphere of concentrated fiendfire. A flicker of black flame emerged in his palm, writhing and twisting unnaturally, as if alive. It pulsed with raw destruction, growing larger with each passing moment. The sphere expanded, the heat distorting the air around it, until it reached a massive size, dozens of meters in diameter, a miniature black sun of all-consuming fire. Without hesitation, he released it, lowering his hand slowly as if commanding the inferno to take action. The inferno plummeted toward the mansion, its descent accompanied by a deep, ominous roar. As it fell, the sphere stretched and expanded, engulfing everything in its path. The moment it made contact, the entire estate was swallowed whole. Walls, stone, wood, and magic alike were devoured in an instant, reduced to nothing but ash. Maverick did not linger. The destruction he had wrought was anything but subtle, and soon enough people would come, but by then they would find nothing. No bodies, no evidence, no trace of him. And before they could even begin searching, Maverick had already vanished, not just from the scene, but from the country itself. Moments later, he stepped through the shimmering distortion of a teleportation spell and emerged in a dimly lit underground chamber. The air was dry and thick with the scent of ancient stone, a stark contrast to the destruction he had left behind. This was one of his hidden bases, deep beneath the sands of Egypt, far from prying eyes. The chamber's walls were lined with intricate runes, their faint glow pulsing as they recognized his presence. Powerful wards ensured that no one, not even the most skilled trackers, could find him here. He took a slow breath, letting the silence settle around him. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he conjured a seat and sank into it. The ring he had taken from Tarhin still rested in his palm, its surface now devoid of the ominous aura that had once surrounded it. For a long moment, he simply stared at it before finally making up his mind. He slipped the ring onto his own finger and focused. There were still the standard layers of protection, enchantments meant to prevent any ordinary person from accessing its contents. But there were no lingering signs of a curse, no ominous presence waiting to strike. A smile tugged at his lips. Without hesitation, he forced his way through the ring's protections, his magic pressing against the layers of defensive charms wrapped around it. The enchantments resisted, pulsing with defiance, but they were nothing against the overwhelming magic he wielded. One by one, they unraveled barriers woven by powerful hands long ago, stripped away as if they were fragile threads in a storm. The final layer clung desperately, flickering like a dying flame before vanishing into nothing. Seconds ticked by until, at last, it was fully unsealed, revealing what lay within and granting him complete access to its contents. A rush of information surged into his mind. The secrets stored within were now clear, open for him to take. Sure enough, Victor Morvain, a great magus who had lived for nearly half a millennium, had a collection that would rival those of even the ancient magical families. Gold, piles and piles of it, mountains of treasure shimmering under an unseen light. Galleons stacked in countless numbers, enough to rival the vaults of the wealthiest wizarding families. Jewelry of all kinds, glittering with gemstones that radiated magic. And then books. Ancient tomes, their covers worn with age. Scrolls filled with knowledge lost to time. A treasure trove of wisdom hidden away for who knew how long. But then, amidst the wealth and history, something unexpected appeared. Weapons. Not magical ones, Muggle weapons. Maverick's brows furrowed as he examined them. Some he recognized, guns, explosives, instruments of war, but others were unlike anything he had ever seen. "What is this?" he muttered, focusing on the strange weapons piled up in one section. These were unlike any conventional firearms he knew of. There was not just one or two, but an entire collection, rifles, cannons, and handheld blasters, all sharing a distinct similarity. Each had a radiant blue energy source, a core of some kind, pulsing with an otherworldly glow. The power within them felt alien, unlike any magic or technology he had encountered before. The designs were sleek, their dark metallic casings crafted with precision. Intricate energy channels ran along their bodies, directing the flow of power from the bluish cores, which pulsed with an eerie brilliance. The energy within them felt unstable yet contained, as if barely restrained by the craftsmanship that shaped these weapons. With a thought, he willed one of the weapons, a handgun, out from the ring's space and into his grasp. But the moment it touched his hand, his eyes widened in shock. Because detected a gadget of extraordinary characteristic. Item, pistol powered by the residual energy of the gem of space. Extraordinary characteristic, energy projection. Grade, basic. Chapter 98, Beyond Magic, IV, CH 118. Detected a gadget of extraordinary characteristic. Item, pistol powered by the residual energy of the gem of space. Extraordinary characteristic, energy projection. Grade, basic. Maverick stood frozen, momentarily shocked by this unexpected turn of events. For the first time since awakening the system, it had reacted to something that wasn't magical. His fingers tightened around the pistol as he read the prompt again and again, while his mind raced to make sense of it. Pistol powered by the residual energy of the... Wait a minute. He subconsciously took in a deep breath when the words finally clicked into place. Gem of space. This was the Infinity Stone, or something connected to it. Which meant... Something stirred within him, an itch, a need to know for sure. His hands even trembled ever so slightly with barely contained excitement. So without any hesitation, he reached into the ring's storage space and pulled out more weapons with the same distinct similarity, the ones with a glowing core embedded in its design. He reached for a rifle, letting his fingers brush against its dark alloy casing before examining its structure inside and out with both his eyes and magic. The weapon was expertly crafted, almost futuristic in design. However, its inner workings showed no traces of alchemy or magic, yet a similar system prompt appeared for it as well. He reached for another weapon, then another, running his fingers over each one's surface, watching for the system's response. By now, he already had a good idea of what was happening. Next, he reached for a few weapons that lacked the bluish core, pulling them from the pile just to be sure. But there was nothing, no reaction from the system. Finally, he set everything down and sank back into his conjured chair, trying to make sense of it all. One thing was clear, the system wasn't reacting to the weapons. It was picking up on the residual energy of the space stone, somehow stored in those crystal-like cores. But how? How did the space stone's energy end up in some random weapons hidden away in Morvain's collection? He exhaled slowly and reached for the small pistol again. Turning it side to side in his grip, he inspected every inch of its surface, searching for anything that might give him a clue. Then he saw it. A marking, no, a date. Etched faintly into the side of the weapon, barely visible against the dark metal. 1943. His eyes widened slightly. World War II. And just like that, a memory from his past life also surfaced in his mind. Captain America, the first Avenger. It all lined up. These had to be Red Skull's weapons. In the movie, Schmidt had used the Tesseract, harnessing its energy to power Hydra's arsenal. However, it seems in this reality it may be a bit different, as he did not remember them developing this many or such a wide variety of weapons. But that did not matter now. He had already accepted that while much of this reality matched his memories, some parts did not, and a few were completely different. There was no point dwelling on it. Instead, he turned his attention to the weapons and what they were capable of. From what he remembered, a direct hit from their energy pulse could vaporize a regular human. He needed to confirm if that was true here as well. His grip on the pistol tightened as he made up his mind. In an instant, he vanished from the room and reappeared in a vast, empty desert, where the only signs of life were a few scattered cacti. They were not made of flesh and blood, but they would do as test targets for now. These antiques should still work, considering they were inside Morvain's storage ring. He muttered to himself while taking aim at one of the cacti. He switched off the safety, placed his finger on the trigger, and then... A sharp, high-pitched whine filled the air as the pistol powered up. The moment it reached full power, a bright blue energy pulse shot from the barrel and struck the target. There was no explosion, no smoke, and no scattered remains. The cactus was simply gone. Only dust remained in the air where it had stood. He fired again at another cactus, and the result was the same. The plant vanished instantly, leaving behind only a faint cloud of dust. He took a few more shots at different targets to confirm the results. Each time, the energy pulse struck, and the target disappeared without a trace. The effects were exactly as he remembered from the movie, and with that settled, he teleported back to the base. Lowering himself back into the chair, he first took a moment to reflect on everything he had discovered today. First of all, these weapons were overpowered AF, and he could put them to good use whenever he needed to clear out some garbage. But that was not what excited him the most. What truly thrilled him was the realization that the system was not just reacting to magical artifacts or alchemical creations. It responds to anything extraordinary. This opened up endless possibilities. If he went to Camertage, could he replicate the properties of a sling ring? If he made his way to Wakanda, would the system react to vibranium technology? And what about S.H.I.E.L.D.? If he could get his hands on their classified 084 objects, or even the Tesseract itself. The more he thought about it, the more his blood raced. There were so many opportunities, so many possibilities. But when his eyes moved to the system panel, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured all over his excitement. Because, under the extraordinary characteristics section, the number of times he could replicate an extraordinary characteristic was showing blank. 0. The stingy system only gave him 1 point per year, and he had already used up all of it. There was still a week left until the year ended, when he would receive an extra point. Just one chance to replicate any extraordinary characteristic. Thinking about all of this, his racing heart finally settled and allowed his thoughts to clear. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, then brought up the system panel again and reviewed the prompts more carefully from some of the weapons once more. The system's grading of the hydro weapons caught his attention. He tilted his head, slightly puzzled. These weapons had enough power to vaporize a human in an instant, yet the system did not seem to find them particularly impressive. He thought about it for a while, trying to figure out why the system rated the characteristics so low, but no answer came to him. In the end, he made up his mind. If the system considered it basic grade, then it was not worth wasting a precious point on it, even if it was pretty damn cool. With that out of the way, he turned his attention back to Morvain's storage ring. There was still work to do. He spent the rest of the night going through its contents, sorting through everything the dead wizard had hoarded. Anything valuable, rare, or even slightly useful got moved to his own expanded dimension. Anything useless or redundant was tossed aside without a second thought. Once he was done, he held up the now empty ring. It had served its purpose. Without hesitation, he crushed it in his grip, burned the fragments with fiendfire, and let the ashes scatter onto the ground. After wrapping everything up, he teleported back to America and went about his days as if nothing had happened, spending time with his fiancée and taking her on sightseeing around the country. A couple of days passed like this, but there were still no reports about Tarhan in the newspapers. He was certain that the old wizard's estate, or whatever was left of it, should have been discovered by now. However, it did not surprise him that it had not been reported to the public. He figured some powerful people were keeping the news under wraps while they tried to confirm what had happened, and more importantly, to see how they could take advantage of it. After all, Tarhan was no ordinary wizard. He was powerful, influential, and had accumulated a vast wealth of knowledge and resources. Whoever discovered his death first stood to gain the most from it, whether it was seizing his assets, claiming his research, or eliminating any loose ends. There was plenty to fight over. Unfortunately for them, they would not find anything substantial. Maverick had already gone through the old wizard's memories and knew that Tarhan's most valuable treasures were hidden in places no one else knew about. So there was nothing for anyone to dig up. As for the rest, he couldn't care less. 2 days later, he returned to England, briefly putting his time with Isabella on hold. Today, he had an appointment with Lord Greengrass, one he had personally arranged, and they had agreed to host him at their estate. This meeting was an important step in his plans. He needed to get his people into British magical politics, and the Greengrass family, an old, seemingly neutral house, was the perfect place to start. It was happening sooner than he had anticipated, but as with all of his plans, circumstances had changed. Fortunately, in this case, it worked out for the better. Chapter 99, House of Greengrass ch 119. The Greengrass Manor. It had a simple yet impressive grandeur befitting a noble wizarding family. Though it was not as large as the Malfoy estate or as imposing as Hogwarts, it had a dignified and well-maintained appearance, reflecting the family's history, tradition, stability, and quiet strength. The main building was a large structure made of dark stone, strengthened by ancient magic that lingered in the air. Tall, arched windows lined the walls, their frames partly covered by ivy that had grown over decades. A large iron gate stood at the entrance, displaying the Greengrass family crest, and beyond it was a well-kept stone path that curved gently toward the manor's large front doors. The place had a quiet, yet uniquely dignified feel to it, showing wealth and influence without the need for excessive display. Maverick arrived outside the gates with a sharp pop of apparition. Tonight, he wore a long, dark coat over a crisp button-up shirt and slacks, presenting a polished and professional look. His outfit leaned toward Muggle formal wear, but was neutral enough to fit seamlessly into a wizarding setting. Waiting for him at the entrance was the Greengrass family. Lord Greengrass stood at the front looking upright, dressed in finely tailored wizarding robes befitting his status. Beside him was Lady Greengrass, who carried herself with grace and dignity. Her blonde hair was neatly arranged, and she maintained a calm and welcoming expression. Daphne Greengrass, their eldest daughter, stood slightly behind them with her usual calm and collected manner. Next to her was Astoria Greengrass, the youngest member of the family, a delicate-looking girl with pale skin and soft brown hair. Lord Greengrass stepped forward first and greeted him with a respectful nod. "Master Caesar." Maverick returned the greeting, with the courtesy appropriate for a noble lord. Lady Greengrass then followed, offering a warm but reserved smile. "Welcome to our home, Master Caesar." Daphne gave a polite nod. "Professor." Astoria hesitated for a brief moment before offering a small smile and a polite "welcome" of her own. Lord Greengrass gestured toward the manor. "Please, come inside. We have prepared a feast in your honor." Maverick gave the family a nod of appreciation and stepped forward as the iron gates swung open, granting him entry. The dining hall of Greengrass Manor was just as elegant as the rest of the estate. A long, polished table sat at the center, carefully set for the meal. A large chandelier overhead cast a warm glow, and the air carried a faint hum of protective magic woven into the walls. As the meal began, everyone took their seats. The quiet clinking of silverware and light conversation soon filled the room, creating a welcoming atmosphere. The three adults kept the conversation light, mindful of the two children at the table. Most of the talk revolved around school and how much more eventful this year had been compared to previous ones. Lord and Lady Greengrass also inquired about Daphne's studies, to which she responded only when directly addressed, looking clearly embarrassed by the attention. Astoria, who had been mostly quiet at first, eventually joined in. Seeing how at ease her parents spoke with Maverick, she took it as a sign that she could do the same. Before long, she was adding her own to the conversations, making the gathering feel more relaxed. Once dinner ended, Lord Greengrass set down his napkin and exchanged a glance with his wife. After a brief moment of silent understanding, he turned to Maverick and gave a small gesture. Maverick nodded and stood up, following his host out of the dining hall. They walked through the halls of the manor, where the polished floors reflected the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. The Greengrass patriarch shared some of his family's history as they walked through the manor corridors. He spoke about their traditions and the role their house had played in the wizarding world. His voice carried a quiet sense of pride, and he moved with the ease of someone deeply rooted in his family's legacy. Eventually, they reached a heavy wooden door. Lord Greengrass pushed it open, revealing the space as his private office, and politely invited Maverick to follow him inside. The room carried the quiet authority expected of a private chamber belonging to the lord of a noble house. Dark wood paneling covered the walls, and tall bookshelves filled with well-used tomes stood in neat rows. A grand desk sat at the far end, its surface organized but showing signs of regular use. To one side, a fireplace crackled, casting flickering light across the room. Lord Greengrass gestured toward a pair of chairs facing each other. Once they were both seated, he clasped his hands together and leaned slightly forward. His voice was calm but curious as he spoke. "Now then, Master Caesar, what was it you wished to discuss?" Maverick did not respond immediately and instead adjusted his position in the chair, making himself more comfortable. He met the older wizard's gaze, holding it without hesitation. The room grew quiet as Lord Greengrass waited for Maverick to speak. But in that moment, an indescribable change in the atmosphere settled over him, something he could not quite name or put into words. It was as if something about the young man across from him had suddenly changed, as though a mask had been lifted and he was only now seeing him, or meeting someone else entirely. "There is an opportunity, one that could benefit both the Greengrass family and my own," he heard the young alchemist say, and sure enough, even his voice felt different now. It was more even, or perhaps indifferent was the better word. Somewhat unsettled by this sudden feeling, he needed a moment to register what had been said to him and to gather his thoughts. Cough. He coughed into his fist, using the motion to steady himself, and did his best on maintaining the composure expected of his lordly self. "Go on," he said. "If this opportunity benefits my family, I am willing to listen, so long as it does not involve unnecessary conflict with other parties." Maverick noticed the change in Lord Greengrass's demeanor, which was expected now that he had taken a serious tone. It was not due to any magic being released, but simply the natural presence of an archmagus that he no longer held back. That alone was enough to make the older man, 2 ranks lower, instinctively feel a sense of intimidation. He studied him for a moment, considering how best to continue before speaking again. "Before we get into that, I would like to ask something first." Leaning forward slightly, he met the older man's eyes. "Can you tell me exactly what the Greengrass family represents as a noble house? And as a seat on the Wisengamot, what role does your house play in the politics of English magical society?" Lord Greengrass frowned at the unexpected topic. "I thought you were here to talk about a business partnership, not politics." Maverick noticed his confusion, but did not address it. Instead, he went on with what was on his mind. "I have done a bit of reading on your family's history." The older man's expression changed subtly at the mention of looking into his house's history, though he quickly masked it. Maverick, however, remained indifferent and pressed on. "In both cases of the last 2 Dark Lords who have risen, your family has maintained a neutral stance. You did not openly support them, nor did you fight against them. And it was not just the Greengrass family. Several noble houses followed your lead, acting in the same way." He held Lord Greengrass's gaze and then asked, "What was the point of it, if you don't mind me asking? Was it simply for safety? Did you believe that by staying out of the conflict, you would be left alone?" Lord Greengrass's expression stiffened at the sudden barrage of personal questions. These were not the kind of questions one asked so directly, let alone from someone they had barely spoken to before. No matter what status this young man held, the way he pried so bluntly into matters of his family left him unsettled. His fingers tightened slightly around the armrest of his chair, but he kept his voice controlled. "If that is what you came to discuss, then I see no reason to continue this conversation. I have no interest in debating politics with a..." He paused at the last moment, managing to rein in his emotions. Exhaling slowly through his nose, he gave Maverick a hard look. "Clearly, I was mistaken about you. A professor of Hogwarts, a master alchemist, a student of a speaker, I expected a certain level of maturity. But now, here you are, speaking as if you have the right to accuse my noble house of being mere spectators to history. Rude, to say the least. And beyond that, we barely know each other. Common sense would dictate that we build some rapport before diving into such personal matters." His voice hardened slightly, irritation slipping through his restraint. "And yet, instead of so much as a proper lead-in, you have suddenly demanded answers to questions that no man of status would ask so casually. Tell me, Master Caesar, what exactly do you think gives you the right?" Maverick did not react to the man's outburst, and truth be told, this was the response he had expected. After all, the man was not wrong in his reasoning. But he had chosen to be blunt for a reason. He met Lord Greengrass's gaze and smiled. "You are right, I have no right to ask." He leaned back, keeping his expression neutral. but I still need to know. I cannot continue with what I came here to discuss unless I understand this first." Lord Greengrass remained silent, but his displeasure was visible to see. Maverick tilted his head. "At least tell me this. Is my reasoning incorrect?" The old patriarch did not respond and instead pushed himself up from his seat. It seemed he had enough of this unreasonable meeting. But before he could rise completely, Maverick lifted a single finger from the hand resting on his chair. A heavy pressure fell over Lord Greengrass the moment he moved. It was not something he could see or touch, yet it wrapped around him like an invisible shroud. His body stiffened, and for a brief moment, it felt as though an immense weight had settled onto his shoulders. His pupils shrank. It had been years, decades perhaps, since he had last felt something like this. He had almost forgotten, but now it resurfaced with startling clarity. The sheer, undeniable presence of someone far beyond himself. A presence that reduced the title of Lord Greengrass to nothing. Power, absolute power. As the memories surfaced, he sank back into his seat before he even realized it. Maverick had not exerted much pressure on him and had already withdrawn his magic after that brief moment. Gradually, the older man managed to pull himself together enough before lifting his head to look at the young man across from him. But this time, his expression was hard to read. "I am being very polite here, Lord Greengrass, so I would appreciate it if you listened." To Lord Greengrass, Maverick's voice now carried the same indifference he had heard years ago, a tone that left no room for argument. "I apologize if my words earlier offended you, but I still want an answer. Without it, we can't move forward with the opportunity I came here to offer. And I'm not joking when I say it will be an opportunity, one you won't want to ignore." Lord Greengrass met Maverick's gaze without answering right away. The weight pressing down on him had faded, but the feeling it left behind was still fresh in his mind. "Who are you?" he asked at last, while his fingers curled against the armrest of his chair. He was not sure how to put it into words, but that was the most pressing question on his mind now. Maverick let out a quiet sigh and leaned back in his chair. "I am Maverick Caesar, a master alchemist." Lord Greengrass stayed silent and watched, and his eyes made it clear that he expected more than that answer. So Maverick added, "Apart from that, you should also know that I am a successful businessman." At that, Lord Greengrass gave a small nod. "And besides that," Maverick continued, "I also happen to be—" He paused, meeting Lord Greengrass's eyes. "An archmage." Lord Greengrass did not react with shock. Instead, his eyes showed understanding, as if he had already reached the same conclusion on his own. After all, the oppressive presence of an archmage was not something that could be faked, at least in his opinion. But one thing still puzzled him: Maverick's age. He was too young. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "Are you really as young as I know you to be?" Maverick nodded. Meanwhile, Lord Greengrass studied him carefully, searching for any sign of lies. When he found none, he let out a slow exhale. "I certainly was not expecting this," he said, finally accepting everything. Maverick smiled faintly. "Dumbledore, Maxime, and my teacher, Garling, are all aware of my recent breakthrough to Archmage," he continued. "So now, Lord Greengrass, you should understand that I did not come here to waste your time or my own." Lord Greengrass nodded. There was no point in arguing now, or could he even? And now that he thinks about it, he realized he had been given a great deal of face. The archmages he knew did not negotiate when they wanted something unless another of equal rank was involved. They simply took what they wanted. So tonight could have gone a lot worse for him and his family. His throat felt dry when he finally found his voice. "I see," he said, doing his best to push aside the unpleasant thought. On the bright side, this young man, a master alchemist and an archmage, wanted to make a deal with him. Even if it meant confessing some unpleasant truths, the benefits would outweigh any embarrassment. He raised his head and looked at the smiling young man, who seemed as if he knew exactly what had been running through his mind. "May I ask about the deal you mentioned earlier? Is it still on the table?" Maverick nodded. "Like I said, it's an opportunity that would benefit us both. But first, you need to answer my earlier questions." Lord Greengrass looked as though he had made up his mind. He exhaled slowly and began to explain. "You were right," he admitted, looking Maverick in the eye. My father believed, and I followed his example, that neutrality was the safest course. As long as we did not pick a side, we would be left alone. It worked during Grindelwald's rise and fall, and again when Voldemort came to power. He sighed, his fingers tapping against the armrest. And it has worked for us until now. Maverick said nothing, waiting. As for politics and the Wisengamot, Lord Greengrass continued, it is quite simple. Our faction is the balance between two extremes, the corrupt old families who prioritize their own wealth and power above all else, and Dumbledore's faction, which, while righteous, is too idealistic and often disruptive. He shook his head. The ministry cannot function when either of them holds too much sway. The old families push for laws that serve their own interests, while Dumbledore's supporters oppose them at every turn, even when the policies themselves are reasonable. He leaned forward slightly. Take the Magical Commerce Regulation Act of 1975. It was meant to stop monopolies from forming in certain industries. On paper, it sounded good, but the noble families twisted it to restrict newer businesses from competing with their own. Dumbledore's faction, rather than amending it to actually prevent monopolies, fought to repeal it entirely, something the old families also wanted, because then they could operate unchecked. My faction was the only one that sought to fix it so that small businesses had protections without limiting the economy. But we were outvoted in the end, and the law was repealed. What happened after? A handful of powerful families tightened their grip on entire markets, and no one could do a thing about it. Lord Greengrass shook his head. This is why neutrality is important. We keep the peace between them. Without us, the ministry would be a battlefield. Why not fight for more power? Or get someone from your faction into the minister's position? Maverick asked. Lord Greengrass exhaled, shaking his head. It's not that simple, he said. If politics were only about negotiation and alliances, perhaps we could. But in the end, it always comes down to who has the ultimate fist. He gestured vaguely. If Dumbledore were not an archmage, and if the noble faction didn't have great magi among their ranks, then it might work. But that is not the reality we live in. Power in the wizarding world is not just about votes or public support, it is about who can enforce their will when words fail. His fingers tapped the armrest as he continued. Even if my faction wanted to fight for more power, we simply lack the magical strength to back it up. To make a real bid for control, we would need figures as powerful as Dumbledore or the great magi supporting the noble faction. Without that, no matter how many alliances we form or how well we maneuver politically, we will always be vulnerable. The moment we make a move for greater power, we invite direct opposition. And when that happens, what do we have to protect ourselves? His gaze turned sharp. We would need our own archmage, or at the very least, several great magi willing to stand with us. Without that, we are just pieces on the board, not players in the game. Chapter 100, House of Greengrass, II, ch. 120. No wonder magical Britain has remained stagnant for centuries while the rest of the world moves forward, Maverick said as Lord Greengrass finished speaking. Clinging to outdated traditions, trapped in the same petty conflicts. Lord Greengrass frowned. I am not sure I follow. Maverick met his gaze. You said it yourself, one side is corrupt, and the other is so self-righteous that they refuse to acknowledge anything useful the corrupt faction proposes. Even when an idea could benefit the community, they bury it out of sheer stubbornness. It is not about what is right or wrong. It is about ego. That is why nothing ever changes. He let out a scoff. Tell me, Lord Greengrass, how can anything progress when both sides refuse to cooperate? Lord Greengrass exhaled while nodding slightly, seemingly agreeing with what had been said. But his next words made the man's face darken like the bottom of a burnt pot. And then there is your so-called neutral faction. You sit between these two sides, watching them tear each other down, but what have you done to change anything? Lord Greengrass blinked at a loss for words. How had everything ended up becoming the fault of his faction? Maverick continued without paying any mind to the man's expression. You claim neutrality, but all you have done is maintain a deadlock. You keep the balance, but a balance between what? Corruption and self-righteousness? Stagnation and infighting. Lord Greengrass's face darkened more with every word Maverick spoke. What exactly are you trying to say? I am saying exactly what it sounds like, Maverick answered without hesitation. Lord Greengrass did not back down. You speak as if we have another option, he said firmly. Let me remind you again, we do not have a powerful backer like the other factions. Dumbledore's faction has him, his title as an archmage. The nobles have their great magi, their ancient bloodlines, and their wealth. What do we have? Wealth, yes, but they have more. Ancient bloodlines, so do they. Influence. A handful of Wisengamot seats, nothing more. That is not enough to compete with real power. Maverick let out a short laugh. And you expect me to believe that in all these decades, not a single great magus shared your ideals? Or rather, not one talented wizard could have been nurtured by you? He shook his head, unimpressed. This isn't about a lack of opportunity, it's a failure to act. Lord Greengrass remained silent. There was nothing he could say. Maverick pressed his point more. The nobles and Dumbledore allow your faction to exist because you're useful. You keep the scales from tipping too far in either direction. But that is all you are. A tool to maintain the status quo. You are not a force of your own. Frankly, you do not hold any real power. He leaned forward. So tell me, Lord Greengrass, how long do you think you can stay useful before they decide they no longer need you? A shadow crossed the older man's face. He had no answer, and a heavy silence filled the room as he struggled to process everything that had been said. Finally, he let out a long exhale and sank deeper into his chair, as if he had pieced something together. Since you have taken the time to so thoroughly expose the flaws we have ignored, I assume you have a solution. His voice remained measured, but there was a clear sense of caution. I believe I understand now why you came here, and what this so-called deal of yours truly is. Maverick leaned back in his chair, a knowing smile playing at his lips. Yes. Lord Greengrass studied him, searching his face for any sign of deception. Are you offering to be our backer? Maverick shook his head. No, Lord Greengrass, I do not want to be your backer, I want to be your leader. His voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable finality in his tone. If I am going to raise your faction above the others, I demand absolute obedience. No divided loyalties, no hesitation. You will be my spokesperson, and you will make your lords fall in line. A flicker of disbelief crossed Lord Greengrass's face. You do not bother with pretense, do you? I am not here to play House of Cards, Lord Greengrass. I am here to tear it down and build something unshakable. I see, Lord Greengrass murmured. His fingers tapped lightly against the armrest. And you expect the lords of my faction to submit without resistance, to abandon the neutrality that has safeguarded us for generations. Maverick met his gaze without wavering. I expect them to recognize an opportunity. He leaned forward, his voice steady and deliberate. Neutrality has not protected you, it has made you weak, but I am offering you something neither Dumbledore nor the noble faction ever would. Power. Lord Greengrass narrowed his eyes. And you believe you can give us that? Maverick exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Not believe, I can give you power. His expression turned colder. I can ensure that any side that dares to oppose you stops before they ever become a threat. I can give you influence, real influence, not just a few Wisengamot seats with no real weight behind them. His eyes locked onto Lord Greengrass. This is a win-win for you. You keep your noble status, your wealth grows, and your faction finally becomes relevant. All I demand in return is obedience. He paused before adding, besides, you must be aware of the Hogwarts headmaster's condition. Lord Greengrass raised an eyebrow. I have heard rumors, but nothing confirmed. Are you telling me they are true? Maverick nodded. 4, maybe 5 years. Unless he finds a cure, his days are numbered. That is why Fudge and the nobles who put him in power have been growing bolder, discriminating against Muggle-borns outright, as if we are still living in the Middle Ages. He leaned forward slightly. If that old man were to pass, I have no doubt this country would take 1,000 steps backward. Dumbledore may be an obstacle to progress because of his stubborn ideals, but there is no denying that he is the only reason the backward nobles are kept in check. But regardless of whether Dumbledore finds a cure or not, I intend to clean out this country's magical hierarchy, him included. The nobles, the ministry, and the old ways that keep us shackled, all of it. Lord Greengrass studied him carefully, as if he were looking at a madman. He had doubts, of course he did. Whether Maverick was an archmage or not, pulling off something of this scale in a few years was beyond reckless. If Maverick had presented a long-term strategy, a roadmap spanning a decade or more, it would have been more believable. But within just a few years, before the only other archmage in the country supposedly died, that was hard to believe. Brute force was always an option: eliminate those in the way and seize power. He could have simply crushed anyone in his way, but that would be the fastest way for the world to brand him a Dark Lord. But he did not believe a dignified master alchemist, a Hogwarts professor, and the student of another archmage would resort to such crude methods and tarnish his own image. If this young man had no plan beyond raw power, then there was no reason for this conversation in the first place. Yet here he was, sitting across from him, negotiating, well, sort of. Either way, it meant he sought something more than mere domination. And yet, if he did manage to succeed, and if Greengrass aligned himself with him, no, submitted to him, the benefits would be undeniable. However, one question still nagged at him: why? What could this young man possibly gain? He was already an archmagus, standing at the peak of magical power. He was building a successful business, ensuring he would never lack wealth. As a master alchemist, he commanded influence few could ignore. So what benefit was there in seizing control of a country's leadership? And more importantly, why did it feel like he was in a hurry, like something big was coming? He exhaled slowly. If he was going to step onto this ship, he needed to know where it was heading. Everything you have said makes sense, but why the urgency? If I am to submit to you, at least tell me, what do you stand to gain from all of this? Maverick met his gaze, unbothered by the scrutiny. The old man was sharp, but he was not outright rejecting him. That was a start, and there was no point in hiding the truth. Are you aware that, at the rate Muggles are advancing, the statute of secrecy will not remain a secret much longer? Lord Greengrass frowned slightly. The statute of secrecy? How had the conversation veered into something so seemingly unrelated? Maverick chuckled at Lord Greengrass's confusion. He leaned back in his chair with a smirk, then raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The air around them rippled, and the illusion spell took shape, displaying images unfamiliar to any wizard who had not studied the Muggle world. "This is a satellite," he said as a metal construct appeared, floating against a backdrop of stars. Muggles use these to monitor the planet from space. They can see cities, forests, even people from miles above. Right now, they are not looking for us, but they could. The image shifted, showing a group of people staring at glowing screens, tracking movements in real time. They have cameras everywhere, on streets, inside shops, even in their homes. Some can zoom in from miles away, capturing the smallest details. The Muggle world is no longer blind. They record everything. The illusion changed again, showing a bustling cityscape at night, the streets flooded with light. Then, it zoomed in, highlighting a small group of wizards apparating into an alley. A second later, a security camera's red light blinked in the corner. How long before they start noticing inconsistencies? How long before one of their machines records something magic cannot erase? Lord Greengrass watched the display with a deepening frown. "The ICW has dealt with breaches before," he countered. "That is what the Obliviators are for." Maverick let out a short laugh. "And how long before the Obliviators can no longer keep up? Look at the sheer scale of the Muggle world. Nearly 8 billion people, and soon, more than half of them will walk around with these." He snapped his fingers, conjuring the image of a sleek, rectangular device. Lord Greengrass studied it warily. A Muggle artifact. "A smartphone," Maverick corrected. "A device that records, communicates, and instantly shares information across the world. It is not perfect yet, but in less than a decade, it will be. I know this because my business in the Muggle world is also involved in its development." Lord Greengrass raised a brow. "My point is," Maverick continued, "if even one person captures undeniable proof of magic and uploads it, millions will see it before the Obliviators can react. And it will not stop there. Muggles document everything. They analyze, investigate, and spread information faster than wizards can ever hope to control." The illusion changed again, showing news reporters discussing a strange event, scientists dissecting footage, and government officials debating in a large hall. "Once the Muggles know we exist, they will not just accept it and move on. Some will panic. Some will try to expose more. Some will want to control us." Of course, they cannot. In reality, Muggle governments already know about our world, and there is an agreement in place. But that does not mean every scientist or ambitious fool will abide by those rules. Just like the Muggle mutants, wizards will become their next obsession. Anomalies to be studied, weapons to be controlled. And when that happens, conflict will be inevitable. The moment our world is forced into the light, everything changes. The illusion faded, leaving only the dim glow of the fireplace between them. Lord Greengrass sat frozen, his face changing through shock, fear, and disbelief as he processed what he had just seen. Maverick watched him closely. "You think I am wrong?" The older wizard shook his head after a while, but his voice was quieter now. "I think I have never considered how close we truly are to the edge." Lord Greengrass raised his head and met Maverick's gaze. "I understand. If that day comes and this country's leadership remains as it is, I don't need to spell out the chaos that would follow. It would be two extremes colliding." He paused, then hummed, as if piecing together Maverick's true intentions. "So your plan is to take control of the country's leadership and prepare for it, to educate the public beforehand, soften the impact, and prevent disaster." Maverick let out a low laugh, making the old wizard frown in confusion. He shook his head. "You are right. I will educate the public. In fact, I've already started with the children of Hogwarts. And when I have enough influence over this country's leadership, I will begin educating broader, teaching the wizarding community as a whole about Muggles and their science." He paused, his voice turned icy cold. "But..." Lord Greengrass stiffened as he felt the shift in tone. "I have no intention of waiting for the statute of secrecy to collapse because of some accident." The older wizard's eyes widened. "You mean?" "Yes," Maverick said without hesitation. "You're mad," Greengrass muttered, unable to hold back the words. Chapter 101, House of Greengrass III, ch. 121. Lord Greengrass took a slow breath as his mind raced to make sense of what he had just heard. Breaking the statute of secrecy? The last person who had tried to do such a thing was now locked away, their name erased from polite conversation, and branded the first Dark Lord of this generation. Now, granted, that person's ambitions had extended far beyond mere exposure, but still. Lord Greengrass pushed the thoughts aside and steadied himself. He studied the boy. No, calling him a boy would be a blatant insult. He carefully observed the young man, searching for any trace of fanaticism, the kind that often burned in the eyes of those who aimed too high, who convinced themselves they could change the world only to be crushed by the weight of their own ambition. But he saw none of that. Maverick Caesar looked calm and certain. He was collected, measured, far too steady for someone planning something so mad. He straightened and forced himself to stay calm. The shock on his face gradually faded, but the implications of the words he had just heard were too great to ignore. If this young man was serious and somehow managed to achieve it, everything would change. Governments, economies, nobles, civilians, all the magical communities and their way of life. It would upend the order of the world. And with great change comes great opportunities. Curiosity flickered in the old patriarch's heart. Unbeknownst to him, it was he who, in the end, sowed the seeds of fanaticism in his eyes. Meanwhile, Maverick sat in silence, allowing Lord Greengrass to sort out his thoughts. At the same time, he was reading the man's surface thoughts and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Of course, he showed no reaction on his face, maintaining a blank and unreadable expression. Silence stretched between them for a moment, until Lord Greengrass finally spoke his mind. "Let's say I accept this, the inevitability you speak of. And let's say I agree that it would be wiser for the magical community to take control of how the statute of secrecy falls rather than wait for it to crumble on its own," he said, trying to sound calm, and doing so quite capably, though not enough to fool Maverick. "How do you intend to make it happen? Can you elaborate on your plan, if you don't mind, Master Caesar?" Maverick finally showed a change in expression. A knowing smile tugged at his lips, and he began to lay out his roadmap to the old wizard. "I have already begun making preparations," he said. "The first step is controlling the narrative." Lord Greengrass remained silent, listening carefully. "You are familiar with my company's latest product, Magic Vision." Lord Greengrass gave a slow nod. A fascinating piece of magical innovation, though it is not widely used yet. And how much do you know about Muggle television? Maverick asked. Lord Greengrass hummed in thought. I am not entirely ignorant of Muggle inventions. I know a fair bit about some of their artifacts, what they call a radio, their handheld communication devices, and, of course, the television. He paused briefly, considering his words. I understand that it is a device for displaying moving pictures, and the Muggles use it primarily to share information. He exhaled slowly. Its influence on their society is significant, to say the least. Maverick gave a satisfied nod. That is one of the reasons I chose to approach you, Lord Greengrass. You are not blinded by tradition. Ignore the vast world around you simply because it is different. He leaned back slightly. But you have overlooked its true potential. Television is not merely a means of sharing information. It is a tool for influencing minds, shaping perspectives, and, when needed, controlling the narrative. And I intend to use magic vision the same way Muggles use television. The first step is making it popular, and what better way to do that than by broadcasting something people always crave? He let the question hang for a moment before answering it himself. Sports, or rather entertainment. It is a passion for everyone, magical and non-magical alike. Unfortunately for us magicals, there are not many sources for it. With magic taking care of most inconveniences, the magicals have an abundance of free time. And with the ease of magic vision, they will naturally turn to it. And eventually, it will become part of their routine, something they crave. Greengrass raised an eyebrow. You should be aware that I have already begun using magic vision to broadcast the inter-school Quidditch tournament to magical communities across Europe, Maverick continued. This is only the beginning. Soon, it will cover national and international matches, drawing in even those who rarely paid attention to the sport. And once it becomes a fixture in their daily lives, it will no longer be a novelty, it will be a necessity. Lord Greengrass's fingers tapped against the armrest of his chair as he weighed the possibilities. And then, Maverick continued, I will establish the first-ever video journalism company in the magical world. My people are already being trained, not just in management, but in the technical skills needed to operate such a business. They are learning everything, from running broadcasts to producing news segments. He let that sink in before adding, with control of the media, I control the flow of information. I decide what the people see, what they know, and how they think. Greengrass narrowed his eyes. You want to control the people's narrative. Maverick met his gaze without hesitation. Exactly. The older wizard remained silent for a moment before speaking again. It is nothing new. The corrupt factions within this country's leadership have been doing it for years. I know that. Anyone with a brain knows that. But what can the general public do? Even Dumbledore knows it. But once again, he is too idealistic, too unwilling to play the game of power. Lord Greengrass sighed. He could not deny the truth in those words. Maverick went on. And I won't stop there. One platform isn't enough. I'll establish my own newspaper, well-funded, independent, and free from ministry control or the influence of old families. A publication that reaches both the common wizard and the elite. There will be pushback. The noble families will not take kindly to it. They may not be able to move against you directly, but there are always other means. The people running it could find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Dirty tactics are never off the table, Lord Greengrass added, as if he had seen such tactics play out many times before. Maverick huffed. Then I will make an example of the first who tries. A clear lesson, one severe enough that the rest will think twice before following. Lord Greengrass raised an eyebrow, but chose not to comment. Maverick continued. And while all of that is set into motion, I will be slowly positioning my own people within the ministry. You understand how that world operates, Lord Greengrass. Influence isn't just earned. It can also be bought, leveraged, and I have more gold than most can even fathom. Lord Greengrass raised a brow again. From a business that has only just begun to spread, he asked skeptically. Maverick smirked. 2 great magus have quite generously donated all of their wealth to me, he said, crossing his fingers while resting both elbows on the chair's armrests, his hands coming together in a relaxed but deliberate gesture. One about a year ago, you must have heard of Victor Morvain. He continued without pause. And the second? Well, we both saw him just days ago at the dueling competition. Tarhin, was it? It took Lord Greengrass a moment to grasp the full meaning of Maverick's words. Then his eyes widened, and he nearly shot from his seat. You're that, Bloody Raven. Maverick's brow twitched. It's Blood Raven. What? Bloodraven, Maverick corrected, exhaling silently as he leaned back before continuing. As I was saying, their centuries of amassed wealth now belongs to me, along with their many legal and less-than-legal ventures that continuously generate wealth. But Lord Greengrass still seemed caught up in the revelation of Maverick's other identity. He sank back into his chair and then, after a moment of hesitation, asked, "What about Lord Tarhin? Is he now?" "Dust," Maverick cut in, utterly unconcerned. "Along with that prick who dared to stare at my fiancée. Besides, even if I hadn't, my teacher would have erased them the moment he found out. I simply made it happen only sooner." Finally, Lord Greengrass let out a sigh. He realized now that this young man, seemingly just a harmless businessman, was anything but. This young man was dangerous. His mind reeled. This was not a simple ship he was about to board. This was a warship sailing into some very treacherous waters. But what choice did he have? He couldn't back out now, not after learning everything, not after hearing all the shocking secrets. No, he was part of this now. Whether he liked it or not, he was already aboard and the ship had set sail. He let out a dejected sigh and then raised his head to look at the young man, who was sitting so utterly at ease, as if everything about this very meeting was happening exactly according to his script. He couldn't help but swallow, but then he forced himself to push down his unease. "Go ahead, Master Caesar. Continue," he said finally. Maverick's smirk grew wider. "As I was saying, Lord Greengrass, gold opens doors. It secures alliances and silences opposition. Put the right people in the right positions." He leaned forward. "This is how I plan to take control of this country's leadership before the statute of secrecy falls. Of course, I will be the one guiding how and when it falls. And when the time comes, I will not be caught unprepared." Lord Greengrass sat in thoughtful silence, and a tense stillness once again settled over the room. Finally, he voiced the last bit that weighed on his mind. It was not his final doubt, but he had at least grasped the broad outline of this young man's plan, even if the finer details were still unclear. He exhaled slowly and said, "How exactly do you intend to make the statute of secrecy fall?" Maverick smiled, slow and deliberate, before leaning back into his chair. Instead of answering, he posed a question of his own. "Tell me, Lord Greengrass, what do you know about Voldemort's fall?" Lord Greengrass frowned, thrown off by the sudden change of topic. "Voldemort?" While muttering, he studied the young man's expression, but found no sign that he was steering the conversation away from its original course. So he answered with what he knew. "I know what everyone knows. He died some 11 years ago. That boy, the Potter orphan, somehow survived the killing curse, and the Dark Lord perished in the attempt." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Why do you ask?" Maverick's smirk deepened. "He is not dead." Silence fell again, and Lord Greengrass visibly stiffened upon hearing that. "What are you saying?" "He is alive," Maverick stated calmly. "Not as a ghost, not as a man, but alive, and he will return, whole." "What?" Lord Greengrass shot forward in his seat. "How sure are you about this?" Maverick pulsed his magic through the room, pressing it down on the older man, forcing him to slump back into his chair. "Calm yourself," he said coldly. But then his smile returned as if nothing happened. "I will not stop him, not until he is fully revived," he said. Lord Greengrass felt the blood drain from his face. "You're mad," he said, almost breathless. "Why? Why would you let that lunatic return? Do you have any idea how dangerous an insane Archmage-level wizard is?" Maverick's gaze turned sharp. "Because I need him alive. Voldemort will be the one who helps me break the statute of secrecy." Lord Greengrass was left speechless. His mind worked overtime, struggling at the sheer audacity of this young man's plan. But now, he finally understood everything. Control the people's narrative. Control the ministry by planting his own people, bribing officials, or outright buying their loyalty. and with his so-called neutral faction, take control of the Wisengamot itself. And then, finally, use Voldemort to unleash chaos, forcing the magical world into the eyes of regular humans. But just before true disaster could strike, this young man would somehow bring him down, emerging as the hero. Whether such a plan could truly succeed was another matter entirely. Yes, Maverick was an archmage, but so was Voldemort. Would it really be so simple to bring down another of the same level? Still, it was a plan, a dangerous one that could work or fail spectacularly. Lord Greengrass wasn't sure whether to call him a genius or something else entirely. Seconds stretched before he finally found his voice, and the words had once again escaped before he could stop them, more fitting now more than ever for the man before him. "You're a madman." Chapter 102, House of Greengrass IV, ch. 122. Lord Greengrass rubbed his temple. He had expected tonight to be a simple discussion about a business partnership or an opportunity for his family. But he never imagined that instead, he would find himself entangled in a conspiracy, one so staggering in scale that it aimed to reshape everything, the very fabric of the wizarding world itself. He let out a sigh and looked up at the young man and saw not an ounce of doubt in his eyes. He just sat there, perfectly at ease, as if he had just outlined a simple business expansion rather than the controlled collapse of an entire society. Was this just another power-hungry fool like Grindelwald and Voldemort, whom, once they gained power, believed they could change everything simply because they wanted to? Or was this young man truly a visionary? Either way, did he have the choice to walk away? He thought not. He didn't even want to find out. But there were some things he needed to know now. "All of it?" he finally asked. "It all hinges on whether or not you can take that lunatic down after he, supposedly, resurrects. How certain are you that you can kill him?" "As certain as I am of ending you right here and now, if I wanted to." Lord Greengrass squirmed uncomfortably at the chilling response, but at least it sounded more confident, so he pressed on with his next concern. "And what about the consequences of his resurrection? Civilian casualties. Something I'm certain that madman will cause. Surely you don't expect him to come and engage you in some civilized duel for all to see." Maverick let out a low exhale. Lord Greengrass wasn't wrong about that last bit. First of all, Maverick was certain he could end Voldemort without much effort by the time he resurrected. And it wasn't because he would be on par with the Dark Lord in rank, or due to Maverick's superior control over magic, or even his unique archmage ability. No, he was confident, now more than ever, because of his recent discovery about the system's new capability. The extraordinary characteristics not only allowed him to copy unique magical powers, but also to replicate abilities outside of magic, including extraordinary powers from the many high-level items and technologies from the Marvel Universe. And there are so many he could choose from that would make him uniquely overpowered, capable of bringing an instant end to someone at the level of Voldemort. But that still didn't mean Voldemort wouldn't harm innocent people after his resurrection. The Dark Lord, with his twisted, racist nature, would surely cause chaos. Unless, of course, Maverick could execute the plan he had in mind, one that would allow him to achieve his goals without any innocent lives being lost. He turned to the old wizard, who was waiting expectantly for an answer. He took a breath, then began to explain the final phase of his plan. Time passed slowly, each minute stretching longer than the last, and it took Maverick over an hour to lay out the entire plan. During which time, Lord Greengrass's expression had undergone through a spectrum of emotions. He was initially shocked, and as the explanation continued, the shock gradually turned to disbelief. The audacity of the plan was staggering, and at times, he wondered if Maverick was simply telling an elaborate fantasy. But after hearing the plan in its entirety, it became clear that this young man had considered every angle, every possibility, and had thought it through meticulously. It was clearly not something one could come up with on a whim. By the end of the long recounting, Lord Greengrass was both amazed and horrified. Maverick's plan would reduce the terrifying Dark Lord to nothing more than a pawn. Voldemort's resurrection, along with his subsequent actions, would all serve as pieces in a grand scheme to expose magic to the world. It was a bold, dangerous move, and Greengrass couldn't help but marvel at the sheer audacity of it, so much so that he almost felt pity for the Dark Lord. Almost. And then, as the pieces fell into place, a sense of relief also washed over him. If all went according to plan, and that was a big if, Voldemort would be dead, no innocent lives would be lost, and the world would finally learn the truth about magic. The ultimate goal of tearing down the Statute of Secrecy would be achieved. And most importantly, he, the Greengrass's family and his allies would be in control of the British magical government. Yes, there would be unrest, of course. After all, a 1,000-year-old system wouldn't crumble without a fight, and there would certainly be chaos in the beginning, but Lord Greengrass could see the potential. They would be able to manage it, control it, and guide it in the right direction, into a new world full of opportunities, where their kind would no longer be forced to hide in the shadows. The thought settled in Greengrass's mind as he looked at Maverick, a mix of awe and cautious optimism crossing his face. "You've thought of everything, haven't you?" Maverick met his gaze without hesitation. "It's the only way for everything to look like a series of coincidences. I don't mind my actions behind the scenes being exposed later, once everything has settled after both worlds, the magical and the non-magical, have integrated into one." He paused, then added, "But in the initial stages, when there's unrest everywhere in the magical communities, I don't want all the attention on me, with everyone targeting me as the cause of it. It would affect my family. And that's one of the main reasons I chose Voldemort to be the scapegoat." Lord Greengrass nodded in understanding. "Very well," he said, then paused before asking, "What happens after that? I mean, are you truly certain that the two worlds can integrate into one?" Maverick leaned back and exhaled slowly. "Yes," he said firmly. "They have to, because this world will soon face far more terrifying forces that will make Voldemort seem insignificant, forces that will seek to outright destroy it. And when that happens, there will be no room for infighting. The magical and non-magical sides would have to work together. And that, ultimately, is why I am tearing down the Statute of Secrecy. If it all happens suddenly, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Wait, what are you on about now? What forces?" Lord Greengrass asked, but he was cut off with a raised hand from Maverick. "You don't need to know now. In due time, I'll explain. For now, let's get back to our initial topic." Maverick narrowed his eyes. Lord Greengrass sighed. Once again, this young man had blurted out some inexplicable things that made no sense to him, and this time, it seemed there would be no explanations forthcoming. He took a moment to gather his thoughts. It was time to make his stance clear. But truth be told, he had little choice. There was no way he would be left alone after all that talk. At least an obliviate was guaranteed, but he wasn't going to actively ask for one. Besides, submitting to this man, possibly the youngest archmage ever to live, the youngest master alchemist ever to live, who, judging from what he had managed to figure out about him until now, was not an outright villain, didn't sound like such a bad idea. And the advantages to him and his family appeared immense, provided everything fell into place. Finally, he raised his wand and spoke the oath of submission, and Mother Magic became the holder of the contract. The long, drawn-out meeting had lasted for hours, and by the time Maverick left the Greengrass estate, it was almost midnight. But before leaving, he gave the older man some crucial instructions regarding the immediate actions he needed to take. One of these instructions was to get the key members of his faction in line and start working to gradually secure more power within the ministry. And as a gesture of support, Maverick also provided him with a considerable sum of gold, enough to make even the old patriarch of the ancient family blink in surprise. Along with the gold, he gave the older man a special ring he had crafted, similar to his own. This ring would allow Lord Greengrass to summon him should the need arise. Before leaving, Maverick made one last demand. He ordered the man to keep everything discussed in the meeting a secret, compelling him to take a second, far more intricate magical oath. The oath carried severe consequences set by magic itself, along with a stern personal warning from him to never break his word. Time passed swiftly, and in what seemed like the blink of an eye, the last week of snowy December came to an end. For Maverick, the days drifted by quietly. Between Christmas and the week after New Year's, Maverick found comfort in Isabella's company, enjoying the peace that came with spending time together. And the time he wasn't with her was spent with family, surrounded by the warmth and comfort of home. It was a brief moment of peace, one that he treasured, knowing that soon the demands of school and the challenges ahead would pull him back into the whirlwind of his responsibilities. Chapter 103. Time Flies, ch 123. Happy times never last long. The holidays ended quickly, and before anyone knew it, a new year had begun. In the second week of January, all the students returned to school again and brought the castle back to life. The halls, which had been quiet during the break, buzzed with laughter and excited conversations as friends reunited and eagerly shared stories about their holiday adventures. But starting from the second day, the routine of school life had settled in once more. In the mornings, the Great Hall was packed with sleepy students hurriedly eating breakfast before dashing off to class. By evening, the library buzzed with those scrambling to finish their homework, while common rooms were filled with quiet chatter and the steady scratching of quills on parchment. Lessons resumed at full pace, and the excitement over the holidays slowly faded. Students focused on their studies, and professors carried on with their teaching, but that did not mean the castle had lost its energy. Hogwarts remained as lively as ever. Quidditch practices picked up again, filling the frosty air with the sound of whizzing broomsticks and shouts from the pitch. Students whispered about upcoming Hogsmeade weekends, looking forward to warm butterbeer and a break from their studies. Outside, snow still covered the grounds, and the bitter cold made the cozy glow of the common rooms more inviting than ever. And just like that, January passed. The days blurred together in a steady routine of lessons, meals, and the occasional classroom mishap. Nothing unexpected happened. There were no surprises, no disasters, nothing to shake up the steady rhythm of school life. But as more and more days of February went by, a growing buzz of anticipation filled the air. Hogwarts prepared to welcome visitors once again, as the second round of the inter-school Quidditch tournament was scheduled for the final week of the month. The professors on the organizing committee supervised all the preparations, double-checking the enchanted banners, reviewing security measures, and ensuring the guest quarters were properly arranged. Meanwhile, the selected students on the same committee handled their own assigned responsibilities. They managed schedules, coordinated supplies, and ensured everything ran smoothly in time for the tournament. The first match saw Hogwarts face Coldovstorets. The game was intense, with Coldovstorets proving to be a formidable opponent. Their chasers moved in perfect sync, weaving through Hogwarts' defenses and racking up points with precise goals. By the time Coldovstorets had climbed to 140 points, Hogwarts was in serious trouble, trailing behind with only 90. Fortunately for the British side, just as the tension in the stands reached its peak, Marcus Flint spotted the snitch. With a desperate dive, he managed to snatch it from under the Coldovstorets seeker's nose, securing a narrow victory for Hogwarts. The second match against Durmstrang, however, did not go as well. The Durmstrang team played with brutal efficiency, their beaters relentless in sending bludgers hurtling toward the Hogwarts players. Needless to say, it was an aggressive match, and Professor McGonagall had to stay extra vigilant to ensure her little lion in the commentator's box didn't let any inappropriate words slip. Hogwarts fought hard, but Durmstrang's chasers were simply faster. The score climbed steadily in their favor until they reached 150 points before anyone could catch the snitch, sealing Hogwarts' defeat. Coldovstorets, despite their talent, faced a streak of misfortune. Their loss to Hogwarts came down to a last-minute stroke of luck, and against Durmstrang, they fought fiercely, keeping the score neck and neck throughout the game. But in the end, victory slipped from their grasp, and they suffered a narrow 130 to 150 defeat. It was not a matter of skill, only bad luck. At the end of the round, Durmstrang emerged victorious, winning both matches and securing their place in the finals with the highest points. Meanwhile, Hogwarts, despite their mixed performance, managed to secure second place and a spot in the finals, while Coldovstorets, despite their strong showing, was eliminated from the tournament. This round of matches drew a much larger audience than before. More members of the public attended in person, and, more importantly, the number of people watching through magic vision had increased significantly. Maverick, the mastermind behind both the tournament and the alchemical invention, took note of the change with satisfaction. Sales were rising steadily as more wizarding families purchased magic visions for their homes. However, it had yet to become a household staple, and the reason was clear: there simply wasn't enough content. So far, it had only broadcasted the inter-school matches, which, while exciting, offered limited reach. But as more people tuned in, its potential was becoming undeniable. He had already begun discussions with the ICW sports committees and various ministries of magic, negotiating broadcasting rights on a larger scale. If successful, Magic Vision would soon expand beyond the tournament, covering everything from Quidditch finals to high-profile duels and even magical creature showcases. The possibilities were endless, and its limited reach would soon become a thing of the past. February ended with the thrilling conclusion of the second round of the inter-school Quidditch tournament. The students, still buzzing from the excitement of securing a spot in the finals, gradually settled back into their routines. Lessons continued, the castle returned to its usual rhythm, and the weight of homework and exams once again took priority. Meanwhile, despite everything happening during this time, Maverick hadn't been simply teaching and handling his other responsibilities. During his off hours, he would occasionally visit home or check in on the Stark couple as they adjusted to their new lives, and even found time to tinker with alchemy, further honing his craft. But there was also the matter of the storyline, something he paid close attention to. Just as in the series, Harry had stayed at Hogwarts over Christmas break, and the old man had given him the invisibility cloak as a Christmas present. Through some not-so-legal and ethical means, Maverick also confirmed that Harry had accidentally stumbled upon the Mirror of Erist. He was half certain this was all part of Dumbledore's plan, one more carefully placed step in whatever grand scheme the nosy old wizard was weaving. Still, the fact remained. The legendary invisibility cloak, said to be one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, was now in the hands of a first-year boy with no real idea of its worth. And for someone like Maverick, who had mastered the art of Muggle infiltration and possessed numerous ways to conceal his presence, getting close to it was hardly a challenge. In fact, it was almost too easy. Present day, March 1992, Alchemy Classroom. The rhythmic tapping of hammers filled the room, blending into a steady beat as students worked with focused concentration. In front of each of them lay a rectangular brick, roughly half the size of a typical book, and its surface was gradually transforming under their careful hands. Unfamiliar patterns were being carved into the bricks as students carefully followed the reference sketches laid out beside them. Their eyes flicked between the designs and their own work, seemingly making sure that each cut was precise and every marking was aligned correctly. Fine dust hung in the air, catching the glow of the enchanted lights overhead, making the room feel less like an alchemy classroom and more like an ancient workshop for carving petroglyphs. And in a way, it was. Because today was one of the days Maverick dedicated to carving lessons, easily the class favorite. Every student wore a mask and goggles to shield their face, with thick gloves covering their hands as they chipped away at the material. Some worked with confidence, their cuts smooth and precise, while others hesitated, double-checking their markings before making the next careful strike. Now and then, a sharp snap rang out as a tool slipped, followed by a muffled groan or quiet grumble behind a mask. Though the students seemed extremely focused, the enthusiasm in the room was unmistakable, as not a single student was seen slacking off or distracted. Maverick moved between the tables with slow and steady steps as he observed his students progress. Now and then, he paused to offer some instructions, adjusting an angle here, reminding a student to steady their hand there. Some nodded without looking up, too absorbed in their work, while others quickly corrected their mistakes before he moved on. Then, as he passed one of the desks, something caught his eye. A slight bulge in Potter's backpack, and more tellingly, a glimpse of fabric unlike anything he had seen before. It had a smooth, silken sheen, but the way it caught the light was strange. Instead of simply reflecting it, the edges seemed to blur and fade, as if it wasn't meant to be fully seen. Maverick's gaze paused on it for only a fraction of a second before he moved on, but inwardly, his thoughts sharpened with certainty. That was no ordinary piece of cloth, and he had a pretty good guess of what it should be. But where was Mr. Savior planning to sneak off to? He thought as he walked past the end of the row and moved to the next. Only, that was what any student paying attention to him would have seen. He brushed the earlier thought aside. Probably off to get into some childish trouble with his red-haired buddy, he mused. He came close to Potter's desk once again, and a smile grew across his face, now taking a closer look at the piece of fabric. Moments later, he made his way toward his desk, while the students would have seen him approaching from another row, until the illusion and reality met. He then did a sweep over the rows of students, all deeply focused on their work, before glancing at the watch on his wrist. There were still a few minutes left before class ended. The lesson continued as usual, and Maverick didn't betray a single reaction all this time. When class ended, he strolled leisurely back to his office and made no effort to rush. The moment he stepped inside, though, a wide grin tugged at his lips. But first, he locked the door, layering several protective enchantments to ensure complete privacy. Only then did he settle into his chair, relax, and finally brought up the system notification. Chapter 104, True Concealment, ch. 124. The Deathly Hallows were said to be 3 legendary artifacts, created by death itself and gifted to the Peveril brothers as a reward for their cunning. The first was the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand ever made, said to grant its wielder unbeatable strength in battle. The second, the Resurrection Stone, could summon the dead, though only as fleeting echoes of their former selves. The third, the Invisibility Cloak, offered perfect concealment from all forms of detection, allowing its wearer to vanish completely, escaping sight even from enchanted eyes and magical spells. Together, the Hallows were believed to grant mastery over death, though what that truly meant was a mystery. At least, that was how the story went. Maverick, however, wasn't convinced by these tales. If this were the same world written in JKR's books, he might have entertained the idea. But it wasn't. This world, this universe, was something else entirely. A tangled web of realities, layered and twisted together, where magic was just one of many forces at play. Here, he was well aware that death was not just a shadowy figure from a wizard's bedtime story. It was real, a cosmic entity, ancient and unfathomable. One of the most powerful beings in existence, eternal, ever-present, and omniscient. The idea that such a being had personally forged 3 artifacts for a handful of wizards, highly unlikely. More likely, the death in the legend wasn't the Lady Death of the multiverse at all. It could be a demon, a dimensional lord, or one of the countless so-called gods, maybe even an alien. The possibilities were endless. Or perhaps it had nothing to do with an outside force at all, but was simply the masterful work of an ancient witch or wizard, someone who had pushed alchemy beyond even the limits of a grandmaster alchemist. As for the identity of this hypothetical, supremely powerful mage/alchemist, Maverick had no clue. Still, he found himself leaning toward that conclusion, that it could very well be the work of an alchemist, because the system's prompt that flashed when he made contact with the invisibility cloak suggested it wasn't anything legendary beyond mortal creations. Item, Cloak of Invisibility. Extraordinary characteristic, true concealment. Grade, excellent. The first thing that caught his attention was that the extraordinary characteristic description of the invisibility cloak did not say invisibility, but something else. This was the first time it had ever prompted like that, and it intrigued him on the spot. Because he had encountered plenty of other invisibility cloaks before, crafted by different alchemists over the past few years during his travels, and every single one had triggered a basic grade invisibility characteristic, nothing more. That meant this cloak of invisibility, one of the 3 pieces of the Deathly Hallows, was at least not some typical pieces of alchemy. The only thing remotely similar to this might be the bracelet his teacher had given him. When activated, it also did more than just turn him invisible. It concealed his magical energy and even offered resistance to certain spells. But there was a key difference between his bracelet and the invisibility cloak, even though they might have shared similar characteristics. The system had listed the bracelet's effects separately, Invisibility was one extraordinary characteristic. Magical energy concealment was another. Basic spell resistance yet another. That meant if he wanted all three, he would have to spend an extraordinary characteristic point on each one, which, for him, was just wasteful and redundant. It was one of the reasons he had never replicated the bracelet's abilities. Moreover, not all of them were even excellent grade to begin with. But the Cloak of Invisibility was different. Its descriptions stated true concealment, meaning its characteristic was not limited to just invisibility. Unfortunately, he could not access any details from the system unless he replicated and then fused it. Only then would he be able to see the system's notes on the characteristic. Another point stood out. It was not mythical grade, just excellent. Now, excellent grade was not bad and all, but still, he had half expected it to be mythical. After all, this was the bloody invisibility cloak. But after giving it some thought, he realized it might not be so bad. After all, the system's grading was unreliable at best. A magic wand, something so common that every witch and wizard used, was rated excellent, while a firearm capable of obliterating flesh and bone, powered by the residual energy of the damn space stone of all things, was regarded as a gadget with only a basic grade characteristic. He really wished there was a customer support button somewhere in his system interface, so he could file a mountain of complaints. Anyway, back to the topic, excellent grade was still more than good enough, and true concealment sounded like a characteristic worth betting on. Do you want to use one extraordinary characteristic point to replicate it? He made his choice. At first, he thought the system would change the nature of the characteristic, saying it wasn't integratable and needed to be modified, just as it had with the last few characteristics he had integrated. But this time, just like the very first item he had copied, his wand, there was no such prompt, and it was replicated directly. Now came the next step. Extraordinary characteristic, true concealment unfused. Maverick took a slow breath, double-checking that the door to his office was securely locked. Then, he chose to fuse the characteristic. Nothing. No tingling sensation, no shift in perception, nothing at all. Half a minute passed. Maverick frowned, tilting his head. The system interface had vanished, but that was normal during fusion. What wasn't normal was how completely uneventful this felt. Another minute passed, then another. By the time 10 minutes had passed, he finally felt something. It was faint, just a fleeting sense of realization, like a sudden enlightenment in his subconscious that washed over him for a brief moment. And then, right after that, the system finally responded. Fusion complete. Weird, he thought, seeing how quickly and anticlimactically the process had ended. Brushing the thought aside, he brought up his status panel and examined the updated information. Name, Maverick Caesar. Class, Wizard. Rank, Archmagus. Magical energy, 21,047 plus. Points, 2272. Extraordinary characteristic points, 0. Extraordinary characteristics. Excellent grade. Spellcasting, independent expanded dimension, flight, vitality, true concealment. Talents. Magical energy manipulation, Master Plus. Magical sense, Master Plus. Spatial rift, Advanced Plus. Dominant spirit, Advanced Plus. Nature energy manipulation, Advanced Plus. Transfiguration, Advanced Plus. Alchemy, Advanced Plus. Potions, Intermediate Plus. Spells. Acquired Master Proficiency. Fiendfare Plus, Illusio Lunam Lectorum Plus. Acquired Advanced Proficiency. The extraordinary characteristic, true concealment, has been fused and added to the list of abilities. But he still had no idea what excellent grade true concealment actually meant. Focusing on the characteristic, he called up the system's explanation. Extraordinary characteristic, true concealment. Note: grants a state beyond invisibility. When activated, you are erased from perception. No eye, spell, or enchanted device can detect you. Can be toggled passively or actively with a thought. When active, your presence vanishes entirely. No trace of sound, scent, magic, or aura remains. However, the effect is limited to beings of the same level or lower. A sufficiently powerful mage or entity with heightened perception may still have a chance to see through it. Maverick's eyes narrowed, and then, a moment later, a slow grin crept onto his face. This was indeed beyond standard invisibility charms or any concealment props he knew, even superior to his teacher's bracelet. His bet on investing a point to replicate the cloak of invisibility had been the right choice. And the new ability he had gained, now this was interesting. Chapter 105, Twilight of the Parasite Eye, ch 125. For the next few hours, until his next class, Maverick remained in his office, testing his new ability in every way he could think of. The first thing he noticed was that, unlike invisibility spells or his bracelet's invisibility function, the extraordinary characteristic true concealment caused no magical fluctuations during its activation. No wand, no incantation, no shimmer of light. It simply was, and the best part? It demanded nothing, no drain on his stamina, no pull on his magic. It felt as effortless as breathing. And if that wasn't enough, his gaze settled on a chair across the room. And then, with just a thought, the chair simply vanished. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. His eyes lit up. So not only could he activate the ability on himself, but could also extend it to others or even objects. The range was limited, of course, but even with that restriction, the possibilities were endless. Because this wasn't ordinary invisibility, it left no trace. No flicker, no distortion, nothing. No magical fluctuations, no energy signature. Only someone with profound mastery of magical sense has even a chance of detecting it. According to the system, only a mage whose rank was equal to or higher than his could possibly sense anything, and even then, only if they were searching carefully. And the best part, this effect would only grow stronger as his rank increased. A slow smirk curled his lips. This ability alone had just made him more dangerous than any spell or charm in his arsenal. The next step was to test the extraordinary characteristics' effectiveness against other mages. His first targets were the great mages and Dumbledore at Hogwarts. He glanced at his watch. But first, he had a class to teach. With that thought, he rose from his seat and made his way out of his office, heading toward the classroom. For 3 weeks, Maverick put his new ability to the test, using Flitwick, McGonagall, and Dumbledore as unwitting subjects. He quickly realized that the system's note about mages of the same rank detecting him had been a serious understatement. McGonagall and Flitwick hadn't noticed a thing, and he doubted they would, even if they knew someone invisible was in the room with them. As for Dumbledore, it was much the same. The old wizard showed no signs of detecting him. Of course, if Dumbledore actively flared his immense magical sense, things might be different, but Maverick had no intention of testing that theory against the nosiest wizard in the world. To push the limits further, he needed someone he trusted, someone equally powerful. And there was no better choice than his teacher, Edward. So, one weekend, he took a trip to America and explained the situation. Of course, he had to come up with a plausible reason for such a strange request, but fortunately, Edward didn't question it. He simply agreed to help. According to Edward, detecting Maverick required intense concentration, far beyond the norm. Even then, he only barely sensed his presence, and that was only because he knew for certain that someone was there and exactly where. Without that knowledge, he admitted that even an active search would have made detection nearly impossible. Maverick was more than pleased with the results. He thanked his teacher for his cooperation and returned to Hogwarts, both satisfied and more confident than ever in his newfound ability. As March came to an end, winter's lingering chill faded, giving way to the crisp, fresh air of early spring. Then came the first Friday of April. The sky was dark and dotted with stars, the half-moon casting its golden light over Hogwarts Castle. Just past midnight, Maverick sat in his office grading some assignments of his 6th-year Muggle science students, when suddenly, his magical sense picked up 3 small figures hurrying toward his door. Knock, knock. With a flick of his finger, the door swung open, revealing 3 flustered faces. Harry stood at the front, fidgeting anxiously, while Ron and Hermione stood just behind him, wearing similarly troubled expressions. "Well, it's open, so come in, you 3." Maverick set his pen down and leaned back in his chair, watching as the three Gryffindors hesitated before stepping forward. He arched an eyebrow, amused. They hesitated for a moment longer, before finally stepping inside. He already had a pretty good idea of why they were here. Though he had spent much of his free time testing his new extraordinary characteristic, that didn't mean he had stopped paying attention to the trio's movements, or to the parasite Voldemort attached to Quirrell's head. Just like in the original timeline, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had discovered, coincidentally, of course, that Hagrid had somehow come into possession of a dragon egg. And, as expected, their little arch-nemesis, Draco Malfoy, had caught wind of it too. But this time, instead of keeping it to themselves and scrambling for a solution on their own, the trio had apparently decided that he was the right person to help them, and therefore, to help their half-giant friend deal with the consequences of illegally raising a dangerous magical beast. At least, that was his guess. And his guess was right. To them, even to little Weasley, Maverick was the one teacher who never came down too hard on them. In class, whenever they messed up, by they, meaning Ron, Maverick would simply offer a bit of advice and move on. No scoldings, no detentions, just a calm correction. So, in their still developing minds, they had labeled him as the person to turn to. Someone magnanimous, someone who, no matter how big their mistake, would help them find a solution rather than punish them. Hermione was the first to speak. She did her best to appear calm, carefully phrasing her words as if it were just a casual question. "Professor," she began, her voice as steady as she could manage, "what would happen if, hypothetically speaking, of course, someone were caught raising a dragon?" Maverick hummed, pretending to consider the question. "Very severe consequences," he said lightly. "Anyone caught illegally keeping a dragon would be charged under wizarding law, and it wouldn't be a simple punishment." He shrugged before casually adding, "Azkaban." Ron let out a strangled noise, Harry stiffened, Hermione paled. Maverick thought to have a bit of fun. And, he added, glancing at them with a knowing smirk, any accomplices involved in the act could face the same punishment. Perhaps he had gone a bit too far. Hermione looked visibly pale at the mention of being expelled. Yes, that was what he picked up from her surface thoughts. It wasn't the fear of Azkaban that unsettled her, but the idea of being expelled from school. Before he could soften his earlier words, the little witch, unable to hold it in any longer, blurted everything out in one breath. "Hagrid got a dragon egg from a strange wizard, and it hatched tonight, and we were there when it happened, and Malfoy saw, and now he's threatening to tell his father, who's on the school board, and if that happens, Hagrid could be thrown out of Hogwarts, and—" "Professor, please help us get rid of the dragon," Ron cut in hurriedly. "My brother Charlie works on a dragon reserve. He could take it, but it'll take time to arrange, and if the Ministry finds out before then—" He swallowed hard, glancing at Maverick nervously. "Like you said, they might come for us too." Harry Potter looked calmer than the other two, but still was equally concerned. "Professor, is there anything you can do to help?" Maverick steepled his fingers, considering them with mild amusement. "So, let me get this straight," Maverick said, leaning back in his chair. "You three— no, wait, it should be four, including Mr. Malfoy— you somehow stumbled upon Mr. Hagrid hatching a dragon, in the middle of the night, past curfew. Did I get that right?" Their mouths hung open, but no words came out. Maverick chuckled inwardly. "And now you want me to help you?" He turned to Ron and raised an eyebrow, making the boy flinch. "Smuggle it out before the Ministry gets here." The trio stared at him, lost for words. Harry swallowed. Ron looked anywhere but at him. Hermione opened her mouth. And just then, Maverick's magical sense caught another presence. No, two, walking toward his office. "Professor," Hermione tried to say something, but Maverick held up a hand and glanced at the door. "Knock, knock." The three Gryffindors jumped to their feet, eyes wide, their heads snapping toward the door. "Please sit down," Maverick said, waving a hand dismissively. "It's only the deputy headmistress." "Wait, Professor," they blurted out in unison, but Maverick didn't seem concerned. The door opened, and in walked Professor McGonagall, not in her usual robes, holding a flashlight, one of his inventions, no doubt. And trailing behind her, with a smug grin that practically screamed "I win," was Draco Malfoy. McGonagall's sharp gaze swept over the 3 Gryffindors before settling on Maverick. She arched an eyebrow, clearly expecting an explanation. Maverick smirked. 3 of your little lions have been rather adventurous tonight, and they just came to me for a bit of help solving a problem. Maverick didn't say it outright, but he knew McGonagall had already pieced things together, given the pompous blonde standing behind her was looking far too pleased with himself. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line as she turned to the trio, her sharp gaze flicking between them. What in Merlin's name are you 3 doing sneaking around the castle past curfew? Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged nervous glances, but none of them dared to speak. And Malfoy, standing behind McGonagall, looked ready to burst with self-satisfaction. Well, McGonagall prompted sharply a second time. Hermione opened her mouth, likely ready to spin some excuse, but Malfoy cut in with a dramatic sigh. Professor, I caught them sneaking around the castle. You wouldn't believe what I overheard. Something about a dragon. His smirk deepened as he crossed his arms. Imagine my surprise. Ron, looking pale, blurted, It's not what it sounds like. Oh, McGonagall arched a brow. Then do explain, Mr. Weasley. Ron clamped his mouth shut. Harry took a deep breath. Professor, it's Hagrid. He got a dragon egg, but he didn't realize how much trouble it would cause. We were just trying to help. McGonagall exhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of her nose. Hagrid, she muttered under her breath. Malfoy, sensing victory, pressed on. I told you, Professor. They were breaking rules and Hagrid's breaking the law. My father will. That is quite enough, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall cut in sharply. I will handle this. Maverick watched the scene unfold with mild amusement. He already knew McGonagall wouldn't let Hagrid be punished too harshly, but she would certainly have words with him. McGonagall sighed. All 4 of you will follow me, and not a word from any of you. She shot a sharp look at Malfoy, who promptly shut his mouth, though the smugness on his face remained. Turning back to Maverick, she exhaled, rubbing her temple. Apologies for disturbing you, Professor Caesar. Maverick waved a hand dismissively. Not at all, though don't be too hard on the 4 of them. He smiled, glancing at the students. Wait, Professor, what do you mean by 4? Malfoy turned sharply, as if he had misheard. Unfortunately for him, he received no explanation, only Maverick's amused smile. Out, all of you, McGonagall ordered, her tone brooking no argument as she ushered the 3 Gryffindors and 1 Slytherin out of his office. As the door shut behind them, Maverick chuckled to himself and leaned back in his chair. This is going to be interesting. He turned back to his work, but knew he wouldn't be sitting there for long. He was thinking about whether things would continue following the events of the original story. And then about Voldemort. Maverick wanted to see if the Wraith had heeded his, Bloodravens, warning about not attacking any more unicorns. So far, the half-dead parasite had been eerily quiet. Especially during the week of the inter-school Quidditch tournament, Quirrell never even showed up to watch the matches, choosing instead to hide away. Maverick had kept a close eye on him and could tell that Voldemort was holding back, likely still wary after their last encounter. But because of that restraint, the timid professor's condition had worsened, looked even paler now, almost sickly. Maverick had a feeling it wouldn't be long before the man made his move. A smirk tugged at his lips. He wasn't overly worried, his strange abilities and sheer strength were his capital, but this time he would make sure no student got hurt. And with the finals less than a month away, he was determined to rid Hogwarts of Voldemort's parasite completely. Chapter 106, Twilight of the Parasite, II, ch. 126. The next morning, students gathered for breakfast as usual, but there was something different about the atmosphere. The Great Hall felt quieter, with hushed conversations and curious glances. Eyes kept darting toward the enormous hourglasses that displayed the house points, where a shocking change had taken place overnight. Just last night before, Gryffindor had been comfortably in the lead, with Slytherin hot on their heels. But looking at the scores now, it was clear that someone, or perhaps more than one, had done something big. Gryffindor's house points had taken a sharp nosedive, now sitting at the very bottom of the pile. And the culprits. It didn't take long for word to spread. After all, A certain smug Slytherin had been present when McGonagall delivered her merciless verdict, and Draco Malfoy had made sure that every student in Hogwarts knew exactly who was responsible for the disaster. At the Gryffindor table, 3 first-years sat hunched over their plates, shoulders slumped, doing their best to ignore the stares burning into them from all sides. A full 150 points, gone because of them. They had no excuse, nothing to do but endure their current predicament and hope the glares would eventually go away. And so they did. The rest of the morning passed in a miserable haze, with other students, especially their own housemates, shooting them sharp looks at every turn. Even Fred and George, usually the ones getting into trouble, eyed them. But unlike the others, they didn't look annoyed. Instead, they looked almost impressed, as if admiring the sheer scale of points lost in a single night. Later that day, the trio huddled in the library, whispering over an open book neither of them was actually reading. "You saw Snape limping?" Ron asked, frowning as he leaned closer. "Are you sure?" Hermione repeated, her brow furrowing in thought. "I saw it, I'm sure," Harry said firmly. Ron glanced around, then leaned in further, dropping his voice to a whisper. "It's obvious, isn't it? He must have tried to get past the 3-headed dog and got hurt." Hermione bit her lip, deep in thought, but why would Snape want the stone? Ron gaped at her like she'd just asked why the sky was blue. "Why? For gold, obviously, or to live forever. Can you think of another professor in this school who'd want to steal it?" Neither Harry nor Hermione argued. Being children and given Snape's treatment of them throughout the year, it was no surprise that they had painted the man as the villain in their minds. Even Hermione, who usually tried to be fair, didn't seem interested in considering any alternative explanation. "But since he's injured, that means he didn't get past," Hermione added, "which means the stone is safe." "Right," Harry nodded. "We should tell a professor," Ron suggested. Hermione hesitated, her fingers tapping against the wooden table. Who, though? For a moment, they considered Maverick. He had always been the most approachable of their professors, but after last night, something had become clear to them. Their most magnanimous professor was still, in the end, a professor, and they weren't so sure he would simply listen to them without question. Harry sighed, slumping back in his chair. "I think, maybe we should just leave it alone. I mean, even if Snape is after the stone, there's no way he's getting past that 3-headed dog, right?" The other two nodded, and they sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. After a moment, Harry sighed. "Don't forget, we have to see Filch tonight." "Don't remind me, Harry," Hermione grumbled, slumping further in her seat. "At least that slimy snake will be there to suffer with us," Ron added with a grin. A thin smile spread across the 3 of them, as they realized they wouldn't have to suffer alone. That evening, at precisely 11 o'clock, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Draco Malfoy stood outside Filch's office, waiting for their detention arrangements. The caretaker came out from his small office shortly after, with a wicked grin stretched across his face. "What do we have here?" he sneered, eyeing them with thinly veiled disdain. "Follow me." They trudged after him, arguing among themselves, 3 against 1, but only in whispers. The last thing they wanted to do now was upset the nasty man in front of them. They were led through the quiet corridors, and as they stepped out of the castle, each step felt heavier than the last. Their expressions grew grimmer with every passing moment, until they finally reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid was waiting, his lantern casting a dim glow in the darkness. "Ah, there ye lot are," Hagrid greeted them with a warm smile. Unlike in the original story, Hagrid did not look like a man that had just lost his child. Bad luck getting detention, but good news. Dumbledore arranged for Norbert to be taken away. Ron's eyes lit up. "Wait, so my brother Charlie was here." "Charlie, no," Hagrid shook his head. "A very famous magizoologist, someone I trust, came and took him away, promised to give Norbert the best treatment." The half-giant blinked, raising his eyebrows repeatedly as if to boast. "And I'll get to see him every now and then." Malfoy, listening to the seemingly happy ending, was far from pleased, but he did not retort. He only huffed under his breath and kept his mouth shut. "Who's this famous magizoologist, Hagrid?" Hermione asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. "Ah, I'm not allowed to say." Hagrid scratched his beard, looking away. But he left a couple of hours back, and Dumbledore went along with him, guessed to catch up, given their long history of friendship. Ah, I shouldn't have said that. He quickly cleared his throat. Right then, he turned to Filch. Argus, I'll take over from here. Filch tusked, then gave one last glance at the 4 students. Right then, I'll be seeing you at dawn, he sneered, then added with a nasty grin, what's left of ya? The older man turned on his heel and stalked off, leaving the 4 first-years standing there, exchanging puzzled and slightly alarmed looks. What's that supposed to mean? Malfoy asked, turning back to the half-giant. Don't listen to that creepy old man, Hagrid said, waving a hand dismissively. He straightened his long, furry coat before continuing. Right then, your detention tonight is simple. We'll be patrolling the forest, check in on the creatures. And just as he finished speaking, a long, eerie howl echoed from deep within the trees, sending a visible shudder through all 4 students. You're joking, right? Ron gulped, his face pale. Isn't the Forbidden Forest supposed to be extremely dangerous, home to all sorts of deadly creatures? Hermione asked, glancing anxiously at the looming trees. Nonsense. With me here, nothing bad's gonna happen to ya. Hagrid thumped a hand against his broad chest as if to prove his point. Just follow my lead and stay close, Hagrid said as he raised his lantern high and stepped toward the towering trees. The forest's not so bad if you know your way round. Soon, Hagrid, with the 3 children trailing behind him, ventured deeper into the vast, dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest. Their footsteps broke the eerie stillness, but there was no immediate sign of danger. The air was filled with the soft rustling of leaves, the occasional distant growl, and the unsettling howl of unseen creatures. An uneasy silence settled between the 4 students as they struggled to match Hagrid's leisurely pace. His long strides made it seem as though he were simply strolling through a peaceful park, while they stumbled along, tense and alert, in the midst of this dangerous place. And hidden in the shadows, Maverick moved silently, blending seamlessly with the darkness as he kept a watchful eye on them. He had a feeling that things weren't going to unfold the way they had in the story he knew. So much had changed. He extended his magical sense over a large area, searching for any signs of movement. Until now, there was no trace of Quirrell, nor any other humans, aside from the children, Hagrid, and himself. And there were no signs of harm to any unicorns either, at least not as far as he knew, after his encounter with Voldemort last year. If there had been any, he was certain the half-giant would have noticed by now. It seemed the parasite had taken his warning seriously, but for how long? Chapter 107, Twilight of the Parasite, CH 127. The patrol of the Forbidden Forest passed without incident. No sudden attacks, no monstrous creatures emerging from the darkness, only the natural sounds of the forest at night. The deeper the 4 children followed Hagrid, the more their initial fear gave way to wary exhaustion. The snapping of twigs and rustling of leaves no longer made them jump, though their eyes still darted toward every unexpected sound. Maverick had stopped trailing them halfway through the night, slipping away unnoticed as he made his way back to the castle. He was certain that, at least for tonight, Quirrell and Voldemort would not make an appearance. But knowing their condition, he doubted Voldemort's patience would last much longer. The night ended, giving way to a brand new day, but nothing had changed for the trio. Breakfast was the same. Gryffindors still treated them like outcasts. Some glared openly, while others whispered behind cupped hands, not even bothering to be discreet. Disappointment was all they saw on their faces. But on the bright side, the few who had shown outright anger the day before no longer looked as furious. Sure enough, all they needed was time, they thought, until things settled and returned to normal. So they did what they had done the day before, ignored the glares, finished their breakfast, then headed off to class to earn back some points and restore a bit of their reputation. In the afternoon, just like the day before, the trio found themselves back in the library. There really was no other choice. The common room, usually their go-to spot to relax after classes had become unbearable. And the library, it has become the perfect place instead, an escape from all the silent judgment that followed them everywhere else. They picked a table away from where most students gathered. At first, they whispered to each other about their day, but as time passed, their words dwindled into silence. A while later, Hermione was the only one actually doing anything, her mind buried in a book. Ron had his face pressed against the table, looking as though he might drift off at any moment. Harry, meanwhile, stared blankly at the open pages in front of him, not even sure what the book was about. The silence stretched on until, "I need to use the bathroom," Harry muttered to Ron and Hermione, pushing his chair back. Ron grunted in acknowledgement without lifting his head, while Hermione gave a distracted nod. Without another word, Harry stood up, slung his bag over his shoulder, and made his way toward the door. Harry walked slowly through the castle corridors with his head down and lost in thought. He was halfway to the nearest boys' bathroom when something made him stop in his tracks. A sound. Soft, pitiful, barely more than a whisper. His brows furrowed. It was faint, but there was no mistaking it. One voice, no, two. "Please, no, 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 no." Harry's pulse quickened. He recognized that voice. "Professor Quirrell." "Yes, I will. Yes, tonight." The voices were coming from a nearby room, just ahead past the corner. Harry crept closer, pressing himself against the cold stone wall. His heart pounded as he strained to hear more, but the words were still too low, too shaky to make out clearly. Who was Professor Quirrell talking to? Who was making him sound so frightened? His mind raced. He had to get closer. Without thinking twice, he slipped off his bag, quickly dug inside, and pulled out his invisibility cloak. He flung it over himself and took careful, quiet steps toward the corner. But just as he reached it, before he could take the turn, he heard a door swing open. Harry barely had time to press himself flat against the wall as hurried footsteps rushed past him. He held his breath, standing completely still. Professor Quirrell stumbled into view. He looked even paler than usual, his eyes darting wildly around the corridor, as if searching for something or someone. For a brief moment, Harry thought Quirrell was looking right at him. But then the professor turned his head, glanced over his shoulder nervously, and hurried away. Harry let out a slow, silent breath. And again, just as he was about to step forward, another sound of footsteps caught his ears. Someone else was coming from the same direction Quirrell had just fled from. Harry tensed, pressing himself back against the wall. The footsteps neared until, finally, another familiar figure stepped into view. Snape. The potion's master was still limping like he had the day before. Harry watched him pass by, heading in the same direction Quirrell had gone. His mind raced. He quickly pieced it together. The second voice, it had to have been Snape. Snape was the one threatening Quirrell. It didn't take much for his Gryffindor brain to conjure a story. Why Quirrell had sounded so afraid, why he had promised to do something tonight. Snape must have been forcing him to do something about the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry clenched his fists, but what should he do? He had told himself he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. But after this, there was no way he could ignore it. Without a second thought, he turned on his heel and hurried straight back to the library, completely forgetting about his full bladder. Ron was still slumped over the table when Harry slid back into his seat. Hermione looked up, surprised. "That was quick," she said, frowning. "I didn't go," Harry muttered, leaning in. "Listen to this." Ron, who had been half asleep, immediately perked up. Harry quickly recounted everything: Quirrell's panicked voice, Snape appearing right after him, and how the potion's master had followed him down the corridor. Ron's eyes widened. "So Snape's threatening Professor Quirrell?" he whispered loudly. "Do you think he's trying to get him to spill how to get past Fluffy?" "It could be," Hermione said, chewing her lip. "Don't forget, Professor Quirrell knows how to deal with all sorts of creatures. If he can handle vampires, then maybe he knows how to get past a three-headed dog too." "And did Quirrell say anything? Did he say how?" Ron asked eagerly. Harry shook his head. "I didn't hear everything, it was too quiet." They all sighed. "So what do we do now?" Hermione asked. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Neither had an answer. "We could tell Dumbledore," Hermione suggested after a pause. Harry hesitated. "And tell him what? There's no evidence. We'll only be losing another bunch of points." Hermione bit her lip but didn't argue. She knew he had a point. After a moment, she straightened her shoulders. "Then we need evidence." We could take Professor Quirrell and go to Dumbledore, Ron suggested. Harry shook his head. No, Quirrell looked terrified of Snape. He was threatened, so he's never going to admit it to us. Besides, everyone knows we don't get along with Snape, he added. Dumbledore will think we're making it up just to get Snape in trouble. Ron and Hermione nodded grimly. Harry continued. And even if he did believe us, how are we supposed to explain how we know about the stone, or Fluffy? There was no way around it. They knew too much. If they wanted to tell Dumbledore, they'd have to explain everything, and they didn't have a good reason to know any of it. Silence hung between them. Then, should we go to Professor Maverick again? Hermione asked hesitantly. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. It wasn't the worst idea, they all thought the same. We don't have time, Harry said firmly. Snape's going to try to steal the stone tonight. We have to tell someone. Even if it means losing more house points. We can't let Snape win. One would think that Severus Snape was Harry's greatest enemy, listening to his tone. But alas, the man had tormented him in every class, sneering at his mistakes and docking points at every opportunity. It was no wonder Harry felt that way about him. Hermione sighed. Let's just hope Professor Maverick is more merciful than McGonagall. Without wasting another second, they grabbed their things and hurried out of the library. The corridors were mostly empty as they made their way to the alchemy professor's office, and soon they reached the door. Ron took the initiative to knock, and the door swung open almost instantly. They saw Professor Maverick seated at his desk, flipping through a stack of papers, and then raised an eyebrow at the sight of them. Why is it that every time you three show up, you look like the world's about to end? He asked, setting his papers aside. Harry, Ron, and Hermione hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside and sitting down. Right then, Maverick said, folding his arms, "Tell me what's so urgent." Ron wasted no time and blurted out, "Snape's going to steal the Sorcerer's Stone tonight." Silence. "I'm sorry, what?" Maverick asked, blinking. Hermione quickly cut in. "Professor, we know the Sorcerer's Stone is hidden in the castle, and Snape, he's been trying to steal it all year." She launched into a rushed explanation, starting from how they first found out about the stone, how Fluffy was guarding it, and how Snape had somehow pressured Quirrell into helping him. "He's getting Quirrell to deal with Fluffy tonight," she said urgently. "And once that's done, Snape will go in and steal the stone." Harry added, "We think Snape was the one who broke into Gringotts last year. He was trying to steal the stone before it was moved here." They kept talking, throwing in every piece of evidence they had, their words tumbling over each other in their urgency. Maverick didn't say a word. He simply listened, truly at a loss for words at their imagination. "Professor," Hermione called hesitantly as the silence stretched after their recounting. Maverick exhaled and leaned back in his chair. "First of all," he said slowly, "I didn't even know there was such a thing hidden in this castle." That made all three of them blink in surprise. "And even if it is here," he continued, "it's Headmaster Dumbledore's business. I'm certain he wouldn't leave it unprotected." "But Snape," Harry started. But Maverick raised a hand to interrupt. "And you got one thing wrong that I know for certain," he said. "Even if Professor Quirrell knows how to deal with vampires, that doesn't mean he would know how to get past a Cerberus. Each Cerberus is different. Only their owner would know how to handle it." Just as Maverick said that, something clicked in Harry's mind. Hagrid. Hagrid was the owner, and Hagrid was someone who would very easily let things slip when he shouldn't. His brain worked overtime, and then another thought hit him. The dragon egg. Hagrid had won a dragon egg from some stranger in a card game. Harry shot to his feet. "Sorry, Professor," he said quickly. "We have to go." With that, Harry grabbed Ron and Hermione, pulling them out of the office before Maverick could even say anything. And Maverick did not try to stop them, nor did he want to ask anything else. He simply watched them leave, but a small smirk tugged his lips as soon as the door shut behind them. "Interesting," he muttered under his breath. "It's all happening much sooner than they did in the books." He tapped his fingers against the desk thoughtfully. Was it because Quirrell couldn't get the unicorn blood? Then Voldemort must be getting really desperate. It was bound to be an eventful evening. Harry didn't stop running until they were halfway across the grounds. Ron and Hermione panting behind him. "Harry," Hermione gasped, struggling to keep up. "What are we doing?" Harry didn't slow down. "It's Hagrid," he said breathlessly. "Don't you think it's strange that what Hagrid wants most is a dragon, and a stranger turns up and just happens to have one? I mean, how many people just wander around with a dragon egg in their pocket?" Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. They quickened their pace and skidded to a stop outside Hagrid's hut. The half-giant was outside, tending to a few pumpkins with Fang at his feet. "Hagrid," Harry called. Hagrid looked up, surprised. "What are ye three doing out here?" Harry didn't waste time. "Hagrid, we need to ask you something about the dragon egg," he said urgently. Hagrid straightened, frowning. "Dragon egg, what about it?" "You know, the one you won in that card game," Harry pressed. "Who was the person you won it from?" Hagrid's frown deepened. "I dunno, didn't see his face, kept his hood up," he said slowly. Ron and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances. Harry stepped closer. "This stranger, though, he must have talked to you, said something about what you do, right?" Hagrid paused, thinking. "Well, he wanted to know what sort of creatures I looked after, and I told him after Fluffy I wouldn't mind raisin' a dragon." He chuckled at the thought. "Did he seem interested in Fluffy?" Harry pressed, his heart beating faster. Hagrid blinked at him, as if the question were obvious. "Well, course he was interested in Fluffy," he said with a grin. "I mean, how often do ye come across someone who owns a three-headed dog?" He went on, beaming as he recalled the rest of the encounter. "And I told him about Fluffy, of course. Told him, the trick to calming Fluffy is simple, just play him a bit of music. He'll fall right off to sleep. Works every time." He paused at the end, and then let out an "oh." "I shouldn't have told ye that. I should not have told ye that," he muttered to himself, but Harry's mind was already elsewhere. A moment of silence stretched between them until Hermione broke it with another question. "Hagrid, is Dumbledore back yet?" Hagrid blinked, looking confused. "Not that I know of." That was it. That was all the three of them needed to hear. Without another word, Harry turned on his heel, pulling Ron and Hermione along as he rushed back toward the castle. "Wait, where are ye goin'? Wait," Hagrid shouted after them, but all three of them didn't stop for a second. "We have to get to the stone before Snape does," Harry said, practically sprinting through the corridors. "Harry, wait," Hermione called, reaching out to grab his arm. "We can't. What if we get caught? We'll lose even more points." "Big deal," Harry shot back. "What matters is stopping Snape." "But," Hermione tried to reason, but Harry cut her off. "Do you really want him getting his hands on the stone? Snape becoming immortal?" Harry asked, trying to convince her. "Besides, if we get to the stone before him, prevent him from stealing it, we might just earn back the points we lost." Hermione went quiet at that, and then there was a moment of silence between them until Ron swallowed before asking, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" Harry nodded. "We have to." Hermione hesitated, her thoughts clearly racing, but then she let out a shaky breath and nodded. "All right, but if we're doing this, we're doing it properly." "Tonight," Harry said, his jaw set. "We'll go tonight. After dinner, after everyone falls asleep." Chapter 108, Twilight of the Parasite Ivy, ch. 128. The clock on the bedside table read 11:30 p.m. The Gryffindor dormitory was silent, save for the occasional rustling of blankets and the distant hoot of an owl outside the window. Harry was lying on his bed, staring at the canopy, while his heart kept thumping fast with anticipation for what he was about to do tonight. "Harry, it's time, get the cloak," he heard the whisper of his friend. Ron's face was barely visible in the dim glow of the moonlight filtering through the window. Harry sat up at once, then reached under his bed and pulled out the silvery, fluid-like fabric of his invisibility cloak. He swung his legs over the side and slipped on his shoes as quietly as he could. The last thing they needed was waking Neville, who would definitely ask too many questions. Carefully, the two boys tiptoed across the dormitory, down the spiral staircase, and into the common room. Hermione was already waiting for them near the fireplace. She was dressed in her robes and had her bag slung over one shoulder. But what caught Harry's eye was the small wooden box she held in her hands. "What's that?" Ron asked in a hushed voice. "A music box," Hermione whispered back, holding it up. It plays a lullaby, should be enough to put Fluffy to sleep if we need to. Ron's eyes lit up. That's brilliant. Harry also nodded at his friend's quick thinking. He had also considered bringing a musical instrument, like a flute, but a music box would be much more practical. Harry then glanced around the common room. The fire had burned low in the grate, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Everyone had gone to bed. Right then, he said, pulling the invisibility cloak around his shoulders. Let's go. The three of them huddled together as Harry spread the cloak over them. It was a tight fit, but they managed, moving as one toward the portrait hole. The fat lady was snoring softly in her frame as they carefully eased the portrait open and slipped out into the silent corridors of Hogwarts. They moved silently and steadily toward their destination, the third-floor corridor where the trapdoor was located. With the invisibility cloak wrapped around them, they knew they were as hidden as they could be. However, when they reached there, they found something was wrong. The door was already slightly ajar. "This isn't good," Harry whispered. "Snape may have come before us." Ron's face darkened. "Do you think he's already gone ahead?" "I don't know, maybe," Hermione murmured, scanning the area. "But we can't wait around here. Let's go in." They exchanged a brief look. There was no time for second-guessing. With a deep breath, they pushed the door open the rest of the way and slipped inside. The low growl of Fluffy echoed through the room, and for a moment they froze in place. No matter how many times they had seen it, it was still hard to get used to. And soon they realized the growling wasn't the sharp, alert warning of an awake Cerberus. Instead, it was the slow, rumbling snore of a sleeping dog. Fluffy's huge body was stretched out across the floor with his nose twitching in the quiet. "He's asleep," Harry whispered in relief. "Someone must have put him to sleep." "It's Snape," Hermione said, sounding certain. "He must have used the harp to lull him to sleep." The trio turned their attention to the harp in the corner, its strings still faintly vibrating. Without a word, Hermione pulled out the small music box she'd brought and carefully placed it near the harp. She opened it, letting the soft lullaby play in tune with the harp's notes. There was something comforting in the melody, and for a moment, it seemed like the whole room had fallen into a peaceful trance. "All right," Hermione said after a moment, "let's move on, we don't have much time." Together, they approached the trapdoor. Without hesitation, they each grabbed the pull ring and opened it. It gave way easily, and the trio quickly jumped down, landing on something that felt both soft and hard at the same time. What they didn't realize was that they weren't alone that came in. Maverick, hidden under true concealment, had been following them all along. He had watched their every move since they had entered his office earlier in the day. Not only that, but he had also been tracking Quirrell and Voldemort, making sure nothing went awry. The trio now found themselves entangled in a mass of roots, which seemed to reach out and grasp at them. The roots were thick and strong, holding them in place. "I can't move," Ron shouted as he struggled against whatever was holding him. "Stay calm," Hermione advised, trying to calm down her racing heart. "It's Devil's Snare. It feeds on fear." "I'm not scared," Ron said, though his shaking hands and wide eyes suggested the exact opposite. "Ron, listen to Hermione," Harry added, following Hermione's lead. "We need to stay calm, or we'll only make it worse." Hermione then pulled out her wand, spoke the incantation she needed, and then a burst of bright flame shot from the tip. The flames lit up the snare, and with a hiss, the roots loosened their grip while retreating from the heat. The three of them tumbled out of the snare's grasp and landed on the stone floor. They slowly got to their feet, catching their breath, and glanced down the corridor ahead. "This way," Harry said. He led the way down the only passable path, while Ron and Hermione followed closely behind. The sound of rustling and clinking echoed around them as they moved deeper into the dimly lit stone corridor. Maverick trailed just behind while keeping an eye on them, and he was ready to act if any unexpected life-threatening danger arose. The trio soon reached the end of the corridor, where a brightly lit room revealed itself. The light flickered and glowed, casting long shadows that danced across the floor. The faint sound of rustling and clinking came from above, giving the room an almost eerie atmosphere. Ahead, a heavy wooden door stood firmly closed. Harry moved forward cautiously with his wand drawn, but as he reached for the door, he found it locked. They tried pushing, pulling, and even using their wands to unlock it, but nothing worked. It didn't budge. "Well, this is great," Ron muttered, looking helplessly. Hermione's gaze flicked to the ceiling where dozens of keys fluttered above them. She pointed. "There, those must be there for a reason." "Those look like keys, but how are we supposed to get them?" Ron asked, staring up. They were obviously far too high up for them to reach. They stood for a moment, thinking, when Harry's eyes fell on something at the far side of the room. A broomstick, conveniently there. "I know," Harry said quickly and rushed toward it, grabbed the broom and mounted it in one beat. "There are so many," Ron exclaimed. "I think," Hermione said, taking one more glance at the door's keyhole and then back at Harry and the swarm of keys. "It should be the oldest-looking one, the one with the most rusted edges." Harry nodded, and then without a second thought, zoomed into the air. The keys swarmed around him like a horde of angry bees, buzzing dangerously close to his face as he darted past them. But Harry was no ordinary flyer, and with quick reflexes, he maneuvered through the swarm, locking his sights on the one that best matched Hermione's description. And in just under a minute, he managed to catch a battered, rusted key in his hand. He then turned the broom back toward the door and threw the key at Hermione for her to unlock it. With the door now open, the trio stepped through into the next room. But when they saw what awaited them, they froze. Before them lay a massive chessboard, pieces scattered across it, some knocked over. They blinked, taking in the sight. "What now?" Hermione asked with her voice filled with uncertainty. Harry looked around as he too wasn't sure what to do. There was a door at the other end of the room, but as they approached, the chess pieces shifted, seemingly alive and ready to move in their way. "I think we have to play," Ron suggested. And with that, the trio began their strange game, moving the pieces under Ron's command. One by one, the white pieces were captured, and the black pieces fell as well. It wasn't long before the game took a dangerous turn. "I'll have to sacrifice my piece," Ron said, his eyes fixed on the queen. The little Gryffindor, brave as his house's motto, wore only determination on his face. "No, you can't. There must be another way," Hermione cried. "If the queen attacks the knight, it'll take you with it." "There's no other choice," Ron said firmly, his eyes locking with theirs. "If we give up here, Snape will get the stone before us." Harry and Hermione struggled to make the choice. And just then, the little witch's eyes lit up as she thought of something. She reached behind her neck with both hands and took off the necklace around her neck. It was something she had bought from Caesar's Magitech during last Christmas. "Here," she said, tossing it to Ron. "It has a shield charm infused in it, one that will trigger when the wearer is in critical danger." Ron hesitated for only a moment, staring at the pink heart-shaped stone before slipping the necklace over his head. However, the next moment, he felt a sense of relief. At least now, his chances of surviving were much greater. Maverick, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but admit to himself that these three children were truly brave. He had watched this scene in the movie and read about it in the book, but seeing it in real life was entirely different. They were not only brave but incredibly courageous as well. But this time, he had to give them a little extra help. The defensive alchemical gadget would indeed trigger a shield charm, but that alone wouldn't be enough to stop the power of the sword swing. So, he decided to add a bit of extra protection when it activated. With Ron's next command, the pieces moved, and finally the White Queen lunged at his knight. "Be careful," Harry and Hermione shouted as the queen raised her sword. But at the critical moment, the necklace on Ron's neck glowed bright, and suddenly a gleaming metal shield appeared in front of him, deflecting the queen's blow. There was a sharp clang, and Ron was thrown from the board by the force of the impact. The shield vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "Ron, are you okay?" Harry and Hermione exclaimed from their spot. Ron staggered to his feet, looking slightly dazed. "I think I'll live," he muttered, though he was clearly shaken. Soon the game was finished, and the chess pieces retreated, leaving the way clear. But the trio was now uncertain whether to continue forward or return to the safety of the castle. "Ron's hurt," Hermione said, looking worriedly at him. "We can't keep going." "We can't stop," the little Weasley protested, but the next moment he staggered and crouched down, grimacing from the pain in his leg. Harry sighed and made up his mind. The safety of his friend was more important than anything to him. "You're not in any condition to continue, Ron," he said. "We tried, but—" "No, you have to go," Ron cut in. "Even if I can't go, you have to." "But—" "I'll stay with him, Harry," Hermione interrupted, agreeing with Ron. "It's not Ron, it's not me, it's you who has to save it." With his two friends' minds made up and seemingly unwavering, Harry finally nodded, making up his mind. "All right, I'll go. But Hermione, you must take Ron and get him to the infirmary as soon as possible. And," he paused, thinking, then added, "quickly find Professor Caesar. Tell him everything that has happened." And with that, Harry turned and walked toward the final door, ready to face whatever lay beyond. Chapter 109, Twilight of the Parasite V, ch. 129. Harry stepped forward, taking uneven breaths, and entered the next chamber by himself. This time, there would be no Hermione or Ron to help him if things went wrong, and that thought made his heart pound in his chest. But he did not stop for a second. His grip tightened around his wand as his eyes scanned the room. Then, in the dim glow of the chamber, he saw a figure standing before something he was very familiar with: the mirror of Arist. And it was not Snape who stood there. "Professor," Quirrell Harry stammered, struggling to process what he was seeing. The man turned slowly, his pale face illuminated by the soft light. It was indeed the Dada Professor, Quirrell, but not the Quirrell Harry knew. Gone was the nervous, anxious-looking professor who shied away from loud voices and sudden movements. Instead, he saw a composed, confident man. Harry watched as his usually timid-looking professor sneered at him, curling his lips in a mix of amusement and contempt. "Yes, Potter, me," Quirrell said smoothly. Meanwhile, Maverick, hidden under true concealment and observing everything, suddenly felt his magical sense flare as it picked up a spatial fluctuation nearby. A familiar magical signature followed, and he instantly recognized it. It was the headmaster. Sure enough, the next moment, Dumbledore stepped inside, cloaked under an invisibility spell. Maverick hesitated only briefly before deciding to reveal himself. He moved closer and sent a subtle magical signal. Dumbledore, unsurprised, responded in kind, wordlessly inviting him nearer. Both remained hidden from sight and presence, so neither Harry nor Valdi were aware of their movements. Had Voldemort been at his full strength, he might have noticed the spatial fluctuation caused by Dumbledore's arrival. But in the Dark Lord's current weakened state, detecting an Archmage's presence was impossible if the said Archmages were trying to remain hidden. "Thank you for looking after them in my absence, Professor Caesar," Dumbledore said. They were now inside a magical barrier Maverick had just conjured. Within its confines, they could see and hear each other, but to those outside, they would see nothing. Maverick did not respond to Dumbledore's sudden gratitude. Instead, he focused on clearing some things from his mind. "I've been keeping an eye on them for a while now," Maverick said. "They brought up some rather interesting things to me a few nights ago, something about a philosopher's stone being hidden in the school." "I see," Dumbledore murmured, offering no further comment. Maverick's gaze sharpened. "I also recently learned that a very dangerous wraith, the lingering remnant of the most recent Dark Lord, has been lurking in this castle for a year, living among the students." Maverick did not hide the accusation in his tone. "You know, Headmaster, I hear all sorts of things about you. Some say you're too incompetent. Some say you're too righteous for your own good. Others claim that behind all your benevolence lies a scheming, manipulative man. And some even believe you're a Dark Lord hiding in plain sight." Dumbledore listened without interruption. "Tell me honestly, when you hired Quirinus Quirrell, was he already under Voldemort's influence?" Dumbledore sighed. If it had been anyone else, he might have brushed off the question, but Maverick wasn't just anyone. "No," he admitted. "When I hired him, I'm fairly certain Quirrell was still himself." Despite the weight of their conversation, neither of them took their attention off Harry, ready to intervene at any moment. Maverick's expression remained unreadable. "Then after, whatever happened to him, why did you still allow such a dangerous entity to roam freely among the students?" A brief silence fell between them. Then, as if reaching a decision, Dumbledore began to explain everything. He started with Quirrell's appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor. Back then, Quirrell had been normal. But just days later, when Dumbledore saw him again, something was different. A quick investigation revealed the truth. Voldemort's wraith had latched onto the man. There had been little Dumbledore could do, because typical magic simply does not work on wraiths. They were also incredibly difficult to seal, especially one belonging to a powerful and knowledgeable dark wizard. Then he explained his plan. By using the philosopher's stone as bait, he ensured that Quirrell remained within the castle until he could find a way to neutralize the threat. Maverick was speechless. He wondered if this old man was just lazy or he simply couldn't think of any other way. And sensing his disbelief, Dumbledore elaborated on the precautions he had taken. Maverick, as he listened, found them reasonable to some extent, but if he was being honest with himself, it all sounded like the work of a tired old man. Quirrell was apparently under Dumbledore's constant surveillance. Every step he took, everywhere he went within the castle, Dumbledore was aware of it. There was tracking magic, and the castle itself, with Dumbledore as its highest authority, served as his eyes and ears. Yet, despite these measures, many risks remained. One glaring issue was that Dumbledore could not act instantaneously. For example, if Voldemort suddenly got the inexplicable urge to cast the Avada Curse on a student from just a foot away, Dumbledore wouldn't be able to stop it in time. It was a reckless gamble, one that put students in danger. But Maverick buried those thoughts and continued listening, as Dumbledore then began to explain why he hadn't simply eradicated Voldemort's wraith outright. Apparently, unlike in the original timeline, where Dumbledore had only discovered Voldemort's Horcruxes later, this version of events was different. He had known from the very beginning that Voldemort had created Horcruxes for his twisted ambition of immortality. It was the moment the old wizard first saw baby Harry that he realized this truth. Harry himself was a Horcrux. Since then, he had been searching for a way to remove the soul shard, but had found no solution. And later, he discovered a second Horcrux, the Gaunt family ring, and in the process, he had been afflicted with a deadly curse, one that was now rapidly consuming his life. To this day, he had found only one viable method to truly save little Potter. Voldemort had to strike Harry with a soul-infused killing curse, while Harry willingly sacrificed himself. It sounded nonsensical and illogical, but Maverick could not raise the many doubts in his mind because he had very little knowledge in that area. Dumbledore explained that when Voldemort struck Harry with the killing curse, it wouldn't be Harry's soul that would perish, but the fragment of Voldemort's soul, thereby destroying the Horcrux. Harry would be free of Voldemort's fragment of a soul, but for all that to happen, one very important condition had to be met. Voldemort had to resurrect first. Maverick listened carefully. While he wasn't well versed in this particular field, Dumbledore's reasoning was sound. It even aligned, albeit not exactly, with how things had played out in the original work. Dumbledore then explained his intent to train Harry throughout his time at Hogwarts, preparing him for the inevitable confrontation without making him aware of the full truth. Tonight's events were part of that plan. He admitted he hadn't expected Granger and Weasley to accompany Harry, but he had been certain that Maverick would be there. When Maverick asked how he had known, Dumbledore merely smiled and muttered some nonsense about an old man's intuition. Maverick wasn't convinced, but he didn't press the issue. One thing he was certain of was that Dumbledore couldn't possibly see through his true concealment, meaning the old thing wasn't entirely sure he was here watching over the children. Once again, it meant Dumbledore had taken a gamble, relying solely on his deduction from the trio's recent visit to his office, that Maverick would take action when necessary. Was this wise, or even scheming? No, neither. This damn old man had been betting on things to work out the entire time. It was merely a coincidence that everything had fallen into place in the end. No wonder his teacher Edward always looked like he wanted to punch someone in the face whenever he talked about Dumbledore. Maverick wondered what stories might exist between them and made a mental note to ask later. Finally, Dumbledore made a sincere request. Please, Professor Caesar, help Harry. If possible, take him as an apprentice under you. Stop, no. Maverick raised his hand and interrupted resolutely. No way was he going to be a babysitter. He had far too many things to constantly watch over. But he glanced sideways at the old man, the pleading look in his eyes, and couldn't help but twitch his brows. Listening to the short but brief explanation cleared most of his doubts and made him realize that this old man wasn't a scheming villain arranging little Harry's life for his own benefit, but was actually doing it for Harry's own good, although the methods were highly questionable. And it had made his impression of the old wizard improve a few points. He can finally send the many portrayals of him he had read about in fanfictions from his previous life straight into his mental trash can. He sighed. "I'm sorry, Headmaster, I don't have time. But I will give him attention, help him, aid him even, but I can't take the responsibility of making him an apprentice. At least, not yet." "I understand, and thank you, Professor Caesar." "Just call me Maverick, Headmaster," Maverick said, shrugging. Dumbledore smiled. "Well then, Maverick, even so, your word to assist young Potter means a lot." He showed a melancholic smile. "You know, his parents' deaths are somewhat my fault as well. I wasn't there when they needed me, when they pledged their service to my order without even questioning. So I truly wish to make it up to them. It will never be enough, but I shall try my best to make up for all the lives lost in Tom's chaos as much as possible until this curse finally takes me whole." The atmosphere was starting to feel awkward for Maverick, so he quickly changed the topic. He thought about how both Dumbledore's and his goals aligned in some way. He wanted Voldemort to resurrect for his own reasons, and Dumbledore wanted the same to save Harry. But Dumbledore had no idea why Maverick would want this, nor would he ever tell him. Maverick would show that he wouldn't oppose Dumbledore's arrangements, but at the same time, he wouldn't approve of them either. So, in the future, if anyone dug into how Voldemort managed to resurrect himself under the noses of two archmages, they would all blame Dumbledore. Was he being selfish or inconsiderate? He didn't care. "I'll be blunt, Headmaster." His expression hardened as he said, "About your plan, letting Voldemort return just to rid Harry of the Horcrux, it has too many ifs." Dumbledore remained silent, listening intently. "So you had better keep searching for another way to remove the soul piece from Harry," Maverick warned. "Because if Voldemort returns and threatens innocent lives, I will kill him, whether Harry's Horcrux is still inside him or not. And if he returns with another Horcrux, I will kill him again. And again." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly before nodding. "It must happen immediately after his resurrection," Maverick continued. "Harry has to be there to confront him. That's the only way." Dumbledore opened his eyes and gave a melancholic smile. "I understand, and I hope things unfold as you say." So the old fox and the young fox continued discussing Tom Riddle's resurrection and inevitable death, while the verbal confrontation between Harry and Quirrell reached its climax and finally turned violent. Boom! Sometime earlier, with Harry Potter and Cornelius Quirrell. Harry shook his head, refusing to believe what he was seeing. Where's Snape then?" His voice wavered with disbelief. He had spent weeks convinced that Snape was after the Philosopher's Stone. It hadn't even occurred to him to suspect Quirrell. Quirrell let out a quiet laugh and shook his head. "Ah, yes, Snape," he mused. "I can't blame you for suspecting him. He certainly looks the part of a villain, doesn't he? Always sweeping around in those dark robes, scowling at anyone who dares to breathe in his presence." His posture shifted subtly, his shoulders hunching slightly, his hands fidgeting at his sides. When he spoke again, his voice took on that familiar nervous tremor. "Please, Professor Snape, don't hurt me," he mocked, his expression twisting into one of exaggerated fear before straightening again, his smirk returning. "A convenient role, don't you think? Standing beside someone so obviously suspicious that no one ever looks twice at the weak, stammering fool." Harry frowned, taking a cautious step forward. His confusion deepened, and his grip on his wand tightened. None of this made sense. "But I heard Snape threatening you earlier. He was trying to force you to tell him how to get past Fluffy," Harry argued. Quirrell's brow creased slightly. "I haven't even spoken to Severus today," he said. "Whatever you think you saw or whoever you heard speaking, I can assure you, it certainly was not Severus Snape." His lips curled into a creepy smile as he finished speaking. Harry opened his mouth, but no words came. His mind raced, grasping for answers, but nothing fit. The pieces weren't aligning the way he had expected. Chapter 110, Twilight of the Parasite VI, ch. 130. I have wanted to meet you properly for a long time, Harry Potter, Quirrell said, with a sneer, watching Harry's face fall as if he had just been hit with a crushing dose of reality. That's right, Potter, it was me, not Severus Snape. Quirrell's lips curled into a slow, twisted grin. I am the one who let the monsters in on Halloween, and I was the one who cursed your broom during the Quidditch match. His twisted expression darkened even further. You wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for that old fool who always likes to interfere. His gaze turned cold. He thinks I don't notice, but I do. I know it was him who attacked me during the Quidditch match. Harry furrowed his brows, thinking. He still haven't understood why this Dada professor of his was showing such malice toward him, but when he heard the words Quidditch and curse, a memory came to his mind, the feeling of helplessness during the first round of the inter-school Quidditch match. He had always thought it was a fault with his broom, but now it seemed he had been wrong. So it was you, messing with my broom, and it was not a fault with my broom, he asked, seeking clarification. Quirrell let out a sharp, almost maniacal laugh. Yes, and if it weren't for that meddling fool, you would have been nothing but a smear on the pitch. His face changed again, this time contorting with fury. His nostrils flared, his body tightened, and one of his hands moved unconsciously toward his lower back, remembering the painful memory. Meanwhile, hidden within the invisible barrier, Dumbledore cast a sideways glance at Maverick, raising an eyebrow, as if expecting an explanation. Obviously, the headmaster had no idea what Quirrell was talking about, but he had a feeling that the person who did was standing right beside him. And Maverick noticed the look Dumbledore was giving him, but there was no way he would admit it. After all, the so-called attack on Quirrell didn't fit very well with his image. Absolutely not, he had no part in it. So he cleared his throat, gave a light cough, and acted as if he hadn't noticed a thing. Back with Harry, his grip on his wand tightened as he watched Quirrell's fanatical expression twist even further. But then, just as suddenly as the rage had appeared, it vanished, as if it had never been there in the first place. Harry watched, perplexed, as Quirrell's head tilted slightly, as though he were listening to something or someone. A moment later, Quirrell turned toward the golden-framed mirror. His eyes darted across the glass, scanning his own reflection, frustration settling deeper onto his face with each passing second. Yes, Master, Quirrell was then seen muttering something under his breath. I understand. Harry couldn't make sense of Quirrell's actions. One moment, he was lashing out at him, then at Dumbledore, and now he seemed to be talking to himself. The mad professor whirled back to face him again, and then narrowed his eyes dangerously. Harry flinched. Come here, boy, Quirrell demanded impatiently. Harry didn't move. His legs felt rooted to the spot, every instinct screaming at him not to obey. But Quirrell doesn't seem to care. Under Harry's horrified gaze, Quirrell flicked his wand at him, carp retractum. Harry had no time to react when a shimmering rope of magical energy came and coiled tightly around his torso. He yelped, because the next moment his body got yanked forward, dragged unwillingly, until he stood right beside the terrifying professor. Look, Quirrell ordered, pointing at the large mirror. Tell me what you see. Harry hesitated. His breathing was unsteady, but under Quirrell's piercing gaze, he had no choice but to obey. Slowly, he lifted his eyes to the glass. At first, he saw only his own reflection, staring back at him with wide, frightened eyes. Then, the image changed. His reflection reached into its pocket and pulled out a deep red stone, gleaming like a polished ruby. The mirror Harry looked at him directly, then gave him a small nod before slipping the stone back into his pocket. Harry's breath caught. He had never seen the sorcerer's stone before, but somehow he knew that was it. And at the same moment he felt a strange weight in his real pocket. His hand twitched, then glanced down. There, under his robes, was a bulge that hadn't been there before. Quirrell's voice snapped him back to reality. What do you see? Harry's mind raced. The Gryffindor in him seemed to calm his frantic heart as if a bravery buff had been applied. He made up his mind. He couldn't let Quirrell know the truth. He had to think of something fast. Summoning all the courage he could muster, he forced himself to smile. I see myself, he said, trying to keep his voice steady, holding the inter-school Quidditch cup. My team's around me and everyone's cheering. But his attempt at lying was pitiful at best. easily seen through by Quirrell, not to mention the creature latched to the back of his head. Liar, Quirrell spat. Harry swallowed hard, thinking this was it. He was scared, brave, but scared. But once again, Quirrell seemed to have lost his focus. His eyes were glazing over slightly, as if listening to something only he could hear. Yes, master, Quirrell muttered reluctantly before turning back to the mirror. And as he did, Harry took a cautious step backward, then another. Voldemort's voice hissed in Quirrell's mind. Let me speak to the boy. Quirrell flinched. Master, in your current state, you are not strong enough. Enough, Voldemort's voice thundered through inside his head. I am still stronger than a mere child. Quirrell hesitated, then slowly raised his hands. With careful, deliberate movements, he unwrapped the purple turban coiled around his head. Layer by layer, the fabric unraveled, revealing the pale skin beneath. Harry had stopped moving. He was frozen in place, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and horror. The last strip of fabric fell away, and Quirrell turned to face him. Harry's stomach twisted. There, on the reflection of Quirrell's bald head in the mirror, Harry saw a face. It was pale, almost ghostly white, stretched thin over the skull. The eyes were blood-red, narrow and gleaming with a terrible light. Slitted nostrils flared as if testing the air. A thin-lipped mouth curled into a cruel sneer. Harry couldn't breathe. Harry Potter, we meet at last. The voice did not come from Quirrell's mouth. It came from the hideous face behind him. Harry took a shaky breath. Doubly, what are you? I am, the one you claimed to have destroyed 11 years ago, the voice hissed. The reason why people call you the boy who lived. It took Harry a moment to process what was being said before his pupils dilated in realization. Why you, Harry stammered, his voice faltering as the truth finally hit him. Are you Voldemort? The voice that replied was low and hissing, filled with malice, but Harry only saw the reflection of the face in the mirror. Yes, Voldemort hissed, filled with malice. You see what I have become, what I must do to survive because of what happened that night. Harry's heart skipped a beat as he realized which night Voldemort was referring to. But then, his grip on his wand tightened, and a surge of emotions flooded his chest. You killed my parents, Harry practically shouted, pointing his wand at Quirrell. Voldemort's sinister chuckle filled the air, cold and mocking. Ah, yes, I recognize that look. Bravery. It seems to run in your family, Voldemort hissed, a dark sneer curling on his lips. But what is bravery against absolute power? It didn't save your parents. It only brought them to me. And now, here you are, Harry Potter. Where has it led you? Back to me. Why aren't you dead? Harry asked, ignoring Voldemort's cryptic sarcasm. Voldemort's laugh echoed through the room. It sounded cruel and hollow. Death cannot take my life, he hissed. I have overcome it. Harry didn't know where he got the courage in his current situation. Without thinking, he retorted almost immediately. You look more like a ghost than alive. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, and a tense silence filled the room before the eerie smile returned to the Dark Lord's face. Not for long, he replied darkly. There is something in this very room that can grant me a body of my own. Harry's heart pounded, the Sorcerer's Stone, the thing Voldemort needed. As Quirrell stretched out his hand toward Harry, Voldemort's voice echoed in his mind. Give me the stone, boy. Harry didn't know what came over him. His feet moved before his mind could catch up, and in an instant, he turned on his heel and sprinted toward the entrance. Foolish, Voldemort hissed, and Quirrell immediately raised his wand and swung it. A burst of orange flame erupted across the entrance, blocking Harry's path just as he was about to reach it. His heart raced. The entrance was completely blocked. There was no other choice now. He had to face this demon. His grip on his wand tightened as he turned back once again, pointing it directly at Quirrell. Voldemort's cruel, mocking laugh echoed through the room. To him, whether this little freshman had a wand or not meant nothing. Quirrell also pointed his wand at Harry, and one might have thought they were about to start a duel. Kill him, Voldemort hissed maniacally, giving the order telepathically to his slave. It was indeed an amusing sight, seeing the little boy point his wand at him, but he had no time for games. Get me the stone, now. Quirrell obeyed without hesitation. His lips curled into a creepy smirk, and the tip of his wand began to glow an eerie shade of green. As for Harry, though his wand was raised and ready, he struggled to think clearly. Nearly a year had passed since he first started learning magic, and he had indeed picked up a few spells. But the overwhelming tension of the situation clouded his mind, making it difficult to focus. Farewell, Harry Potter, Quirrell's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. The boy who died. Tgthegood. The ominous chant rang through the air, and Harry still couldn't think of a single spell out of the few he knew that would work. In the end, all he could do was stand frozen, perhaps close his eyes. But just as the thought crossed his mind, he brushed it off and hardened his expression. His mother and father had died bravely trying to protect him, so why would he cower and close his eyes now? And two figures, hidden behind an invisible barrier, watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but feel impressed. This 11-year-old boy stared right at the killing curse in defiance until the very last moment. Just before Harry lost consciousness, he heard a familiar voice. "Well done, kid." Chapter 111, Twilight of the Parasite, VII, ch. 131. A jet of sickly green light burst from Quirrell's wand, and it sliced through the chamber like a serpent striking its prey. His features contorted into a rabid grin, whether this exhilaration came from his own heart or from Voldemort's parasitic presence, he couldn't tell. All that mattered was that the hunger for this moment felt real to him. But amidst the hopeless situation Harry was in, he did not flinch. Even as death raced toward him, he stood there in stubborn defiance. He would face his end without surrender. Just as Quirrell thought he had succeeded, the curse came to an abrupt halt just inches away from the boy's chest. The spell had struck something, but it was certainly not its intended target before it dissipated into nothing. Harry, dazed and unaware, had no idea what had just happened. Had the curse hit him? Had it missed? All he remembered was hearing that familiar voice. Then everything went dark. Silence filled the chamber, save for the steady crackling of the flames blocking the entrance. Quirrell's fingers tightened around his wand as he stared at the unconscious boy. He wasn't dead. His chest still rose and fell with shallow breaths. Quirrell's brow furrowed as he realized someone had interfered. And true to his thoughts, the next moment, he heard the distinct tap of boots against the stone floor outside. But whoever it was didn't seem to be in any hurry. It sounded slow, rhythmic, almost casual. He raised his head toward the entrance and saw a silhouette behind the flames. Judging from the height, it certainly wasn't the school's headmaster, and that realization made him let out an unconscious breath. "Looks like I made it in time." A smooth and unhurried voice carried through the chamber. Yes, it wasn't Dumbledore, but this was even more troublesome. Quirrell narrowed his eyes. He knew that voice. There were only 3 people, apart from Dumbledore, whom his master had ordered him to be wary of. The 2 great magi, Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick. And the third, Maverick Caesar, a man with an unknown background, deep connections, and a suspected great magus. For that reason, he had carefully avoided any direct encounters with him, as well as the other 2 all year. But now, there was no avoiding it. He saw the wall of fire at the entrance tremble, its flames flickering as if they had suddenly gained consciousness. Then, they parted, carving a narrow path. The silhouette standing beyond the fire became clear. It was exactly who he had suspected. Maverick Caesar walked in at an unhurried pace, hands tucked into his coat pockets, as if the sweltering heat and the tension in the room simply didn't exist. But just as his footsteps neared the unconscious boy, Quirrell's head throbbed with Voldemort's furious shout, "The stone, you fool! The stone!" Only then did Quirrell react. He jolted, realizing his mistake. With a sharp jab of his wand, he uttered sharply, "Accio." Something stirred in Potter's pocket. A glint of red flashed as the philosopher's stone wrenched itself free and shot through the air toward him, only to halt, suspended mid-flight. Maverick barely moved. One hand slipped from his pocket, and with a simple flick of his fingers, the stone halted midair, hanging motionless between them. "Let go and use the killing curse." Voldemort's order rang inside Quirrell's head. "Kill him." Quirrell obeyed without hesitation. He released his hold on the stone, and in the same breath, his wand snapped up. Tgthegood. Maverick was honestly surprised at this point. Not because of the bolt of death streaking toward him, but at how quickly everything had escalated. He had expected some back-and-forth, maybe a bit of taunting from old Valdi, but he hadn't thought the Dark Lord would just skip the usual script for a scene like this. Thinking vaguely amused thoughts, Maverick stepped aside, dodging the curse as effortlessly as one might sidestep a puddle on the street. The killing curse shot past him, missing entirely. The stone, however, did not. It sailed neatly into his waiting palm. Voldemort shrieked, his fury rattling inside Quirrell's skull. Again. Quirrell's arm jerked up once more, but before he could utter the incantation, a sharp, agonizing crack filled the chamber. "Air!" he screamed. His wand clattered to the floor. His arm, his entire forearm, was twisted unnaturally backward, bent at an angle no human limb should ever take. His knees buckled as white-hot pain shot through him. Maverick cast Quirrell a dispassionate glance before turning his attention to the unconscious boy. With a flick of his fingers, Harry's body lifted effortlessly into the air. Without a moment's pause, he tucked the philosopher's stone back into Harry's pocket. With a casual flick of his fingers, Harry's unconscious form rose a little higher, then drifted soundlessly through the parted flames and out of sight. Only then did he turn, his gaze settling on Quirrell, who writhed in agony on the floor. Quirrell could swear he had never felt such pain in his entire life. It was agony unlike anything he had ever imagined, as if his very being were being torn apart, and to make matters worse, the voice of his Dark Lord raged inside his head. "Useless fool, stand, do something." Voldemort's voice was a relentless storm, battering his already shattered mind. Regret washed over him like a tidal wave. He regretted everything. Regretted stepping foot in the forests of Albania, regretted offering himself to Voldemort, regretted every choice that had led him to this moment. He had once thought he would be rewarded for his loyalty, that he would be given power beyond imagination. But now, even if his master regained a body, it was clear he would be discarded like a broken pawn. As these thoughts churned through his mind, the pain surged, multiplied tenfold. His vision blurred, and his eyes rolled back as his consciousness began to unravel. And then, darkness. His body, which had been writhing in torment, suddenly stilled. The agonized howls ceased, his trembling stopped, and an eerie silence fell over the chamber. Then, with an unnatural slowness, Quirrell rose to his feet. His skin was pallid, drained of what little color it once had. His eyes, once human, had sunken deep into his skull, hollow and lifeless. His lips were cracked, and his body, barely more than a husk, twitched with unnatural stillness. His left arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, yet he gave no sign of pain. This was no longer Quirrell. His very presence exuded something far more unsettling than Quirrell ever had. Maverick raised a brow. "Should I call you Quirrell now, or Voldemort?" The figure's lips curled, and when he spoke, it was in a slow, venomous hiss. "Maverick Caesar." The way he said his name sent a chill through the air. "Why?" Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort's bloodshot eyes gleamed with an eerie light. "Why do you defy me?" Maverick tilted his head slightly, as if he had just been asked the most idiotic question in existence. He decided to humor old Valdi for a moment. "Are you serious?" he asked, eyes wide with mock innocence. "You're an outright villain, Mr. Voldemort, so, as a good, law-abiding citizen, it's only natural that I do my part and stop you, the bad guy." His tone was light, almost lazy, but the mockery in his words was unmistakable. Voldemort hissed, his face contorting in fury. "Are you mocking me, boy?" Maverick's expression remained unchanged. "Yes." For a moment, Voldemort was speechless. Never in his life had he encountered someone so unconventional, so brazenly dismissive of him. But he was the Dark Lord, he would not be rattled so easily. Composing himself, he spoke again, his voice quieter, but no less sinister. "Why does a wizard of your talent follow a crippled old fool like Dumbledore?" Voldemort sneered. "You do not know what he truly is. He—" Maverick raised a hand, cutting him off. "Stop, this bullshit monologue won't get you anywhere." Voldemort's lips curled, but he pressed on. "A wizard of your caliber should be standing beside me, not against me. I am the heir of Slytherin. I was a great mage before I was even 30. I can teach you knowledge beyond." Maverick smirked. "You're pathetic." Voldemort's eyes darkened. Not just pathetic, Maverick continued, but the biggest idiot in magical history. Voldemort's face twisted in rage, but Maverick wasn't done. Just because you reached the rank of Archmage, what on Merlin's name made you think you could do whatever you wanted? Because I am Lord Voldemort, Voldemort roared. No, Maverick interrupted, his tone as cold as steel. You're just a pitiful fool who can't even accept his own identity. A muggle-born idiot who convinced himself the world owed him everything. You're not a genius, Riddle. You're a fool. A bitter, self-absorbed fool who never outgrew his teenage tantrums. Voldemort's entire body trembled with fury. How dare you? Maverick barely spared him a glance. Simply put, you're just a little bitch, old Riddle, a whiny, lying little bitch. Rage exploded from Voldemort. Avada-kedavra. A thick bolt of green light shot from his outstretched hand, wandlessly. Maverick raised an eyebrow. Wandless casting of the killing curse? Now that was new. A small, fleeting thought before he stepped to the side, dodging effortlessly. Voldemort's fury knew no bounds. Once more he lashed out, jabbing his hand forward. Cracked. But before he could unleash the curse, a sickening crack echoed through the chamber, just like before. His only remaining arm had also been rendered useless, now twisted at an unnatural angle. Yet, unlike Quirrell, Voldemort did not scream. He didn't even flinch. It was as if he did not register any pain. Instead, he merely glanced at his broken limbs, then lifted his gaze back to Maverick. What magic is this? He demanded. Maverick smirked. Oh, you want to know. Voldemort recognized the mockery in his tone, but remained silent. Maverick obliged him. It's a little trick I picked up from Muggles, not that you'd ever be able to learn it, even at your peak. With a snap of his fingers, the stone floor beneath Quirrell's feet rose, engulfing him up to the knees, locking him in place. Voldemort's expression remained unreadable. After a moment, he asked, Do you truly think you have captured me? Maverick shrugged. No idea, but I'm sure I've trapped Quirrell's body. He glanced toward the entrance. And soon, Dumbledore will be here to deal with your parasite self. Voldemort let out a low, guttural laugh, one that slowly built into a near-hysterical cackle. The sound echoed through the chamber, hollow and sharp, filled with something between amusement and madness. He had accepted it now. Getting the stone was no longer possible. Maverick didn't interrupt. He simply watched as the Dark Lord indulged in his own bitter amusement. I will remember you, boy, Voldemort finally said. When I return, I will make you pay. Maverick responded with a lazy hand gesture, fingers opening and closing like a talking mouth. Voldemort didn't understand the exact meaning, but he knew mockery when he saw it. His irritation flared into something sharper, colder. In mere minutes, Maverick had secured himself a place among the most hated names on Voldemort's ever-growing list of those he swore to destroy. Then, without warning, dark smoke began to seep from Quirrell's mouth, nose, and ears, curling into the air like tendrils of shadow. A low, unnatural wail followed, a sound that was neither entirely human nor entirely alive. The swirling mass of smoke coiled and writhed, twisting until it coalesced into Voldemort's wraith-like form. Below, Quirrell's lifeless body slumped forward, his head striking one of his own trapped legs with a dull, final thud. For the briefest moment, their eyes met, Maverick's unimpressed, unyielding gaze against Voldemort's seething, spectral form. Then, without warning, the wraith spun around and fled. Maverick chuckled. Almost in the same instant that Voldemort shot upwards, a black raven, wreathed in cursed flames, burst from Maverick's outstretched hand and streaked toward the fleeing specter. Screech! The raven struck. Voldemort's shriek tore through the chamber, a raw, unnatural wail, something neither human nor entirely of this world. Curse you, boy, he howled, his voice echoing with fury and pain. And then he was gone, his wraith-like form phasing through the solid stone ceiling, vanishing into the darkness above. Maverick stroked his chin. Interesting, Fiendfare really is a versatile spell. Chapter 112, Twilight of the Parasite, VII, ch. 132. Not long after Voldemort's wraith had fled, Dumbledore ended his disillusionment charm and stood beside Maverick. Both of them directed their attention at Quirrell's crumpled body, looking at the man sprawled across the ground like a discarded puppet. Still alive, Dumbledore pointed out. At first, Maverick thought this so-called righteous old man to hurry and take him to the healer, but apparently not. Maverick didn't bother asking. Instead, he voiced his own thoughts. He's alive, yes, but barely. Even if he gets treatment, it won't make much difference. It would be better just to put him out of his misery. Dumbledore cast him a brief sideways glance before turning back to Quirrell. He did not outright refute Maverick's suggestion, but neither did he seem to agree. "I shall handle the matter with Quirinus Quirrell," he said. Maverick let out a sigh and said nothing more. Truthfully, he didn't care either way. He gave Quirrell one last glance before rolling his shoulders, then changed the subject. "What about Potter, Headmaster?" "Fawkes has taken him to Poppy." Maverick gave a short nod. "And the stone?" Dumbledore's lips curled in amusement. "I know you placed it in Harry's pocket." Maverick shrugged. "My actions were clearly visible to you, Headmaster. You don't have to point that out." He had a feeling this nosy old thing was probably just itching to know his thoughts about the stone. It was one of those weird tests he liked to put people through, speaking ambiguously just to put his nosy heart at ease. Unfortunately, Maverick had no interest in his word games. Besides, that stone had lost its value to him before the academic year had even started. So he made the decision and decisively turned to leave. "I'm going back, Headmaster. I'm tired and I want to sleep." Unfortunately, the old man didn't take the hint. Maverick had barely turned when Dumbledore's voice stopped him. "You're not even remotely interested in the stone." What a persistent bastard, Maverick thought to himself. He paused, glanced over his shoulder, and made it clear. Not in the slightest. Dumbledore raised a brow. Maverick shrugged casually. "Don't forget, Headmaster, I've just turned 20 and I'm already an archmage. I can live for centuries. And as for gold, I'm a businessman. I won't be running out anytime soon." Dumbledore chuckled at his straightforward answer. "Quite right," he said, "though not everyone would share your viewpoint, Maverick." Maverick shrugged again and walked away quickly before the old man could ask any more annoying questions. But before disappearing from the chamber, he added one last remark. "I'm not everyone else. I have no interest in that broken thing." A somewhat satisfied laugh echoed through the chamber, but Maverick was already long gone. The next morning, the sky above Hogwarts was painted in hues of gold and pink, the first light of dawn stretching over the castle grounds. A soft mist curled around the forbidden forest, and the lake reflected the sky like glass. Inside the castle, however, the world was still waking. In the hospital wing, Harry lay propped up in bed showing a thoughtful expression. Ron was beside him, still looking worse for wear but very much awake. Hermione sat between their beds, her hands folded in her lap as she listened. "I don't know what happened after," Harry admitted, frowning slightly, "but I could have sworn I heard Professor Caesar's voice." Hermione's brows lifted. That probably wasn't just a guess. Ron, still groggy, blinked. Then why didn't Dumbledore say anything when we asked who saved Harry? Dumbledore had indeed come to check on them earlier, before anyone else. His conversation had been similar to the one in the original story, but this time, he spoke to all three of them instead of just Harry. However, he made no mention of Quirrell or his fate. He also didn't reveal what had happened after Harry fainted, simply assuring them that there was no need to worry, that he had taken care of everything. When Ron asked why Dumbledore hadn't mentioned who had saved Harry, Hermione opened her mouth to answer. But before she could speak, they all heard footsteps echo through the hospital wing and turned their heads. Their eyes lit up. "Professor Caesar." The three Gryffindors called out in unison. Maverick stopped between Ron and Harry's beds, giving them a small smile before nodding. He glanced at Hermione and saw that she looked perfectly fine. "How are the three of you doing?" "I'm good, Professor," Ron said. "I'll be okay. Just a few bruises, but Madame Pomfrey said I should be fine in a day or two," Harry added. Maverick turned to Hermione. "And you?" "I wasn't admitted. Madame Pomfrey said I'd be fine after a night's rest." Maverick nodded, but then his expression turned serious. "Do you three realize you broke nearly every rule in the book last night?" The abrupt change in his tone caught them off guard. Ron blinked, looking uncertain, while Hermione straightened as if about to explain herself. Harry opened his mouth, then hesitated, realizing he had no argument. And Maverick did not give them any room to respond in the first place. He went on, reprimanding them for their reckless actions, even mentioning that he ought to deduct what little remained of their house points. He listed everything from breaking curfew to entering areas that were strictly forbidden, and by the time he was finished, all three had their heads lowered, looking thoroughly dejected. It was the first time Maverick had properly scolded them. Before, he would only say a word or two and let them off. This time, he made it clear that he was not just unhappy with their actions, but disappointed as well. And he didn't soften the blow afterward either. That was Dumbledore's job. Instead, he gave them a stern warning. Never pull something like that again. They nodded quickly, but Maverick doubted it would make much difference. He knew all too well what they would get up to in the years ahead. A brief silence followed, and the three sat quietly feeling the tension in the air. After a moment, Maverick decided he had said enough and then changed the conversation to something less heavy. "Has the headmaster come to see you?" he asked, turning to Harry. Harry raised his head and nodded. "He came a while ago, Professor." Then, as if remembering something, he hesitated before asking, "Professor, was it you who saved me from Voldemort? I mean, you know who." "That's right," Maverick admitted, offering Harry a small smile. "You were lucky this isn't just any other school. Hogwarts magic is very profound, and even when the headmaster was away, it was able to detect dark magic being used in the castle and somehow alert him. Since he wasn't sure he'd make it back in time, he sent me a notice. Fortunately, I arrived before things became irreversible." He and Dumbledore had agreed that this was the version of events the children should hear. Harry opened his mouth as if to say something, but seemed at a loss for words. Maverick added, "The curse that madman used on you was the killing curse, one of the three unforgivables." Hermione and Ron gasped. Harry, being Muggle-raised, didn't react as strongly, but judging by his friends' faces, he could tell it wasn't good. Maverick continued, "If it hits you, it separates your soul from your body. In other words, you die. It's not as gruesome as some other spells, but it's considered unforgivable and forbidden because there's no conventional way to block it. And it's efficient, almost no one survives it." Harry swallowed hard, finally realizing just how close he had come to death. "Do you understand now why I'm not happy with what you did?" Maverick asked. "Think of your friends, your future, and I'm not just talking about you." He glanced across the three of them. "Just because you learned something bad was going to happen and couldn't find anyone to stop, it doesn't mean you have to take on that responsibility yourself." His gaze hardened. "This time you were extremely, extremely lucky. Next time you might not be." Silence filled the room. Then, after a long moment, Hermione was the first to speak. "We won't do anything like that again. We promise." Harry and Ron quickly followed, nodding in agreement. "Good," Maverick said with a nod. Then he turned to Harry. "Potter, do you think you'll be fit for the finals?" Harry's eyes lit up. "Professor, will I get to play? Has something happened to Marcus?" Maverick shook his head. "No, but you and he are nearly on the same level, and if something happens during the game, I don't want to send a chaser to do a seeker's job. Durmstrang will be tough, much more than the other two teams. Since it's the final match, they'll play rough." "We can win, Professor," Harry said firmly. Maverick smiled. "Good confidence. But I hope that either Marcus or you, if you get the chance to play, catch the snitch before they get too aggressive." Harry nodded. "Once you're better, don't skip practice. The whole of Europe will be watching, and I don't want Hogwarts, as the host, to take second place." "Harry can definitely catch the snitch, Professor. You should ask Coach Stephen to let him start," Ron said. Maverick shook his head. "I don't deny Harry's talent, but Marcus is still the better player overall. Either way, team selection is up to the coach." He stayed with the three for a little while longer, chatting about other things, before finally leaving. His next class was about to begin. The following days would be busy, but at least the troublesome parasite had been dealt with. With any luck, the rest of the year would pass without further incidents. The only major event left was the upcoming final match in the last week of the month. Chapter 113, The Battle for Glory I, ch. 133. April 25th, Saturday. The weather was particularly nice today. The sun hung warm and bright over Hogwarts, the kind of golden light that made the ancient castle's stones glow. At 16 degrees, it was just cool enough that your robes didn't feel stuffy, but warm enough not to hurry indoors. Beyond the castle grounds, the Quidditch pitch stretched out in perfect condition, its freshly trimmed grass gleaming emerald under the cloudless sky. The 3 golden hoops at either end shone brightly against the blue sky, catching the sunlight with every slight breeze. It was the kind of day that made you want to grab a broomstick and take flight. Not a single cloud dared to spoil the view. And it was the perfect weather for the final match of the inter-school Quidditch tournament, set to take place at Hogwarts on this very day. After lunch, nearly the entire school, clad in scarlet and gold, poured toward the Quidditch stadium, clutching omnioculars and waving enchanted flags that rippled in the sunlight. The atmosphere seemed even livelier than the last round, with most visitors clad in Hogwarts or Durmstrang jerseys, much like a Quidditch World Cup match, shows just how captivated everyone was by the event. The stadium, too, looked even grander, with towering newsstands surrounding the pitch. Enchanted banners fluttered overhead, each displaying the colors of the 4 schools competing in the tournament. Temporary flue points flickered nonstop, bringing visitors from across Europe, along with delegations and journalists. Of course, security for such an occasion had to be top-notch. Personnel in black armbands were stationed everywhere, managing the crowd, checking tickets, and directing guests with smooth, practiced efficiency. By 1:30, not a single seat was left empty. The stadium roared with competing chants, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, from the home crowd, met by the heavy, rhythmic pounding of staffs from Durmstrang supporters. While the general audience buzzed with anticipation, the VIP stands were also fully booked, with guests entering continuously and most of the reserved seats already occupied. At Dumbledore's invitation, the ministers from all 4 participating countries sat in the front row alongside the deans of the 4 participating schools. Behind them were the delegations from each nation, followed by nobles, influential figures, and special invitees. Maverick sat in the 3rd row, with Isabella beside him, who had come at his invitation to watch this grand event he had personally brought to life. Seated beside them were Lord and Lady Greengrass, along with several other nobles from Lord Greengrass's faction, people who, technically, now followed Maverick as their leader. This wasn't the first time Maverick was meeting with the other lords of the neutral faction following Greengrass. He had met with them a few times after bringing Lord Greengrass under his banner. Shortly after Maverick's first meeting with Greengrass, the latter arranged a gathering with his faction lords and introduced Maverick as the new leader. There was, of course, some initial resistance, mainly due to his age and doubts about his rank being an archmage, but a quick, persuasive demonstration soon won them over, and they all fell into line. Beside the lords from the neutral faction, many other pureblood nobles were also present, and not just from Britain but from across Europe, all gathered in the same box. By now, it was no secret who the mastermind behind this grand event was, and these prominent figures in attendance recognized Maverick's brilliance. The benefits for him were clear. His reputation would soar, and the potential financial gains were equally substantial. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts team locker room, the players had already changed into their gear, put on their goggles, and gathered around as the team leaders gave a final pre-match speech, their focus sharp on the game ahead. "This is it, guys. We're not just playing for the win, we're playing to make history. We will not back down, we will win." Wood shouted loudly. Still, despite his excitement, he was extremely nervous. He knew very well how strong their opponents were. After Wood, Marcus, fired up, added his own remarks, and then Stephen gave his final advice to everyone. "Our opponents, some of them are even close to professional level, especially Victor Crumb, who's rumored soon to be selected for his national team, so don't take this lightly. But even without Crumb, their team will be tough. So stick to my game plan, work together, and if there's a chance, do your best to knock Crumb off his broom." His eyes fell on Harry, and he said solemnly, "Potter, if the game drags on or if anything happens to Marcus, marking Crumb will be your responsibility. So be ready to step in at any moment." He glanced at the rest of the reserve team. "That goes for all of you as well. Be prepared. I have a feeling today's game will get ugly very fast." "Are you ready?" Stephen shouted, fire in his voice. The team pounded their chests and roared in response. "Yes, coach." "Good," Stephen grinned. "Then let's go. Under the witness of all of Europe, let's go and crush Durmstrang together." Crush Durmstrang. Crush Durmstrang. Crush Durmstrang. The opening spectacle lasted about half an hour, filled with live, heart-pounding beats, thunderous music, dazzling dances, and roaring crowds. Just as the entertainment ended, the players from both competing teams emerged with high morale, walked out of the tunnel, mounted their brooms, and soared into the air. A clamorous wave of sound rushed towards them as the surrounding stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Countless flags flew through the air as young wizards waved banners painted with the Hogwarts or Durmstrang crests, or held signs bearing various hyped-up slogans. Their chants blended together, rising into a tidal wave of encouragement for both teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your finalists, Hogwarts and Durmstrang. Lee Jordan's enthusiastic voice boomed across the stadium as he welcomed the teams. Hearing Jordan's announcement and the deafening chants from the stands, the players couldn't help but grip their broom handles tighter. The crowd was massive, the noise overwhelming, the expectations immense, and both teams stared each other down fiercely. The referee's whistle shrieked, and the game exploded into motion as the players shot toward their positions. True to most predictions, the game was heated from the start. The Durmstrang chasers relentlessly weaved through Hogwarts' defense, pushing to score. The Hogwarts team could only fight back desperately, with every pass, every steal, and every shot feeling like a heart-pounding struggle. Each attack and counterattack was like a miniature duel, with both sides battling fiercely for control of the quaffle. Meanwhile, the beaters swung their bats like madmen, hammering bludgers toward the opposing seekers. Every strike was a potential knockout blow. Marcus and Crumb became prime targets. Bludgers hurtled at them again and again, forcing them to focus on evasion. A single moment of hesitation could send them smashing off their brooms. But overall, one team was clearly outperforming the other. As the game progressed, Hogwarts' score gradually fell behind Durmstrang's, trailing by 30 to 40 points on average. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, the match had already lasted over 2 hours. Marcus panted heavily on his broom, and he wasn't the only one. Players on both sides showed signs of fatigue, with some already substituted by their coaches. After all, they were still children, lacking the stamina of adult wizards to maintain such intensity for long. Marcus searched frantically. Where the hell was that damn snitch? He glanced at the scoreboard. Durmstrang needed only 2 more goals to reach 150 points, while Hogwarts still needed 6. Things weren't looking good. Shit. He cursed, yanking his broom upward just in time to dodge a rocketing bludger. Damn it. Marcus, Wood bellowed from the goalposts. Either get your ass in the game or switch with Potter. Marcus considered it for a second. Wood was right, he was exhausted, pushing himself beyond his limits. But if he stepped away now, he might not get another chance to return. The new rule about the 150-point limit didn't seem so great now, unlike during their first match at the start of the competition last year. He scanned the pitch one last time, hoping to spot the glittering little bastard, but no luck. After another futile sweep, he sighed and glanced at his coach. There was no other choice. He could still play, but not at his best. He was far too drained. And then there was Potter. Young as he was, Marcus couldn't deny his talent. The kid was good, extremely good, as he had proven in the very first game. Unbeknownst to him, Marcus was thinking of the good of the team, considering even the possibility of swapping with a Gryffindor. A thought he would have never entertained just a year ago. Him, a proud pureblood, swapping places with a Gryffindor raised by Muggles? Never. But over the course of the year, he had changed. He had grown closer to teammates from all houses, whether he admitted it or not. The Muggle-borns on the team might not be his best friends. His pureblood upbringing still ran deep, but he no longer viewed them with the same prejudice as before. Stephen caught Marcus looking and couldn't help but smile proudly. Without a word, he knew exactly what Marcus was thinking. It was unexpected to see this proud boy take the initiative, but at last, he looked like a leader. He turned to Harry. "Potter, get over here." Harry knew it was time. He had been warming up for the past 2 hours, keeping his blood pumping and muscles primed. He sprinted over and stopped beside Stephen. "Potter, you have one job. I don't care if you catch it with your hands or swallow it whole. Get that snitch before they score 2 more goals." Harry gave a resolute nod, then high-fived his teammates on the bench and finally Marcus, who had flown down. "Never thought I'd say this to a Gryffindor," Marcus muttered, gripping Harry's hand tightly. "But I believe in you. Win this." Harry's eyes burned with determination. He nodded confidently, kicked off, and rocketed into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 114. The Battle for Glory II, ch. 134. A black blur flickered at the edge of Harry's vision, screaming toward him like a cannonball. He jerked his broom to the side, and the iron ball whistled past, missing by inches and whipping through his hair. He tightened his grip to stay upright, heart pounding, but the Durmstrang beaters weren't letting up. It was less a match now, more a hunt. Whoosh! Another bludger tore through the air, aimed straight for his ribs. Ruthless! Harry pulled up sharply, and the bludger shot beneath him, close enough for him to feel the rush of air and the angry spin of iron. The crowd's roar echoed in the distance, but up here, it was drowned out by rushing wind and thundering heartbeats. And it wasn't just Harry flying with one eye over his shoulder. Krum was under fire too. Hogwarts' team had long since abandoned any pretense of fair play. Every turn brought a new threat, a rogue elbow, a sudden swerve, a bludger sent with obvious intent. The referee's whistle blew now and then, followed by warnings that were quickly ignored. Nothing changed. In fact, the game only got dirtier. And even though Harry and Krum were locked in a frantic aerial duel, swerve or suffer, they were also playing their own game of cat and mouse. The message was clear in every maneuver. If you spot the snitch, you'll have to get through me first. They dove low, banked hard to the right, cutting through the air with sudden, slicing turns. Their movements were sharp, unpredictable, a test of nerve, speed, and will. They kept at it, weaving through the sky, slashing, swerving, never slowing. The bludgers kept coming, forcing constant evasions. Neither seeker was willing to give an inch. Then came the announcer's shout. "And Durmstrang scores again? That's 140 for Durmstrang. Hogwarts better grab a miracle or this is it." The crowd erupted, cheers, groans, feet stomping the stands. The sound washed over the pitch like a wave. Only one more goal, and Durmstrang would win. That moment of celebration, just a flicker of distraction, was all it took. Harry saw it. A flash of gold, a shimmer, barely a blink, near the edge of the stands, tucked just behind the shadow of a banner fluttering in the wind. His heart slammed against his ribs. He didn't move right away. He didn't dare. He glanced sideways. Krum was turned, eyes tracking the celebrating chasers just for a second too long. Now, Harry dove. The air tore past his ears as he rocketed downward, hugging his broomstick, wind dragging at his robes. He twisted between players and dipped beneath a spiraling beater's bat. The crowd gasped. "Potter's diving, he's seen it," shouted the announcer, voice rising with excitement. Krum's head snapped back around. He didn't need to see the snitch. He only needed to see Harry's posture, sharp, focused, deadly. Krum shot forward. And the chase was on again. The crowd howled. A storm of cheers and screams echoed through the stands as both seekers blazed across the pitch like comets, one chasing a ghost, the other chasing him. Harry weaved through the rising stands, the snitch flitting just above a support beam near the public section. The golden ball danced upward, then zipped left, skimming the edge of the towering banners. He was gaining. Krum followed, gaining closer. He couldn't see the snitch, but he didn't have to. His only goal was to ruin Harry's line, to clip his broom, to force a mistake. Harry cut low, so low his foot skimmed the stadium rail. Sparks burst from his boot sole. The crowd shrieked, half in awe, half in horror. "What is he doing?" the announcer's voice cracked. "He's gonna crash." He didn't crash. Harry jerked the broom up at the last second, a slingshot turn, using the stadium's curve to whip around with blistering momentum. His back screamed from the G-forces, his vision blurred. But the snitch was dead ahead now, flitting along the stadium wall, fast but within reach. Crumb surged behind him, arm out, fingertips brushing Harry's robes. But Harry had one more move. He leaned forward, balanced on the edge of the broom's handle, then stood on the broom mid-flight like a tightrope walker. Gasps echoed like cannon fire from the crowd. He rode the broom with both feet planted, arms spread for balance, and lunged forward, one wild, desperate leap. His fingers closed around something cold and fluttering. The world held its breath. Then the whistle blew. Silence, followed by an explosion of sound. He's got the snitch. Harry Potter has caught the F.U., the snitch. The stadium erupted. Hogwarts students and the entire English crowd surged to their feet, screaming, hugging, crying. Even the professors stood frozen in stunned disbelief before they, too, burst into cheers. Harry, breathless, heart-pounding, rolled over on the grass where he'd landed, hand still clutched around the tiny golden ball. He did it. He actually did it. Above him, the sky spun lazily, and somewhere overhead, Crumb circled once, just once, then flew off toward the Durmstrang side, his face showing a mix of frustration and resignation. But Harry didn't care. Because they had won. The moment the game ended, Hogwarts' team rushed toward Harry, joined by the reserves and even Stephen, all of them swarming him in a joyous heap. They cheered and laughed, clapping each other on the back, celebrating their victory. The stands were a blur of excitement as the audience joined in, rising to their feet, chanting and cheering. Lee Jordan went absolutely wild. His voice cracked with excitement, barely able to contain his joy as he poured everything out. And Professor McGonagall, who was supposed to keep him in check, was far too caught up in the moment to care. She was beaming, her eyes sparkling with pride. Her usual stern demeanor had disappeared completely, replaced by pure, radiant happiness. Time passed, and while the Hogwarts team continued their celebration, the pitch was quickly transformed for the awards ceremony. The players from all 4 participating schools began to line up in front of the stage, where the Champions' Cup stood proudly on display. The ceremony soon began. First, of course, the man behind the entire event, Maverick, stepped onto the stage to give a short speech. He kept it brief, touching on the tournament's success, the benefits it had brought to the schools and their students, and finally, the exciting news that it would now be held every year. The audience cheered. Needless to say, everyone seemed quite pleased at the idea of the tournament becoming a regular tradition. After Maverick, Dumbledore took the stage and gave a short speech of his own, before moving on to the awards. First came the runners-up, who were awarded silver medals. Then came the individual awards for the best player in each position. Hogwarts claimed 2, Best Keeper, which went to Oliver Wood, and Best Seeker, naturally to Harry Potter. Best Beater was awarded to a Durmstrang player, and Best Chaser went to a student from Cold of Storets. The title of Best Overall Player went to Victor Crumb of Durmstrang. There was no debate, he had clearly been the strongest on the pitch. Finally, the Hogwarts team was awarded gold medals and the Champions' Cup. And with that, the celebrations kicked off once more, lasting until nearly sunset. The first inter-school Quidditch tournament had come to a close. That evening, Hogwarts hosted a grand farewell banquet in the Great Hall, a final gesture of warmth and hospitality before the visiting schools departed. The hall had never looked more splendid. Hundreds of floating candles shimmered above long tables piled high with food, while the enchanted ceiling reflected the soft blush of evening clouds drifting across a dusky sky. The feast was a celebration of magical cultures from across the world. British favorites like shepherd's pie, treacle tart, and gold-encrusted fish and chips were served beside French escargots in garlic butter and delicate croissants filled with charmed cream that refused to melt. Hearty Russian goulash bubbled in steaming pots, rich with herbs and spice, paired with slices of dark rye bread that stayed warm to the touch. The Hogwarts house elves had clearly outdone themselves. The drinks were just as enchanting. Butterbeer flowed freely, warm and frothy as ever. Tall flasks of Russian berry mead, sweet, sharp, and gently sparkling, were passed around, along with a traditional German honey brew, dark and smooth with a touch of cinnamon, leaving behind a faint chill on the tongue like a sip of winter. Laughter rang out beneath the candlelight, filling every corner of the hall. For a while, no one thought of scores or houses or schools. The night unfolded in a blur of food, voices, and music, and when it finally began to wind down, no one felt tired, only a little reluctant, as though the evening had slipped past too quickly. But like all good things, it had to end. When the clock struck midnight, the visiting schools rose from their seats. The farewells were brief, exchanged with small smiles, firm handshakes, and the familiar words shared by all: they would meet again next year. Chapter 115, The Final Bell ch 135. The days passed, and before anyone noticed, another month had gone by. The air grew warmer, and the first hints of summer settled over the castle with the sky stretching wide and clear. The end of the school year was nearing, and that means it was time for the final exams. By now, the excitement from last month's Quidditch tournament had long since faded, and in its place, a heavy, nervous tension clung to the castle like damp fog. Students moved past one another in the hallways looking tired and pale. Some rushed to class hoping one last revision might help, while others moved slowly, worn out from too many sleepless nights. And while the students pored over notes and revision sheets, the professors weren't any less busy. Final exams didn't prepare themselves, and nearly every teacher was buried under stacks of paper and lesson plans. Most professors had to set both a written and a practical exam for every year they taught, so the work piled up fast. Maverick, fortunately, had it easier than most. He only taught 2 subjects, Muggle Science and Alchemy, and both to a single-year group each. For Muggle Science, he had kept things simple. He stuck to what he had taught in class and made sure the written exam was fair. Alchemy, on the other hand, was a different matter. He had prepared both a theoretical and a practical exam for the first years to get through. The written exam would cover basic runes, simple runic circuits, and safety principles, nothing beyond what they'd learned. The practical would require them to engrave a basic rune, not too complex, but enough to test their carving skills. This time, though, they would have to do it entirely from memory. Choose the correct rune and carve it without any help. And preparing it all might sound like a lot of work, but compared to the other professors, he still had time to breathe. When the first week of June arrived, the tension hanging over the castle escalated even more. Students showed more and more signs of pre-exam anxiety, with some going so far as to invent elaborate excuses. One claimed to have been hit with an obliviate charm, while another insisted they had been cursed by some dark magic, causing their mind to regress. But their tricks were nothing new to the seasoned deputy headmistress. A single mention of detention from McGonagall was enough to send them scurrying back into line. Maverick found the whole situation quite amusing. Fortunately, none of his students had tried anything clever with him. Some first-year students did come to him for some last-minute revision lessons, but even they didn't have any thoughts on skipping the exam. What pleased him most were the students in his Muggle Science class. They showed no signs of worry and actually seemed to be looking forward to the test. Every one of them appeared confident, and as their professor, Maverick couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. No matter how reluctant the little wizards were, the final exams began as scheduled. 3 days had passed since then, and Maverick had already finished the written and practical tests for the first years. Today was his last invigilation, the written exam for Muggle Science. The classroom had been rearranged, with long rows of seats replaced by individual desks and chairs. Maverick waved his wand, and a flurry of papers and quills floated neatly onto the small tables in front of the students. Although I trust you'll all be sincere in your tests, as a standard precaution, I must remind you that both the exam papers and quills have been enchanted against cheating. The consequences for cheating are not light. The exam began, and Maverick walked up and down the aisles between the seats, announcing the time every half hour. By the time of his second announcement, some students had already finished their papers. And on that very same day, Maverick managed to finish grading all the papers, including the first-year exams, which he had already begun marking 2 days ago as soon as they were completed. As for the practical alchemy exams, those had been assessed on the spot. It was a fairly simple task. After all, carving a specific rune onto a pre-prepared slab of alchemic stone. 12 outstandings and 32 exceeds expectations from the Muggle science class. And 8 outstandings, 42 exceeds expectations, and the rest acceptable from the first years, he murmured to himself, a small smile tugging at his lips. Glad no one ended up with a poor. Outstanding represented excellence, exceeds expectations showed solid performance, and acceptable was the minimum passing grade. None of his students had scored below that everyone had passed, and Maverick was thoroughly satisfied with the results. Overall, this had been a novel experience for him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried while grading the papers. After all, what teacher doesn't hope their students achieve the best results? Though he had grown used to the life of teaching by now, preparing exams, watching his students take them, and finally grading them gave him a strange sense of nervousness he hadn't expected. But in the end, everything had worked out well. And so, by the end of the first week of June, the final exams came to a close. Students from the 1st to 4th years, as well as the 6th years, were free at last, though a handful of anxious young wizards still fretted over their results for another 2 or 3 days. Most, however, celebrated the end of exams with enthusiasm. Laughter and cheers echoed throughout the school, but for the 5th and 7th years, the tension was just beginning. They remained deeply focused on their preparations for the wizarding level exams. The owls and newts were separate exams, after all, overseen not just by the school, but also by the ministry's education department. Several days passed. On Tuesday of the 2nd week of June, the castle felt unusually quiet. Even the students who had finished their exams and were enjoying the last week of school seemed to be on their best behavior. The professors, especially the deputy headmistress, seemed even more stern than usual, with expressions that made it clear they meant business. This was because, that morning, around 10 o'clock, a group of elderly-looking witches and wizards arrived at the school. They were the examiners for this year's owls and newts from the Ministry of Magic, come to oversee and invigilate the exams for the 4th and 7th year students. "Oh, Master Caesar, I've heard you've joined Hogwarts as an alchemy professor. It's so wonderful to see you again." The short, hunched-over witch at the center of the delegation exclaimed loudly, spotting Maverick among the school's other professors. "Lady Bume," Maverick replied with a smile, "it's been a while." Lady Bume was a master alchemist, just like him and Dumbledore, and she was also the head of British Ministry of Magic's Department of Education. Maverick had first met her during his Master Alchemist certification, and she had been one of the examiners who oversaw his work back then. She was one of the oldest-looking witches Maverick had ever seen, apparently over a century old, though not necessarily the oldest he knew in terms of age. After all, most great maguses alive had lived for over a century, but unlike them, she was still a magus, and maguses did not possess the same longevity as a great magus. Despite this, she remained deeply involved in Magical Britain and the International Alchemist Association, her sharp mind and vast knowledge highly valued and respected by all. "Not that long. Time flies, doesn't it? Me overseeing your genius feels like just yesterday. It was an honor to examine you, the youngest master alchemist in history." She spoke with a hint of melancholy. "To invigilate you was my privilege, my dear." She then turned to Dumbledore. "And how are you, Albus? Everything going well here?" Maverick was honestly surprised by how casually she spoke to Dumbledore, and how Dumbledore showed such respect toward her, someone who was 2 whole ranks below him. "Everything is going well, Lady Bume. I believe this year, Hogwarts will produce a considerably higher number of outstandings and exceeds expectations than in previous years." "Oh," the old lady's eyes lit up. "Then let's not waste any more time. As usual, we'll wrap up the owls first, and tomorrow we'll move on to the newts." At 11 o'clock, the Wizarding Levels examination officially began. The spacious hall had been transformed into an exam room for the written tests, while several smaller classrooms were prepared for the practical assessments. The written exams were conducted first, with the practicals taking place in the afternoon. The entire process stretched on until sunset. Maverick was one of the invigilators. In fact, all of the professors at Hogwarts were present during both the theoretical and practical exams, but their role was only overseeing the process. The responsibility for grading the exams was entirely handled by the ministry's team. Results for the owls and newts typically took 2 days to be released. However, before that, the professors began announcing the exam results for the other grades the day after the wizarding level exams had ended. Carrying a stack of papers, Maverick strode into the alchemy classroom. Right then, let's take a look at your end-of-term results. The stars of the class, Hermione, Neville, and even Daphne, held their breath, as if waiting for fate to pass its judgment. A total of 101 students, 8 outstanding, 42 exceeds expectations, and the rest of you passed with acceptable grading. Maverick announced the results. Congratulations! As he spoke, the result sheets flew into the air and hovered over the students' heads before gently landing on each desk. The moment Maverick finished speaking, the classroom erupted into applause. Excited whispers filled the air as the students celebrated their achievements. Maverick moved toward the 8 students who had scored outstanding and congratulated each of them individually. Naturally, Hermione was one of them, having scored the highest on the written test. Congratulations, Miss Granger. I look forward to the day you create your own alchemical masterpiece, Maverick said with a smile. Hermione beamed, clutching her result paper like a treasure. Thank you, Professor. I won't disappoint you. Next, Maverick went to Neville, then to the other outstanding achievers, and finally reached Daphne Greengrass. She sat with her best friend, Tracy, as always. When Maverick arrived, she gave him a rare smile. Miss Greengrass, congratulations on your outstanding, Maverick said warmly. He turned to Tracy and added, and congratulations to you as well, Miss Davis, for achieving exceeds expectations, an impressive achievement in its own right. Tracy grinned and gave a thumbs up. It's all because we got the best professor, she said, flashing a bright smile. Daphne seemed like she had something to say but hesitated. Maverick raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Not satisfied with an outstanding? He teased, giving her a knowing smirk. Ah, no, Professor. I'm pleased with my result. It's just... Daphne trailed off, glancing at Tracy nervously. Maverick tilted his head, noticing that Daphne looked unusually anxious. He wondered if something had happened at home. Just as he was about to ask, Daphne's tight-lipped friend spoke up. Professor, we were wondering if we could write to you during the holidays if we have any questions about the subject, or magic in general. Daphne glanced at Tracy, then sighed. I see, Maverick smiled, understanding why she hesitated. She was simply too shy to ask herself. With a snap of his fingers, 2 small cards appeared in Maverick's hands. He handed one to each of the girls. Muggles call this a business card. It's used to give contact information. I've made a wizarding version for myself, but instead of a Muggle phone number, this has my owling address. You can write to me here, and I'll usually receive your letters on the same day. The girls' eyes lit up, and they each held the cards with both hands as if they were precious treasures. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Tracy said as her excitement spilled out in a quick rush. Daphne was more reserved. She gave a polite nod, her face softening before she said, thank you, as sincerely as she could. You're welcome. Feel free to write if you have any questions about magic, Maverick said, offering them a reassuring smile. He then turned to move on to another student. After the alchemy class and lunch, Maverick made his way to the Muggle science class, where he announced the results in a similar fashion. As expected, all the seniors were thrilled with their scores. He ended the class by promising that next year's curriculum would be even more exciting and mind-boggling, and the students looked as though they couldn't wait for the holidays to end. Just kidding. It was only a fleeting thought for them. After all, what child would willingly skip their vacation to stay in school? Well, there might be one in this school, and it was about time he had a one-on-one with Mr. Savior to discuss his situation at home. Chapter 116, The Final Bell, II, ch. 136. 2 days after the last exam, the results for the OWLS and NEWTS arrived, and just like that, the weight hanging over Hogwarts lifted. The castle seemed to exhale in relief. Students lounged in the courtyards, their laughter echoing louder, and wandered the halls, no longer clutching their textbooks like lifelines. Tomorrow, they would be boarding the train home for their summer holidays, but before that, one final tradition remained: the end-of-year feast. Evening arrived, and the Great Hall was transformed into a full-blown celebration. The end-of-year feast was in full swing, and the house elves had truly outdone themselves. The tables were piled high with enough food to feed an army: golden roasted turkeys, creamy mashed potatoes, thick slabs of chocolate cake, and warm slices of pumpkin pie. But the highlight of the night wasn't the feast, it was the announcement of the House Cup winner. Before the feast began, Dumbledore stood and gave a short speech, highlighting the important events that had taken place throughout the year. He congratulated all the students for the significant increase in passing rates, and then turned to the matter of the House Cup. Slytherin led with 475 points, followed by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, with Gryffindor at the bottom with only 300 points. But not for long. As Maverick had expected, Dumbledore awarded his favorite Gryffindor trio a hefty boost of 150 points for their efforts in protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Though he didn't mention it outright, he ambiguously praised their bravery, loyalty, and standing up for what was right as the reason. Unfortunately, even with that generous boost, it wasn't enough for Gryffindor House to reach the top. Neville hadn't been involved this time, at least not in any way that changed the outcome, so his name didn't come up. The final tally stood: Slytherin with 475 points, Gryffindor just behind with 450. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff weren't far off either, both finishing in the 400s. It had been a close race all around. The Slytherin students celebrated with pride, but the other three houses didn't back down either. The House Cup was just that, the House Cup, and it wasn't enough to dampen their excitement for the upcoming summer holidays. At the staff table, the professors also shared in the joyous atmosphere, well, most of them. Snape was still Snape, even a grand feast like this couldn't make his lips curl up once. Filch, as usual, kept to himself with his cat by his side. The rest of the professors, however, appeared genuinely satisfied, enjoying the evening as much as anyone. They engaged in casual conversation, talking about their plans for the holidays or inviting one another to visit their homes as guests. McGonagall and Dumbledore were already deep in conversation about the upcoming school year. Both regarded Hogwarts as their true home, and even during the holidays, they rarely left the castle for long. They would have made the perfect pair, if only Dumbledore's preference wasn't the company of McGonagall's wand over McGonagall herself. Ever since Quirrell's sudden disappearance was announced, Dumbledore had been the one covering the remaining defense against the dark arts classes, and he still hadn't found a suitable replacement. Or any replacement, for that matter. He had even approached Maverick with the suggestion, asking if he would be willing to take on another role. But Maverick had refused, decisively. He excused himself on the spot and walked away, leaving the headmaster momentarily speechless. Alas, the old wizard could only sigh. The feast ended around 10 o'clock, and most students returned to their common rooms for a good night's rest before the long train ride in the morning. But not everyone. One particular Gryffindor was quietly making his way through the corridors, headed straight for Maverick's office. "You can come in," Maverick's voice called from inside his office, just as Harry raised his hand to knock. The door creaked open on its own. He stepped inside and found the office brightly lit, warm, and filled with the scent of burning wood. Without a word, he made his way to the chair across from Maverick's desk and sat down. "You asked to see me after the banquet, Professor?" Harry asked, looking a little puzzled. Maverick nodded and leaned back in his chair. "Yes, Harry, there are a few important things we need to talk about." Harry tilted his head slightly. "Is this about Quidditch?" he asked after a short pause. Maverick gave a small shake of his head. "It's not Quidditch. It's about what happened in the third-floor corridor 2 months ago." Harry's expression shifted at once. "Is this about, you know who?" he asked as voice dropped to a whisper near the end. "Yes," Maverick said. "Harry, do you know what it was you saw behind Quirrell's head that night?" Harry frowned and looked down at his hands. "I remember him saying something about being a parasite. That's all I remember." Maverick nodded slowly. "That's right. Voldemort is not gone, Harry, not completely. What you saw that night was a piece of him, what was left after your mother's sacrificial magic stopped him. Now he's clinging to life, barely, waiting for a chance to return, to come back whole. Harry's eyes widened. Mom sacrificed for me. Maverick nodded. Remember at the hospital wing when I said the killing curse can almost never be stopped? Harry nodded. There are ways it can be blocked, Maverick continued. The most efficient way is to dodge. The other is simply using a strong physical object to block it. There are a few more complicated methods as well, and then finally, there's sacrificial magic. The kind your parents used. When she threw herself in the way of the killing curse meant for you, it ended her life, but at the same time, it triggered a powerful kind of magic, sacrificial magic. It shielded you. Voldemort didn't understand it. No one really does, not fully. But when he tried to kill you next, the curse rebounded. Your mother's protection turned it back on him. That's how he lost his body. Maverick told the story to Harry, just as Dumbledore had explained it to him a month ago, without omitting any details. The old wizard had asked Maverick a second time now to teach Harry, if not as an apprentice, then at least as a mentor, and Maverick had finally agreed. However, he made it clear that it would be on his terms. He would not manipulate Harry or test him behind the scenes. Instead, he would offer straightforward guidance, just like his own teacher Edward had taught him. And Dumbledore, surprisingly, without any other arguments, agreed to the conditions. So, one of the purposes for meeting Harry tonight was to help him understand what had happened that night. And by the time Maverick finished, Harry's eyes were glassy. A single tear slipped down his cheek, and he quickly wiped it away. Maverick let the boy process his emotions and let the silence stretch. And Harry, as expected, regained his composure remarkably quickly. After a moment, he asked the important question, without Maverick even having to prompt him. Do you think he'll come after me? Yes, eventually, Maverick nodded. But while you're here at school, you will be under our protection. And while you're home, you'll be safe as well. That's also part of why I called you here tonight. Harry looked confused. What do you mean? I mean your home, Maverick said. Your guardians specifically. Harry's expression faltered. He looked uncomfortable, as if he didn't want to speak. Maverick's voice broke the silence. Do you trust me? The question caught Harry off guard. He was taken aback by the sudden change in topic. But he didn't hesitate long, and as soon as the question registered, he gave a firm nod saying, yes. Maverick regarded the boy for a moment, his magical senses picking up on the sincerity in Harry's words. Then, since you trust me, can you tell me what it's like, living there, with your guardians? For a moment, Harry just stared at him. Then something within him changed, like a wall breaking down. It was the first time he had ever felt this. Trust towards an adult. He looked away briefly, as though gathering his thoughts, and then back at his professor once again. He told Maverick everything. How he was treated more like a burden than family. The chores, the cupboard, the way his cousin was spoiled and he was ignored. The names, the silence, the cold meals, all of it. Maverick listened without interrupting. But the longer Harry spoke, the harder Maverick's expression became. He found it really hard to believe Petunia Dursley was Harry's blood relative. The damn woman had treated her own sister's child like a slave. This wasn't some cliched wuxia world, after all, where blood meant nothing and jealousy turned relatives into enemies. This was England. This was real life. Harry stopped after a while. He looked down at his hands again. Are you going to take me away from them? He asked quietly. His voice was soft, but Maverick could feel the weight in it. Harry was being sincere. He didn't want to go back to that house. Maverick sighed. I can't, he said. Because you're home. It protects you, Harry. Your mother's magic is still working through your aunt's blood. As long as you live there, Voldemort can't find you. That's why you must return during the holidays, for your own safety. Harry's face twisted into something complicated. Disappointment. But, Maverick added. Harry looked up quickly. What I can do, Maverick said, is speak with your relatives myself. During the holidays, I'll visit your home. They hate magic, Harry said. They might not listen, unless you can really scare them, like turn Uncle Dursley into a pig or something. Maverick chuckled, caught off guard. Is that what you want to happen to your uncle, Harry? He asked, raising a brow. Harry shrugged. Not forever, maybe a few minutes, just to scare him. Maverick's magical sense picked up the honesty in Harry's words. He meant it. yet the thought hadn't crossed the red line. Despite everything that pig of a man had done to him, the boy hadn't wished him any real harm, not even in passing. "You don't have to worry about what I would do, Harry," Maverick said, "and I won't need to scare them, just talk, adults to adults, but I promise you this, they will treat you better after my visit." Harry looked at him with real hope, something soft and honest in his eyes. "Thank you, Professor." Maverick nodded, smiling, and then stood. "You should head back to your common room," he said. "I'll see you during the holidays. Until then, act like nothing's going to change." Harry nodded, stood from his chair, and left the room with a spring in his step. When the door closed behind him, Maverick sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Headmaster," he said aloud, "you keep giving me bigger and bigger headaches to manage." From the far side of the room, a shimmer stirred the air. Dumbledore stepped out of a disillusionment charm and took the seat Harry had just left. "I should thank you," the old wizard said. His eyes were tired but kind. "Truly, I've been negligent. I thought I was doing what was best for him, but I let the years slip away. I spent so long trying to find a way to separate him from the Horcrux, I forgot to see how he was living." Maverick waved a hand. "Don't worry about it. He's my student too. I'll take care of it." Dumbledore tilted his head. "And how do you plan to handle it?" Maverick gave a knowing smirk. "Headmaster, did you forget who my father is?" Dumbledore paused, then let out a quiet chuckle. Yes, of course." "I'll deal with them the most muggle and legal way possible," Maverick said. "They'll change, or they'll wish they had." Dumbledore nodded. "Thank you again, Maverick." They talked a while longer, and when Dumbledore finally left, the room fell quiet again. Maverick sat in the silence, watching the dying fire in the hearth, thinking about the boy with the lightning scar and the long list of things to do in the summer ahead. Sigh. Chapter 117. The Dursleys' Eye, ch. 137. The holidays had settled over Hogwarts, draping the castle in a quiet stillness. Without the usual chatter of students or the sound of laughter drifting through the corridors, the ancient stronghold felt oddly empty, like a grand stage after the final curtain has fallen. High above Hogsmeade Station, Maverick hovered silently, about 100 meters in the air. Below, the Hogwarts Express had just let out its final whistle and began moving, carrying the students back home. He cast one final look at the distant castle, and with a soft pop, disapparated, returning home as well. Time moved swiftly, and before long, it was the morning of July 7th. The sun rose over the tidy streets of Little Winging, casting a warm glow over the rows of identical houses on Privet Drive. At this early hour, the neighborhood would typically be quiet, but today something was different. A row of government SUVs slowly cruised down the street, their lights flashing silently. There were no sirens, only the steady blink of blue as they passed. The vehicles came to a stop outside number 4, a neat, ordinary-looking two-story house with trimmed lawns and well-kept flower beds. Inside one of the SUVs, seated in the back, were two figures, a middle-aged man in a formal suit and a younger man dressed in a white long-sleeved shirt and black trousers. They were Maverick and his father, Michael. Michael glanced at the house. "Is this the place?" Maverick gave a quiet hum in reply. A man in a black suit stepped out from the front and opened the door for them with a respectful nod. Though it was early on a weekend, the sight of the motorcade had already drawn attention. Curtains were being drawn back, and faces appeared at windows, their eyes wide at the sight of the unmarked convoy lined up in front of one of their own. People whispered among themselves, exchanging curious glances as the black SUVs remained parked in the quiet street, their blue lights flashing silently. Maverick and Michael walked up the path to the front door and rang the bell. The door opened to reveal a large, red-faced man with a bushy mustache and suspicious eyes. Vernon Dursley blinked at the two visitors on his doorstep. "Good morning," Maverick greeted. Vernon didn't answer. He just stood frozen, mouth slightly open as though he had seen a ghost. Just then a shrill voice echoed from inside. "Vernon, who is it?" The sound seemed to snap Vernon out of his stupor. His posture stiffened, his expression shifting into something almost comically respectful. You, he stammered, his eyes fixed on Michael. You're, Mr. Prime Minister." Michael gave a polite nod. may we come in?" Vernon's throat worked as he glanced between Michael, Maverick, and the fleet of black vehicles outside. His mind raced. What on earth could the Prime Minister want with him? But he didn't dare keep the man waiting. "Oh, of course," he said quickly, stepping aside with an overly friendly gesture. "Please, please come in." Inside, the house smelled of toast and polish. Petunia Dursley was in the kitchen, a mug in her hand when she caught sight of the visitors. Just like her husband, she too froze on the spot, and the mug nearly slipping from her fingers. She shot a bewildered look at her husband, who could only shrug helplessly as he too had no idea what was going on. "Petunia," Vernon called, "the Prime Minister is visiting. Could you prepare some tea and refreshments?" Still stunned, she blinked rapidly, then nodded quickly as if on autopilot. "Yes, yes, of course." Vernon guided them to the living room and gestured nervously toward the sofa. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Michael and Maverick sat, and only then did Vernon dare to perch himself on the edge of the opposite chair. Maverick glanced around. He had come here with his father for one purpose and had no intention of beating around the bush, so he got straight to the point. "There are supposed to be 2 children living here. Where are they?" Vernon swallowed. Children, they're still sleeping, sir," he stammered. "Could you please bring them here?" Michael finally spoke. Vernon gulped. His eyes flickered toward the cupboard under the stairs, visible from where they sat, and his palms grew clammy. If it were just Dudley, he would have no problem fetching him from his bedroom upstairs. But Harry. Could they be here for Harry? Vernon thought, but why? Just as his mind raced, he saw the young man in front of him tilt his head and ask, "Why do you look so nervous?" Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish. He couldn't answer. Michael's voice rang out again, this time with a firmness that allowed no room for argument. "Please bring the children." Vernon swallowed again. He had no choice. This was the bloody Prime Minister in front of him, and he couldn't afford to refuse. "Yes, sir, right away, sir," Vernon said with a stiff nod. He muttered the last part under his breath, then glanced nervously between Maverick and Michael before turning toward the cupboard under the stairs. Maverick's magical sense already knew where Harry was. He could feel the boy's presence not far off, down in the cupboard under the stairs. But he didn't speak, choosing instead to watch and wait. He wanted to see how the Dursleys would go about explaining. As Vernon climbed the stairs, Petunia came holding a tray with tea. She placed it carefully on the table with trembling hands. Nervously, she stood in front of them, hands clasped tightly together as she tried to maintain an air of composure. She was so absorbed in her anxiety that she didn't even notice her husband had left. Maverick gave a subtle gesture with his hand, inviting her to sit. Petunia blinked and finally looked around, realizing that Vernon was no longer in the room. Her confusion deepened, and she glanced toward the stairs. When she saw her husband climbing the last few steps, she felt a wave of disorientation. What was going on? She was completely at a loss for what was happening, but she didn't dare question it. She didn't have the courage. Before she could voice anything, Michael's calm voice broke through the tension. "Please, take a seat," he said, nodding toward the empty chair. "Your husband just went to fetch your son." Petunia blinked again, her thoughts racing. "My son?" The words hit her like a wave. Could it be? Was her son somehow the reason for this visit? Could her little boy, the one who had always been a handful, be some kind of genius? Was that why the Prime Minister himself had come? Maverick, his magic attuned to her thoughts, felt his eyes twitch. This woman was jumping to some wild conclusions, and it was almost amusing. As the minutes passed, Vernon returned downstairs, followed by a young boy, chubby, with a scowl on his face. He was Dudley Dursley, their son. Vernon gave an awkward smile and introduced Dudley to Maverick and Michael. "This is our son, Dudley," he said, his voice tight with nervousness. Maverick smiled warmly at the boy. To be honest, he had no ill will toward little Dudley. From the books, Maverick knew that Dudley had eventually changed, and much of his earlier behavior had stemmed from the spoiled upbringing the Dursleys had given him. Seeing Maverick's smile, Petunia's eyes lit up, certain now that her earlier suspicions must be true. Could it be that her son really was the reason for all of this? Could her precious son be so exceptional that the Prime Minister himself had come to notice? But what Maverick said next swept her assumptions away in an instant. "Hello, Dudley," Maverick said warmly. "You may head back upstairs to your room." The couple's faces sank into confusion. What was the point of bringing their son down if they were just going to send him back upstairs? Vernon glanced at Dudley, who was equally bewildered, then leaned down to whisper in his son's ear. "Go back upstairs," he murmured, trying to hide the sweat on his brow. Dudley was confused, but he obeyed all the same. When his father came to get him upstairs, he saw an expression on the man's face he had never seen before. Vernon had spoken to him in a sharp, serious tone, telling him to listen and do exactly as he was told, no questions, no excuses. The man who was usually all smiles and praise had been strict, almost cold. And maybe something about that change made Dudley quiet down too. So when his father asked him once more to go back to his room, he simply turned and climbed the stairs without a word. Vernon, by now, was practically drenched in sweat. His heart was racing. Part of it was the fear that Dudley might act out in front of the Prime Minister. But more than that, the thought of calling Harry down made his skin crawl. First of all, the cupboard under the stairs was far from a fitting place for a child to stay. But that wasn't the main reason. Even if he could somehow come up with an excuse for why Harry was kept there, what would happen if Harry spoke out about the treatment he was receiving? Vernon knew exactly how inhumane their treatment of Harry was, but the fact that Harry was so different from them somehow made it easier to ignore. Still, that wasn't an excuse. It was outright child abuse, and deep down, Vernon knew it. His wife knew it too. Finally, he knew very well that child abuse was a serious crime, one that could land him in prison. He couldn't bring himself to face it. Just as Dudley's footsteps faded upstairs, Michael spoke again, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. "Now, bring the other child who lives here." Vernon hesitated, and not just him. His wife, too, felt panic rising in her chest. They stood frozen for a moment, their minds whirling. Their eyes met, and the same fear reflected in each other's gaze. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to go get Harry. Chapter 118. The Dursleys ch. 138. When Vernon walked toward the cupboard under the stairs, he looked like a man heading for the gallows. He raised his hand to knock, hesitated for a long moment, then tapped gently on the door with the tips of his fingers. Michael turned to Petunia, frowning faintly. Why is he knocking on the cupboard? Petunia opened her mouth, but no words came out. How could she explain that a child lived there? What excuse could possibly justify it, when their house was 2 stories tall, with more than enough spare rooms, yet they had kept a boy in nothing but a cramped cupboard to sleep in? Michael saw the look on her face and said nothing more. He was only playing his part, just acting, as Maverick had already told him everything he needed to know long before they arrived. A moment later, the cupboard door creaked open. Harry stood there, blinking in the light. He looked up at Vernon with a puzzled frown. Usually, Vernon would bang on the door and shout his name. But today, there had been no shouting, no stomping, only a quiet knock. Vernon looked like he had seen a ghost. Harry's eyes flicked past him, toward the kitchen, and then he saw a familiar man sitting beside the Prime Minister. His face lit up at once. "Professor." He broke into a run and dashed into the living room. "Professor, you're really here." At the sound of that word, Professor, Petunia, and Vernon froze. Their eyes widened, and their pupils shrank. There was only one kind of professor Harry Potter would speak of. A wizard. That young man in the living room, he must be one of them. But what was a wizard doing with the Prime Minister of Britain? Maverick smiled at Harry and nodded. "Of course I came. I told you I would come." He then gestured toward the empty chair beside him. "Sit, Harry." Harry obeyed at once. Just as Harry sat down, Petunia snapped out of her stunned state. She glanced between Harry and Maverick, then hesitantly asked, Are you one of them?" Maverick ignored her for the moment and turned to Vernon, who still stood frozen by the cupboard door. "Mr. Dursley," he said, gesturing with his hand, "come and sit." Vernon shook his head, nodding frantically as he stumbled over to the chair and sat down looking like he might faint. Maverick took a moment glancing between the two of them as he stared them down. "If by one of them you mean a wizard, then yes, I am. I'm also Harry's professor at Hogwarts." The couple had very little respect, given their ignorance towards wizards, so as soon as Maverick confirmed it, they quickly turned to Michael. "Mr. Prime Minister," Vernon asked, "what is really going on? Do you know about people like him?" Michael did not answer right away. Instead, he first reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a thick envelope, placed it on the table in front of them, and then began to speak. First of all, he glanced between them, the existence of magic, witches, and wizards is no secret to the governments of the world. Every country has its magical counterpart, and we work together. There are treaties, laws, mutual protection, and those laws apply to everyone, magical or non-magical. He tapped the envelope once with his finger, which brings me to the reason we're here today. He looked directly at them. The magical government has raised a concerning complaint that a non-magical family has been mistreating a wizard child. This, he gestured to Harry, child Harry Potter. The couple's faces drained of all color, their mouths falling open in shock. "We have received evidence," Michael continued. "Records of your actions, neglect, isolation, physical and emotional abuse, denial of proper care, all of it." He nodded toward the envelope. "You'll find the records inside." Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Maverick flicked his finger, stopping him. An invisible nudge pressed gently against his chest, and Harry understood. Not yet. Michael continued, "What you may not know is that Harry Potter is not just any ordinary wizard. He is the heir to an ancient noble house, a family with a seat in the magical government's parliament. Because of this, his case was brought to the highest levels. The Minister for Magic himself is involved." He crossed his arms and leaned back. "And because the Minister of Magic is involved with a case against non-magicals, now I am involved." He glanced at the envelope again, then back at the couple, who sat frozen, perhaps still processing everything. "I've seen the evidence they gave," he continued, shaking his head and frowning at them. "To be honest, I'm disgusted, especially you," he pointed at Petunia. "Isn't this child your sister's only son?" Michael didn't wait for an answer and pressed on. "You've been happily accepting £7,000 every month to take care of him, and yet I don't see any sign of you actually caring for him. £7,000, that's not a small sum of money to take care of one child." Vernon's lips trembled. Petunia clutched her skirt tightly in her lap. It was all true, and they couldn't refute it. They couldn't give any excuse because they have indeed been consuming all the money sent to them to care for Harry. "You have two choices now," Michael said. "The first is to be tried in a joint magical and non-magical court. If found guilty, and believe me, you will be found guilty, given the evidence against you, you will have to spend a long time in a magical prison. As for your son, Dudley, he will be placed in the care of the state." Both Vernon and Petunia shot to their feet, faces twisted in terror. Then they dropped to their knees with twin thuds. "No, please," Petunia sobbed. "We didn't mean. We were just—" "Be quiet," Michael said sharply, raising a hand. The room fell still. Maverick, watching from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow. It seemed his old man could have chosen a career in acting. "Your second choice is this," Michael said coldly. "You apologize to this child for everything you've done to him all these years. You take responsibility. From this moment forward, you treat him like your own with respect and decency. I don't care if you give him love. Honestly, I don't believe you can." "We can, sir, we can," they both cried out in unison, their voices trembling. "Quiet," Michael snapped. "As I was saying," he took a moment before continuing. "You take care of him like your own until he turns 17, the age a magical is considered an adult, and then the child can decide for himself what he will do, whether to forgive you or press charges." He paused, letting the couple understand. "If you can promise me that, if you truly mean it, I will do everything in my power to keep you out of prison. Temporarily." He leaned back slightly. "If not, the law will take its course. I will see to it." The silence that followed was heavy for the Dursleys. Petunia's eyes filled with tears again. She turned her face to Harry, her mouth trembling. Vernon bowed his head low. We were wrong," he muttered, voice rough. "We've been wrong for years." "We'll change," Petunia said, almost in a whisper. "We'll do better, we'll make it right." Michael gave no reply, only looked at them both with a gaze that said he would be watching. They stayed kneeling, their shoulders hunched and heads lowered. There was no dignity left in either of them, only shame and something that might have been the start of reflection. Looking at their pitiful behavior, Maverick finally turned to Harry and gave him a small nod, allowing him to speak. His voice was firm but gentle, loud enough for the Dursleys to hear every word. "Listen, Harry, you've heard everything the Prime Minister said. Now it's up to you. If you choose to press charges, no one can blame you, and I'll make sure you're placed in better care." He paused before continuing. "You can also choose to forgive them. That decision, too, is yours alone, so take your time and tell us what you've decided." Harry sat quietly, thoughtful. His eyes moved between the two people who had mistreated him for as long as he could remember. But Harry was still a child, and not the kind to hold onto bitterness. As he looked into their tear-streaked faces, something in him softened. He could see they were truly sorry. But he needed to hear it from them. He stood up from his seat and looked down at his aunt and uncle, still kneeling. "Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, can you promise me not to shout at me anymore, not to make me do all the chores?" "We promise," they both cried out at once, cutting him off. "Let the boy speak," Michael said sharply. Then, turning to Harry, his voice softened. "Go on, kid, say what you need to." Harry nodded, then looked back at the couple. I don't really know what else to say," he mumbled, hesitating. "I just want you to treat me like you treat Dudley. Aunt, uncle, that's all I want. And if you do, I promise I won't let them punish you." Petunia and Vernon's eyes welled up even more. Perhaps it was the way Harry looked at them, with that pleading, childlike expression. All he was asking for was a little kindness, and it broke something inside them. Guilt slammed into their chests like a wave. The memories of every cruel word, every ignored need, came rushing back like a storm. They didn't answer, they just wept. And Harry couldn't take it. He got up and ran toward them, stopping just a step away, uncertain. Maverick let out a sigh. He had expected this outcome, 90% sure, in fact. The boy was simply too gentle, and it might come back to hurt him one day. Then again, maybe it was just his age. If Harry were a few years older, things might have gone differently. Maverick didn't know. What mattered was the now. Harry stood frozen in front of them. It seemed he had run on instinct. No matter how cruel they had been, they were the only ones who had ever looked after him, however poorly. If he had any sense of family buried deep inside, it came from them. And that, more than anything, had shaped his decision. "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia," he said softly, "please, get up. I choose to forgive you. I choose to forgive you." Petunia couldn't hold herself back any longer. She reached for Harry and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close. In that moment, her mind drifted back to her childhood, to memories of Lily, before everything had gone wrong. She had once loved her sister with all her heart. And deep down, she had always known it was her own jealousy that had poisoned that love. She just never wanted to admit it. But now she did. She saw Lily in Harry, in his eyes, his face, his voice. And for the first time in years, she remembered what it felt like to love her sister. She clung to him, crying on his shoulder, whispering Lily's name over and over in her heart, begging for forgiveness, for everything. Harry didn't know what to do. He had never been held like this before. But he didn't dislike it. He didn't even realize that he, too, was crying, his arms slowly rising to return the embrace. Chapter 119. Summer Holidays, ch 139. For a moment, Harry didn't move. He stood frozen, stiff as a board, like someone who had wandered into the wrong dream and didn't quite believe it was real. Petunia Dursley, his aunt, who had never given him a kind word, who had barely looked at him with anything but coldness, was holding him. Not gently nor loosely, but tightly, like she meant it, like she was sorry. Her fingers clutched the back of his oversized shirt as if she were afraid to let go. Harry didn't know what to feel. This was affection, wasn't it? The kind he had watched Dudley get every day. The kind he had seen other kids getting after school, back in primary school, or at King's Cross not long ago. But never for him. It felt strange, warm, yes, but confusing too. His chest tightened, not from fear, but from something else. He wasn't sure whether to cry, to smile, or to step back. Part of him wanted to push away to protect himself. Another part just wanted to stay right there, just a little longer. He had been hugged before. Once or twice at Hogwarts, maybe a quick pat on the shoulder or a half-hearted arm around his back, but nothing like this. Not this desperate, clinging kind of hug that said, "I see you now, I'm sorry." Harry's arms slowly lifted on their own, unsure at first, then wrapped themselves around her. It felt unfamiliar, it felt nice. And then the tears came. Quiet ones at first, then a few more. He didn't make a sound, but his cheeks grew wet, and he didn't bother wiping them away. His face pressed into the crook of her neck, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter cried not because he was hurt, or angry, or scared, but because something soft had finally cracked the walls he'd built around himself. He didn't know if he forgave her. Not fully, not yet, but in that moment it didn't matter. Michael and Maverick sat in silence, watching the scene unfold. Or at least, that's how it appeared to the Dursleys. It looked as though they were simply giving the family a moment of privacy. In reality, the father and son were talking freely, quietly making comments like spectators. It's just that their voices and movements were masked by magic, except for themselves. "Looks like it turned out just as you expected," Michael murmured, casting a glance at his son. "Apparently so," Maverick replied with a quiet nod, adding, "At least their thoughts seem genuine." "Even so," Michael's brows furrowed, seemingly not quite accepting it. "I don't like that they just get to walk away from this. No punishment. They did abuse that child." Maverick made a sound of agreement in his throat, looking thoughtful. "What do you suggest?" Michael gestured idly and added, "How about we lock up the fat man for a few nights? Teach him a proper lesson." Maverick raised an eyebrow at that. "You do realize the evidence in that envelope was just a bunch of things we made up, right?" Michael shook his head. "Not necessarily. The cupboard is right there. I saw that boy come out of it, sleepy like he lived in there. That's real enough. That alone is plenty." Maverick glanced at the cupboard, then let out a slow breath. "True, still," he sighed. "Forget it, just give them a proper warning." He looked back at the huddled trio on the floor. "My goal was to make life better for Harry here, at least until he grows up, and it looks like it'll work out. I've seen their thoughts. Petunia, at least, is sincere in what she's showing on the outside. As for Vernon, he just follows her lead like a dog. He'll go along with whatever she decides." Michael gave a small shrug. "Whatever you say." Once things calmed down and Harry stepped back from the hug, Maverick beckoned him over. "Why don't you head upstairs and stay with Dudley for a bit?" he said gently. "We need to have a grown-up talk down here." Harry glanced uncertainly at the stairs. Professor, can I go to my room instead?" Maverick gave a small sigh. "Tell you what, go pack the things you'll need from there. You won't be staying in that cramped cupboard anymore." Harry blinked, confused. "Why?" "Because," Maverick said, then turned toward the Dursleys with a pointed look. "Harry is moving to a proper room upstairs now, isn't he?" Vernon bobbed his head like a nervous pigeon. Yes, of course. From now on, you'll have a room just like Dudley's." Petunia stepped forward, her voice trembling with guilt. "Harry, I'm so sorry, dear, I promise. You'll never have to sleep in that cupboard again." Harry's eyes widened. "Really?" He looked between them, then turned briefly to Maverick before returning his gaze to the couple. "Of course," Petunia said firmly, and Vernon gave another eager nod beside her. After Harry went to pack his things, Maverick and Michael turned to the couple and gestured for them to sit. The softness vanished from their faces. "You two listen to me," Michael began, voice cold. "If we hear even a whisper, anything at all, that you've gone back to mistreating this boy, I won't hesitate. I'll hand you straight over to the magical authorities." "There's a prison they send people like you two," Maverick said. "No lawyers, no trials, just cells and silence. You wouldn't last a day." Petunia's face turned pale. Vernon was already sweating, nodding rapidly. "We swear," Petunia stammered, "we swear we'll treat him right." "Like our own son," Vernon added quickly. "We'll move him upstairs right away today." They meant it, Maverick could tell from their thoughts. And so, not long after, Harry found himself in a real bedroom in this house for the first time, spacious, clean, and with a window that let in sunlight. Michael didn't remain for long, he had other places to be, but Maverick stayed behind. When Harry came back downstairs after a shower, dressed in clothes that actually fit him for once, he looked a little shy but quietly pleased. Maverick gave him a smile. How would you feel about traveling with me for the rest of the holidays? Harry's face lit up at once. Really? Really? Maverick smiled. There's a lot more to magic than just Hogwarts. Harry didn't need a second to think. Yes, please. Just past noon, Maverick placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Without stepping outside, the two of them vanished with a quiet pop, leaving number 4 Privet Drive behind. Somewhere in London. In a spacious 2-story house surrounded by a stretch of green lawn, a middle-aged woman moved about the kitchen, preparing lunch. In the living room, 2 men sat on opposite sofas, watching a football match on the television. I never thought I'd actually start to enjoy this, one of them said, sipping from a can. Look at that crowd. It's called football here. Don't say soccer in front of other people unless you want them to know you're not a local, the other replied. Loosen up, Bucky, we're inside. Sebastian, the man corrected with a glance. At least try, Robert. You slip up out there and someone's bound to notice. Right, Robert, better known as Howard Stark, shrugged. Got it. Robert, Sebastian, lunch is ready, called the woman from the kitchen. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm starving, Robert said, standing up. Sebastian got to his feet as well, but just as they moved toward the kitchen, the doorbell rang. Did we make any friends around here? Robert asked. I doubt it, Sebastian said, narrowing his eyes. I'll get it. As he walked to the door, his instincts kicked in. His hand moved discreetly to the small of his back, where a gun was holstered. Outside the house, Harry looked up at the neat brick home, one of many identical houses lined along the street. Professor, where are we? He asked, glancing around. Some friends live here, Maverick replied. We're just making a quick stop before I take you to my place. Harry nodded. Just then, Maverick sensed Sebastian moving toward the front door, cautious, alert. Sebastian peered through the peephole. Seeing no one, his stance stiffened, until a familiar voice called softly from the other side. It's me. The tension eased from Sebastian's face. He opened the door, stepped aside to let the invisible pair enter, then quietly closed it after a moment. Inside, Maverick canceled the disillusionment charm, revealing both himself and Harry. Boss, Sebastian greeted with a smile. Didn't know you were dropping by. Just a quick visit, Maverick said. He turned to Harry. This is my student, Harry. Harry, meet my friend, Sebastian. Harry gave a small nod. Hello, sir. Nice to meet you. Sebastian smiled. You too, kid. The kitchen was warm, filled with the comforting aroma of roasted meat and fresh herbs. Maria was laying out steaming dishes with practiced ease, while Howard was already seated, swirling a glass of water, and glanced up when Maverick stepped in. What a rare guest, Howard said with a smirk, setting his glass down. Thought you'd forgotten about us. Mr. Caesar, Maria greeted warmly, wiping her hands on a dish towel. I didn't know you were visiting. I just finished making lunch, and luckily I made plenty. Her eyes then dropped to the boy standing quietly beside him. And who's this young gentleman? Harry fidgeted slightly under her gaze. I'm Harry Potter, ma'am. Maverick gave a nod, placing a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. My student, Harry, these are my friends, Gwyneth and Robert. Howard chuckled. You're a polite little fellow, aren't you? Hello, sir, Harry said, ducking his head shyly. Howard raised an eyebrow and looked at Maverick. So, is he a wizard? Yes, Maverick said simply as he pulled out a chair and sat down. He gestured for Harry to do the same. Hey kid, Howard said, grinning. Got any magic tricks up your sleeve? Harry blinked, unsure how to respond. Smack. Maria gave her husband a swift whack on the back of the head with a wooden spoon. Stop teasing, Howard, I mean Robert. Hey, he rubbed his head. What was that for? With that, the 5 of them settled in for lunch. The table was filled with roasted steak, buttered vegetables, mashed potatoes, and fresh bread. The conversation flowed easily. How's everything going? Settling in all right? Maverick asked between bites. Howard leaned back. Great, actually, it's quieter here, less pressure. Not exactly what I'm used to, but I can't say I'm complaining. All good, boss, Bucky chimed in with a small nod. Nothing to report. I miss a lot of things, Maria admitted. But we're getting used to it, finding our rhythm. Has Ali come by? Maverick asked. He did, Howard nodded. Last month, brought a woman with him, showed me where the lab's being built, went over some of the scientists he's considering, said he'll be back next week for interviews. Oh, Maverick looked toward Howard. Anything else? Howard tapped a finger on the table. Yeah, actually, we visited your company HQ, you planning to break into tech. He showed you the prototype, Maverick asked. I caught a glimpse, looked like cell phones but smaller, color screens, real slick compared to the bricks we've got now. Maverick nodded. We're aiming to launch next year. Compact design, longer battery, color display, more features too, something truly mobile. Howard's eyes sparkled with interest. I'd love to see the tech up close. You can ask Ali, he has access to everything. As the lunch wore on, the conversation drifted to other projects, updates, and plans. Maverick listened more than he spoke. He had come mostly to check in, to make sure the Starks were adapting, and that progress was being made on the project he had tasked Howard with. Most of the legwork had been taken out of Ali's hands and reassigned to others. As more people joined his core circle and grew in capability, no one was being stretched too thin. Ali remained the most important person on his team. Now, apart from managing his company, his main responsibility was to ensure that everything Howard needed was taken care of. Harry, meanwhile, sat quietly through most of the meal. He wasn't used to being around so many adults, especially ones who treated him kindly. He kept glancing at Maverick, silently reassured by his presence. When lunch was done and pleasantries were exchanged, Maverick didn't stay long. He stood, nodded his goodbyes, and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Time to go. A moment later, they disappeared, leaving behind a quiet house and a collective sigh from the three who remained. Chapter 120, Summer Holidays II, CH 140. The air was warm and quiet as Maverick and Harry apparated just outside the Caesar residence, tucked at the end of a peaceful lane. The house looked welcoming, with ivy crawling up one side and a tidy little garden out front. Harry looked around curiously. It was the first time he had seen where Maverick lived. They stepped up to the front porch. Maverick pressed the doorbell. From somewhere inside, the muffled sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a girl's voice, light and quick. I'll get it. The door swung open, and standing there was a girl about Harry's age. She had dark brown eyes, a short braid bouncing over her shoulder, and a confident look that made Harry straighten up a little. Brother, she exclaimed, breaking into a smile as she threw her arms around Maverick. Maverick chuckled. It's only been a day. I still missed you, she mumbled, then pulled back and looked at the boy standing beside him. Harry stood completely still, wide-eyed and frozen like a statue. His mouth might have been slightly open. The girl frowned and looked at Maverick. Why is this kid staring at me like that? Maverick coughed lightly and patted her head. You're the same age as him, so don't call him a kid. Harry turned an awkward shade of pink, suddenly realizing how he must have looked. He quickly looked away, mumbling something under his breath. This is Harry Potter, Maverick said, amused. He's a student of mine from Hogwarts. Harry, this is my sister, Sarah Caesar. Harry gave a quick nod, still clearly flustered. Hello, nice to meet you. Sarah studied him for a second, tilting her head. So, you're like my brother then, a wizard. Harry scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond to her blunt tone. Well, yes. Sarah's eyes lit up. Really? Maverick couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Something told him Harry might not have the easiest time here. Shaking his head with a faint smile, he stepped inside, and Harry followed close behind. In the living room, his mother was seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper while the television played softly in the background. You're back early, Ariel said, smiling as she looked up. Yeah, he said, nodding. Then Ariel's eyes shifted to Harry. She raised an eyebrow at Maverick. This is Harry Potter, Maverick said, one of my students. Harry gave a shy little wave. Nice to meet you. Make yourself at home, dear, Ariel said kindly, getting to her feet. I'll go fix something to eat. We just had lunch, Maverick said quickly, then glanced to Harry. You hungry? Harry shook his head fast. Oh, all right, Ariel said with a smile. But if you change your mind, help yourself. I made potato curry this morning. Maverick turned to Sarah. Why don't you show Harry around the house? Sarah's eyes lit up instantly. "Sure," she said, and before Maverick could say anything else, she grabbed Harry by the arm and tugged him toward the stairs. Once they were gone, Ariel raised her brow again. "What?" Maverick asked as he slumped onto the sofa. "Don't what me," she said. "What's the boy's story?" "There's no story, Mother," Maverick said with a sigh. "He's just a student of mine. I'm planning to give him a bit of extra mentoring over the summer, that's all." Ariel studied him for a moment, then shrugged. "All right, but remember, it's the holidays. Kids are supposed to relax, not study more." Maverick didn't have a good answer to that. He leaned back and muttered, "I won't overdo it." Time passed quietly. Maverick took a shower, changed into something more comfortable, and came back downstairs. Just as he reached the living room again, Sarah and Harry were returning from their tour. Harry looked like he had been through a full day of classes already. Sarah flopped down on the sofa next to Maverick. "I showed him everything," she declared proudly. Harry sat across from them and looked over at Maverick, a little dazed. "You all right?" Maverick asked him. Harry glanced at Sarah, then at Maverick, offering a weak nod. "I'm good, Professor, brilliant." Maverick looked at his sister, who blinked back at him with wide, innocent eyes. He had a feeling there was more to it, but why bother? "Anyway," he said, turning to Harry, "while we're here, how about learning a bit of dueling? Let me see what you've picked up so far in charms and defense." Harry, who had looked half asleep a moment ago, suddenly sat up straight. His eyes lit up. "Really, Professor?" Maverick nodded. "Yes, you can stay with us for the next 2 weeks, and since you'll be under my supervision, you don't need to worry about the trace. Feel free to practice magic here as much as you like." He wasn't going to ask Harry about becoming his student, not yet. He would see how things went first. But then Harry frowned slightly. "But I thought students weren't allowed to use magic outside of school." "You're right," Maverick nodded. "But that's only when you're on your own. If you're under the supervision of a qualified wizard, and I'm your professor, you're fine." Harry's face broke into a grin. "Brilliant." "All right," Maverick said, raising a hand before Harry could start bouncing on the sofa. "That's tomorrow. Today, just rest. I'll let your aunt and uncle know you're staying here for the time being." Harry nodded quickly, still grinning. Sarah looked just as pleased. She clearly liked the idea of having someone her age around for the next 2 weeks. Early the next morning, Harry followed Maverick to his study. Thankfully, Sarah wasn't an early riser and was still asleep, giving Maverick a quiet moment to speak with Harry alone. The day before, Sarah had hardly left Harry's side, shadowing him like he was some kind of treasure. It made sense. There were hardly ever any other kids at their house, especially not one she could be herself around. With Harry, she did not need to hide her powers. Maverick had not kept it a secret either. He told Harry that Sarah had special abilities, like magic, and that there were many others in the world with gifts like hers. He also told Sarah to act naturally around him. Part of it was to help Harry see that the magical world was much bigger than just wizards and witches. But mostly, Maverick just wanted Sarah to have a real friend, someone she did not have to pretend around. Since he did not know many people like her, a young wizard like Harry was the next best thing. And luckily, Harry was a great fit. "First, we'll do a quick test to see how much you've learned in your charms and dada classes. After that, I'll create a training program for you. Over the next 2 weeks, I'll teach you some basic offensive and defensive spells, as well as some movement skills." Maverick laid out the plan, and for the first half hour, he patiently tackled Harry's endless stream of questions. The boy was brimming with energy, eyes shining with anticipation. In his head, he was already picturing himself throwing out powerful spells, putting Slytherins in their place, and becoming the talk of the school. Days went by, and Harry, who had started out bursting with excitement, quickly realized things weren't quite what he had imagined. Instead of flashy spells and instant results, most of his time was spent doing tough physical workouts and downing potions that tasted worse than anything he'd ever had at the Dursleys. He had to take several potions every day, before and after training, before going to bed, and even right after waking up. Some had obvious effects, like the one he drank after workouts to relieve his sore muscles, but the others were a mystery. Maverick did not explain everything the potions were meant for, and only told Harry they were simply meant to heal injuries. and that was not necessarily a lie. However, the potions did more than just repair his body. They were specially made just for him, carefully designed to fix the damage caused by years of neglect and poor nutrition. His body had been running on empty for far too long, and Maverick was quietly helping it recover, one dose at a time. The potions came from his potions mentor, Sarah. Maverick had sent her Harry's blood and a detailed magical diagnostic of his body, along with an explanation of the boy's general condition growing up. And Sarah was a master potion maker. For her, creating a set of custom, high-quality potions was not difficult at all, and she sent Maverick everything he needed without delay. Author's note: I just realized that Sarah was also the name of MC's potions teacher. I forgot about that when I gave the same name to his adopted sister. My daughter's name is Sarah, so I guess it was stuck in my head. Grinning face with sweat. As for the physical training Maverick gave Harry, it was a very, very watered-down version of what his own teacher, Edward, had once put him through. Still, for young Harry, it was tough enough that he had to push himself to his limits just to keep up. But in the end, Maverick was genuinely pleased. Despite the difficulty, the kid didn't slack off. For 2 full weeks, Harry stuck with the training, pushing his body every single day. And he wasn't the only one. Sarah joined him enthusiastically, but it didn't bring any joy to Harry. He quickly realized that this seemingly ordinary-looking girl, on top of her already overpowered ability to control plant life, was also a physical powerhouse. Finally, when the 2 weeks ended, Maverick gave Harry a break from the intensity. The following week, just as he had promised on the first day, he took Harry to show him the broader magical world. They traveled to America, where Harry met Maverick's teacher and his family, then visited MACUSA. They stopped by Ilvermorny School, met the Scamander couple, and toured the man's exotic beast collection. It was a whirlwind of magical wonders, and Harry was left wide-eyed with awe at every turn. Of course, Maverick's trip to America wasn't just about being Harry Potter's tour guide. Every stop had a purpose for him, whether it was related to a future project or a meeting with someone important. Harry, on the other hand, was simply along for the ride, like a tourist, enjoying the sights and learning about the world more. Needless to say, by the end of the trip, Harry was in a jolly mood. His face practically beamed, and he couldn't wait to brag about everything to Ron and Hermione. Some of the things he'd seen were so incredible, they might be hard to believe, but Harry was eager to share every detail, even if they thought he was exaggerating. Finally, in the 4th week since they left, Maverick returned Harry to the Dursleys. But this time, things were different. Instead of being shoved back into a cramped cupboard, Harry was given a real bedroom of his own. Before Maverick left, he handed Harry a few books on general knowledge about the magical world. Of course, these books weren't anything rare or special, but Harry Potter wasn't the type to pick them up on his own. He wouldn't have bothered reading about the magical world unless someone had told him to. So, Maverick gave him the books, hoping they would help Harry, who was still very clueless about the basics of the magical world, become more aware of the new world he was now a part of. Finally, before heading out, Maverick turned to the Dursleys. His words were calm, his tone even, but the warning was clear. Don't forget what we discussed, treat him well, no excuses. And with that, he left. Chapter 121, The Moon's Remedy, ch 141. It was a clear night beneath a half-moon. The sky glowed silver and still, the stars drowned beneath the pale sheen of moonlight. Deep within a dense, forgotten forest in northern England, the trees rose like silent sentinels, their shadows long and watchful across the carpet of fallen leaves. It could have been a beautiful night, if not for the thick, bloodthirsty air clinging to the branches like a curse, turning the moonlight cold as ice. Whoosh, whoosh. Footsteps thundered through the undergrowth. Some were heavy and booted while others were swift and unnatural. Branches snapped, leaves scattered, bursts of red light tore through the trees, searing the darkness. Screams followed, shrill, raw, and echoing, ripping through the stillness. The darkness lit up with bursts of spellfire, throwing strange, shaky shadows across the trees. For a second at a time, faces came into view looking tense, focused, but not afraid. In the middle of a small clearing, 5 Aurors stood close together, backs facing each other. They wore deep blue robes lined with protective spells, and the golden ministry emblem shone on their chests. They held their wands, gripped tightly and glowing with heat, ready for anything, but they were badly outnumbered. Closing in around them were 30, maybe 40 figures. Their clothes were mismatched with bits of leather, torn cloaks, and a few with bare chests despite the chill. They looked like wild savages, moving like hunters with eyes glinting in the dim light, ready to strike at any moment. One of the aurors, a tall, bald, dark-skinned man with a steady, commanding air, swept his eyes around the clearing. "Damn it," he muttered, "it's an ambush." His name was Kingsley Shacklebolt, and his wand didn't tremble as he turned in a slow circle, scanning the ring of enemies. "Is the operation compromised?" the only woman in the group asked, steadily despite the tension. Her name was Amelia Bones. She had a fair, sharp face, gray eyes hidden behind square glasses, and black hair pulled back tightly. Her wand was gripped firmly in her hand. She didn't seem rattled, but her eyes darted around, taking in every movement. "What else could it be?" said another voice. Rufus Scrimgeour, rough-looking with a tawny mane of graying hair and fierce eyes, kept his wand pointed straight ahead. "Has to be one of those half-brained inbreds," huffed the man behind her, his heavy frame tensed as he planted his feet more firmly. "We should have moved without." Their conversation broke off at the sound of footsteps coming from the dense trees in one direction. They were slow, heavy, unhurried, steady thuds that grew louder and closer, as if someone was approaching with all the time in the world. The men who had been sneering and closing in from the direction of the sound suddenly stepped aside, parting without a word as something massive moved between them. Thud, thud, thud. Before the moonlight even touched the figure, the 5 ministry aurors saw the glowing eyes, deep orange, like burning coals. Then came the growl, low and rumbling, like thunder rolling through stone. It was massive, gray fur, clawed limbs, a werewolf. The creature snarled then, with a ripple of sickening magic, its shape twisted. Fur melted into skin, limbs contorted, claws retracted, and the werewolf's monstrous form shrank. In a flash, the beast was gone. Where it had stood, a man now towered, looking tall, broad-shouldered, and covered in grime. A wild beard clung to his scarred jaw, and his eyes burned with madness. Fenrir Greyback grinned, revealing his sharp, yellowed teeth, then took a deep breath, as if savoring the scent of fear. His grin widened, twisted, and he let out a low chuckle. "Well, well," he muttered, voice rough and dripping with contempt. "Shacklebolt, Scrimgeour, Proudfoot, Savage, and Lady Bones herself, all for little old me." His eyes sparkled with sadistic amusement as he sized them up, savoring the tension. No one answered until Kingsley stepped forward. He raised his wand, pointing it directly at the werewolf leader. "Greyback," he locked eyes with the massive man. "Surrender, reinforcements are on the way." The men around them broke into loud, mocking laughter, like they'd just heard the punchline of a brilliant joke. "Surrender," Greyback scoffed. "You really are full of yourselves." He took a step forward, eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "Thought you'd creep in while I was out, did you? Quiet little raid, clean little arrest." He chuckled darkly, shaking his head. "Who do you think told you where to find my pack?" The aurors stayed silent. They didn't need to answer, as they had already put the pieces together. This had been a trap from the start. Greyback relished what he believed was already his victory, as a crooked smile curled on his lips. "You lot really thought you could drag your best into my woods, hunt my pack, and just walk away?" He shook his head, laughing darkly. "Just because it's not a full moon, you thought we'd be easy prey." He spread his arms wide, letting the moonlight highlight the twisted, grinning faces of his followers, who circled them like vultures. The aurors didn't budge, but their grips on their wands tightened, like the calm before a storm. For a moment, there was a heavy silence, and then Kingsley's voice broke through the tension. "Who sold us out, Greyback?" Greyback let out another loud, mocking laugh. "Is that your dying wish, Shacklebolt? A name?" Rufus Scrimgeour, standing beside Kingsley, retorted defiantly at Greyback before Kingsley could respond. "Don't get cocky just because you've got numbers, Lycan dog." It was as if a switch had been flipped, and Greyback's grin vanished in an instant. His eyes narrowed dangerously at Scrimgeour, as though the auror had said something that had crossed an unspoken line. Kill them, the werewolf leader ordered coldly, and with those two words, all semblance of order shattered. Chaos erupted in an instant. Spells flew in every direction, red, blue, green, and gold. The forest lit up as though it were daytime. Branches exploded. Dirt flew. Screams filled the air. Greyback did not act immediately. Instead, he stepped back, and his followers moved with him, closing in around him and two other men, forming a wall of bodies. While spells exploded through the air, the three men exchanged a silent nod, then dropped to all fours in unison. Their bodies convulsed violently, bones cracking, limbs twisting unnaturally. Skin split as thick fur tore through, and jaws stretched into grotesque snouts. Hands transformed into vicious claws, each one snapping with the promise of death. In seconds, the men were gone. In their place stood three monstrous wolves. Greyback's beast form towered above the two, larger, more savage, eyes burning with bloodlust. Unlike the typical werewolf, they did not lose all sense of control. They remained eerily conscious, their eyes sharp and calculating. With another nod of their beastly heads, they disappeared into the forest, blending with the shadows. The Aurors did not notice what had just happened, as they were now being overwhelmed from all sides. Boom! Kingsley fired a stunning spell that sent one man crashing into a tree. Scrimgeour conjured a wall of flames, forcing two others to retreat. Amelia's spells were sharp and precise, each flick of her wand taking down another attacker in quick succession. It was not easy. Proudfoot was knocked down and barely rolled away in time. Savage took a cutting hex across the shoulder, but gritted his teeth and kept fighting. Spells flew in every direction, lighting up the night with streaks of red, blue, and green. Scrimgeour dove behind a jagged wall of stone he conjured just in time. A killing curse slammed into it with a deafening blast, shattering the surface and throwing sparks into the air. "We can't take all of them," he shouted as he raised his wand again. Another wave of curses struck his shield with bone-jarring force. "One of us has to go. Get reinforcements." Boom, boom. The ground trembled with each impact, and the trees seemed to shudder with it. Kingsley, Amelia Bones shouted from behind the trunk of a fallen tree. She blasted a disarming spell that sent an enemy's wand spinning into the undergrowth. "We'll cover you. Go." But Kingsley didn't move. He blocked two hexes in quick succession, then called back through gritted teeth. "No, you go, Amelia. You've got direct access to Minerva's flu point. Go to Dummeld." "Awo." Their restless exchange was cut short by a loud, eerie howl. "Awo. Awo." Two more followed, their howls blending together, echoing through the forest like a warning from the wild. The Aurors froze for half a second, their heads turning toward the sound. "They've transformed," Scrimgeour muttered grimly. "Lichens," he turned sharply to Amelia. "We don't have time, you need to leave." "You'll never hold them off until I get back," she said, her voice rising with panic. "Leave, damn it," Scrimgeour snapped. "That's an order." Without hesitation, the four men formed a protective barrier around Amelia. Scrimgeour, Kingsley, Proudfoot, and Savage stood back to back, their wands raised as they cast shielding charms, blocking the curses that rained down from every direction. Trees splintered under the impact. Flames flickered through the darkness. The ground trembled again, shuddering from the force of the magical onslaught. "Ayler!" Amelia yelled in her mind, and her grip tightened unwillingly. But she knew what was at stake. No matter how reluctant she was, she had to do it. First, she took a long inhale to focus. But just then, something caught her attention. A shadow passed over her. She looked up and saw them. Two huge shapes were dropping from the trees above, claws bared, teeth glinting in the moonlight. "Above!" she screamed. The men with her were no ordinary Aurors. Regardless of their rank as only Magus, they were highly experienced. They reacted instantly at her signal. Scrimgeour and Kingsley raised their wands in perfect unison, as if practiced, and a shimmering dome of golden light expanded around them, just as the beasts slammed into it with a deafening thud. Bam-um! The entire shield quivered under the force of the impact. At the same time, Savage and Proudfoot fired upward. Their spells struck with explosive power, hurling the wolves backward, sending them crashing through the branches and tumbling into the underbrush. The shield held, but only barely. "Amelia," Kingsley called, "focus, clear your mind, and apparate." She wasn't just standing by. Her wand, too, was raised, adding strength to the barrier with every bit of power she had left. Lowering her wand, she tried once again to focus. She didn't want to leave. Everything inside her screamed to stay and fight. But deep down, she knew they were right. She had to go. She tried to calm her thoughts and began preparing to apparate. But it was not meant to be. There was no shadow this time, but the ground beneath her trembled. Then a deep rumbling growl rolled through the trees, louder, closer. Amelia's head turned instinctively. Spells were still flying in from every direction, countless, hurled from the shadows like stones at a cornered animal. Greyback's men weren't even trying to fight face to face. They were staying far away and firing nonstop. Cowards. But that changes nothing. The rumble grew louder. Then, roar! A huge, snarling form burst through the barrage. Greyback was sprinting toward them on all fours, moving fast, too fast. "Greyback!" Amelia screamed, whipping her wand toward the charging beast. She immediately fired a blasting curse, but missed. His beastly form was too agile. After dodging her spell, the creature leapt into the air, outstretched its limbs, and bared its claws, ready to tear them apart. Amelia didn't stop. She raised her wand again, channeling all her magic and rage into one final spell. Conferring. She didn't get to finish as a hex slammed into her from above. One of Greyback's men must have climbed up a tall tree, as if waiting for that exact moment. Her wand flew from her hand, and she was thrown to the ground, the breath knocked from her lungs. "No," she gasped, slumped on the ground as she turned her head upward. Above her, to her horror, she saw Greyback twisting in midair. His massive shadow loomed over her. Her colleagues could do nothing. They were too busy trying to survive the storm of spells flying at them, most of them now glowing green, unmistakably unforgivable. They conjured walls, shields, anything they could manage just to stay alive. Amelia's eyes were wide, fixed on the massive beast above her, her pupils reflecting Greyback's claw as it sliced down like a blade. "N-O-O-O. Crunch. Cracked." Chapter 122, The Moon's Remedy, II, ch. 142. 90 Park Lane, Mayfair, London. Inside Chez Nico, soft jazz trickled from hidden speakers, mingling with the gentle clink of glasses and silverware. The air was rich with the aroma of buttered scallops and aged wine. Candlelight danced off polished cutlery, casting a warm glow across the white linen tables. Large glass windows lined one side of the restaurant, framing a dazzling night view, the city stretching far and wide beneath them in golden clusters of light, like stars scattered across the earth. It was the kind of place where power whispered, not shouted, and every table seemed to hum with quiet, expensive conversation. At one corner table, tucked beneath a dim pendant lamp, 3 people sat in quiet conversation between bites of a refined meal. The woman, sharply dressed with an elegant scarf wrapped around her shoulders, jabbed a fork into a roasted potato, chewing as she spoke. "It's no good, boss. Those greedy bastards at the Daily Prophet are asking for too much. I've tried with 3 of the major shareholders already, but the numbers they're throwing at me are outrageous." The younger man across from her leaned back in his seat, one arm resting casually on the backrest. He swirled his drink lazily, took a sip, and said, "If it's too high, then leave it. But if it's reasonable, buy as much as you can." He paused, eyes flicking toward her. "How much have you secured so far, Aisha?" "About 8%, she replied, lowering her voice a touch. "Managed to convince a few of the minor lords." The third at the table, a Middle Eastern-looking man with a clean beard and sharp eyes, leaned in. "Weren't we planning to open our own newspaper anyway?" Maverick nodded as he cut into his steak. "We are, but having a seat at the table across the aisle never hurts, especially when the competition already has ears in every corridor." He took a sip of wine, cleared his throat, and looked over at the man. "Ali, how's everything going with Stark's project?" Ali took a second before responding. "It's going well. We've finished interviewing a few Muggle scientists, picked 4 Stark's happy with, said that's enough for now. I've also finished hiring workers for the heavy lifting. Maverick nodded slowly, but just then, something buzzed against his ribs. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a sleek black phone. A flick of the screen lit up the name. He raised a brow, then answered with a short, "Yes." A gruff male voice came through the speaker. "Leader, I just heard something I figured you'd want to know." Maverick hummed, and the man on the other end continued. "It's like this. Apparently the Aura department's been tracking Greyback's pack for a while. They kept it real quiet. Not a whisper beyond Scrimgeour, Shacklebolt, Savage, Proudfoot, and Bones. Kept it tightly sealed, aiming for a full sweep with no loose ends." Maverick's brow creased slightly. "But," the man continued, "they still had to inform the ministry, and Fudge couldn't help himself. Had to boast to his donors, try to look good before the raid even started. And one of those fine patrons he blabbed to has ties to Greyback himself. That I can confirm. If those 5 are en route tonight, they're not walking into a raid, they're walking into a trap." Maverick leaned forward. "Say the names again. Who exactly are going?" "Rufus, Kingsley, Bones, Savage, Proudfoot." "No one else with them?" "None. They didn't want the plan leaking." A moment passed. "Do you know where the raid's happening?" There was a pause on the line. "Not yet. Want me to find out?" "Yes. As soon as you have it, forward it to me." "Understood." The call ended, and Maverick slid the phone into his pocket. Ali and Aisha were both watching him now. Aisha raised an eyebrow. "Something big." Maverick thought for a moment, then nodded. "Maybe. Let's clear the bill. We might need to make a quick stop." A few minutes later, they appeared on the rooftop of the restaurant, the cold wind tugging at their coats and ruffling their hair. Ali pulled his collar up. "What's going on?" Maverick gave them both a quick rundown of what he had just learned. Aisha clicked her tongue. "Idiots, what's the point of informing that fat bastard before the job's done?" Ali crossed his arms, his thoughts on something else. "Aren't those 5 being a little too overconfident?" "Maybe," Maverick said. "But they're supposed to be some of the best. If there's no leak, they'll probably pull it off. Greyback's lot are most likely just thugs with wands." At the mention of Greyback, Maverick noticed Ali stiffen slightly. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Ali to do everything he could to find a cure for his condition. And there was something else Maverick had heard about Greyback, something that didn't line up with the original story. Apparently, Greyback wasn't like the usual werewolves who had no choice in their transformations under the full moon. Rumor had it he was sired by a different kind of werewolf entirely, one stronger, more in control, and far more dangerous. The more Maverick learned, the more it supported a theory he'd been forming about this world. This wasn't just a blend of Harry Potter and Marvel. He remembered a movie series from his old life, Underworld. And now, he was starting to suspect elements from that universe were mixed in here too. "Ali," Maverick said after a moment, "is it true Greyback was sired by Lucian?" Ali blinked, a little taken aback by the sudden question. He took a breath before asking for clarification, "The Lycan's leader." "Yes." Ali hummed, "Could be. He can transform without the full moon, stronger, smarter, more aware. Doesn't lose control like the usual. That's a Lycan trait, not a werewolf one." "No one else like him." Ali dug through what he knew. As a werewolf, he had heard plenty through word of mouth and rumors passed around their circles. "Maybe 2, he said. "His lieutenants. I heard they too can half control the shift too, but they're nowhere near his level." Maverick nodded, deep in thought. The Lycan transformation was more biological than magical, like an animagus, but different. If he could study it, maybe he could find a way to help Ali. Right now, every full moon, Ali had to isolate. One missed dose of wolfsbane and it could be chaos. But what if Maverick could develop something better? Something that let Ali keep his mind without relying on the potion. He didn't say it out loud. Not yet, these were just thoughts, ideas. Ali was watching him now, silently, recognizing the faraway look in Maverick's eyes. He didn't interrupt, he knew that look. Maverick was planning something. Just then, Maverick's phone buzzed, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Anything?" he asked the person on the other end. He listened for a moment, nodded once, and hung up without another word. Ali and Aisha waited for his instructions, and Maverick met their eyes. "I have the location," Maverick said. The Aurors will most likely be ambushed, and most of them I have a good impression of. He paused, thinking, if nothing else, this could be a good opportunity to build a relationship, and in the future, bring them under my camp. From their names, he remembered they were the future leaders of the British ministry. Ali and Aisha grabbed hold of his hand, and Maverick concentrated on the location he had just received. With a snap of air and a twist of space, the three of them disappeared from the rooftop. The group of three apparated silently above a dense stretch of forest in northern London. In an instant, Maverick conjured a smooth, floating magical platform beneath them to stand on, then cast a barrier around them, cloaking them in invisibility and shielding their presence. Ali and Aisha glanced around cautiously. The night was deep and dark, lit only by a pale half-moon hanging overhead. "Where are we?" Aisha asked in a hushed voice. "Epping Forest," Maverick replied. "Give me a second." He closed his eyes and extended his magical sense outward like a sonar pulse. It stretched through the trees, sweeping for any signs of human life. After a moment, he opened his eyes and turned his head. "Found them," he said. At once, the platform began gliding forward, fast, smooth, and silent, through the cold night air. A few minutes later, flashes of red and gold light flickered in the distance below, cutting through the trees like faint lightning strikes. "There," Aisha said, pointing, "Spellfire." Maverick steered the construct closer. His magical sense picked up 5 people moving fast, casting spells behind them as a dozen others gave chase. Flashes of fire and sparks lit up the trees. The 5 defenders moved with sharp coordination. They were outnumbered and under pressure, but they didn't panic. They dodged spells, blocked them, and struck back with skill and precision. But Maverick's sense stretched further. Ahead of the fleeing Aurors, deeper in the forest, was another group. 30, maybe 40 people, fanned out and waiting in a large clearing. An ambush. Just like Greengrass guessed. Within minutes, the 5 Aurors crashed straight into the trap. Cut off from every direction, they stood back to back, surrounded in a circle of enemies. "They're boxed in," Ali said, folding his arms. Then, from the shadows, Greyback appeared. The monstrous werewolf stepped into the moonlight, towering in size in his fully transformed state. Even from afar, Maverick could see the difference. "He's different," Ali said quietly. "Bigger, bulkier." "Bulkier?" Aisha raised a brow at him. "That's not bulky, that's a monster. You'd look like a puppy next to him." Ali didn't respond to her jab. Instead, he turned to Maverick. "When are we stepping in?" Maverick didn't answer at once. He watched, eyes narrowed. "Not yet. If they can't handle it, then we intervene. But for now, I want to see what the best of the Auror office are truly capable of under pressure." Ali and Aisha exchanged a glance but didn't argue. They turned back to the chaos below, watching the 5 surrounded Aurors hold their ground. Spells flew. Red, blue, green, orange, bursts of light and concussive magic lit the night. Despite being outnumbered, the 5 Aurors moved like a single organism, covering each other, changing positions, hammering down counterspells, and retaliating with brutal precision. They moved like they had done this 100 times before. Kingsley's shield work was masterful, Scrimgeour cut through attackers like a blade, and Amelia Bones sent spells flying like thunderbolts. "Impressive," Ali murmured, eyes tracking their fluid wandwork. "Yes, but I think I could take 1 or 2 in a duel," Aisha added with a small smirk. Maverick hummed. "For Magus rank Aurors, they're indeed impressive," he said. "Probably the best out there." "Hey, hey," Aisha huffed, placing her hands on her hips. "That didn't sound like a compliment at all. Don't forget your left and right hands are Magus too." Maverick allowed himself a small smile. Time passed, and the skirmish intensified. Then roar. Greyback surged forward. "He's finally moving," Ali said sharply. "He's fast," Aisha said, tightening her gloves. "Boss, I think it's time." Maverick gave a single nod, eyes fixed on the massive creature as it swung its huge arm, aiming to take off one Auror's head before it even landed. Chapter 123. The Moon's Remedy, III, CH 143. Clang! The sharp, heavy sound rang out like a hammer striking metal. Greyback's beast-like claws had slammed into something unbreakable. The impact sent a small shockwave through the clearing, making the oar's robes ripple in the still air. Cracked. Then came the sharp sound of something breaking. But it wasn't whatever stopped Greyback that broke. It was him, or more precisely, his claws. The twisted, deadly talons, tough enough to tear through stone, snapped like brittle bone against whatever force had stopped them. Amelia opened her eyes, bracing for blood, screams, maybe even the sight of her colleague's head crushed. But none of it came. What she saw instead told her it hadn't happened. Proudfoot's head was still attached to his shoulders. Just inches from Proudfoot's head, something shimmered in the moonlight, a silvery, metallic-looking barrier. Whatever it was, it had stopped Greyback cold, and it had pissed him off. Arroyararar. He bellowed in fury, his hulking body tensing, claws twitching with rage as he tried to force through the invisible wall. He raised his other arm to strike again, but before he could even lift it halfway. Whoosh! Something unseen yanked him sideways, hard. His massive frame flew out of the clearing like a rag doll. Boom! Crash, he slammed into a thick tree, splitting bark and shaking branches. Boom, he hit another. Boom, and then another, vanishing into the dark woods with a trail of broken trunks behind him. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Even Greyback's thugs went still. The ones who had been firing spell after spell just seconds ago froze mid-motion, eyes wide as they stared into the trees in disbelief. What the hell just happened? Scrimgeour muttered, glancing at the others. No one answered. From the moment Greyback lunged to the instant he was slammed away, it all happened in a blink. Even sharp, seasoned oarers like Kingsley and Scrimgeour were left staring, no clue what had just happened. Except Amelia. She sat dazed on the ground, blinking at the spot where the monster was. Someone stopped it, she thought, someone, not simple. Greyback's followers didn't take it any better. Did you see that? One whispered. Was that? Another thug stammered, pointing a shaking finger toward the trees where Greyback had crashed. That was Lord Greyback. Who else has gray color fur? You think their backup wasn't just talk. They looked at each other, confused and uneasy. Fear was creeping in. And this unscripted pause in the spellfear gave the 5 aurors a much-needed moment to breathe, but they didn't let their guard down. Wands stayed raised, and they held formation in a tight circle, breathing hard, eyes locked on their enemies. Amelia was still on the ground, trying to shake off the impact of the disarming charm that had hit her earlier. Proudfoot glanced sideways at Kingsley. Did you really arrange some backup and not tell us? What? No, Kingsley hissed. We all agreed, no leaks. We kept this quiet for a reason. Scrimgeour scoffed. So much for that plan. Savage added, only one who knew was Fudge, no point guessing the obvious. He then furrowed his brows. First, we have to get out of this mess. Kingsley lowered his voice and spoke after him. Look, their attention's off us for now. Should we take the chance and apparate together? Arrows. Awo. The moment shattered with another furious howl. This one from deep in the woods, the direction Greyback had been flung. Yes, we need to move now, Scrimgeour agreed readily, hearing the beast's roar echo again through the trees. Amelia, can you apparate on your own? There was no reply. Amelia. Cover my side, he muttered to Savage, who nodded and moved slightly. Scrimgeour turned to look and froze. Amelia was still slumped on the forest floor, her upper body propped up on both arms. She wasn't looking at them. Her eyes were wide, locked on the sky above. Amelia, he called again, a little louder this time. Hearing the edge in his voice, the others couldn't help but cast a quick glance behind them as well. They saw Amelia's hand slowly rise, her finger pointing upward, trembling slightly, as if unsure whether to warn or wonder. Somebody's there. And then they looked up. They saw 3 figures hovering in the air, about a dozen meters high, standing on nothing, as if it were solid ground. The moonlight caught their silhouettes. To the right stood a tall woman, her cloak rippling in the breeze. To the left, a man held his wand loosely at his side. And in the center stood another man in a long, dark coat, hands in his pockets, watching them so casually, it was as if he'd been there the entire time. And their movements were caught by a few of the grunts, who instinctively looked up. Then, like a chain reaction, every person below slowly raised their eyes to the sky. "Oh, did you drop the invisibility, boss?" Aisha asked, one brow raised as she watched the heads below turn skyward. "Yes, a while ago." With that, he guided the construct down slowly, landing it at the center, between the tightly grouped aurors and the circle of dark wizards surrounding them on all sides. Dozens of wands snapped upward, aimed squarely at the new arrivals. But Maverick and his team didn't flinch. Thud, thud. Roar. Thud, thud. And then every head, except Maverick's, turned sharply to the side as a heavy crashing sound tore through the woods. Roar. Greyback burst through the tree line, tearing aside branches like they were twigs. His hulking form stomped into the clearing, heaving with ragged, beast-like breaths. His bloodshot eyes scanned the crowd until they locked onto the figures who had just landed. Roar. He growled again, loud and primal, like a challenge issued from the depths of some ancient wilderness. Roar, roar. Two more werewolves crashed in from the opposite ends of the woods, one from the left, one from the right. The three massive forms moved into position, forming a rough triangle. The clearing was now packed. The dark wizard grunts surrounded both Maverick's team and the aurors, forming a wall of snarling faces and raised wands, like a standoff waiting to explode. The four aurors stayed locked in formation, backs together, wands raised and pointed in every direction. On the other side, Greyback's pack and his army of grunts had their wands trained on the center. Only Ali and Aisha stood calm, wands lowered. Maverick hadn't even taken his hands out of his coat pockets. "This should be our first meeting, Director Scrimgeour," he said, turning slightly toward the grizzled, lion-like man in the auror circle and flashing a calm smile. His voice was so relaxed, so utterly unfazed by the chaos around them, that for a moment everyone, aurors, beasts, and dark wizards alike, looked at him like he might have lost his mind. And the man in question, Scrimgeour, opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. His mind was still reeling, caught between disbelief and awe, but before him, it was the man beside him who found his voice first. "You are, I've seen your face in the papers, the new master alchemist, Master Caesar?" Kingsley asked hesitantly. Maverick turned to him and tilted his head. "Mr. Kingsley Shacklebolt, I presume." Kingsley gave a short nod. "I've long admired." "Roar." Maverick's words were cut short by a deafening, furious roar. Greyback was now glaring at them with bloodshot eyes, his body tense with rage. How dare they ignore him? The beast dropped to all fours, and like him, his two beastly lieutenants followed. In the next instant, all three lunged forward, propelling themselves off the earth with terrifying strength. Maverick clicked his tongue. "Animals, truly brainless all of you, why leap into the air and make yourselves so? Easy a target." He raised one hand from his pocket, pointing two fingers skyward. The dark wizards, the aurors, everyone watched in awe as the beasts suddenly froze midair, their snarls reverberating through the silence. They thrashed violently, straining against some invisible force, but it held them captive, motionless and powerless. Maverick lowered his fingers and made a gripping motion. Roar, roar, ow. What everyone saw next turned their awe into horror. Greyback's two lieutenants twisted in midair, limbs cracking, joints bending in ways they shouldn't. Their bodies folded in on themselves, as if being crushed, their movements unnatural and deeply disturbing. Crack, snap. Their skulls bent backward at impossible angles, flesh crumpled, bone collapsed. Within seconds, they were reduced to grotesque balls of meat. Hiss! Then came the flames. Black and silent, they poured over the flesh like ink, smothering them in darkness. The flames, too, shrank, growing smaller and smaller until in the stunned silence of everyone watching, they simply vanished. Not a trace remained, no ash, no ember, nothing at all. Silence. Even Greyback, still hovering in place, had gone quiet. For the first time, his beastly form wore a look of terror. Maverick turned to him, and the beast let out a ragged, strained growl, its voice faltering, betraying its beastly form. The werewolf felt something release its hold, and in the next moment, its body dropped to the earth with a loud thud. You have 5 seconds to revert to your human form, Maverick said flatly. The words weren't loud, but everyone heard them. 5. Roar, Greyback resisted instinctively. 4, 3. But Greyback was no mindless beast. His human will had always held dominance. Slowly, his body began to revert, fangs withdrawing, claws receding, fur disappearing. 2, 1. He collapsed to his knees, the moment he reverted fully to human form. Maverick hummed, unimpressed. My lord, please, have mercy, Greyback pleaded, bowing like a dog. Maverick ignored him and raised his voice just enough for the Aurors to hear. I ask, you answer. Greyback nodded frantically. But before he could ask, boom! A bolt of red light shot out from the surrounding crowd, a spell hurled by one of the dark wizards. Maverick tilted his head slightly, and the spell missed him entirely. Another silence fell. All eyes turned to the direction the curse had come from. Was it fear, desperation? No one could say. And Maverick didn't care. Ah, I forgot to clear out the miscellaneous fish, he muttered. And in the next moment, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Boom! A tsunami of magical energy, laced with dominant spirit, crashed across the clearing. It rolled over everyone like a living mountain, inescapable and immense. For the 5 Aurors, it was a wave brushing past, strong but deliberately controlled by its owner. But for the dark wizards, it was crushing. Wands dropped. Thud, thud, thud. Bodies collapsed one after another, foam at the mouth, eyes rolled back, every last one of them unconscious. All without Maverick lifting a finger. Only Greyback and the Aurors remained conscious. The Aurors, despite Maverick carefully controlling how much of his magic washed over them, still looked nearly broken. And Greyback, now in his human form, was like a submissive pet, prostrating like a slave. Then there were Aisha and Ali. Both trained to withstand his pressure, they remained completely unfazed. Maverick turned his eyes back to Greyback. The man gulped, trembling. Kiki King, he stammered. Maverick didn't respond. How did you know ministry officials were coming? It was Avery, Greyback answered almost immediately. My pack is, partnered with his family, he told me. Told me the minister had learned the Aurors were planning a raid, after hearing we wouldn't be home tonight. Interesting, Maverick said quietly. Does the minister know about your ties to Avery? Their conversation wasn't a whisper, and the Aurors standing close by was hearing every word. I don't know. Avery just said Fudge was boasting about arresting my people. That will be all, Maverick said, cutting him off, and then raised his hand. Wait, I still have dirt on. ROOER. Like the others, Greyback's body was engulfed in the dark inferno, screaming, AARGHH, before silence fell. Ashes. Maverick waved a hand, and the dust scattered into the woods. He then turned back to the Aurors and smiled warmly as if nothing had just happened. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Before we were so rudely interrupted, I was going to say, I've long admired your work, Mr. Shacklebolt. You as well, Director Scrimgeour, and Madam Bones. His remark was met with complete silence. Is there something on my face? Maverick asked, glancing at Ali and Aisha. The two let out a long sigh. They were somewhat used to their bosses. Unusual behavior by now. I think they're still processing everything, Aisha muttered, paused, and added, that poor man over there, she pointed at Proudfoot. He's barely standing. Maverick hummed and turned his gaze back to the group of Aurors. He tugged thoughtfully at his chin. I could have sworn I kept my magic controlled enough to only brush them slightly. Was I wrong to assume that elite Aurors had stronger willpower? Cough. Scrimgeour was the first to shake off the daze, clearing his throat and taking a few deep breaths. One by one, the others followed suit, still panting and drenched in sweat. Master Caesar, thank you, Scrimgeour managed. Maverick tilted his head, then smiled. The smile did little to comfort anyone in the clearing. You're welcome. If I may ask, Scrimgeour began. Please ask away, Maverick cut in cheerfully. Why, yes. Meanwhile, Aisha leaned closer to Ali and whispered, he's doing that on purpose. Scrimgeour took a steadying breath. If you don't mind sharing, Excellency, how did you know about this ambush? Ah, Maverick clapped his hands together. I received word through a friend. I won't name names, of course, but rest assured, they're someone reliable. I see, Scrimgeour nodded slowly. He wasn't surprised. A man like Maverick, an archmage, would naturally have connections in the Wisengamot. It wasn't hard to imagine how word had leaked. In his mind, the fault lay with Fudge. The man couldn't even keep his mouth shut until the operation was completed. No doubt, once he'd boasted to his donors, the word had spread through the noble circles. Maverick's gaze fell on Amelia. Though she tried to hide it, he could tell she was in pain. "Excuse me, Madam Bones," he said gently. "May I offer you a healing spell? I dare say I'm quite skilled, and from what I can sense, you're not doing too well." All eyes turned to her. "How are you holding up?" Kingsley asked, concerned. "I'm fine, I'll manage," she replied, though her tone said otherwise. She glanced at Maverick with a furrowed brow. "How is it we've never heard of you being an archmage?" "Oh, that," Maverick smiled easily. "Well, isn't it obvious? I never announced it." That left everyone speechless, even Ali and Aisha. Amelia struggled to formulate a response. After all, he wasn't wrong, he simply chose not to announce it. "Then, why is an archmage teaching at Hogwarts, if you don't mind me asking?" she asked after a pause. "Hogwarts?" Maverick gave her a puzzled look. "Did you forget I'm a master alchemist? I teach alchemy there. Ah, now that I think of it, there's a student named Bones. Susan, was it? Brilliant little witch. Is she your daughter?" "My niece," Amelia replied. "Cough." Scrimgeour cleared his throat loudly, clearly trying to steer the conversation back on track. "Master Caesar," he said, "we welcome you to the ministry, if you have some time." That was what Maverick had been waiting for. He smiled. "Perhaps another time, Director." With a wave of his hand, a card materialized, and he handed one to each of them. "You can contact me later. I'd actually like to speak with you all again soon. But for now, we were in the middle of something when we received the news, so we must return." "I see." Scrimgeour nodded, then added after a pause, "Would you like your involvement tonight to be off the record?" The other Aurors glanced at him, surprised by the offer. Scrimgeour didn't meet their eyes. Maverick understood what the man was doing, and he approved. It was a move to earn favor. But Maverick had no need for favors. Quite the opposite, tonight these 5 already owed him one. "You may report things however you wish, Director," Maverick replied smoothly. "Tell the truth or rewrite the tale. I leave it to your discretion." Then he turned to Ali and Aisha, but paused and looked back toward Amelia. "I almost forgot." Before anyone could react, Maverick raised a finger. A gentle wave of magic enveloped Amelia. Before their very eyes, the tension eased from her face and her expression softened. "That should ease the pain a little," Maverick said kindly, "but I suggest you get properly checked. That was only a pain relief spell." "Thank you," she murmured. She hadn't realized how much pain she was in until it suddenly lifted. "Well then," Maverick said, snapping his fingers. To the Auror's shock, the air before them cracked like shattering glass, revealing a swirling black rift. "Oh, and if you ever need me, you can find me at Hogwarts. School's starting soon, after all." With a final smile, he stepped into the rift, followed by Ali and Aisha. The portal sealed shut behind them. Silence returned to the forest. No one spoke for a moment, until Savage finally broke the stillness. "Did all that just happen?" Scrimgeour sighed. His usual commanding demeanor returned. "Round up the unconscious, collect the bodies, let's move." Later, in one of Maverick's underground safe houses in London. Cracked. The space gate opened inside a brightly lit chamber. Maverick, Ali, and Aisha stepped through. "We're still in London," Aisha noted, recognizing the place. Maverick glanced at Ali, who had been quiet since they left. His expression was unreadable. "Ali, something on your mind?" Ali gave a low hum. "I'm just thinking, all those werewolves tonight. So many chose to follow Greyback. Do they really have no choice, or did they embrace it willingly?" Maverick placed a hand on his shoulder. "Ali," I sensed no fear or hesitation in them. Their emotions were twisted, corrupted. Maybe at first some were forced, but I don't believe any good person would become what they were, not unless they chose to give in. Ali considered that, then nodded slowly. "You're right." "By the way, boss," Aisha said, Now that you've killed Greyback, do you think his sire will come after you? That immortal werewolf Lucian. Maverick smirked. He can try. He snapped his fingers. A large cage shimmered into view nearby, previously hidden under an invisibility charm. Inside were 3 heavily chained figures, unconscious, bound at the neck, wrists, and ankles. Aisha's jaw dropped. Wait, was that illusion cast on us too? When did you? The moment we arrived at the forest, Maverick replied casually. Ali blinked. So how much of what we saw was real? Almost all of it, Maverick said. The only part I changed was what happened to Greyback and his 2 lieutenants. He nodded toward the cage. But why capture them? Aisha asked. Maverick turned to Ali with a meaningful look. I'm taking them to my old teacher, Sarah. She's a master potioneer. I plan to study their biology and any magical elements involved in their transformations. Ali let out a shaky breath. You know, Maverick, you really don't have to do all this. My friend, Maverick said seriously. When I told you I'd find a cure, or at least an alternative, I meant it. And I believe they hold the key. With magic and science combined, I have full confidence I can create something better than wolfsbane. Ali's eyes widened, overcome with emotion. Only a fellow werewolf could understand what that meant. To have hope, real hope for freedom. Leader. Oi, you're a grown man. Don't you dare start crying on me, Maverick muttered. Hey, boss, just let him have his moment, Aisha grinned. Nope, I'm heading to America. Need to deliver these 3 to Sarah. Maverick approached the cage, laid his hand upon it, and vanished from sight, both he and the cage disappearing without a trace. Aisha glanced at Ali with a mischievous smile. By the way, when are you going to tell the boss about us? Cough. Chapter 124. First Strike, CH-144. Coming to America, Maverick did not waste any time and went straight to Edward's secret underground base beneath St. Matthew Island in Alaska. Luckily, Sarah Walker was not tied up with anything important and came as soon as he called. After Maverick showed her the 3 lichen variant werewolves and explained his theory, she grew more than a little excited and agreed at once to help without a moment's hesitation. The 3 werewolves, meanwhile, were quickly dealt with, as the master potioneer confirmed that they did not necessarily need to be alive, only their blood would suffice for the experiments. Edward also turned up sometime later upon his call, and once Maverick laid out the plan, he too was keen to get involved. After all, this was something that would affect the entire magical world. Right now, the only option was the wolfsbane potion. No, it could not even be called a true solution, as it was only a temporary leash at best. Something that could at least allow infected wizards to fully control the beast's mind after transformation would be a far better alternative than the partial remedy that was wolfsbane, which had to be taken on a strict schedule a week before the full moon. Otherwise, the beast got free rein. With the foundation laid, the only thing now missing was a team of scientists. But Edward promised to handle that as well, and the research was set to begin without delay. Maverick, however, did not stick around for long. He left everything in Sarah's hands because a breakthrough in research like this would not happen overnight and might take weeks or even months. Right now, there were only 3 weeks left before the academic year began, and he had another matter he needed to settle, so he returned back to England. August 1992. The leaky cauldron bustled with life, as always, clinking plates, hurried footsteps, and a steady stream of families ushering their children toward the entrance to Diagon Alley. It was early August, and students were busy finishing their supply lists before the start of term. In a quiet corner of the pub, Maverick sat with his breakfast, idly flipping through the morning's newspaper. Looks like those Aurors decided to cover for me, he thought, humming lightly behind his cup. Across the front page, bold letters screamed, Fudge leads Ministry's elite in historic raid. Infamous dark wizard Greyback eliminated and notorious werewolf pack captured. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he skimmed through the article. Wonder how those 5 feel reading this rubbish, he mused. Not a single mention of them in the headline, just a vague nod in the article, and the coward who nearly got them killed with his loose tongue is out there parading like a hero. He set his cup down with a soft clink and leaned back in his chair, settling in comfortably. His people in the Wisengamot had already begun moving their pieces. Let the fat man have his moment, he thought, recalling the few meetings he'd had with the neutral faction, now his people, and the reports they'd been sending him. And just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, pulling him from his thoughts. He pulled it out, skimmed the message, and then a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Time to go fishing, he thought, a knowing look crossing his face as he slid the phone back into his coat pocket and pushed his chair back. Diagon Alley was alive with noise and color. The late summer crowd was thicker than ever, clogging the narrow street from end to end. Sunshine spilled over the crooked cobblestones, making the shop windows sparkle and setting the colorful banners overhead flapping in the warm breeze. Outside Flourish and Blots, the crowd swelled even larger. The shop was packed wall to wall, the line of customers spilling out the door and curling halfway down the alley. Wizards and witches craned their necks for a glimpse inside, while children stood on tiptoe, clutching copies of the same bright book, its cover stamped with gleaming gold letters. At the center of it all, perched at a table stacked high with copies of his latest work, sat Gilderoy Lockhart, beaming under the popping flashes of enchanted cameras. His robes were a vivid shade of turquoise, trimmed with silver, and his teeth flashed unnaturally white as he waved and posed for the crowd. The man was basking in the attention, signing books with dramatic flourishes, pausing every now and then to toss out a wink or a few self-satisfied words. He might have been the star of the alley that day, but not everyone was there to fawn over him. From across the street, Maverick watched the scene unfold from the shadow of a narrow alleyway, his hands tucked loosely into his coat pockets. A fraud, he thought idly, his gaze slipping over the crowd to the man at the center, but a useful one. Then a faint curve touched his mouth, not quite a smile, when he spotted a familiar group weaving their way into the crowded shop. All redheads end, Harry tagging along just like in the story, he mused. Was it a rescue? Or did Harry actually inform the Dursleys before running off with those troublemakers? He hummed lightly under his breath, recalling how, in the original story, Harry had been locked up like a criminal, iron bars on his windows to keep him from returning to school, and how the Weasley kids had broken him out of there with that. Speaking of which, I should take a look at that enchanted car of theirs. While he stood there, idly musing, another familiar pair slipped into the bookstore, the older blonde leading the way, the smaller one trailing close behind. Just the people he had been waiting for. Taking his time, Maverick stepped out from the alley and crossed the street, heading straight for the shop with slow, steady steps. Just as he reached the door, a sudden swell of gasps and shouts drifted out from inside. It did not sound like fear, more like excitement. He tuned in with his magical sense and quickly picked up on two distinct signatures. Fully grown wizards brawling like common street thugs inside the shop. Cutting through the dense crowd, he made his way to the front and caught sight of the scene. There, between toppled stacks of books and wide-eyed onlookers, Arthur Weasley was pounding his fists into the face of none other than Lucius Malfoy. The shop was in chaos. Children were shrieking, witches were craning their necks for a better view, and someone in the back had even started chanting, "Fight, fight, fight," as if it were a professional match at a dueling competition. And somewhere in the chaos, Gilderoy Lockhart was hovering uncertainly on a table, calling out half-heartedly for order, but no one was listening. Maverick stared for a beat, then sighed. He had read about this scene, but seeing it in person, it looked even more ridiculous. He chose to step in, raised a hand, and then... Snap! The sound, magnified by a simple charm, cracked through the bookstore like a cannon blast, making everyone flinch and clap their hands to their ears. In an instant, the noise died. Even Arthur and Lucius froze mid-swing, fists still half raised. Maverick flicked his fingers again, and without ceremony, the two men were yanked apart, lifted a foot off the ground, and left hanging there, struggling like puppets. Lucius was the first to react. "Who is it?" he spluttered, flailing his arms and kicking wildly. "Show yourself, release me this instant, you coward." Arthur also struggled, though with a bit more dignity, keeping his mouth shut. A ripple of gasps swept through the crowd at the strange sight. "Father," cried Draco, darting forward to grab at Lucius's dangling foot. "What's happening?" Then, from somewhere near the front, came a chorus of young voices. "Professor!" The moment Harry spotted Maverick, he sprinted toward him, his face breaking into a relieved grin. Ron and Hermione were right behind him, weaving through the crowd. Maverick smiled lightly and gave Harry a nod before turning back to the two floating men. "So, gentlemen," his voice carried easily through the silence, "shall I conjure a stage and give each of you a sword and shield so you can finish this properly?" He paused, surveying them both with mild amusement. Everyone in the shop turned to look at him, just in time to see him flick his finger downward. Slowly, the two men descended and dropped to the ground. The moment his foot touched the wooden floor, Lucius huffed and briskly adjusted his robe, as if straightening it could somehow erase the embarrassment. Arthur, on the other hand, beamed at Maverick with a wide, almost goofy grin, like a starstruck fan meeting a celebrity for the first time. But before either of them could say a word, a chorus of "Ouch! Hey! And watch it!" rippled through the crowd as Gilderoy Lockhart came bumbling through, elbowing people left and right. He first took one look at the two disheveled men, then spotted Maverick, and his eyes lit up like a child spotting free sweets at a party. Then, as if he had rehearsed it 100 times, Lockhart gave an exaggerated swish of his robes, straightened up proudly, and raised his voice so that even the customers in the back could hear. "Well, I was just about to take control of the situation myself." He turned left and right as he spoke, flashing dazzling smiles at random strangers like he was addressing a stadium. He then made a beeline for Maverick, reaching out boldly to seize his hand in greeting. But just before he could touch him, Lockhart met Maverick's gaze. In the depths of his very soul, he heard a voice like a hammer. "Beat it, you're not needed here." And his hand froze midair. His face went pale, and without thinking, he jerked back 2 steps, gulping loud enough for half the shop to hear. He stammered. "You are leaving." He heard that thunderous voice again, like it was being shouted right into his eardrums. But when he looked around, no one was moving their mouths. Did it matter? No. Because he was a coward, and cowards did not stay to ask questions. "Yes, I was just about to leave," Lockhart squeaked, nodding frantically. He glanced around like a trapped ferret, spotted the door, and bolted, knocking over a stand of spellbooks on his way out, leaving behind his things and his dignity. The crowd blinked in confusion, trying to make sense of the scene. One moment, they saw Lockhart striding up with all the bravado of a peacock, and the next, he was backpedaling like a terrified Kneazle, scrambling for the door with the grace of a flailing squid. It was as if someone had flicked a switch, turning his swagger into pure panic. "What just happened?" some people muttered, glancing at each other. Maverick paid no mind to the bewildered crowd or their speculations, and focused back on the 2 adults before him. Lucius, who had witnessed the whole thing, narrowed his eyes at Maverick suspiciously, but said nothing. Maverick simply smiled, an unreadable, knowing smile, and turned to Arthur, who had started to approach but hesitated. Maverick leaned in and extended his hand to the man. When he had read the books and watched the movies, he had quite liked the character. "Mr. Weasley, I believe this is our first meeting. A pleasure. I've been wanting to meet you for some time." Arthur's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He eagerly grasped Maverick's hand, shaking it enthusiastically. Master Caesar, what a pleasure. You wanted to meet me? Well then, I'd be honored to host you for dinner. How about at the Burrow tonight?" He said it all in one breath, as if he might not get to say all that if he didn't rush. Maverick chuckled lightly. "I'm afraid not tonight, Mr. Weasley. I already have something on my schedule." He then made a thoughtful gesture and added, "How about next Saturday evening instead?" Arthur bobbed his head, so fast it was a miracle it stayed attached. "Of course, please call me Arthur." Just then, Lucius cut in stiffly, clearing his throat. "I shall be taking my leave." Clearly, he had no intention of standing around like a third wheel any longer, but he also didn't want to offend the master alchemist by leaving rudely. Maverick gave him a glance, then looked down at Draco. He smiled warmly. "Hello, little Draco, how were your holidays?" Draco glanced at his father, then back at Maverick and answered politely, "They were good, Professor. Thank you." Maverick smiled even more and turned his gaze back to Lucius. Draco is a very bright, brilliant young wizard, Mr. Malfoy. I have high hopes for him. Lucius's eyes gleamed slightly in surprise. The praise, as far as he could see, was sincere, without a hint of prejudice. For the first time that day, some of the tension around his shoulders loosened. He gave a tight nod and turned to leave. But just as he did, Maverick casually pulled a book from inside his coat, making sure Lucius saw it, and held it loosely in one hand while giving the man a knowing glance. "You have a good day, Mr. Malfoy. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other soon." Lucius froze mid-step, his eyes snapping toward the youngest Weasley girl who was clutching her new books. It only took a moment for him to realize what was missing. The book he had accidentally slipped into her pile earlier was no longer there. And somehow, it had found its way into this young man's hands. His blood ran cold, and he stood there, trying to make sense of it. "Dad," Draco tugged at his sleeve, looking up at him in confusion. Lucius jerked, glancing around, but things only grew stranger. The crowd that had been there had dispersed, and the store was now buzzing with normalcy again. "What just happened?" he muttered under his breath. His eyes darted around until they found the young man again, now standing by a bookshelf, chatting casually with Arthur Weasley and the children. What the hell just happened? Lucius thought, feeling a knot tighten in his stomach. "Dad, what's wrong?" Draco asked again. Lucius coughed lightly. He didn't want to spend a single moment longer here. He gave one last, wary look at the book in Maverick's hand and muttered to his son, "Let's go," in a low, unreadable voice. And from the corner of his eye, Maverick watched them leave. "Well then, Arthur, I'll see you next Saturday. You too, children, and you, little Ginny, it's lovely to meet you." Maverick smiled at the small redhead, who blushed fiercely and bobbed her head. Then he turned to Harry. "And you, Harry, how are your aunt and uncle?" Harry scratched the back of his head awkwardly. There, good, Professor, more than good." "Do they know you're here?" Maverick asked lightly. "Oh, yes, Professor. I told them I'd be with Ron and his family buying supplies. They even gave me a bunch of pounds." Maverick's smile widened slightly. "Good, well then, if you're still at Mr. Weasley's house next Saturday, I'll see you then." Harry nodded eagerly. After exchanging goodbyes, Maverick left the shop. But his magical sense never stopped tracking the blonde duo. Once outside, he slipped quietly into a less crowded alleyway and turned invisible again, waiting. About half an hour later, the magical trace he was watching finally disappeared. Maverick pulled a small parchment from his coat, whispered a few words over it, and watched patiently. A moment later, the corner of his mouth curled upward. Whoosh! Space distorted, and he vanished from the spot. Chapter 125, First Strike II, ch 145. Inside Malfoy Manor, the grand entrance hall echoed faintly with the sound of footsteps. The place was exactly as people whispered, vast, cold, and richly decorated. Dark wooden floors, tall, arched ceilings, and heavy velvet curtains gave the manor a solemn, timeless air, as if it were a place meant to be remembered rather than merely lived in. Lucius Malfoy and his son stepped through the front doors. Draco looked bored, idly dangling a small, elegant pouch between his fingers, a space-expanded bag that held everything he had bought from Diagon Alley without the slightest burden. In the living room, Narcissa Malfoy sat gracefully on a high-backed chair, flipping through the Daily Prophet. She was a striking woman, tall, with pale skin, sharp blue eyes, and long, dark hair streaked with two striking lines of silver framing her face. Even when relaxed, she carried herself like royalty. As soon as Lucius walked in, Narcissa lifted her eyes from the paper and caught the tension in her husband's face instantly. Without needing to be told, she set the newspaper down. "Draco," Lucius said, barely glancing at his son, "head up to your room. Your mother and I need to talk." Draco shrugged, looking mildly curious but too lazy to argue. He dragged his feet toward the staircase and disappeared upstairs. Only once the boy was gone did Lucius let his mask slip. His shoulders slumped slightly and his face darkened. Narcissa gestured toward the velvet sofa. "Sit, Lucius," she said softly. Lucius obeyed, sinking into the cushions with a weary sigh. "What happened?" Lucius leaned back, ran a hand through his hair, and said to his wife, "Something troubling happened at Diagon Alley." He started with the scuffle between himself and Arthur Weasley. You got into a fist fight, Narcissa cut in sharply, her eyebrows arching. With Weasley Sr. in public, have you completely lost your mind? Lucius waved his hand dismissively. That's not important, he said. It's what happened after. He told her about Maverick, the young master alchemist who had stopped the fight with a simple flick of power that didn't even involve a wand. That's the new Professor Draco keeps mentioning, isn't it? Narcissa asked, narrowing her eyes. The young man, Maverick Caesar. Lucius nodded grimly. Narcissa made a thoughtful gesture, then spoke. Judging by what you just said, handling you two without a wand, are you suggesting that young man is a great magus? She murmured. Utilizing pure magic like that. Again, Lucius nodded. Narcissa leaned forward slightly. Go on. Lucius continued, speaking slowly now. He described how Gilderoy Lockhart, ever the fame hound, had tried to approach Maverick but stopped dead in his tracks. How the man's face had drained of all color as if he had seen a Dementor before running away like his life depended on it. Narcissa hummed thoughtfully as she listened. But then Lucius hesitated. His mouth tightened as he considered how much to reveal. Narcissa noticed immediately. She placed her hand gently on his arm. Tell me everything, Lucius, she said softly. If there's anyone you shouldn't hide things from, it's me. Lucius took another breath and nodded. He explained the ministry raids Arthur Weasley had been spearheading, constantly threatening to uncover old secrets. How, out of spite and a little fear, he had come up with a plan to get back at Weasley while dealing with something else he desperately needed to hide. There was an artifact, Lucius said carefully. Something important. Our former master entrusted it to me. Narcissa's brow arched. The Dark Lord. Lucius gave a stiff nod. A book, a diary, he said. I don't know its true nature, only that he said it was a powerful and dangerous object of dark magic. He paused, guilt flickering across his face. I couldn't risk the ministry finding it, he said. Even if he's no longer among us, I have been keeping it safe as per my lord's orders. But because of the recent raids, I decided I could no longer keep it. So I thought of a plan to kill two birds with one stone. If I planted it on one of the Weasleys, it would be rid of me, and Arthur takes the fall. Narcissa hummed, nodding as if realizing something. So you started the fist fight on purpose to create a distraction. Lucius coughed awkwardly. Yes, he muttered, unwilling to admit he had genuinely lost his temper. He continued, once again touching on how Maverick had stopped the fight effortlessly, then following up with how he revealed the diary, holding it in his hand as if saying he knew exactly what Lucius had done. When Lucius finished, Narcissa leaned back, thinking hard. After a moment, she asked, Do you think he means to blackmail us? Lucius shook his head. I doubt it. He's powerful, influential, rich. He doesn't need anything from us. But, he sighed heavily. He knows, and if he chooses to go to the authorities, even with my influence, the ministry wouldn't protect me against the testimony of an influential master alchemist. Narcissa nodded slowly. That is, if he wants to report it, she said. From what you've described, I don't think he will. Lucius ran a hand over his face, exhausted but silently agreeing. For a moment, they sat there in heavy silence. Then suddenly, Lucius straightened sharply, his head whipping toward the windows. Lucius, Narcissa asked quickly, alarmed by the look on his face. What is it? Lucius's hand darted toward his wand. His voice was tight. The wards, he hissed. Someone's attacking the manor's wards. Rumble, rumble. The low, ominous sound vibrated through the stone floors, making the very walls seem to shudder. Narcissa's head whipped toward a glass jar on the side table. Her breath caught as she saw the water trembling inside, the ripples growing faster and sharper with each passing second. Then, click! A sharp crack echoed overhead, like glass shattering in slow motion. She flinched with a startled yelp while covering her ears. Lucius raised his head and saw the chandeliers above swaying dangerously, their crystals clinking against each other. Quick, get Draco, we need to leave now. He snapped at his wife as his mind raced to a decision. Every instinct in him screamed a warning. Something dangerous was coming, and it was not friendly. Narcissa stumbled back a step. "Lucius," she said worriedly. "What the hell is going on?" she demanded to know. "Someone's ripping apart the wards." Lucius answered in a heavy voice, eyes flicking wildly between the windows and the door. As the lord of the manor and the master in control of the wards, he knew this from the feedback the magic was giving him. Narcissa stared at him in disbelief. "Ripping? Are you mad? How is that possible?" she hissed. "The wards on this manor are Black family wards, Lucius. They're as strong as the ones on the Black family ancestral manor." Lucius shot her a fierce look. "Do as I say," he growled. "I know what I'm sensing. There's no time to argue, whoever's doing this." He swallowed hard. "They'd have to be at least a peak great mage, maybe even—" His voice dropped to a hoarse whisper, "an archmage." Narcissa froze, her pupils dilating wide. If it was true, if whoever was trying to infiltrate their home was an archmage, then— "Go now," Lucius barked again. "Get our son." Narcissa nodded hurriedly and turned toward the stairs. But the next moment— rumble. The floor trembled beneath her feet. Rumbles flap, flap, flap. A strange, heavy flapping noise filled the air, blending with the deep rumble. She had barely taken a step toward the staircase when she froze at that eerie sound. "Lucius," she gasped, turning wide-eyed, "did you hear that?" Lucius spun around, wand raised. "I hear it." "Watch out!" Narcissa screamed suddenly, her eyes bulging as she saw something absurd inside the manor. Lucius dropped flat on reflex. Flap, flap, flap. A huge, pitch-black raven with blood-red eyes shot past him, missing him by inches before landing on a tall stand near the wall. Lucius scrambled up, pointing his wand at the creature. "What in Merlin's name?" he snarled. "How the bloody hell did a bird get in here?" But then— flap, flap, flap. The sound exploded around them. More ravens. Dozens. No too many to count. They poured in like smoke, sweeping through the manor's grand hallways, circling the ceiling beams, perching on every surface. The couple shrieked and ducked as some brushed past her head. Narcissa bolted to Lucius's side, her back pressed to his, both of them spinning in slow circles, wands raised and pointed at the swarming mass. Everywhere they looked, they saw them, and what was even more terrifying were those blood-red eyes. Even the birds flying still somehow kept their burning gaze locked on them. "Lucius," Narcissa shouted, breathless, her heart hammering in her chest. "What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of curse?" Lucius swallowed thickly. I don't know." Click. Another sharp cracking noise echoed through the house. They both instinctively jerked their heads upward, but the chandeliers were still swinging, not broken. Click. Cuh. Cuh. Click. The thick, sickening sounds of shattering glass and harsh caws filled the air, pressing down on them from all sides. They turned back to back, spinning slowly, covering every angle, until Lucius spotted something unnatural. "There," he croaked, pointing toward the sofa. A thin crack had appeared, not in the furniture, not in the floor, but in the very air itself. "Back up," Lucius barked while grabbing his wife and took a few steps back. Cracked. Cracked. Their breathing hitched and their skin turned clammy. Of course, they knew what this was. This, Narcissa stammered as her voice barely rose to a whisper. "I know," Lucius said, grabbing hold of her hand desperately. Crack, crack. Before their eyes, the cracks widened. A thin vertical line appeared, growing and stretching, until the very air seemed to tear apart. They could barely breathe. Beyond the rupture, there was nothing. Just black. An endless, suffocating void. "Merlin, protect us," Narcissa whispered, voice trembling. Then, from the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes blinked into existence, staring straight at them. Boom! A pressure heavier than anything they had ever felt before, not even from their former master, crashed down onto them. The air turned to lead. Their lungs locked up. Their knees buckled. Thud, thud. That single glance hit them like a hammer blow, and both Lucius and Narcissa crumpled onto the marble floor, their minds buckling as they fought to stay conscious under the suffocating pressure. Caw, caw. The ravens shrieked louder, rising into a deafening, frenzied chorus. The very walls of the manor quaked under the onslaught. Step. Boom. Step. Boom. The owner of those terrible, ancient eyes emerged from the void. With each step, it felt as if a massive, ancient bell tolled above their heads, sending shuddering ripples through their very minds. Chapter 126. First Strike III, ch. 146. Lucius and Narcissa, trembling and clinging to the last threads of consciousness, dared to lift their heads. They had never seen anything like it. The figure that stepped out of the void stood tall, completely covered in black. A long cloak, torn at the edges, hung from his shoulders, as if it had been woven from darkness itself. His face, or what should have been, was hidden behind a mask of swirling black, the surface shifting like a pool of tar. No features, no mouth, only two crimson glows where eyes should have been, burning down at them. But it wasn't the figure's appearance that stole the breath from their lungs. It was what came next. The moment the entity's boots struck the marble floor, they first heard a low, rattling hum so dense it sent a shockwave through their bones, amplifying the tension in their already brittle nerves. Then, subsequently, the space around them felt like it was twisting, shrinking and expanding all at once. Everything was unfolding too quickly, too violently, and their minds couldn't keep up. All they could do was cling to each other, desperately holding on for dear life. Finally, in a final, nightmarish cascade, they watched in horror as their surroundings were consumed by an all-devouring darkness, pulling them into an abyss that could only be called pure nothingness. And then, their minds went blank. Drip. Drip. The couple's eyes fluttered open. An oppressive silence enveloped them, shattered only by the distant echo of liquid droplets splashing into something unseen. Where are we? Narcissa Malfoy barely managed to whisper. She shook her head groggily, as if trying to dislodge the haze clinging to her mind. Beside her, Lucius let out a low, guttural growl. His hand found hers instinctively. Did we pass out? He rasped, turning his head stiffly toward his wife. I don't know, her voice cracked. But if we had, shouldn't we be lying down? Lucius narrowed his eyes. That was, disturbingly true. He thought back to the last thing he remembered before everything went black. Had they even passed out? It felt like it, but at the same time, nothing added up. They hadn't moved. Not an inch, still kneeling, nothing like two people who had just lost consciousness. His head jerked forward instinctively, and what he saw made his breath catch painfully in his throat. Narcissa, too, followed his gaze, and the color drained from her face. There, in front of them, upon a throne that seemed to rise from the very shadows, sat the entity. The chair was magnificent and terrifying, carved from something blacker than night itself, its edges jagged and alive with a faint, pulsing energy. The figure lounged there with a casual arrogance, one leg crossed over the other, his body draped in flowing darkness. One arm rested lazily on the armrest, his head tilted slightly to the side, propped up against a closed fist. From the hollow void of his mask, the entity's crimson eyes, like twin drops of fresh blood, glowed with a detached, almost lazy contempt, half-lidded as they stared down at them. Lucius and Narcissa swallowed dryly. Neither dared to speak. Neither dared to move. They didn't know what this creature was, or even if it was human, but one thing was certain, they were completely at its mercy. A suffocating silence hung between them, stretching on, until Lucius and Narcissa saw it move. The figure lazily lifted an arm and made a slight motion with its finger. In an instant, the space between them collapsed. One moment, they were kneeling what felt like yards away, and the next, they were much closer, as if the very air had twisted and compressed around them. Their hearts barely had time to react when they saw it move again. Another casual gesture, like one might swat a fly. Before their wide, frozen eyes, a table and two chairs materialized out of thin air with a soft thud. Then finally it spoke. A voice rumbled through the void, cold, heavy, and alien, like the groaning of an ancient glacier tearing itself apart. Sit, it ordered. Lucius and Narcissa were still trying to process what was happening when that one, simple word hit them like a hammer. The figure's half-lidded crimson eyes narrowed slightly. That was all it took. The couple jolted into action, scrambling to their feet, wobbling slightly before hurriedly lowering themselves into the chairs. Another dreadful pause stretched over them like a second skin. Narcissa, gathering what little courage she had left, slowly lifted her head, but did not dare meet those monstrous eyes. Her voice was a trembling whisper. How should we address you, my lord?" The figure's head tilted slightly, as if amused. "Bloodraven," it said simply, the word sinking into their bones. Blood Raven. Lucius and Narcissa racked their memories, the name tugging at the edges of their minds. It was Lucius who remembered first. A rumor from a few years back, a mysterious mage with frightening power who appeared once but was never seen again. Back then, he had only heard whispers of a formidable wizard, a great magus, but certainly not an archmage. Yet now, sitting here, facing this suffocating presence firsthand, Lucius knew better. This was no mere great mage. No doubt clouded his mind. Only one other person he had ever met, his former master, had radiated such overwhelming terror. And this Bloodraven made his former master, Voldemort, seem small. Lucius had barely finished the thought when he heard his wife ask again, her voice tight and respectful. "Lord Bloodraven, may we know?" She didn't get to finish, and whatever she was about to ask got stuck in her throat as she watched Bloodraven lift a hand once more. From his upturned palm, something began to spin into existence. A book, old and worn, twisting lazily in the air. The moment Lucius saw the book, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. The book floated toward them and landed on the table with a soft, deliberate thud. "Do you recognize it?" Bloodraven's voice boomed. Narcissa instinctively turned to Lucius and saw sweat glistening on his brow. That look, she knew it all too well. He recognized it. She watched him force himself to swallow. "Why, yes, my lord," Lucius stammered, nodding and bowing his head stiffly. His mind whirled. Fear, confusion, how did Bloodraven come to possess this? Could it be? No, impossible. He crushed the thought. Maverick Caesar was far too young. Even if he were a prodigy, there was no way he could be this. Monstrous. Then again, Bloodraven's power was undeniable. Best not to think, best not to question. "Do you know what it is?" Bloodraven asked. Lucius hesitated, hands twitching slightly. "I only know that it is dark magic," he stammered. Bloodraven leaned back slightly, crimson eyes gleaming faintly. "What you hold there," the voice rumbled, "is a means of resurrection. A shard of Tom Marvolo Riddle's soul, ripped from the natural order." Lucius froze. Narcissa gasped softly, covering her mouth. "A Horcrux," Bloodraven said, each word hitting like a blow. "A foul creation firstborn of a Greek dark wizard millennia ago. What you see before you is a piece of Riddle's very soul." The hairs on Lucius's arms stood on end. Narcissa clutched the sides of her chair, knuckles white. Their former master was not dead. He could return. Lucius felt bile rise in his throat. They had lived under Voldemort's shadow once. At first, they had believed in him. They had believed in the cause. But when he transformed, when the murders, the mindless cruelty, the madness consumed him, they had stayed out of fear, not loyalty. His fall had been their freedom. Ding! A sharp, metallic sound shattered their frozen horror. Both jerked their heads downward. A dagger, sleek, elegant, and gleaming with a sickly sheen, was pinned into the center of the table. They looked up, confused. Bloodraven's voice came, low and final. "Take it, it is laced with the venom of a basilisk. Stab the book, destroy it." Lucius and Narcissa froze. Was he commanding them to kill Voldemort, kill the last remains of their old master? Even with everything Voldemort had become, some part of them hesitated. But the pressure, the unbearable, suffocating force, tightened around them, making it hard to breathe. Their heads bowed instinctively under the weight. Lucius reached out with shaking fingers, gripped the dagger, and yanked it from the table. He held it aloft, both hands wrapped around the hilt, blade pointed downward, hovering above the book. His whole body trembled. Seeing his state, Narcissa made a choice. Without a word, she reached out, placed her hand atop his, steadying him. Bloodraven's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, unseen beneath the mask. Interesting, he thought. This couple is stronger than I expected. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance, a silent agreement. Together they stood. The dagger plunged down. Dang. The blade punched through the book with a jarring clang as it struck the metallic table beneath. A high-pitched, horrible screech ripped through the air, sharp enough to tear at their eardrums. They staggered back, covering their ears. From the book, thick black smoke poured out, coiling into the twisted, screaming face of Voldemort himself, mouth open in a silent howl. Again, Bloodraven ordered, voice cutting through the chaos like a whip. Lucius and Narcissa didn't even hesitate. Fueled by something beyond fear, they lunged forward and stabbed again, burying the dagger deeper. More smoke erupted. More twisted, inhuman screams filled the abyss around them. The black cloud thrashed and writhed, twisting in agony. A monstrous face, distorted and skeletal, tore itself out of the smoke, Voldemort's own soul fragment, shrieking in mindless rage and terror. The air around it grew heavy and cold, the sound of its wailing so sharp it felt like knives scraping against their skulls. The cloud pulsed violently, cracks of red lightning flashing within it, as if the soul piece was ripping itself apart. The horror was suffocating. But they didn't stop. Again. Dang. And again. And again. And again. Dang. 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 The dagger slammed down with brutal force, again and again, until the table trembled under the assault. Black smoke spewed from the book, screeching like a living thing, twisting and clawing at the air. The space around them pulsed with a deep, unnatural hum. The smoke thinned, flailed, and with a final, piercing wail that rattled the very air. It collapsed inward, like a dying star. A rush of dead silence followed. Only a thin wisp of ash remained, curling above a gaping, blackened hole in the center of the table. Thump! Lucius staggered back, his chest heaving, each breath rasping painfully through his throat. The dagger slipped from his trembling fingers, clattering onto the floor with a hollow clang that echoed through the suffocating silence. Narcissa caught him just before he could collapse, her own legs giving way beneath her. She clung to him, trembling, and together they sank onto their knees beside the scorched table, holding onto each other as if they might drift apart otherwise. What had they done? Never in their lives had they imagined themselves capable of it. Sure, they had disagreed with the madness their former master had descended into. They had despised the slaughter, the mindless cruelty, but even so, betrayal, striking a killing blow. The thought had never crossed their minds. Voldemort had been a terror beyond reason, a force so absolute that even thinking of rebellion felt like inviting death. And yet, today, they had done it. They didn't know where the strength had come from. Was it because they had no choice? Perhaps. After all, the being that had commanded them, this monster cloaked in crimson shadow, was an archmage, just like their master had been, once. Or perhaps it was something deeper. A final, desperate break from the chains they had never dared shatter before. They couldn't tell. Not now. All they knew was that their hands were now stained with the unthinkable. And there was no going back. For a long moment, they just breathed. In. Out. Slow, ragged, desperate breaths. Lucius pressed his forehead against Narcissa's shoulder, his hands gripping the back of her robes. Narcissa squeezed her eyes shut, willing her racing heart to slow, feeling his heartbeat thundering against her own. The space around them was silent now, eerily, unnaturally silent. But neither dared lift their heads. They stayed like that, locked together, gasping for air like drowning survivors dragged ashore. Bloodraven Maverick watched them in perfect, unbothered stillness. He hadn't moved an inch. Not when the book screamed. Not when the black smoke twisted and died. Not even now, as the two of them clung to each other, trembling, broken. To him, this had all been an experiment. He had already made up his mind. Within 2 years, all of Voldemort's Horcruxes would be destroyed. Every last one, apart from Harry. Even Nagini, the living vessel Voldemort had chosen, he would hunt her down. But thinking of the old man Dumbledore and the unpredictable nature of ancient, demonic curses, he decided it was better to let others tread the minefield first. Why risk your own hand, he thought, when you can see if another's gets bitten off? His crimson gaze flicked once more over the exhausted Malfoys, still gripping each other for strength. They were broken, yet alive. Terrified, yet obedient. For now, they would serve. Chapter 127, First Strike IV, ch 147. Is the Dark Lord dead, for good now? Lucius sat slumped, clinging to his wife, his chest heaving with long, ragged breaths. Though what he had just done hadn't demanded much physically, he swore he had never felt so utterly drained in his life. It wasn't the body that had given out, it was the spirit. Dead. Bloodraven's voice cut through the heavy silence like a blade. What made you think he was alive? The couple glanced up sharply at his words, confusion clouding their exhausted faces. But, my lord, Narcissa's trembling lips formed the words as she gripped tightly onto Lucius. You said the Dark Lord was. I never said he was alive, Bloodraven interrupted coldly. I said that book was a means for him to resurrect. That was a piece of his soul. And what you destroyed tonight was merely his path back to life. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance, still too drained to speak. They were still confused, but from what they understood in those words, at least this threat was gone. Or so they thought, until the next words shattered that fragile hope. In fact, Bloodraven continued, he never really passed on. The couple stared, eyes wide. What does that mean, my lord? That night, 12 years ago, Tom Riddle was struck by ancient magic, born from Lady Potter's sacrifice. The killing curse he cast upon the Potter boy backfired, obliterating his body, but his soul endured. Bloodraven's voice darkened, like thunder rumbling in the distance. Tom Riddle was a relentless creature. His soul, ripped from his body, refused to surrender to death. Instead, it became a wraith, an abomination trapped between life and oblivion. And to this very day, that cursed spirit endures, neither alive nor truly gone. Lucius and Narcissa listened, frozen, horror settling deeper with every word. Right now, he's nothing more than a starving rat, Bloodraven stated, rising from his seat and descending from the monstrous throne in deliberate, slow steps. A desperate creature, leeching life force from whatever it can find. But make no mistake, there are ways, many ways, for a wraith to regain a body. And someday he will succeed. The couple's faces drained of color, their eyes locked on Bloodraven as they barely registered his approach. I wonder, he mused, his voice almost lazy, almost cruel. What Riddle will do when he learns a servant of his destroyed a piece of his sacred soul. He lifted a hand as he spoke. Inky black flames ignited above his palm, twisting and curling into the shape of a raven made of smoke and fire. Kuh! The raven let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings once, shooting across the room with deadly speed. WHMMM. The battered book was quickly engulfed in an inferno of dark fire, its pages curling and blackening as the flames licked at it hungrily. It wasn't a normal fire. The heat hit Lucius and Narcissa like a wall, and they recognized it immediately. Fiendfire. They watched, unable to move, as the cursed flames devoured what little remained. In moments, there was nothing left. No ash, no trace. Bloodraven lowered his hand. Then, the massive table and chairs, too, melted away into nothingness. The couple, still half slumped on the floor, raised their heads weakly as he stopped before them, towering and terrible. His crimson eyes gleamed, emotionless and cold. You now have two choices, Bloodraven said. Submit to me. A pause. Or. His voice dropped. I erase your memories, and when Riddle returns, he will find you, and he will make you and your bloodline suffer until death feels like mercy. The Malfoys did not take long to decide. It wasn't a difficult choice, or rather, they had no choice at all. If their old master returned, they had no doubt Bloodraven's warning would come true. They knew all too well what kind of sick lunatic the Dark Lord was. He enjoyed breaking people, a sadist who found pleasure in the suffering of others. And standing before them was another monster, different from the Dark Lord, but no less terrifying. More importantly, he was alive, a being who had reached the same heights of power as their former master. Perhaps not as cruel, but compared to Voldemort, his magic felt far more unfathomable. The couple glanced at each other. No words were needed, and only a simple nod passed between them. Moving stiffly, they wrenched themselves upright from their slumped postures, only to collapse the next instant, knees hitting the floor with a hollow finality. "We choose to submit to you, my lord," they said in one voice, hollow and flat. Bloodraven was silent for a moment. Then at last he spoke. "I accept your submission." His voice was cold and detached, as if he were accepting a debt, not loyalty. "Rise." The couple stood, heads bowed. "Show me the mark Riddle left on your body." Lucius obeyed without hesitation. He rolled up his sleeve with mechanical movements, exposing the dark mark etched into his forearm. It was faint now, little more than a shadow burned into the skin, but it was still there. Bloodraven reached out, extending a single finger, and touched the mark. The Malfoys held their breath. Maverick was no amateur in dark magic anymore. Edward had taught him the foundations, and Morvain's ring had filled in the gaps, the unspeakable gaps that most wizards dared not even glimpse. He could feel the magic woven into the mark. A binding, a chain, a whispering voice coiled around Lucius's very mind. It was fear, obedience, and agony stitched into the skin. A nasty creation, but not an unbreakable one. One immediate method came to mind, using one of Voldemort's Horcruxes as a sacrificial tether to sever the connection. But the only one he had was just destroyed. Not that it mattered. He would not have chosen that option anyway. There were cleaner methods, a much simpler solutions, brutal, direct, overwhelm it with raw power. And his magic now, as an archmage, was more than enough. He pressed hard against the mark, locking onto its core. "This will be painful," he warned, and then flooded it with his own magic mercilessly. The moment his magic flooded in, Lucius's body jerked violently. His body arched backward, muscles seizing, as invisible currents ripped through him. Narcissa clutched at him, whispering soft words of comfort, even as her own hands trembled. The dark mark writhed on his skin, fighting back, bleeding out black smoke. Maverick's magic wrapped around it, constricting, crushing, tearing it apart thread by thread. Lucius clawed at the air, gasping like a drowning man, but Maverick did not stop. His magic gripped the dark mark like a noose, tightening, squeezing the life from it. The stench of burnt magic filled the room. Lucius collapsed backward, barely conscious and trembling violently, but his wife caught him. Faint wisps of smoke curled up from Lucius's arm, where the cursed bond had been scorched away. The mark, now cracked and blackened, pulsed weakly, until at last, with a sharp, sickening snap, it shattered and died. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the harsh rasp of Lucius's breathing. Bloodraven withdrew his hand, examining the dead scar that was left. "It is done," he said quietly. Narcissa pulled Lucius against her, whispering soft, frantic words into his hair as he sagged against her. Maverick gave them a moment to collect themselves. Lucius slowly regained his footing. His arm throbbed fiercely, but when he glanced down, he saw the mark was no more. Only a patch of angry, burned skin remained, painful, but nothing a good potion could not heal. Yet what truly staggered him was not the pain. It was the silence. For the first time in decades, his mind was quiet. There had always been something there, an invisible whisper, a constant, slithering presence at the edge of his thoughts, a lingering thread tying him to him. It had been there for so long, he'd accepted it as part of himself. Now, with it gone, the void it left behind felt vast and raw. He realized, with a cold twist of horror, that he had lived in unending mental torture for most of his adult life, and he had not even noticed. He looked up. Bloodraven stood motionless, observing them with that same detached, unfathomable gaze. Something in Lucius's chest twisted. He staggered forward and dropped to his knees once more, this time with no hesitation, no pride. "My deepest gratitude, my lord," he rasped, his voice cracked with sincerity. "This subordinate willingly awaits your command." Then, tilting his head slightly, he looked to Narcissa. She had not been marked. She could never truly understand the weight that had been lifted, but she saw the change in her husband's eyes. It was enough. With a subtle nod from Lucius, she too dropped to her knees. Bloodraven said nothing. He no longer needed to. His purpose was achieved. The Horcrux was destroyed, and the Malfoys fully, willingly submitted. In a low voice, he gave a few final instructions. A method of contact was provided, similar to the arrangement he made with the Greengrass family. Unlike Voldemort's cruel bindings, there would be no cursed marks, no forced servitude. Instead, a simple black ring formed on their fingers when they accepted his terms, silent, unobtrusive, and perfectly functional. A way to call him in an emergency, and a way for him to monitor their movements. No mind games, no enchantments of fear. Power and benefit would keep them loyal, and if not, it mattered little. Snap! Space around them twisted violently. The manor walls bent and blurred, the air churned and pressed against their chests. Narcissa and Lucius barely had time to brace themselves before the world pitched and spun, and they blacked out. When they awoke, they were lying on the polished floor of Malfoy Manor's drawing room. They sat up quickly, dazed, but this time, the nausea and panic were far less overwhelming. Around them, everything appeared untouched. The vases and fine ceramics, Lucius remembered them shattering under the onslaught of ravens, stood pristine and unmoved, as if none of it had ever happened. Click, click, click. The brittle, echoing sound made them glance forward. Bloodraven stood with his back to them. With a simple wave of his hand, the air before him shuddered, and then split open with a soundless tear. A thin vertical line of darkness appeared, stretching and widening until it became a swirling, black rift. Lucius hesitated. Something gnawed at him, a question he dared not ask, but could no longer hold back. My lord," he called out, his voice hoarse. Bloodraven slowed, rising slightly into the air as he prepared to step into the rift. At Lucius's words, he paused and turned, facing them once more. A suffocating pressure filled the room, cold and heavy, pressing down on their lungs. Lucius swallowed thickly. The book, my lord," he stammered. "May I know how you came to possess it?" For a moment, Bloodraven said nothing. Then a subtle shift rippled across his void-like face, like static clearing on an old television screen, flickering and blinking, disorienting and wrong. The black mask of nothingness twisted, and in its place, for a fleeting, dreadful moment, they saw a face. Young. Familiar. Lucius and Narcissa stiffened. Their eyes widened, then narrowed in shock as the truth crashed down on them. Then they heard him speak, not with the distorted, inhuman voice he had used before, but with the voice of a young man. Yet it was no less terrifying. Cold, final. A voice that left no room for hope. "Does it matter," he said, "where or how I got it?" Whummum, click. The rift snapped shut. The oppressive pressure lifted like a released breath, and the manor felt suddenly still, almost eerily normal. So it was him all along. The thought struck them both at once, filling them with a mix of awe and horror. At such a young age, to have reached such a terrifying level of power, it was almost beyond belief, but it didn't matter. Fortunately, this new master of theirs, monstrous as he was, did not seem to share the madness that had consumed their former master, Voldemort. Terrifying, absolutely. But insane, perhaps not. They could only pray it was so, and breathed out a long, trembling sigh. They collapsed onto the couches, exhaustion crashing over them, only for it to vanish a moment later. As if struck by the same realization at once, Lucius and Narcissa snapped their heads toward each other, eyes wide with alarm. "Draco," they gasped in unison, scrambling to their feet. They raced upstairs, bursting into their son's bedroom, only to find Draco Malfoy sleeping peacefully in his bed, utterly unaware of the horrors that had passed through their home. Chapter 128, A Weasley Welcome, ch. 148. The chessboard clicked softly, shifting a white bishop into place. Maverick leaned back in his chair, letting the sunlight wash over him from the Diagon Alley skyline. It was mid-morning, clear skies overhead, and the breeze carried the distant hum of early shoppers. A cup of coffee steamed on the table beside him, its surface trembling as he set his hand down. Checkmate. He watched the Black King fall over by itself with a faint mechanical hiss. A small smile tugged at his lips. This old enchanted chessboard wasn't his creation, nor particularly innovative. It had existed in the wizarding world for decades. Still, it had its charm. His thoughts, however, were far from the board. The first Horcrux was gone. Tom Riddle's diary, destroyed, cursed soul and all. And Dumbledore had already taken care of Marvolo Gaunt's ring years back, though at no small cost. That left 5. Well, 4 if you discounted Potter. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem was next. From what he could recall of the original story, the diadem should be buried somewhere inside Hogwarts, hidden away in that ever-changing space called the Room of Requirement. He hadn't bothered to search for it before. In terms of benefits, it meant little to him. Power, knowledge, artifacts, he already had more than enough. But this year he planned to explore the place, clear out the Horcrux, inspect the space, maybe even find something interesting. As for the others, Salazar's locket would have to wait. Sirius Black was due to escape that godforsaken prison next year if the timeline stayed on course, and the man could be useful, very useful. Helga Hufflepuff's cup would need careful planning. Cumbersome, but not impossible. A quieter approach, something smarter than busting into Gringotts like a madman. And then there was the snake woman, Nagini, cursed by blood and fate. He had already set the search in motion. Sooner or later, she would be found. If there was a way to cure her, of course he would try. If not, well, he intended to leave Voldemort a rather explosive surprise inside her. Finally, there was Potter himself, the most unpredictable piece on the board. The plan remained the same for now. Let history play out. Let Harry face Voldemort and burn the shard out of his own soul, just like in the original story. Unless, of course, he found another way. But that wouldn't be simple. Dumbledore, that old man, had spent over a decade searching for a solution and still had no safe method. Regardless, Potter would be free of the parasite, either through how things went in the story or something else. He took a long sip of his coffee. A week had passed since his friendly visit to the Malfoy Manor, and today it was time for another visit. Purebloods, but a very different house. The Weasleys. He checked his watch. It was Saturday. He stood up from the comfortable chair and brushed a bit of dust off his dark coat. The meeting with the redheads wasn't a random decision. If everything went well, they'd soon be part of the plan too. With a soft pop, Maverick apparated into the air, feeling the familiar weightlessness that came with the travel. His feet hit the ground, and he found himself at the edge of a vast, sunlit meadow. The wind rustled through the wildflowers as the faint sounds of birdsong mingled with the distant hum of a busy morning. The burrow loomed ahead, an oddly charming, crooked house that seemed to defy gravity in places, its crookedness making it seem as if it were built piece by piece with no real plan. Smoke rose from the chimney, blending with the afternoon sun as it cast a golden glow over the home. The house sat like a warm, welcoming beacon amidst the open fields, surrounded by lush greenery and the distant hum of life in the countryside. Maverick took a few steps forward, moving toward the front door, feeling the soft earth beneath his boots. He knocked firmly on the door, and it creaked open almost immediately. "Professor," Percy Weasley greeted him with a formal but warm smile, stepping aside to allow him in. "Father's been expecting you." "Good to see you, Percy," Maverick replied, offering a polite nod as he stepped inside. The inside of the burrow was just as warm and inviting as the outside, filled with mismatched furniture that somehow complemented the homey atmosphere. The walls were adorned with family portraits, some of which seemed to move in time with the conversations. The scent of something delicious wafted through the air, a mix of herbs and spices. The wooden beams creaked overhead, and the floors were worn, showing the years of family activity within these walls. As Maverick stepped further in, a voice called out from the back of the house. "Who is it, Percy?" "It's Professor Caesar," Percy called back, loud enough for his voice to carry through the house. The sound of hurried footsteps reached Maverick's ears, and a moment later, Molly Weasley appeared from around a corner, wearing an apron and wiping her hands on it. Her face lit up as she saw him. "Professor Caesar?" she exclaimed warmly, her voice full of genuine kindness. "I'd love to give you a hug, dear, but I'm afraid I'm a bit dirty." She laughed lightly. "Welcome to our humble home." Maverick chuckled, smiling. "I appreciate the offer, Mrs. Weasley, and I don't mind at all." Before they could speak further, Maverick heard voices coming from the stairs. "Professor!" The voices echoed through the house in unison, followed by the sounds of footsteps as Fred, George, and Ron Weasley appeared on the landing, their faces breaking into wide grins as they descended. "Oh, and this is Ginny," Percy added, pointing to his younger sister as she joined the group. "We've met," Maverick said, smiling and nodding at her. The Weasley siblings gathered around Maverick, clearly excited to meet him, and began bombarding him with questions right off the bat. Fortunately, Molly quickly took control of the ruckus. "Don't just stand there surrounding him," she said, eyeing her children. "Show the professor around. Show him some Weasley hospitality." Molly then winked at Maverick. "Arthur just went out to buy something, but he should be back soon. Oh, and I hope you like pumpkin. I'm making pumpkin pasties, pumpkin soup, and a pumpkin pie for dessert," she added cheerfully before returning to the kitchen. Maverick smiled back. "Oh, I love pumpkin, Mrs. Weasley." His mouth was already watering at the thought. He truly did, both in his previous life and in this one. Not long after, Ron, Fred, and George eagerly took Maverick to show him around the house. Each room had its own charm, with mismatched furniture and the cozy chaos that only a large family like the Weasleys could create. Soon enough, the entire family gathered around the kitchen table, and Arthur Weasley returned, his arms full of packages. He smiled warmly at Maverick as he set them down and took a seat at the table. As the meal was served, the room filled with the sound of laughter and conversation. Plates piled high with Molly's delicious creations were passed around, and Maverick found himself surrounded by the warmth of the Weasley family, their genuine hospitality making him feel more at ease than he'd expected. "Dig in, dear," Molly said, grinning at him as she passed the pumpkin pasties. Maverick nodded, taking a bite. He had to admit the food was everything Molly had promised. Before long, the kitchen buzzed with the lively chatter of the Weasley children. Most of it was them peppering him with questions about Harry, his training, the places they had visited in America, and everything in between. Apparently, Harry hadn't kept anything a secret. Well, Maverick thought with a wry smile, he hadn't exactly asked him to. What amused him most was the way Ron looked, bright-eyed, eager, and just a little bit wistful. It wasn't the bitter kind of jealousy, just the simple wish of a boy wanting to be by his best friend's side on grand adventures. Maverick had half expected Harry to be here today, but Molly mentioned he'd gone back to the Dursleys 2 days ago, saying he had homework to finish. Maverick chuckled inwardly. He had, after all, loaded Harry down with a small mountain of books before sending him back. Smart kid, probably thought Maverick would quiz him about them when they met. Molly also mentioned that they would stop by Harry's Muggle relative's home first, pick him up, and then head together to catch the Hogwarts Express. Hearing that made Maverick pause for a moment. He wondered about Dobby, that troublesome little house elf. Last week during his visit to Malfoy Manor, Maverick hadn't sensed any presence apart from Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco. Dobby must not have been there during the incident. Which meant, most likely, Dobby would still follow the original plot and try to stop Harry from reaching the train. Would that mad scene with the flying car still happen? Maybe, maybe not. Either way, Maverick had plans to sort out Dobby's situation eventually. He intended to take Dobby's ownership from Lucius soon and pass it over to Harry. But that could wait. He wanted to see how things played out first. Clearing his throat lightly, Maverick steered the conversation toward the real reason for his visit. "Mr. Weasley," Maverick said, turning to Arthur with a small smile, "I've heard you're quite the admirer of Muggle inventions. After talking with you for a bit, I'd say the rumors are true." Arthur straightened, face lighting up in excitement. "That's very true, Master Caesar. Every time I visit Diagon Alley, I make sure to stop by your shop. The way you blend magic and Muggle technology. It's fascinating. I even have a little project of my own." His eyes lit up with excitement, and he leaned forward to tell Maverick about his flying car. As Arthur explained the alchemical principles he used, Maverick listened with genuine interest. It wasn't exactly ingenious, more like creative and unconventional. Out-of-the-box thinking, Maverick thought with a small grin. After lunch, Maverick agreed to take a closer look at the car. But first, he had business to discuss. "Mr. Weasley," he said, setting down his goblet, "the real reason I asked to meet today? It's about your passion for Muggle innovations." You see, my company, Caesar's Magitech, is expanding rapidly around the world. Every year in November, we host a major product launch. Customers expect new, exciting creations. But between my duties at Hogwarts and the business, I barely have time to oversee everything. The Weasleys leaned in, listening intently. I'm looking for someone to lead the research department, Maverick continued. A person who can dream up ideas and work with a team to make them real. He smiled. When I heard about you, Mr. Weasley, well, I thought you might be the perfect fit. For a moment, the burrow fell completely silent. Ron sat with his mouth open, Fred and George frozen mid-bite. Arthur fidgeted slightly, clearing his throat. Master Key. Please, Maverick interrupted smoothly, call me Maverick. Arthur smiled awkwardly. Well then, Maverick, I'm honored that you would even consider me for such an important position, but I don't think I'm qualified. Maverick wasn't surprised. He said nothing and let Arthur speak his mind. He already had a good measure of the man, hardworking, humble, and honest to the core. And honesty, Maverick valued more than flashy credentials. It sounds like a huge responsibility, Arthur continued. From what you said, the person in charge has to come up with ideas, work with a team, bring those ideas to life. I know a bit about enchantments and tinkering, but I'm hardly an actual alchemist. I understand completely, Maverick said, nodding. That's why, if you accept, you'll start as deputy director first, to learn the ropes. Also, you wouldn't need to handle the heavy alchemy yourself. I already have teams of experts for that. What I need from you, Mr. Weasley, is your imagination, your mind, your ideas, your passion. There are plenty of skilled alchemists in the world, Maverick went on, but very few creators. It's not just knowledge, it's passion. It's thinking beyond what's written in a book. He leaned forward slightly. Technical skill can be hired, creativity and passion can't. Arthur hesitated, picking up his drink. Maverick smiled slightly, sensing it was time to tip the scales. I'll pay you 3,000 galleons a month. PFFFD. The effect was immediate. Arthur spat out his drink in a spectacular spray across the table. Poof, poofs. Ron and, rather surprisingly, Percy followed suit, both coughing and gaping. Even Molly whipped her head toward her husband, eyes wide, lips pressed tight like she was barely holding herself back from physically shaking him into agreement. Maverick chuckled inwardly. He knew well enough the Weasleys' financial situation. 100 galleons a month was a comfortable living for an ordinary wizard, but with so many children, it stretched thin. Offering 30 times that amount? Well, he expected no less than this stunned reaction. Arthur wheezed, blinking. 3,000 galleons. Dad, say yes, Fred blurted out. Yeah, Dad, please, George added. That's a mountain of galleons. You'll be famous, too, Ron chimed in eagerly. Caesar's Magitech is all over the world now. Arthur glanced helplessly at his children, then to Molly. She was still staring at him, but she gave a small nod, calm now, trusting his judgment. I trust your decision, she said softly. Still looking overwhelmed, Arthur turned back to Maverick. Can you tell me more about what I'd actually be doing? Maverick smiled, hook, line, and sinker. He explained the role in simple, clear terms. How Arthur would oversee the innovation department, come up with ideas, guide the development team, and help plan product launches. Maverick also assured him there would be thorough training to prepare him for it, using examples from modern business practices he remembered from his previous life. By the time he finished, Arthur was almost convinced, but he didn't give an answer just yet. Maverick, he said slowly, thank you truly, but I'd need time to think it over, and if I agree, I'd have to give notice at the ministry. Of course, Maverick said warmly. This is a decision that affects your whole family. Take your time, a day, a week, even a month. I'm not in a hurry. Arthur smiled, looking deeply grateful for the understanding. The conversation afterward drifted back to lighter topics, Maverick's business, Quidditch, funny stories from the twins, and after the plates were cleared, Arthur excitedly offered to show Maverick the famous flying car. And it was, indeed, a sight to behold. It wasn't polished or refined, but it worked, and more importantly, it showed exactly the kind of creative thinking Maverick needed. Later, after a cheerful afternoon of tinkering, laughter, and even a quick flight across the fields in the enchanted Ford Anglia, Maverick gathered the Weasley children and handed each of them a small gift, nifty gadgets from his company, earning delighted cheers. With the sun dipping low behind the hills, Maverick finally said his goodbyes and headed home. There was only a week left before school started, and he intended to spend every moment of it with his family and loved ones. Chapter 129. A New Year Begins, ch. 149. The sun blazed high above the towers of Hogwarts, casting sharp golden light across the lake and the stone walls of the castle. Inside, in a brightly lit office that blended sleek modernity with magical charm, green flames burst to life in a fireplace. A young man stepped out of the flue network, brushing a faint trace of ash from his shoulder. He was tall, sharp-eyed, and dressed in elegant black robes with silver threading along the cuffs, a subtle blend of Muggle tailoring and wizarding style. He cast a quick glance around the sleek, well-lit room. Everything was just as he had left it, tidy, modern, humming softly with faint magical energy. A small, satisfied nod later, he stepped out into the corridors. The castle greeted him with silence. He moved beneath ancient stone arches and along staircases that shifted with sleepy reluctance, as if Hogwarts itself was still stretching off the last of summer. The hush was pleasant, familiar, almost comforting. Before long, he reached the towering doors of the Great Hall and pushed them open. Inside, the long tables were bare, but the staff table was fully occupied. Every professor sat in their usual place, murmuring quietly among themselves over steaming teacups and platters of breakfast. "Professor Caesar," Dumbledore called warmly from the center of the table, "I thought you would be arriving with the students." "I did last year," Maverick replied with a small smile, nodding politely to each of his colleagues as he made his way to an empty seat. "That old antique of a train runs slower than most Muggle ones these days, so once is enough for me." A ripple of laughter passed down the table. "Tradition, Professor," McGonagall said crisply, though there was a faint smile tugging at her lips. Maverick only shrugged, buttered a slice of toast, and said no more on the matter. His eyes moved across the staff table again. McGonagall looked regal. Snape brooding, Flitwick cheerful, Trelawney dazed, Sinistra aloof, Hagrid enormous, Rolanda alert, and Filch miserable as always. "Hey, where's that moron?" he thought, then turned to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, weren't we expecting a new defense against the dark arts professor? Lockhart, wasn't it? The one with the dazzling smile and an excessive number of qualifications. All well documented." "Ah, yes," Dumbledore nodded. "Professor Lockhart informed me he'll be arriving this evening. Apparently, he's preparing a special entrance." "Of course he is. Does the old man truly not know, or is he pretending to?" Doesn't matter," Maverick thought inwardly. McGonagall leaned forward. "How was your holiday, Professor Caesar? I heard you took Mr. Potter under your wing." "Not quite," Maverick corrected her. "I haven't decided to take him on as a personal student just yet. I did teach him a few things over the summer, charms, exercises, and a bit of theory." He added a spoonful of eggs to his plate, then cast a sideways glance at the headmaster. "I'm sure Mr. Potter benefited greatly," the wise old wizard said to him with a knowing, appreciative smile. There was, of course, one more who had been eavesdropping from all the way down the staff table, the man-child potions master himself. The moment Harry's name came up, Snape's eyes twitched, ever so slightly, like someone had insulted his shampoo. Maverick noticed, he just didn't care. Breakfast passed like a meeting in disguise. Dumbledore and McGonagall led the conversation, posing questions and sharing updates. It was the last calm moment before the tide of students arrived. After the meal, Maverick made his way to his office. He set to work at once, organizing, arranging timetables, and preparing his lesson materials. This year, he would be teaching 2 additional classes, second years who had studied with him the year before, and a new batch of first years just beginning alchemy and Muggle science. Still, it was nothing compared to the grueling schedules of his colleagues, who juggled 6 or 7 classes daily. As he leaned back in his chair, a smile crept across his face. This year was going to be interesting. The Quidditch tournament would be the major event, of course. The The hosting school had been selected Beauxbatons, the French school, and that French woman. Maverick shook his head. I sound like my teacher Edward, he muttered with a smirk. Team selection should go much more smoothly this year, perhaps with a few surprises as well. During the tournament, the Hogwarts team would need to travel to the hosting school, and it would be a valuable opportunity for them to learn, grow, and experience new culture. Brushing Quidditch matters aside, his thoughts turned to the real chaos waiting behind the scenes. First of all, Tom Riddle's diary had already been destroyed, so there shouldn't be any follow-up events tied to it. Now for the fraud, Maverick's eyes narrowed. Lockhart would be dealt with soon. He had a few ideas in mind to expose the truth. Public humiliation would be a nice bonus, but he needed Lockhart's incompetence to be seen first. It would make it easier to propose the idea of a dueling club/physical training class, an optional new course. He's had this in mind for a while now, to implement something like PE of Muggle schools at Hogwarts. Of course, he wouldn't take charge of it, but might suggest a few names to hire. Finally, there was the basilisk. The Chamber of Secrets, he spun his chair thoughtfully. Let's see what you're hiding. Locating the entrance, exploring the chamber, and subduing or capturing the creature if necessary. He added it to the list of things to do. Will it be dangerous? Of course, for students and perhaps teachers at the Magus level, but for great mages, let alone for him, it would just mean a bigger snake. That's all. Still the question remained, do I kill it or not? He didn't have an answer yet. Maybe I'll ask that old man, Newt, see if he's interested, he thought. Shrugging the thought away, he summarized his goals. Room of Requirement, explore and destroy the Horcrux. Chamber of Secrets, plunder whatever treasures it held, and deal with the basilisk. Quidditch tournament, guide the team, let them enjoy the experience. Expose Lockhart, preferably with style. Maverick stood and walked to the wide window of his office, gazing down over the grounds. The lake shimmered. The forbidden forest swayed gently in the wind. Yes, he said softly, it's going to be an interesting year. That evening, Lockhart arrived with great fanfare, his robes sparkling, teeth shining unnaturally bright, and arms outstretched as though he were about to embrace the whole castle. Dumbledore hosted a small dinner to welcome him, introducing him with gracious warmth. Maverick observed quietly from the far end of the table, noting how the fraud conveniently avoided making eye contact with him. Good, Maverick thought, sipping his drink, saves me the trouble of pretending. Time slipped by, and soon it was the next evening. The 1st of September. The staff table was nearly full, save for Hagrid and Professor McGonagall, who were still outside greeting the first years. The great hall buzzed with noise, a far cry from yesterday's quiet. Students from 2nd to 7th year had already arrived, chatting, laughing, and catching up after a summer apart. Maverick scanned the sea of students and quickly found the two he was looking for, Harry and Ron, chatting animatedly with their classmates and friends. Harry looked much better now compared to last year. The signs of malnourishment were gone entirely, and he even seemed a bit taller. Could it be a side effect of the potions I gave him? He wondered, before brushing the thought aside. No, I must be thinking of Redcliffe. In any case, it seemed they had managed to get through the enchanted wall and catch the train like everyone else. And Dobby, I'll ask Lucius about that when I get the time. Click, dang. The massive doors of the great hall swung open, and Professor McGonagall stepped in, guiding this year's first years behind her in a neat line. Maverick made a rough count. There were at least 100 of them. It wouldn't change the overall numbers much, as last year's graduates had left in similar quantity. The sorting ceremony lasted nearly 45 minutes, the ancient hat crooning and muttering to itself before bellowing names and house placements. Maverick watched in quiet amusement, arms folded, leaning back in his chair while the staff clapped politely. Once the last trembling first year skipped off to their new table, Dumbledore stood, beaming with his usual theatrical warmth. And now, the headmaster declared, I am delighted to introduce our newest defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. A round of applause followed, but Maverick raised an eyebrow. Contrary to his expectations, only about half the students reacted like swooning fans. The rest clapped with polite disinterest, or in some cases, open skepticism. Some students even squinted at Lockhart with narrowed eyes, and Maverick caught one Ravenclaw whispering to another behind a hand. So the tides were already turning. Perhaps the community had started to question the gaudy tales and self-congratulatory books, but without solid proof, no one had dared speak up. Not to worry, Maverick thought, eyes glinting. Proof is coming. Next came the singing. That hat again. Maverick barely resisted the urge to hex it mid-verse. At last, Dumbledore clapped his hands and, with a merry twinkle, announced the start of the feast. Plates refilled with delicious foods, and the great hall buzzed with life once more. Halfway through the meal, as golden roast and pumpkin tarts vanished into eager mouths, Dumbledore rose to his feet. He cast a knowing glance down the staff table. Ding, ding, ding. The headmaster tapped his goblet 3 times, and the soft, magical ringing echoed through the hall, silencing the chatter as if someone had flipped a switch. "May I have your attention, students?" Dumbledore said, his voice cheerful and calm. "There is still one more announcement I'd like to make, and for this, I'd like to call upon Professor Caesar." Maverick stood, smoothing his robes as Dumbledore took his seat. He amplified his voice with a subtle charm and began, "First of all, for those of you new to Hogwarts, or who have transferred from other schools, my name is Maverick Caesar. I teach alchemy, and the recently introduced subject of Muggle science." He paused, waiting for the ripple of murmurs to settle. "Right, that's quite enough introduction. Let's talk Quidditch." That earned a few smirks and straightened backs. First, the host for this year's inter-school Quidditch tournament has been confirmed. It will be held at Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. Excited whispers spread instantly across the hall. Maverick waited calmly, arms tugged into his long coat. As the room hushed again, he continued. "This means, just as students from other schools visited us last year, we will be the ones traveling this time. Our school's team will compete at their grounds." He let that settle before moving on. Second, about team selection. Coach Stephen has agreed to continue leading the team. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here for the start of term, but he'll be arriving next week and staying for the academic year. Heads nodded across the room. There are 2 openings in the first team and 3 in the reserves. 5 positions total to be filled. Existing members will be reevaluated, and it will be up to Coach Stephen to decide if anyone gets replaced. So, if you want a shot, do your best. Tryouts will be held 2 weeks from now. A few hopefuls straightened up, exchanging competitive grins. "Next point," Maverick said, pausing deliberately. "Hogwarts will also resume its interhouse Quidditch tournament." Roar! The great hall exploded with cheers. Maverick casually snapped his fingers. A loud, magical thunderclap rolled through the air, silencing the hall at once. "Thank you," he said dryly. "As I was saying, Quidditch will not be absent from Hogwarts, even though we aren't hosting the inter-school tournament this year." He paced slowly in front of the staff table. During each inter-school tournament's round of games, the Hogwarts team, 7 from the first team, 7 reserves, will travel along with Coach Stephen and 1 professor. In addition, we'll be selecting 100 supporters, 25 students from each house, to attend the matches as a cheering squad. There was a renewed murmur of excitement, louder this time. Supporters will return after the match and cannot remain for the week, unlike the team. The rest of you will, unfortunately, be staying at school. A few scattered boos echoed lightly. Maverick raised an eyebrow. "We professors will do our best to make sure the matches are still enjoyable here. Our plan is to install a large viewing screen in the Great Hall during each match. That way, all of you can watch together and support our team, live." A beat of silence, then a murmur of approval. Maverick gave a small nod. "Right then, that's all for me. Good luck and enjoy the rest of the feast." He returned to his seat. The moment he sat down, the room seemed to burst with energy. All 4 long tables erupted into excited chatter. Students leaned across benches, already speculating on team selections, travel lists, and Beauxbatons. Back at the staff table, Dumbledore gave him a satisfied smile. McGonagall gave a brisk nod of approval. The buzz of excitement carried on, the feast resumed, and with it, the first sparks of a new academic year. Chapter 130, Hogwarts Glitch in the Matrix, I, CH 150. By the time the golden plates had cleared, and the last of the treacle tart had vanished, the great hall was humming with quiet chatter and full bellies. The start-of-term feast had, as always, run late into the night. With only minutes to spare before curfew and the long train ride still weighing on them, most students trudged off to their dormitories without lingering. The staff, too, retired early. Tomorrow marked the start of the new school year, classes to teach, schedules to follow, and no one was looking forward to the early mornings and packed schedules more than they absolutely had to. The next day, after a brisk breakfast, Maverick stood at the front of his first class of the year, first-year alchemy. The classroom buzzed with anticipation, a mix of nerves and excitement painted across young faces. He began with a captivating introduction, much like he had the year before, guiding the students through the completion of a fully functional alchemical item. Though all they did was fit the final piece into something he had mostly prepared beforehand, the students were thrilled by the result. Their excitement didn't waver, and by the end of the lesson, each of them felt proud, eager, and more than a little curious about what the rest of the year would bring. And out of the 100 or so freshmen, 2 students in particular had caught his attention. One was Ginny Weasley. She most certainly had inherited her father's and twin brothers' instinctive knack for magical tinkering. Her fingers moved with a confidence far beyond her age, and the way her eyes darted between the various components revealed more than just intelligence. There was a natural intuition at play. With the right guidance, she could easily become a star-level alchemist, or perhaps even go further. Of course, whether she chose to pursue that path was entirely up to her. Maverick wouldn't push her in that direction. The other was Luna Lovegood. At first glance, she didn't seem particularly skilled. Her hands moved slowly, and she blinked often, as if lost in her own world. But Maverick, intrigued by her quiet focus, brushed lightly against her surface thoughts, and what he discovered truly surprised him. Her mind was different. Not magically gifted, no, but sharp in a way that was hard to define. Her mind worked like a finely tuned abacus, quietly sorting and linking patterns with a precision that was almost mechanical. She processed information like a Muggle mathematical prodigy, instantly, effortlessly, and without fanfare. Maverick had seen minds like that before, though rarely. Luna's thought process reminded him of them, different but no less brilliant. And that quiet, pattern-seeking brilliance would be a perfect match for runes, a subject rooted in logic and structure. If she ever chose to pursue it, she could become one of the best. He also remembered something else. If he wasn't mistaken, Luna would face a rough time in her early years at Hogwarts. Bullying, isolation, things that had nothing to do with her talent and everything to do with her nature. I'll keep an eye on that, Maverick thought, mentally filing it away. If it ever began, he would put a stop to it before it went too far. His second class was with the second years, and it went much like the last, a well-oiled rhythm of explanation, demonstration, and discovery. The returning students fell back into pace quickly, clearly eager to build on what they had learned last year. After lunch, the new batch of 6th years, wide-eyed and curious, filed into Maverick's Muggle science classroom. He was pleased to find the numbers had nearly doubled, over 50 students this year, a promising sign. Some, no doubt, had chosen the class under pressure from their parents. Others, perhaps, out of idle curiosity. But by the end of the lesson, every single one of them wore the same expression, wonder. He'd taken them on a tour out of this world, once again, exploring scientific breakthroughs and explaining how Muggle technology functioned without a trace of magic, yet still managed to accomplish feats that rivaled wizardkind's own. By the time the class ended, several students lingered behind to ask questions, eyes sparkling. Maverick watched them go with a small smile. He would never tire of the awe in their eyes after having their worldview lifted to such unprecedented heights. Now, with no more lessons until tomorrow, he wandered through the castle's winding corridors, hands tucked into his robes. The walls whispered with echoes of long-forgotten secrets, and every so often he passed a portrait that bowed respectfully or dozed in its frame. He was just approaching the defense against the dark arts classroom when he heard it. Shouting, frantic, muffled yelling from behind the heavy oak door. And then slam. The door burst open, and Gilderoy Lockhart staggered out, his golden hair disheveled, cheeks flushed. He spun and slammed the door shut behind him, panting as though he had outrun a Hungarian horntail. Huff, huff, that was close. He froze mid-sentence when he caught sight of Maverick, standing just a few feet away with one brow arched at him. Master Caesar, fancy, meeting you here. Maverick didn't reply. He simply tilted his head and looked at the man. Lockhart stiffened uncomfortably. I was just ensuring everything was under control. Yes, under control, he added hastily. The class period ended 5 minutes ago, Maverick said quietly. Why are you standing? Like a guard outside the door. Guarding? No, nothing like that. Just stretching my legs a bit. Another muffled shout echoed from inside. Care to explain? Maverick's voice sharpened. Why the students are shouting? Shouting? Lockhart laughed far too loudly. What shouting? I don't hear anything. Maverick took a single step closer. Lockhart, as if pulled by invisible strings, took a step back. Open the door, Maverick said. Lockhart hesitated, then reached for the handle, just as a girl's voice rang clearly from inside. Immobilize. Maverick was certain that the voice belonged to Granger. After the sharp crack of her spell, whatever for it was unleashed seemed to have worked, as the chaos inside now have fallen into silence. Maverick's eyes narrowed dangerously as he locked gazes with the fool. The door, I said, open it. Lockhart swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Maverick swept his magical sense into the classroom and immediately saw the chaos. Desks were overturned, chairs scattered, and parchments fluttered like fallen leaves. A mess, but no serious injuries, except, well, one Longbottom suspended from the chandelier like a confused bat. And it wasn't just students. He sensed more tiny, foot-sized humanoid creatures. Dozens of them, Cornish pixies, frozen mid-mischief, all paralyzed. Clearly the work of Miss Know-It-All's freezing charm. Maverick turned to Lockhart again, and without a word, pulsed a hint of his magic. It wasn't even much, but the fraud yelped like a frightened rat, stumbling back and swallowing dryly in panic. Everything's in order, Master Caesar. The students seem to have everything under control. You see, the man babbled. I've another class to attend, so I'll just be... He didn't finish. He ran, bolted like a kicked Kneasel. Pathetic, Maverick exhaled slowly, half tempted to let the fool taste his signature black fire. But no, not yet. He reined it in and then pushed the door open. Step, step, step. The students were rushing toward the door, but came to an abrupt halt as soon as they saw him. Professor Caesar. Then a furious voice cut through the quiet. Professor, did you see that bastard Lockhart coming out of the classroom? Maverick raised a brow. Tracy looked like she'd just woken from a 1,000-year nap, hair wild, robes crooked, and eyes blazing. She elbowed her way to the front without hesitation, standing squarely in his path. Beside her, Daphne Greengrass appeared just as disheveled, and even she, usually the picture of calm, had a quiet storm brewing behind her gaze. Maverick didn't respond to Tracy's outrage. Instead, he glanced up, then sighed. Neville Longbottom dangled from the chandelier like it was the most natural thing in the world, robes tangled and expression full of grievances. Maverick lifted a hand, and with a gentle tug of magic, floated the kid down safely to the floor. He remembered this scene from the books, so there was no need to ask what happened. With a snap of his fingers, the room then began to right itself. Desks settled into neat rows, books flew to shelves, and the chaos faded. The classroom, once a battlefield, looked untouched again. Anyone hurt? He asked. No one answered. They all looked a bit taken aback by his casual use of magic, again. Is everyone all right? He repeated while amplifying a bit more. I think Lockhart wanted to give us a practical experience, Hermione stammered. The Cornish pixies, he said we'd learn how to deal with them. Experience, Tracy scoffed. Has your know-it-all brain stopped braining, Granger? That coward clearly lost control and left us for dead. Professor Lockhart is not a coward. Another witch snapped, standing defensively. More voices followed. A wave of objections, mostly girls, rose in Lockhart's defense, while a smaller, sharper group, mostly Slytherins, openly rolled their eyes. The classroom turned into a debate stage, fangirls versus realists. And the boys, they just stood watching, amused like spectators at a Quidditch brawl. Maverick sighed. Enough, he said calm but sharp, and the chatter died instantly. If you have another class, you'd best get going now, unless you plan on being late. At that remark, the Slytherins all blinked in unison, then bolted as if someone had lit a fire under their feet. Go, 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 someone muttered. Professor McGonagall might take points from all of us. A stampede followed. Soon, only the Gryffindors remained, and even they, one by one, gradually trickled out, until only Harry, Hermione, and Ron were left. Okay, Maverick asked, tilting his head. Something you want to say? Harry glanced at his two friends, then nodded as if they had silently agreed on something. Professor, I was thinking, Harry said uncertainly. Hermione and Ron both stiffened nervously beside him, each swallowing hard. Maverick had already guessed what Potter was about to say before he even said it. Could you maybe include Hermione and Ron in the training you've been giving me? Sure enough, Maverick thought, sighing inwardly. It seemed they'd been discussing this for some time already. He had half expected this, really, when he agreed to Dumbledore to mentor Harry, just not this early. An awkward silence hung in the air as he raised a hand to his chin in a thoughtful gesture. The trio fidgeted. A moment later, he hummed softly and looked at them again. Come here, he said, beckoning. The three stepped forward. He pointed to the paralyzed pixies, then to the open cage on Lockhart's desk. Use the levitation charm, guide the pixies into the cage carefully. With a flick of his fingers, the frozen pixies floated into the air and neatly divided into 3 groups. Each of you take one group, he instructed. Ron looked like he had just swallowed a bludger. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask what would happen if they couldn't manage it, then paused, glancing at his friends. His brows twitched slightly when he saw Harry and Hermione already muttering the incantation, wands at the ready. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron hesitated for a moment before his arm, too, lifted upward, a bit unsteady but determined nonetheless. Swallowing another sigh, Maverick walked over and placed a hand on the redhead's shoulder. A faint pulse of white mist slipped from his palm, then brushed gently against Ron's spirit. Relax, he murmured. Focus, then cast. The tension visibly drained from Ron's face, and his breathing steadied. Wingardium Leviosa, he cried. The spell worked, smooth, steady, and precise. Harry and Hermione guided their pixies in first, and moments later, Ron's followed. One by one, the little creatures floated into the cage, and door clicked shut. Professor, did you do something to me? Ron asked quietly. Maverick smiled. The magic was all yours, Ronald, he said ambiguously. Just remember, magic is belief, intent, doubt it and it stumbles. Trust it and you'll be amazed how far you go. Well done, Ron, Hermione said, smiling brightly. That was perfect. Yeah, really nice, Harry added. Maverick had given Ron a push, just a gentle one to clear the fog in his head, no more than that. The boy didn't need a crutch, only a nudge. He had potential and could become just as good as Harry and Hermione if he had a bit more confidence. All right, Maverick said, giving them a serious look. I've already planned Harry's training schedule. Once a week, starting next month, he'll be practicing with me. He paused, glancing at Ron and Hermione in turn. You two may join as well. Their eyes lit up, but before they could say anything, Maverick raised a hand. You're dismissed for now. Head back to your common room, the library, wherever you like. I'll let Harry know when we begin. The trio nodded like eager pigeons, clearly wanting to say more. But Maverick gave them a look, and they finally took the hint and left. Once they were gone, Maverick turned his gaze back to the still paralyzed pixies. Hermione's spellwork really was impressive for her age. He reinforced the cage with a warding charm, then cast the true concealment magic over himself and slipped out of the room without a sound. His destination had been his office, but halfway there, he changed his mind. Without breaking stride, he turned and made his way toward the 7th floor instead. Chapter 131. Hogwarts Glitch in the Matrix, II, CH-151. Maverick climbed the final stair and stepped into a rather plain-looking corridor on the 7th floor. The place was unusually quiet, the stone walls broken only by the occasional tapestry. One in particular caught his eye, a wizard attempting to teach a group of trolls ballet, the trolls stumbling about in frilly tutus. A faint smile tugged at his mouth. This had to be the place. Drawing a steady breath, he closed his eyes and cast his senses outward in a wide arc. The familiar hum of Hogwarts wards buzzed faintly at the edge of his awareness, but beyond that, the corridor seemed ordinary, still. No hidden enchantment stirred, not even the faintest sensation of a ward's magic brushing against his own. It was as if the castle itself was holding its breath. Interesting, he thought, narrowing his eyes. He tried again, this time pushing more magic outward, until, a moment later, something flickered at the edge of his awareness. A complex web of runes so intricate that even he could not immediately make sense of it. His eyes lit up. Not because he understood the runic algorithm, but because he didn't. For a master alchemist like him, to encounter runes he couldn't immediately decipher was like stumbling across a buried treasure. The craftsmanship was exquisite, layers of ancient magic woven together with such precision that it bordered on the impossible. Already, his mind was racing with the possibilities. But for now, he had another purpose. Focusing again, he homed in on the point where the magical concentration was thickest, right along the stretch of blank stone wall opposite the tapestry. That must be the entrance. Now, how did it work again? He tapped his fingers thoughtfully against his chin. "If I remember right, you have to walk back and forth," he muttered under his breath, trying to recall exactly how the room of requirement revealed itself. He shrugged, stepped forward, and began to pace. "I want a space to take a quick nap. I want a space to take a quick nap. I want a space to take a quick nap." Over and over, he repeated it in his mind as he walked. On his third pass, there was a soft click, and he felt the magic surge through the runic lines, triggering something deep within the wall. He stopped, watching closely. Before his eyes, a door appeared, growing out of the stone as if it had always been there, simply hidden from sight. It was an old wooden door, sturdy-looking, with a brass handle and carvings around the frame that shimmered faintly with magic. Still cautious, he reached out with his magical sense trying to probe inside. And to his surprise, his magic slipped away the moment it touched the door, almost as if it had been devoured or tossed into a black hole. From what he understood, if someone wanted to counter magical sense, they would either have to block it with a spell or push back with stronger mental force. He had never encountered anything, any form of magic, that could simply swallow magical sense whole, the way this did. His intrigue deepened. Whoever had built this place had to be far beyond a grandmaster in their craft, perhaps someone forgotten by history altogether. Without hesitation, he grasped the handle, turned it, and stepped through. Whatever secrets lay behind the room's craftsmanship could wait for now. Inside, the room was exactly what he had asked for. A simple bed with a soft-looking mattress, a high-backed chair by the wall, and nothing else. It was small, comfortable, and eerily close to what he had pictured in his mind. But something gnawed at him. He had never felt the room probing his thoughts. No hint of intrusion, no flicker of detection spells. For an archmage like him, whose mind was protected by defenses stronger than most could dream of, that was nearly unthinkable. Yet somehow, the room had read his need as easily as reading a line of text. Could it be something subtler than direct mind magic, a form of enchantment he had never encountered before? Within the span of a few minutes, Maverick's head was already buzzing with unanswered questions. Fascinating as it was, there were more urgent matters to deal with. Namely, the destruction of one of Valdi's Horcrux. He stepped back out again, closed the door behind him, and paced again, this time with a sharper purpose. "I need the place where everything is hidden. I need the place where everything is hidden. I need the place where everything is hidden." The door shimmered into being once more, and Maverick gave a soft hum of approval. "Here goes," he muttered and pushed it open. The room of hidden things stretched out before him, vast and cluttered. Towers of forgotten objects loomed on all sides, broken cabinets with doors hanging off their hinges, cracked cauldrons, tattered books, broomsticks with their bristles half missing, rusted cages, cloudy mirrors, dusty weapons, and countless other things he couldn't even name. The ceiling soared high above, swallowed by shadows, and the air was thick with the smell of dust and old magic. He rose into the air, and for a moment, simply stared, marveling at the sheer amount of stuff piled into mountains below. It was like a graveyard of Hogwarts' forgotten secrets, where centuries of lost or hidden things had been left to gather dust. How in Merlin's name did Potter ever find anything in here? He muttered, landing lightly in a narrow gap between two towering piles. Let's try the straightforward way first. See if it's just like in the books, he thought, stretching out his hand and pointing his index finger ahead. Accio diadem, he called. Nothing happened. He tried again and again, still nothing. Sigh. It was worth a shot. He then closed his eyes, thinking back to how Potter had first stumbled across the diadem. If I remember correctly, he mused, it should, probably, be sitting on a bust of some old warlock. That gave him an idea. Rising higher, he glided slowly across the maze of forgotten things, his eyes narrowing, his magic brushing over the piles below like a silent current, searching for any sign of what he sought. It took nearly 5 minutes before he spotted it, an old statue in the distance, something small and nondescript at first glance. Without wasting a second, he flew over and landed softly nearby. Immediately, he felt it, the prickling, cold sensation of dark magic radiating from the object resting atop the bust's head. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw. And just as he took a step forward, a cold, hissing whisper brushed past his ear. Wear me, claim me, and I shall grant you all you desire. The corner of his mouth curled into a slow smile, so typical, he murmured under his breath. Without hesitation, he raised his palm, and a slender dagger along with a small glass vial shimmered into existence, floating neatly above his hand. He did not bother touching either directly. With a flick of his magic, the cork of the vial popped free, and a thin sheen of purplish liquid brushed itself along the dagger's edge, coating it carefully. The vial vanished again, slipping back into his personal dimension without a sound, leaving only the dagger, now gleaming faintly with the deadly sheen of basilisk venom. The poison of the Serpent King was no small thing. It was extremely rare, dangerous, and heavily restricted. Even with all his resources, Maverick had only managed to procure a small amount, paying a hefty sum of gold to a connection deep within India's shadowy side of the wizarding world. Now he could have used fiendfire, of course, but since he had the venom on hand, why waste the good stuff? Besides, if everything went according to plan, he would soon be running his own little basilisk venom empire. The dagger floated a little higher, spinning lazily in the air. But before he pulled the trigger, there was one thing he needed to check. He concentrated his magical energy, sharpening his magical sense to its highest alert, then stepped closer and raised his hand to touch the object. The tempting whispers grew louder and louder, but to him, they were nothing more than the annoying buzz of a persistent fly. He picked up the tiara with one hand and waited. Until, a second later, the expected message appeared in his mind. Detected an item of extraordinary characteristics. Item, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Extraordinary characteristic, wisdom amplification. Grade, excellent. Extraordinary characteristic, Horcrux. Grade, basic. Sure enough, just as he expected, there were not one but two extraordinary characteristics. Unfortunately, he could not tell how they would benefit him without first replicating them, and then integrating them into his magic. And to do that, he needed extraordinary characteristic points, and right now, he did not have any to begin with, so he made up his mind to skip the diadem's extraordinary characteristics entirely. Plus, he wanted to nip this Horcrux in the bud sooner rather than later. The wisdom amplification did sound tempting, being an excellent grade characteristic and all, but not tempting enough to waste a precious point, not when he had far more valuable items lined up that he would soon have the chance to copy from. As for the Horcrux trait, he had no idea how it would even help him. Would it boost his soul power directly, or something else entirely? He had no clue. Moreover, it was only a basic grade trait, so he dismissed it without a second thought. Carefully placing the tiara back on the bald statue's head, he took 2 steps back and exhaled slowly. Then, with a nudge of his will, the dagger, still hovering and rotating slowly above the stone bust, paused its motion, and then, whoosh! It dropped like a bullet, plunging straight through the heart of the tiara, burying deep into the stone head beneath it. The reaction was instant. A shrill, piercing scream tore through the room, high and thin, like glass shattering inside his mind. Shadows burst from the diadem in frantic whorls, thrashing madly against the invisible grip of death. Dark tendrils reached out, clawing at the air, trying to latch onto anything that might save it. Maverick watched with cold, detached eyes as the Horcrux writhed and howled, its false life bleeding out in streams of smoky blackness. Cracks spiderwebbed across the tiara's surface, widening with each second, until finally. Cracked. The sound was oddly soft, almost gentle, and then the vile magic winked out, snuffed like a candle in the wind. Satisfied, Maverick nudged the ruined diadem with his magic, lifting it into the air. It floated toward him, broken and hollow. He brushed one finger lightly across it. Nothing, no tingle of magic. And unfortunately, no prompt from the system either, which meant it was completely destroyed, just a cold, useless hunk of twisted metal. Maverick sighed. Burn it. A flick of his wrist summoned fiendfire, pure, ravenous, and the broken crown melted instantly, liquefying into a molten puddle that sizzled and vanished into the floor. He dusted his hands off and brushed aside the still lingering thoughts about the characteristics. On the bright side, he mused, that makes 3 Horcruxes down. He glanced around once more, and the glint of interest returned to his eyes. Now then, he muttered, stretching his fingers, let us see what other good stuff Hogwarts forgot. Chapter 132. Summer's Glow to Autumn's Chill, ch 152. Maverick spent the rest of the day combing through the mountains of lost items that had been stashed away in the Room of Hidden Things. Though room was a generous word for something that stretched endlessly in all directions. Judging by the dust and disarray, the collection had been building up for a century, if not centuries. Even after hours of searching, he had barely scratched the surface. But that wasn't a bad thing at all. In fact, it was rather exciting. Even in the small fraction he managed to sift through, he found more than a few treasures buried among the rubbish. There were old textbooks with handwritten notes in the margins, some clearly belonging to students, others to long-retired professors. He found several worn prefect badges, one even dating all the way back to the 1800s, and an old enchanted chessboard whose pieces, though dusty and confused, still twitched under the influence of long-forgotten spells. And then there were the broomsticks, dozens of them tossed aside like broken toys. Most were in pieces, but one in particular caught his eye, not because of its elegance, but because of how utterly awful it looked. At first glance, he thought it was just an old cleaning broom, and not a very good one at that. It was stubby, crooked, and fraying at the tail. But when he leaned in for a closer look, he noticed an inscription burned into the handle. Spudmore's First Flight, 14th Century. His eyebrows rose. Spudmore, one of the earliest broom makers and an alchemist of questionable brilliance, had been infamous for putting theory above practicality. A brief scan of the enchantments told Maverick everything he needed to know. The broom had no stabilization charms, no braking mechanisms, and no enchantments for wind resistance. Riding it must have felt like strapping yourself to a stick and leaping off a roof. It would have been a miracle if anyone managed to walk away from a single game without broken bones or worse. Maverick grinned and turned the broom in his hands. To most, it was junk. But to a collector or a Quidditch enthusiast, it would be a treasure among treasures. He tucked it away in his expanded storage space, along with a few other choice finds, then glanced at his watch. It was well past dinner. No sense in overdoing it, he muttered, stretching his arms and letting out a quiet sigh. The room's not going anywhere. He planned to return again, of course. Perhaps at a slower pace, picking through the forgotten artifacts little by little until the year's end. For now, though, it was time to head back. The days that followed passed without much excitement. Classes carried on as usual, but Maverick noticed a steady stream of students seeking him out, not only for help with his own subject, but with questions from charms, transfiguration, and even potions. He suspected they were taking advantage of his easygoing nature, slipping in extra help where they could. Still, he didn't outright turn them away. For those bringing work from other professors, he offered guidance where he could, but always added a gentle reminder to speak with their actual teachers next time. Even so, word seemed to spread, and more kept coming. He didn't mind, really. If anything, he found it rather interesting. By the second weekend of the term, the excitement returned. Quidditch tryouts had begun, and this year, the buzz around the Hogwarts All-Stars was louder than ever. Thanks to the experience from the previous year, Maverick and coach Steven managed to run the selection process smoothly, finishing all trials within 2 days. As expected, most of the starting players from last year held onto their positions. A few members of the bench team weren't so lucky, and with several spots left vacant, the final lineup saw quite a few new faces. The 1990-1993 Hogwarts All-Stars team featured a strong roster. Marcus Flint and Oliver Wood as captains, Flint playing seeker, and Wood guarding the hoops as keeper. The chasers, Cedric Diggory, Roger Davies, and Adrian Pusey, each of them sharp, confident, and fast. As beaters, Michael McManus and Maxine O'Flaherty earned their spots with sheer power and precision. Harry Potter, unsurprisingly, secured the role of reserve seeker. Some argued he was better suited for the main team already, but Stephen stood firm in his decision. The Weasley twins made it in 2, Fred and George, grinning from ear to ear, joined as reserve beaters. Their natural talent on a broom was undeniable, even if their sense of discipline left something to be desired. Stephen promised they'd see playtime during the tournament. There was, however, one drawback to being selected. Players chosen for the All-Stars were not allowed to take part in the regular inter-house Quidditch competition. The decision came from Coach Stephen himself to avoid injuries and exhaustion, and while some grumbled, they all respected his authority. Still, if Hogwarts were to be eliminated early, the All-Stars would be allowed to return to house matches. Beyond the Quidditch buzz, another matter was beginning to stir among the students. It had to do with Professor Lockhart. At first, the novelty of being taught by a celebrity wizard hadn't worn off. He swept into lessons with dazzling smiles and tales of his exploits, often acting out dramatic reenactments of his books using props and the occasional volunteer. But as the weeks dragged on, students began to notice a pattern. He wasn't actually teaching them anything. A lesson on defensive spells would turn into a reading of holidays with hags. A session on countercurses would veer off into a monologue about his award for Witch Weekly's most charming smile. And then came the accidents. When Lockhart attempted to show his class how to vanish a stack of quills, he made the table disappear instead, along with half of someone's homework. During a lesson on handling a doxy infestation, he confidently swung open a covered cage, only to reveal it was full of bundamuns, which promptly melted through 2 desks before anyone could react. After a while, even his most devoted fans started to whisper doubts. Yet, curiously, nothing official was said. No changes were made. It was as though the school had decided to turn a blind eye. Maverick had not brought the matter up either, not yet. First, he needed proper evidence to prove the man was a fraud. It was better to wait until after the first round of the inter-school tournament. When the time came, he would speak to Professor McGonagall. Not Dumbledore. He liked the headmaster well enough, but when it came to getting things done, there was only one witch at Hogwarts who didn't mince words. September faded into October, and with it came the crisp breath of autumn. The skies above Hogwarts turned colder, swept with gray clouds and the occasional flicker of golden sunlight that lit the lake like glass. On one such quiet Thursday evening, Maverick returned to his office after another long expedition through the room of hidden things. And today, as well, he had uncovered more than a few interesting finds, but right now, he was ready to rest his mind. The corridors outside were just beginning to stir again as students returned from dinner. Maverick had only just leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes when he heard a knock at the door. "Right, I nearly forgot," he muttered under his breath. His magical sense had already told him who was waiting. With a sigh, he flicked his fingers and the door creaked open. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped inside. They found their professor leaning back at a rather dangerous angle in his chair, eyes closed, as if asleep. The 3 of them hesitated by the door. "Professor," Harry said after a pause, "should we come back later?" "No need," Maverick said, waving a hand dismissively as he sat upright with a quiet groan. I did ask you to come tonight. With another flick of his fingers, 3 chairs appeared across from his desk. Come, have a seat, he added, nodding toward them. The trio stepped in, closed the door behind them, and sat down, curious and eager to hear what came next. Right then, Maverick said, glancing at Harry. How much have you told them? About our practice sessions, I mean. Harry nodded. Everything, Professor, from the first day, the exercises, and, well, all the books you gave me to go through. Maverick hummed thoughtfully, then turned to Ron and Hermione. So, you two understand this won't be the kind of practice where I start handing out flashy spells right away. They nodded at once, their faces more serious than he had expected. He raised an eyebrow at their determination, then turned back to Harry again. You told them everything. The long hours, the dull exercises, all of it. Yes, Professor, Harry said. I didn't leave anything out. Ron and Hermione nodded again. Maverick leaned back in his chair, eyeing the 3 of them thoughtfully. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he let out a slow breath and finally began to explain the training plan for the trio. Basically, Ron and Hermione would join Harry for a few hours of practice each weekend. However, Maverick would not be supervising every session. He planned to oversee their training personally only once or twice a month. The rest of the time, Harry, who had already begun working with him, would take the lead and guide them. He kept it simple on purpose. They had enough on their plates already with school. And Harry, especially, couldn't afford to burn out, not with the extra work he was putting in alongside Stephen and the Hogwarts Quidditch team. Still, Maverick couldn't ignore the obvious. This arrangement was bound to raise eyebrows. Personally mentoring 3 students was blatant favoritism. But then again, who had asked him to become Harry Potter's mentor in the first place? He brushed the thought aside. If anyone had an issue, they could take it up with Dumbledore. Taking the trio under his wing had been a carefully considered decision. Maverick intended for them to play key roles in the future leadership of the magical world, once the statute of secrecy eventually fell. It was better to start early with the chess pieces. Then, when the time came, everything would fall into place. When he was done explaining, he didn't keep them any longer. Tomorrow morning, he said, standing up. After breakfast, 7th floor. He paused, then added, early. I expect you there before 7. The 3 of them looked confused, but none of them asked. The 7th floor. Maverick waved a hand. Just follow instructions. You'll find out soon enough. They nodded, still puzzled. You can head back, he said. Get to bed early, eat something solid in the morning, and be on time. You're going to need the energy. Chapter 133. Summer's Glow to Autumn's Chill, CH 153. The next morning, just after dawn, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves wandering along the 7th floor corridor, squinting at the walls as though expecting a sign to leap out and guide them. Harry, Hermione said, frowning as she looked around. Did Professor Caesar tell us where exactly we were supposed to meet him on the 7th floor? Harry winced. I might have forgotten to ask, he admitted, shooting his friends a sheepish look. He had been far too excited last night to remember little details like that. Now, with the morning sun slanting through the high windows and no sign of their mysterious meeting spot, he was beginning to panic. Brilliant start to our top-secret training, eh? Ron muttered. Lost before lesson 1. They wandered a few more steps in awkward silence, passing a tapestry of Barnabas, the barmy attempting to teach ballet to a group of highly uncooperative trolls. Then, a calm voice spoke from just behind them. Good, right on time. The trio turned sharply to see Professor Caesar leaning against the wall, dressed in sleek black muggle sportswear. Something that caught Hermione's attention, made Harry smirk, and left Ron eyeing him with curiosity. Cool robes, he said. Hermione jumped in quickly. Professor, we weren't sure where to meet, so we thought. You're exactly where you should be, Maverick said, raising a hand to gently stop her mid-rant. Then, without another word, he turned toward the stretch of wall beside the tapestry. This spot right here, Maverick said, tapping the wall with a knuckle. It's one of Hogwarts' best-kept secrets. The kind of place you don't find unless the castle lets you. Most people find it by accident, either because they're very lucky or very desperate. The trio exchanged confused glances as they watched their professor gesture. at what appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary stone wall. You, however, get to see it simply because it's convenient. He turned back to them, smiling faintly. That's the benefit of knowing the right people, I suppose. He gestured to the blank stretch of wall once more. This is the room of requirement, he said. A magical space that turns into whatever you need most, right when you need it. Hence the name. You walk past this wall 3 times, focusing on what you require, and the room will provide, within reason, of course. It's not a genie in a lamp. A genie in a what? Ron asked. Maverick gave him a strange look, but Hermione spoke up quickly. It's from a Muggle story, Ron. A genie grants wishes. Don't wizards have Aladdin tales? Aladdin, Ron repeated, frowning. Sounds like a sneeze. Harry stifled a laugh, and even Maverick looked faintly amused. Well, think of this place as sort of wish-granter. Not perfect, but pretty close. If you need a place to nap, it gives you a bed. Need a toilet? Done. A library? Sure. And right now, I need a space for training. Watch closely, he said, gesturing. Here's how it works. Walk past it 3 times while thinking clearly about what you need. He began pacing in front of the wall, muttering as he went, I need a place to train. A place to train. You don't need to speak aloud, he added, pausing in his steps. Thinking about what you need is enough. The 3 watched in awe as, with a soft rumble, the stone wall changed. A door appeared, tall, dark wood with a brass handle. Wicked, Ron breathed. Maverick opened the door and stepped inside. The trio followed and stopped short. The room was huge. Smooth stone floor, high arched ceiling, and enough space for a small army to train. Racks of training dummies stood at the sides, mats and benches lined the walls, and there was even a row of mirrored panels, like in a Muggle gym. A warm, golden light filled the room, making it feel almost welcoming. Professor, Hermione stared wide-eyed, is this really magic? Did the room just build all of this? Maverick nodded. It responds to what you need, but not out of thin air. It can't create things beyond reason. It's not going to spit out a dragon just because you imagine one, but within limits, yeah, it's powerful. You'll figure out more yourself as you use it. He gave them a moment to take it all in, then clapped his hands. Right then, first things first, appropriate clothing. Before any of them could respond, Maverick flicked a finger their way. With a startled yelp from Ron and a surprised squeak from Hermione, their school robes vanished in a shimmer of silver. In their place were sleek, comfortable workout outfits, black sleeveless shirts and loose training trousers for Harry and Ron, while Hermione wore fitted leggings and a high-collared athletic top that looked both practical and stylish. Ron looked down at himself, grinning. Now this is cool. Hermione turned to Harry and blinked, a faint flush rising to her cheeks. Harry, you seem to have grown taller. Ron gave her a blank look. You're just noticing now? He poked Harry's arm. Look at that, he's properly buff now. Harry scratched the back of his neck, clearly flustered. Just trained a lot with the professor over summer. Up until now, the school robes had done a decent job hiding the transformation. But seeing him in fitted gear, it was impossible to miss. Harry Potter had leveled up. Before the teasing could go any further, Maverick stepped in with a half-smile. All right, enough admiring, we've got work to do. The next 2 hours passed in a blur of stretches, laps, and carefully designed drills. No spell work, just exercise. Maverick led them through everything with sharp commands and clear demonstrations, never raising his voice, but somehow always getting results. By the end, they were drenched in sweat and out of breath. Even Hermione was too tired to ask questions. After about 2 hours, once he decided they'd had enough, Maverick handed each of them a small glass bottle filled with a shimmering light blue liquid. Drink up, he said. It's a stamina restoration potion, mild, but it'll stop your legs from turning to jelly. They drank without hesitation. The effect was almost instant. Muscles loosened, the burning in their lungs eased, and the heavy tension drained from their limbs like melting ice. No one seemed the least bit disappointed by the lack of spellwork in today's practice. Ron was grinning, Hermione looked thoughtful but clearly pleased, and Harry seemed more energized than ever. After all, the rush of endorphins, coupled with a stamina potion, can leave one feeling satisfied and exhilarated. I won't be here tomorrow, Maverick said as they cooled down. Harry will oversee your practice, and next time I'll be testing your charms, squeeze in some actual spellwork too. Until then, stick to the movement exercises." He turned to Harry. "Share the books I gave you with your friends, and don't neglect your schoolwork. Everything's meant to be done at your own pace." The three nodded earnestly. With a wave of his wand, Maverick transformed their clothes back into their school robes, crisp and neat. "One last thing about this room." "You don't need to worry, Professor," Hermione interjected before he could finish. "We won't tell anyone, promise." Maverick chuckled. "It's not a secret I'm asking you to guard, but this room, it's meant to be found, it's part of the castle's magic. Students and teachers have used it before, some probably still do. But you lot, you're getting a shortcut, just remember that." They nodded, though Maverick wasn't entirely sure they understood. Well, it was close enough. He watched them leave, chatting cheerfully among themselves. After they had gone, he lingered for a moment, glancing around the empty room. Then, he too turned and headed back to his office. Thanks to his quiet intervention, namely, destroying Riddle's Horcrux diary, the chaos meant for this year never got a chance to breathe. Everything just carried on. Calm, ordinary. Time drifted by like a lazy river, steady, uneventful. Even Halloween slipped past without the usual catastrophe. And for some, especially one headmaster and one headmistress, that was a welcome relief. That evening, Lockhart was positively glowing and hadn't spared a single galleon on his outfit. Draped in shimmering orange robes and a matching pointed hat studded with tiny golden bats, he took center stage at dinner to reenact the pumpkin troll purge of Piedmont. With floating props and theatrical wand flourishes, he put on a one-man show. Most of the students spent the evening ducking rogue squash and trying not to get hit in the face by flying vegetables. For Maverick, who had been feeling a bit bored lately, watching the spectacle was almost entertaining. Almost. And just like that, November rolled in. The biggest event on the calendar this month was the long-anticipated inter-school Quidditch tournament. This time, however, Hogwarts wouldn't be hosting. No, this year they were the guests. On Friday evening, just before the first weekend of November, a meeting was underway in the staff room. The topic wasn't the tournament itself, but something they all seemed to find far more pressing: the manner of arrival. After all, the other schools had shown off when they arrived last year, so Dumbledore figured it was only fair to show off a little on their entrance to Beauxbatons. But it wasn't just him. Professor McGonagall, or rather, it was probably McGonagall who really wanted to flex. She was determined to make an entrance no one would forget. Chapter 134, Opening Salvo I.Ch. 154. "Professor Caesar, you can't be serious," McGonagall said dryly, raising an eyebrow. "Of all the grand entrances we could make, you're suggesting we hop on a Muggle bus." In the Hogwarts staff room, the professors sat around the long table, joined by the headmaster and his deputy, deep in discussion about the upcoming inter-school Quidditch tournament at Beauxbatons, now only a week's time away. The fireplace kept the staff room warm, but it wasn't the flames causing the heat. McGonagall had a plan, something bold, theatrical, the kind of entrance that would make every other school whisper about Hogwarts. Maverick, however, had suggested something very different. Muggle transportation. Trains, planes, maybe even a cruise ship. That was Maverick's proposal, to let the students experience the Muggle way of getting around. Besides, who said you couldn't be flashy without tearing a hole in space? He received mixed comments. Some supported, a few stayed neutral, and the rest disagreed. The debate dragged on for a while until Dumbledore decided it was time to settle things democratically. "Shall we put it to a vote?" he proposed. "Travel by Muggle means, as Professor Caesar suggests, or do we go with Professor McGonagall's idea and arrive in magical carriages, complete with Thestrals emerging from a spatial rift at Beauxbatons' front gates?" Hands went up around the table, and by a narrow margin, just one vote, Maverick's proposal won. Even Snape had raised his hand in Maverick's favor, to his quiet astonishment. He couldn't quite figure out what had crossed the brooding bat's mind, but he didn't bother to ask. Dumbledore looked at him with that familiar twinkle in his eye. "I do support giving our students a taste of the Muggle world's means of transportation," he said warmly. But I'd rather not have Hogwarts seem too ordinary either. You understand, of course. Maverick nodded with an unreadable smile. If you want me to flex, old man, just say so. Completely, he replied aloud, and Dumbledore's eyes sparkled in return. Whatever passed between the two of them, the rest of the staff missed it. But Dumbledore knew exactly what Maverick was capable of when it came to spectacle. Maverick turned to McGonagall and said, "Well, Professor, I think we'll need to hold a separate meeting of our own." She raised an eyebrow, still a little stiff from being outvoted, but gave a curt nod. At the very least, she'd gathered from that last exchange that things weren't going to be as dull as she had thought. Over the next few days, Hogwarts was practically humming with excitement. News had spread like wildfire that the Quidditch team and the supporting group of students weren't heading to Paris in enchanted carriages or via any magical means at all. They were flying on a Muggle airplane of all things. Naturally, this sparked debate across the castle. Some students thought it was brilliant. "Dead fun," the Weasley twins declared, already imagining the chaos. Others scoffed at the idea. Why on earth would anyone pick a metal tube with wings over a perfectly good portkey? Still, the decision had been made, and now preparations were in full swing. On Friday morning, Maverick, Coach Stephen, and Professor McGonagall gathered the group and led them through the bustling halls of Heathrow Airport. For most of the students, aside from a few Muggle-borns, it was a completely new experience. Wide-eyed and full of wonder, the young witches and wizards gawked at the endless streams of travelers, the conveyor belts swallowing luggage, and the glowing screens flashing unfamiliar codes and distant cities. A few tried to maintain their composure, but it was impossible to hide the awe that crept into their expressions. Their excitement only grew when they stepped onto the tarmac and saw what was waiting for them. A sleek, heavily customized A330 stood proudly under the morning sun, its polished surface gleaming like a metallic beast ready to take flight. But what truly stole their breath was the paintwork. The body was a deep midnight blue, with the Hogwarts crest boldly displayed on the tail. Along the fuselage, 4 banners stretched toward the wings, each representing a house: scarlet and gold for Gryffindor, green and silver for Slytherin, blue and bronze for Ravenclaw, and yellow and black for Hufflepuff. It was truly a sight to behold. And just below the cockpit, in elegant gold script, the words Hogwarts Unity Flight were etched with care. Nothing about the aircraft screamed magic, but that wasn't what made it stand out. It was the sheer majesty of the plane itself. It radiated pride, the kind that turned heads and left a lasting impression. Since it was a private flight, the students were allowed to roam about freely. They fiddled with buttons, adjusted their seat recliners, and pressed their noses to the windows as the sprawling city of London grew smaller beneath them. The hum of engines and the smooth pressure of takeoff had most of them wide-eyed and grinning. Some students spent the flight comparing it to wizarding travel, while others simply stared out the windows, mesmerized by the sight of the world from 30,000 feet above. Food and snacks had been thoughtfully arranged, and somewhere between bites and sips, McGonagall took the opportunity to share a brief overview of the French magical world, their customs, their ministry, and most importantly, Beauxbaton's academy. The journey, supposedly, was to take about 2.5 hours. They had left London just after sunrise, flying beneath a stretch of clear blue, and soon reached the edge of Paris, its elegant streets and old-world rooftops sprawling like a painting beneath them. The students assumed they would be landing at the Paris-Charles de Gaulle airport. After all, that was the announcement they'd heard before takeoff. But when the plane soared straight past the city without even descending, a quiet ripple of confusion spread through the cabin. The aircraft veered eastward, gliding above the sunlit rooftops and wide boulevards of Paris before the city gave way to open countryside. Farmland stretched out in neat patches, slowly blending into rolling hills and clusters of forest. The chatter faded as the students pressed their faces to the windows, watching the scenery shift. Roads thinned out, swallowed by thick woodland, and then, through a faint shimmer of mist, they spotted it. Tucked away in a valley ringed by sharp mountain peaks and wrapped in layers of enchantment, Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic appeared like something out of a dream. The graceful towers of its chateau gleamed in the sunlight, and the wide, spiraling grounds below looked so flawless they almost didn't seem real. The aircraft curved into a smooth loop overhead, giving everyone on board a stunning view they wouldn't forget. At the helm of the plane, grinning to himself in the cockpit, was none other than Bucky Barnes. The former Winter Soldier wasn't just skilled in the art of assassination, he had plenty of other talents too. Piloting a passenger aircraft was hardly a challenge for him. Maverick had filled him in before the trip: where to go, which route to take, what to do, and what to avoid, and Bucky had taken the job with more enthusiasm than expected. After all, flying a plane to a secret wizarding school wasn't exactly your average assignment, and that made it all the more exciting. For Maverick, it was also the perfect excuse to introduce Bucky to more of the magical world. And escorting a team of Hogwarts wizards to France in a Muggle jet was certainly one way to start. As for airport security and the long list of clearances required for the Hogwarts team, that was never really a concern. Not when they had an archmage on board who could cast illusions convincing enough to fool all 5 senses. The only reason Maverick made everyone go through the motions was to give the students a taste of what it's like to cross borders in the Muggle world. Some time earlier, the grounds of Beauxbaton's academy were bathed in sunlight, the air crisp and cool as it swept down from the surrounding mountains. Below, the valley was alive with color and sound. Rich tapestries floated between flagpoles, enchanted to billow gently in the breeze, while golden birds wheeled in slow circles overhead. A long stretch of lawn had been transformed into a grand reception area. Tables, weighed down with delicious food and drink, lined the edges, while students from Durmstrang and Tgthegood mingled across the grass in their school robes. Most of those who had visited Hogwarts the previous year were among the scattered crowd, already familiar with one another. As a result, the atmosphere was relaxed. The students from the visiting schools settled in easily, laughing and chatting animatedly, while others gathered in small, quiet circles. The Quidditch pitch stood just a short distance away, empty for now. The real festivities, the opening ceremony and the first match were scheduled for the afternoon. For the moment, it was only the welcome reception, for the schools to meet and settle in before the tournament began. At the head table, a few high-backed chairs were arranged on a raised platform, shaded by a wide canopy. Archmage Olympe Maxime sat at the center, draped in her fine robes, exuding authority and grace. To her left lounged the Dean of Tgthegood, while on her right sat Igor Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster. The Dean of Tgthegood swirled his drink and spoke with a hint of impatience after the long wait. "That old man's taking his sweet time, isn't he?" Karkaroff let out a soft, mocking chuckle. "If he's even coming, I've been told it's his deputy leading their lot." Maxime paid them no mind. She knew full well that neither of them, least of all Karkaroff, would dare speak so boldly if Dumbledore were actually present. Even if whispers claimed he was not in the best of condition, no one had yet dared to challenge the man's standing as the most powerful archmage alive. Not that it mattered to her. Whether Dumbledore came or not was of little concern. What she was truly waiting for was someone else. Setting down her goblet, she tilted her head back, gazing up into the bright, cloudless sky. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just an expanse of open blue, calm and still. Yet her sharp eyes narrowed, and her fingers tapped once on the armrest of her chair. Then the corner of her lips curved up ever so slightly before she muttered softly, "They're here." The other two followed her gaze, puzzled, seeing only the clear sky. But Maxime could feel it. Something massive had just entered the boundaries of her magical senses. And then, a moment later, "Ivirom. Is that?" The 3 of them saw it, no, they heard it first. A deep, guttural roar rolled across the sky, starting as a distant grumble before swelling into a deafening crescendo. It was the unmistakable sound of a jet engine, loud and jarring, something that had no place in the quiet heart of a magical academy. And then they saw it. A mechanical behemoth burst into sight from behind the mountains, flying dangerously low, slicing through the sky like a steel arrow. It surged forward with relentless momentum, then swept over the school in a low, deliberate pass. Its wings tilted with eerie precision as it banked gracefully around one of Beauxbaton's tallest towers, like a predator in flight, casting its shadow over the gathering below. Every head in the courtyard was tilted skyward now. The massive aircraft, after its first slow pass, banked again, circling like a hawk surveying its prey. And this time, it was low enough that the lettering on the hull became unmistakable, bold and gleaming in the sunlight. Hogwarts! Gasps rippled through the crowd. Murmurs turned to exclamations. Finally, they had arrived. But as the great behemoth thundered overhead, a single question settled in everyone's mind. Unlike the British, the other schools weren't strangers to everyday Muggle technology. They knew exactly what they were looking at, an aircraft, monstrous, roaring with power. And that made the thought all the more urgent. How in Merlin's name was that thing going to land? Chapter 135, Opening Salvo II, CH 155. The massive Airbus circled Beauxbaton's academy exactly 3 times, and with each pass, its sheer size combined with the deafening howl of its engines dragged every eye toward it. Even the few students still inside the castle rushed outside, their faces tilted skyward in awe and disbelief. Some gasped and others pointed, while a few, not students, but older staff and professors, clutched their ears against the roaring thunder overhead, muttering uneasy fears of a possible Muggle attack. Olympe Maxime's lips curled into a knowing smirk. "Of all the things," she murmured under her breath as her eyes tracked the aircraft overhead. Then her gaze swept across the school grounds in all directions, searching for any possible way a 200-foot steel beast could land. But neither her eyes nor her vast magical senses found a single field large enough, nor any clearing wide or flat enough to make it possible. Logically, it seemed impossible. And yet her smirk deepened, and her eyes gleamed with something suspiciously close to amusement. She didn't look worried at all about things getting out of control. Even if it did, she was more than capable of handling it. In fact, she was looking forward to what might come next, especially after sensing the magical signature she had just detected. Meanwhile, inside the aircraft, the students of Hogwarts were having the time of their lives. Even the purebloods, many of whom had never imagined that riding a Muggle machine could be so thrilling, were laughing and chattering with wide-eyed excitement. Of course, the Muggle-borns were a little less carefree. They knew a thing or two about flying, and some had taken flights before. Their eyes were glued to the windows, scanning the landscape anxiously for a runway. After all, how else was a plane supposed to land? And just then, the intercom crackled to life. A voice cutting through the cabin to announce, in a smooth and steady tone, that they had officially arrived. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your Captain Sebastian speaking. Please fasten your seatbelts, we'll be landing shortly. Oh, and try not to scream." The pause before the last line, delivered with a touch of dry humor, sent a ripple of nervous laughter through the cabin. "Hey, Harry," George called out. He, Fred, and Harry were seated in the same row, with Harry by the window, and at the moment, his face didn't look like he found the announcement funny at all. "What's wrong?" Fred asked, leaning forward. "We're about to land, right?" "Yeah, Harry," George added, raising an eyebrow. "You look like you've just seen a ghost." Harry's hands gripped the armrests like his life depended on it, and his back was pressed so tightly into the seat it looked like he was trying to melt right through it. He stared out the window without blinking, lips pressed in a tight line, and didn't know how to explain it to the twins. Part of him was panicking. There were only trees and jagged mountains below, not a hint of anything that looked like a runway, but another part of him wasn't truly afraid. Not with Professor Caesar and Coach Stevens on board. Not with Professor McGonagall coolly buckling her seatbelt a few rows ahead. They had to have a plan. Right. "I don't see a runway," he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Fred and George exchanged a glance. "Runway? What in Merlin's name is that?" The two redheads hadn't the faintest idea how an aircraft was supposed to land, otherwise, they might have been wearing the same pale expression Harry had right now. And similar scenes played out throughout the aircraft. Those who understood looked like they had a bone stuck in their throats, while the rest stared at them, puzzled, wondering what on earth they were so nervous about. It was an odd scene inside the cabin after the call to fasten seatbelts. A few wizards still hadn't sat down, mostly the clueless ones who were new to the experience and didn't understand just how important it was to be buckled in during landing. But not for long. Did the voice not make itself clear? McGonagall snapped at the few still loitering in the aisle. Sit down, do not make me say it again." Like obedient little puppies, they scrambled to their seats, fumbling with seat belts in a rush to obey. At last, the aircraft, at least the passengers on board, was ready for the final leg of the trip. While Professor McGonagall took charge of the students, in the cockpit, Maverick was going over the landing plan one last time with Bucky. But the more Bucky listened, the harder it became for him to nod along. Even for a genetically enhanced superhuman who had seen every kind of madness the world could throw, what he was being told to do seemed to be pushing his limits. His hands, clenched tight around the controls, had even started to tremble. "Boss," the super soldier gulped and asked one last time to be sure, "Are you really, really sure about this?" Maverick smiled calmly and patted the man's shoulder. "Trust me." And with that, he vanished and reappeared outside, beneath the aircraft mid-flight. The wind immediately struck him like a tidal wave, but in the same beat, a transparent barrier came into place, shielding him from the howling gale. He flew, maintaining speed alongside the aircraft while scanning the landscape below. Up ahead, beyond the rocky terrain of the Pyrenees they were flying over, Beauxbaton's school came into view. Beyond the school, a stretch of green trees led to a calm lake. On either side, thick forests stretched toward the horizon. "We're lined up, ready when you are." Bucky's voice crackled in his ear as the aircraft slowly began its descent toward the stretch of terrain below. "Get ready," he responded over the comms, then shot forward like a rocket to about a dozen meters ahead of the Airbus before easing back to match its speed again. Transfiguration, and his recently acquired talent, nature energy manipulation. It was time to test the limits of both. Raw power surged within him like a storm barely held in check, as he tapped into the ancient laws of magic and then hurled it downward in a blazing torrent toward the jagged peaks below. But he was a mere speck compared to the 200-foot behemoth, and nobody, well, except for one, had noticed him yet. Further ahead, the students, professors, and headmasters watched in disbelief as the massive aircraft descended dangerously, heading straight for the jagged stretch of rocky peaks. "What in Merlin's name are they doing?" "Madam Speaker, I believe you should intervene now, yes." Both deans turned sharply to Maxime, alarmed, assuming the aircraft was moments away from disaster. And they were not the only ones. Across the school grounds, every witch and wizard held their breath as the deafening roar of the twin engines grew louder and louder. Anxious murmurs spread through the gathering. Some students exchanged worried glances, while others scoffed, thinking Hogwarts had finally bitten off more than it could chew. And then, they all felt a deep, rumbling vibration, like the growl of a giant waking up. What they saw next made their eyes widen. The stone and boulders beneath the rapidly descending aircraft rippled like a tidal wave, reshaping in real time. Jagged ridges flattened, and weathered boulders liquefied into sleek, polished stone. A flawless surface began to form beneath the aircraft, stretching ahead of it as it moved, smoothed by an invisible force. What kind of ridiculous level of transfiguration is this? Is this even transfiguration at all? The deans of Durmstrang and Coldovstorets exchanged bewildered looks, both questioning what they were witnessing. They were great magi, powerhouses in their own right, yet the raw, practical magic unfolding before them was far beyond their comprehension. The massive Airbus descended with a deep, rising hum, its nose tilting gently downward. Boom! Screech! The wheels touched the conjured stone with a hiss and a thud, tires spinning across the smooth surface, gliding forward without stopping, while the terrain continued to reshape rapidly beneath it as it moved, bending and changing like liquid to accommodate its path. And inside the aircraft, students pressed their faces to the windows, eyes wide. The only ones who looked anxious were the Muggle-borns who had flown on aircraft before, while the purebloods and magical-borns grinned with excitement, assuming the steep drop was merely a dramatic finale to an already extraordinary journey. Virom. On the ground near the school, gasps rang through the crowd of students. The powerful roar of the engines was louder than ever now, but their minds were still fixated on the miracle happening right in front of them. How is that even possible? Merlin's beard. Wait, I see someone. A few students pointed toward the aircraft, noticing a silhouette atop the nose of the Airbus, seemingly standing with arms outstretched, as if reaching for something. "Who is that?" "Vom." Dust billowed in a sweeping cloud as the aircraft finally came to a halt, having thundered past the jagged peaks and skimming to a stop at the very edge of the school's grassy grounds, just meters from where the other school delegations stood frozen in stunned silence. Then, at last, after a slow, deliberate pivot to the side, the deafening roar faded. The engines let out a final, echoing sigh and fell silent. Then, as if a collective breath had finally been released, the courtyard erupted, cheers, gasps, and stunned applause breaking the silence like a dam bursting. Inside the aircraft, students whooped and clapped. Even the rival delegations outside joined in, too amazed not to applaud. The two deans from Durmstrang and Koldovstorets remained rooted in place, speechless. Maverick let out a slow breath and watched the stunned crowd, then a confident smile tugged at his lips. Honestly, the feat earlier hadn't been that difficult for him. While everyone assumed it had been an impossible feat of transfiguration, the truth was that it also involved the talent of nature energy manipulation. His gaze swept from the sea of students to the three deans, who had risen from their chairs. The headmasters of Durmstrang and Koldovstorets looked unmistakably shocked, but the half-giant? She was staring directly at him with a smirk. He couldn't help but mirror her expression, his lips curling up and a brow raised in challenge. With a final glance, he vanished from his spot, slipping back into the aircraft. "HMPH," she muttered, swallowing the grin that was forming and then glanced to her left and right. "Well then, messieurs, let us go and welcome the delegation from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The two deans had far too many questions, but they were momentarily too stunned to speak. But the Archmage had spoken, so they would have to wait for answers later. Following the three deans, the students marched toward the parked mechanical behemoth, animatedly discussing the unspeakable level of magic they had just witnessed, and came to a stop near the main exit door. Standing at the front, Maxime observed the fine artwork, boldly displaying the pride of Hogwarts to her face. She couldn't help but think that she might as well charge rent if the bloody thing was to be park next to her precious school during the tournament. Chapter 136, Opening Salvo III, CH 156. Beauxbaton's School of Magic was counted among the 7 great academies, a prestigious institution known across the magical world for its high standards in magical education. Much like Hogwarts, this school boasts a grand, castle-like structure with intricate carvings and towering spires. It is also cloaked by powerful, age-old enchantments, keeping it hidden from the eyes of the everyday world. The exact location is an open secret, just like the other 7 elite schools. Those in the know understand that it's nestled somewhere in the picturesque Pyrenees Mountains of southern France, surrounded by scenery so breathtaking, it easily outshines its rivals. It's said to have lush gardens, carefully tended by both magic and skilled hands, along with wide, grassy fields, quiet forests, and even a calm, glassy lake that adds even more charm to the place. And all of it lies within a ring of towering mountains, as if nature itself had raised a fortress to protect the school. Well, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. That was the thought running through the minds of the Hogwarts students as they took in everything they had seen from the sky, and now, on the ground, watching through the windows as the aircraft finally parked. Today, Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic buzzed with an energy far beyond its usual charm. The school was hosting this year's inter-school Quidditch tournament, an event that, in just a short year, had already captured the attention of the entire wizarding world, and perhaps even beyond. To accommodate the excitement, the great lawn beside the majestic castle had been transformed into a sprawling reception area. Bright magical banners fluttered in the air, each one proudly displaying the colors and emblems of the participating schools. Above, lanterns drifted gently, casting a soft, warm glow that lingered even in the daylight, adding a touch of enchantment to the lively atmosphere. Students and staff from Durmstrang Institute and Koldovstorets School of Magic had already arrived and were gathered, waiting for the final delegation. They didn't have to wait long, but when they finally showed up, the way it happened left them completely speechless, every last one of them. After all, it's not every day you see a 200-foot mechanical titan of Muggle engineering rumble through the clouds, circle around like a predator with deafening roars louder than a Hungarian horntail, descend while reshaping entire mountains, and then finally land with grace before coming to a stop as obediently as the most well-trained owl. The massive machine's wings stretched nearly as long as its body and rose 50 feet high. After that bold arrival, it now rested quietly at the edge of the grassy field. Clearly, something like this didn't belong in a place surrounded by mountains and magic, yet there it was, impossible to ignore while proudly declaring who its master was. Everyone quickly gathered nearby. When they finally took a good look at the intricate markings and the majestic Hogwarts crest etched into the machine's iron skin, they couldn't help but feel envious. Bold arrogance. That's what everyone felt as they stared at the behemoth. Not in a bad way, though. It was the kind of arrogance that came from pure majesty, the kind that had earned the right to be. Then, as a heavy click echoed through the air, every head turned toward the front of the Titan, where the main exit door had just hissed. A hush fell over the crowd as the door slow opened. All eyes turned. The first figure to appear was a woman, not old, but not young either. She had a strong jaw, sharp black hair, and an air of command that clung to her like a cloak. She wore a long, storm-gray coat with subtle silver embroidery and high black boots. There was something military about her posture, straight-backed and steady, as if she were ready to march into battle. On either side of her stood two men. One was middle-aged, with sharp features and a knowing grin. The other was younger, handsome at first glance, with a calm face and an observant gaze. Both wore tailored black suits, matching long coats, and sleek hats that caught the light just enough to hint at wealth and magic. Professor McGonagall turned to the younger man and gave him a look that was half reproach, half reluctant admiration. "I don't know whether to scold you or praise you, Professor Caesar." A small smile tugged at her lips. "But I must admit, this is certainly more dramatic than what I had in mind." Maverick shrugged with a grin. "It's not my idea to make an impression, Professor. You and the headmaster asked. I just delivered." Stephen, standing on the other side of McGonagall, smiled and shook his head in quiet amusement. Though their arrival looked thrilling from the outside, what with the sheer size of the Airbus and all, he, seated comfortably inside, wasn't all that impressed. A seasoned Quidditch player, he was used to dizzying speeds and sharp turns. The flight itself had been nothing new. What had truly impressed him, though, was the landing. The way the mountains bent and reshaped themselves like softened clay to make room for the Airbus. Now that had been something else entirely. It had once again shattered his understanding of just what his young friend was truly capable of. Still smiling, he leaned forward and peered down past the open door. "So, how are we getting down from here?" he asked, glancing at the two beside him. The exit hovered at least 5 meters above the ground. There were no stairs, no platform, and this was definitely no airport to have jet bridges. Hearing Stephen's query, Maverick turned to McGonagall and raised an eyebrow. "Shall I?" But McGonagall shook her head, a small twitch of her lips betraying her amusement. "No, no, let me—" She paused, then flashed a smile before adding, "What's the word you used?" "Ah, yes, let me flex a little." Maverick couldn't help but chuckle, gesturing with a casual sweep of his hand. "By all means." Saying that, he turned to face the students gathered behind him. Before him stood the Hogwarts team, 14 players dressed in sleek black and gray suits, each wearing matching sunglasses and backpacks. Lined up neatly behind them were the students who had come to support the team, sporting stylish Hogwarts-themed jerseys. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. "Professor, are we ready?" Hearing the voice from the front, Maverick nodded toward the source, Oliver Wood. "Yes, Mr. Wood." He then lifted his head to address the group. "Listen up, this isn't Hogwarts, we're guests here, so behave." He paused, then grinned. "But don't you dare bow your heads, we're not here to kiss boots. We're the reigning champions, do not forget, so walk out there like the crown still sits on your heads. Let them feel who just landed." ROARR. The students all raised their fists to the sky, all in unison. McGonagall's lips twitched. Honestly, the way Maverick had fired them up, you would think they were off to fight dragons, not play Quidditch. She had half a mind to smack him with her wand right then and there, but held back. He did have a point. They were the reigning champions, after all. Why should they give face? Brushing aside the weird thoughts, she slipped into character. Flexing 101, be unapologetically pretentious. Down below, she spotted the three deans, along with a sea of students, their wide-eyed expressions animatedly discussing her ship. That's right, she had already claimed the aircraft as Hogwarts property, and in her mind, she was ready to convince Albus to arrange the budget to buy it from Maverick. Of course, she had no clue how much an aircraft like that would cost, not to mention whether it even belonged to Maverick in the first place. Never mind, though. Smirking, she lifted her leg, precise and steady, and took a single step forward, straight into empty air. Gasps rippled through the crowd below as hundreds of students from all three schools watched, their faces filled with a mix of confusion and awe. What was she doing? There was a soft hum of whispers. Pure magic, the kind that didn't rely on incantations or wands, was so rare that most witches and wizards never encounters it in their lifetimes. After all, out of the hundreds of millions of magical folk across the world, only about 100 or so were truly capable of wielding it. The crowd watched in awe as the vice headmistress of Hogwarts stepped into the air. Then, with slow and deliberate movements, began to climb as if walking up an invisible staircase. Those with sharper minds understood immediately, a magical construct, invisible yet solid, was holding her up. A feat only the great Magi and above were capable of. McGonagall, after taking a couple of steps, turned to face the aircraft once again. Then, with smooth, graceful movements of her wand as though conducting a symphony, she made the very earth beneath her come to life. First came the sound of a deep, powerful roar. Then, as if summoned by ancient magic, a massive lion rose from the earth. Its golden mane rippled in the wind as it stepped forward with a presence that turned every head. A sharp cry rang out next, then many more. Dozens of ravens burst from the ground, their dark wings slicing through the air as they shot upward and circled above, sharp-eyed and silent. The earth shifted again. A badger emerged, broad and steady. It stood firm, calm, and unbothered, as though no force in the world could move it once it had chosen its ground. Then came the final creature. A serpent slithered from the shadows, smooth and silent. It moved with slow, deliberate grace, weaving between the others, its emerald eyes watching everything with quiet intelligence. All at once, the animals raised their voices. Roars, cries, growls, and hisses blending into a single, powerful chorus, before their bodies began to shift and change. The lion stiffened, its body glowing faintly as its form stretched and hardened into the first steps of a bold and rising staircase. The ravens dove down, their feathers flattening into smooth stone that shaped the middle steps, measured, precise, and perfectly placed. The badger lowered itself, its solid form widening and settling at the base, becoming broad and stable platforms that rooted the entire structure. And the serpent wound through it all, twisting up the edges, curling into railings and fine details. Its form seemed to vanish, yet a closer look revealed its graceful path carved into the stone itself. When the transformation was complete, a grand staircase stood in their place, full of meaning. Together, they formed a harmonious yet powerful design, embodying the traits of the four noble warlocks and their houses, standing as a testament to their legacy. Gasps spread through the crowd as the transformation unfolded before their eyes. "What elegant transfiguration," someone whispered, barely able to look away. "Of course, don't you know who that is? That's Minerva McGonagall," another murmured. "The Queen of Transfiguration, rumored to be one of the best in the world." Since when did Minerva McGonagall become a show-off? Igor Karkaroff muttered under his breath, raising an eyebrow at the display. "Come now, Igor," drawled Maxime's voice beside him. "Did you not call it tradition when your school rose out of our lake on a bloody ship?" The headmaster of Koldovstoretz made no comment. His eyes were fixed not on McGonagall nor her performance, but on Maverick. The impossible transformation of the rocky terrain earlier during the craft's descent looked far more complicated than the flashy display he was seeing now. True, the level of transfiguration right now was also impressive, but had this idiot Igor already forgotten that young man's earlier feat? The staircase finished forming, and McGonagall returned to her earlier spot with a satisfied smile. Maverick and Stevens smiled back. The entire display hadn't been rehearsed, it had simply been imagined and brought to life in the moment. Her title as the Queen of Transfiguration was well-earned indeed. "Shall I award Gryffindor 50 points?" Maverick said with a playful grin. McGonagall's smile turned smug for a second before she straightened up. "Tempting, but let's not keep our hosts waiting," she said, then swept down the first step. Chapter 137, Opening Salvo, IV, ch. 157. Not too shabby, Minerva. A limp Maxime stepped forward and extended her hand in greeting, her eyes drifting up and down Professor McGonagall's sleek attire, quite different from the familiar tartan she remembered. McGonagall made no fuss about being inspected like a dress mannequin. She accepted the compliment with a polite nod. "Thank you, headmistress," she replied crisply. Then, with a quick glance to either side of the towering witch, she added, "Good to see you again, Igor. Volkov." She offered the two men a cordial smile. "Apologies if we've kept you waiting." "Nonsense. You're just in time," said Maxime, brushing aside the apology with a wave of her hand. She glanced at Stephen and gave him a warm smile before finally letting her eyes settle on Maverick. The corner of her lips twitched, ever so slightly, as their eyes met, an involuntary smile slipping through. "I take it, all this is your idea?" she asked, nodding toward the gleaming airbus towering behind him. Her gaze briefly flicked over the students, who were exiting in a neat line and assembling behind McGonagall, Maverick, and Stephen. At the same time, a stir of murmurs and exclamations rippled through the gathered crowd, especially at the sight of the 14 Hogwarts players in their sleek, perfectly coordinated suits. The sharp cuts and matching colors made them look less like schoolchildren and more like a professional team. Maverick didn't answer the question. Instead, he returned a knowing smirk, matching the one Maxime had given him. Seeing that he wasn't going to respond, Maxime merely shrugged and added, "If you plan to keep that large thing next to my beautiful lawn, I expect compensation." Cough. McGonagall cleared her throat at Maxime's remark. "Well, once all the students have exited, the Muggle machine shall leave," she said, casting a sidelong glance at Maverick. "Right." "Sure," Maverick replied casually, neither confirming nor denying. They continued to exchange a few pleasantries as the students filed out of the aircraft. Once the last of them, Bucky, stepped down, Maverick turned without a word and walked toward the towering airbus. "Good job," he murmured in passing, giving the Winter Soldier a brief nod before rising slowly into the air. His coat fluttered in the breeze as he levitated upward, one hand outstretched until his fingers touched the smooth metal frame of the A330. "What's he doing?" Igor Karkaroff asked. McGonagall glanced at Stephen, who simply shrugged and gestured that he hadn't the faintest idea. Her attention returned to Maverick. This wasn't part of the script she had discussed with him. While feeling the cold, metallic surface of the aircraft beneath his fingertips, Maverick's mind slipped into his independent, expanded dimension. 1,000 cubic meters. That was the volume of space his system had replicated as an extraordinary characteristic from Newt Scamander's magical suitcase. And right now, apart from a few essential items, his cheat space was practically empty. The Airbus was massive, but not bigger than the volume of space inside, not even close. His magic enveloped the metallic titan almost immediately with a thought. Then, in the astonished, wide eyes of all the students, the headmasters, staff, and even Maxime, whoosh! The sound was sharp, like a snap slicing through the air. One moment the massive aircraft was there, and the next it had simply disappeared. This wasn't the first time he had tested putting large objects into his system space. He had tested the limits of the extraordinary characteristic long ago and knew exactly what he was doing. Smiling to himself, he turned and began to descend once more. But just before he touched the ground, a wave of exclamations erupted from ahead as everyone finally processed what they had just witnessed. They saw, but none of them understood. Only the Archmage, with her keen senses, detected the subtle fluctuations in space. Still, she wasn't entirely sure of what had just happened and could only guess. When Maverick walked back toward them, he saw the group looking at him with a mix of expressions. Mostly, it was shock mingled with curiosity, implying they all wanted answers. Fortunately for them, Maxime didn't beat around the bush and asked what was on everyone's mind directly. Was that space magic? Surely a ring can't accommodate enough expanded volume for something as massive as a Muggle aircraft. Maverick gave her a smirk, so nosy. But he had no intention of hiding it either, well, not entirely. He simply shrugged, raised his hand to show the ring on his finger, and added casually, "As a master alchemist, I happen to be quite good with space expansion magic. So, I made a little something with enough room to carry my stuff." Stuff. Everyone who heard him twitched their brows. You call a 200-foot-long, 200-foot-wide aircraft stuff? Maxime nodded slowly, a glint of intrigue, and just a hint of greed in her eyes. "I'm fairly certain that breaks the record for the largest expanded space ever fitted into a ring that size." "Not necessarily," Maverick quickly shook his head. "I've seen objects with much, much larger expanded spaces, like my friend Scamander's suitcase." When they heard the argument, they nodded. Of course, being influential figures in their own right, they had naturally heard of Scamander's outrageously expanded space suitcase. But still, expanding the dimensions inside a ring to a volume large enough to accommodate. She paused, smiled, and then added, "You must make one for me, monsieur." Maverick shook his head again. "First of all, it's not even close to Mr. Scamander's suitcase space," he said, gesturing to the ring once again. "This is spatially crafted to fit the Airbus, and the Airbus alone. Even the principles behind it are completely different." Oh, rejected so directly, Maxime did not show any dissatisfaction and just pouted, dramatically. Maverick didn't care. He was just bullshitting. Master alchemist as he may be, he still didn't have the skill to expand the space of a small rock to such a degree. Suitcases or larger items are easier to expand because their initial size allows for a more stable structure when manipulated, but rings are different. The stone, or whatever material is used, is simply too small initially, making it incredibly unstable to work with space magic on such a scale. The others, especially Volkov and Karkaroff, looked at him in surprise. After all, Maverick was rejecting an archmage to her face. Even if he was a master alchemist, or perhaps the youngest ever great mage, outright rejecting one was something they would only expect a reckless person to do. Yes, the two of them had already more or less made up their minds. After what Maverick had done during the descent of the aircraft, they now saw him as a great mage, just like them. Maxime simply shrugged. She wasn't that petty, and besides, unlike them, she knew Maverick wasn't just a great mage, but a rank higher, her equal. She finally glanced over at the sea of Hogwarts students, now neatly lined up and quietly whispering things she didn't care to know, before turning her attention to McGonagall. "Right then, Minerva." She smiled and slipped into the poised demeanor of a headmistress, then turned to the Hogwarts delegation. "Welcome to Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic." She gave a brief but elegant speech welcoming everyone, then began leading the group toward the others. The Hogwarts supporting students blended naturally into the crowd of supporters from the other schools, while the champions made their way to a separate table to join the other selected players. Maxime had clearly arranged it that way. Maverick guessed she wanted to foster a harmonious atmosphere by encouraging everyone to mingle and communicate before the competition officially began later that afternoon. The welcoming ceremony went smoothly. First, the hosting headmistress delivered a speech addressed to all three arriving delegations. She explained how the players from the visiting schools would attend classes at Beauxbaton's during the week. This was followed by a brief rundown of the competition rules, along with a few words of advice for the students and supporters. Finally, she outlined the broader arrangements for the tournament, focusing especially on the Quidditch stadium, the schedule for audience arrivals, and details regarding the official opening ceremony of the competition. After the welcoming feast, the players and professors from the visiting schools were given a tour of the academy, shown to their dormitories, and granted time to rest. Meanwhile, the supporting students remained outside on the lawn, where everything had been arranged for them: food, resting, even washrooms, until the competition was set to begin later that afternoon. Chapter 138, Opening Salvo v. Ch 158. Boom. 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 The second interschool Quidditch tournament opened with grand fanfare. Brilliant bursts of magical fireworks lit up the sky above Beauxbaton's Academy's majestic Quidditch Stadium, painting vivid streaks of color across the bright midday sky. Even the sunlight couldn't dull the enchantment that filled the air. Olympe Maxime had spared no expense in outdoing her Scottish rivals, transforming her school's Quidditch Stadium into something truly breathtaking. Elegant towers, sweeping curves, and polished stone showcased the refined beauty of French magical architecture. Some of the entertainment choices were clearly inspired by last year's opening ceremony at Hogwarts, especially the blend of music from both the magical and Muggle worlds. Classical melodies played alongside modern beats, creating a soundscape that felt both fresh and familiar. Add to that the Vila dancers gliding across floating stages with effortless grace, and it all came together in a way that felt just right. Simply put, the whole performance was mesmerizing. No one could look away. The stadium was packed to the brim. Witches and wizards from all across Europe had gathered, bringing with them a vibrant wave of color, noise, and excitement that filled the air with electric anticipation. Even in the VIP stands, the atmosphere was no less grand. Ministers, important officials, reporters from big news outlets, and a few well-known powerful mages were all there. Every seat that had been reserved was taken, none were left empty. Since its success the year before, the tournament had become a sensation across Wizarding Europe. And over the past few weeks, Maverick had pushed that momentum even further, making sure the buzz was louder than ever. Bright banners lined the walls and towers of the stadium, each one proudly displaying the logos of the most well-known magical companies in the wizarding world. And one name stood out above them all, Maverick's very own brand, Caesar's Magitech. Sleek, modern, and vibrant, its advertisements were designed to be impossible to miss, dazzling the crowd and catching every eye with perfect clarity. Though Hogwarts wasn't hosting the tournament this time, Maverick still controlled nearly all the advertising space. In fact, he held a complete monopoly until he chose to open up some spots to other companies. It was a strategic decision. After all, having the names of other magical giants associated with the tournament would only boost its reputation. The opening game saw host school Beauxbatons take on Coldofstoretz, last year's bottom and third place finishers. But anyone who'd seen them play before could tell right away, these teams had leveled up. Their moves were sharper, their rhythm tighter, and they didn't look like underdogs anymore. The biggest glow-up was Beauxbatons. Their passes were sharper, their formation tighter, and their seeker, fast as a fired spell, rarely left the heart of the action. They flew like they had something to prove. Olympe Maxime hadn't just gone all out hosting the tournament, she had clearly poured just as much energy into building a squad worthy of her school's reputation. That girl. Oliver Wood frowned, eyes locked on the pitch. She'll be a real threat to both of you. Marcus didn't answer, but the slight crease in his brow said enough. Harry said nothing either, still watching the Beauxbaton seeker as she darted through the air with sharp control. Oliver wasn't wrong. The way she flew, it was too clean. No wasted movements, no hesitation, just sharp, precise control. Interesting. High above the stadium, in the tallest box overlooking the pitch, Maverick's attention was also fixed on the blonde seeker weaving through the sky. He turned slightly toward Maxime, seated to his right, and raised an eyebrow. If I'm not mistaken, she should be your apprentice. Maxime smiled, not the polite kind, but the proud, satisfied kind that said she already knew what he was going to say. What, is there a problem? Not really, Maverick hummed. Just didn't have her down as the Quidditch type. Did you grind her all summer for this? He could see the woman was really proud. It might just be a Quidditch match, but this was her school, her baby. Last year, although no one said it to her face, well, no one would dare, having her school get knocked out first must have stung. Badly. The half-giantess let out a soft chuckle. Well, I've got you to thank for that, monsieur. I also sought some outside help. A decent coach offered to train her. Train the whole team, actually. And, well, she nodded toward the pitch, they're not looking too bad now, are they? Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't trying to keep the conversation private either. Yet the real attention in the VIP box wasn't on what they were saying. It was on how they were saying it. The young man spoke to her like an equal, sat beside her like one, and even the deans of other schools had taken their seats only after them. That alone made it clear he wasn't just some ordinary master alchemist. What's more, she was known for being a headstrong woman who rarely gave anyone face, yet she didn't seem to mind his casualness at all. Who was he really? What was his secret that made a speaker value him so much? The thought buzzed through the minds of everyone seated in the same stands, but no one dared to voice it aloud. About an hour and a half into the game, the scores were nearly tied. 110 for Cold of Storets and exactly 100 for Beauxbatons. Despite Beauxbatons' drastic improvement, Cold of Storets was still the team that had given last year's champions and runners-up a hard time. The stands suddenly roared even louder as the commentator's voice rang out. Seems like Beauxbatons' seekers got her sights locked on the snitch. What followed was a thrilling chase of cat and mouse, Fleur Delacour weaving through the air, eyes locked on the snitch, and the Cold of Storets seeker hot on her tail. Bludgers whipped through the air, but both seeker and pursuer dodged them with a near-mystical grace, their movements sharp and fluid, as if they had eyes at the back of their heads. From the very first game, the audience, whether near or far, was treated to a performance so intense they almost forgot they were watching teenagers and not seasoned professionals. The Vila half-blood moved like a breeze, her eyes locked on the snitch as its tiny golden wings fluttered just out of reach. A blur of motion behind her told her that her opponent was right on her tail. She twisted midair, banking hard to the left, narrowly avoiding a bludger that came crashing toward her. The move sent her soaring higher, giving her a few extra seconds, but she could still hear the Cold of Storets seeker's broomstick screeching behind her. The two were locked in a deadly dance, neither willing to give an inch. With a surge of speed, the snitch flickered just ahead, almost mocking her. She darted forward, arms stretching out, fingers brushing the air just as her opponent surged to close the gap. A final, desperate grab, her fingers met the snitch just as she was almost thrown off balance by a sharp pull from the Cold of Storets seeker's dive. But she didn't let go. With a final swift tug, ROAR, the crowd leapt to their feet. The snitch was hers. The stadium erupted in a deafening roar as she soared above the pitch, the gleaming golden ball held high in her hand. The Cold of Storets seeker, though close, had been a fraction too slow. And that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. The winner is BUXBATONS Academy of Magic. A loud round of applause thundered through the stadium as the Beauxbatons team gathered, their cheers filling the air. Congratulations, Maverick said, nodding toward Maxime, who was barely holding back the grin forming across her face. Congratulations, speaker. Congratulations. Congratulations. The other deans also echoed their congratulations, as did the guests seated in the same stands, all joining in to offer their praise to a limp Maxime. Just like Hogwarts did last year, Beauxbatons had set up a bunch of flu points for the crowd. So once the match ended, people started leaving pretty quickly, and the stadium settled down not long after. The supporters who had come along with their school teams left as well, leaving just the players and staff behind. The players would temporarily attend classes at Beauxbatons, while the deans and accompanying staff stayed on as guests. The accommodation arranged for each school felt more like a luxurious version of a Hogwarts common room. Each team had its own wing, complete with separate dormitories for both players and staff. Of course, these weren't just any dormitories. Beauxbatons' hospitality did not fall short of what Hogwarts had provided the previous year. The rooms were large, spacious, and equipped with everything one could possibly need. Before calling it a night, Stephen held a quick meeting with all the players to discuss what they had learned from watching their opponents play that day. He mainly wanted to gauge their mindset after seeing how much the other team had improved. Thanks to their training under Stephen, it wasn't just their skills that had grown, their mentality had matured as well. No one was overconfident, but they weren't lacking in confidence either. Hogwarts' match was scheduled for the next day against Durmstrang, a rematch of last year's final, and the team's mindset was in a very good place. Chapter 139, Opening Salvo VI, CH 159. The next afternoon brought an even more electrifying atmosphere to the stadium. with an eager audience packed in to see an action-packed game between the two teams that had been last year's champions and runners-up. The moment the referee's whistle blew, it was clear this was going to be anything but a slow or boring match. Both teams wasted no time. They charged into the game with aggressive, fast-paced play from the very first minute. The quaffle moved so fast it was almost a blur as it passed from hand to hand with incredible precision, while the chasers from both teams darted through the air like arrows and weaved between bludgers and teammates alike. It didn't take long before cheers erupted from the stands. Hogwarts had scored the first goal with a clean shot through the left hoop, just past Durmstrang's keeper. But Durmstrang answered almost instantly. Their chasers pushed back hard, cutting through Hogwarts' defense with raw power and tight coordination. Within minutes, the score was tied, and the tension in the stadium thickened. High above the pitch, Marcus circled like a hawk, eyes sharp as he scanned the skies for even the faintest glint of gold. Unlike in last year's first game, his focus had matured. He didn't let his guard down for even a second. His opponent, a boy who looked no older or stronger than Marcus, tracked his every move while keeping one eye on the sky. It didn't matter who spotted the snitch first. What counted was who had the better skill when it came to catching it. Down below, the game grew fiercer by the minute. Beaters from both sides sent bludgers flying with brutal precision, forcing players to duck, roll, and swerve through the air. This wasn't just a friendly match. It was a battle to settle old scores, and neither team was holding back. The score kept changing faster than anyone had expected, but it wasn't one-sided. Every goal from one team was met with an answer from the other, an eye for an eye. Before the first hour had even passed, the score was already tied at 90-90. For the audience, it couldn't have been more entertaining. More goals meant more action, and more action meant more excitement. From the very first whistle until now, the match had been pure thrill. Stephen watched his boys with a satisfied smile. Their hard work during training was showing, plain as day. Last year, against this very same team, they had no choice but to stay on the defensive, and they had only won by a stroke of luck. This year, though, things were different. Hogwarts wasn't just keeping up, they were matching Durmstrang blow for blow, their offense just as sharp. Watching the pace of the game, Stephen had a feeling it might all be over before anyone even caught the snitch. His eyes drifted to the boy who had pulled off the miracle last year, wondering whether he should let him play. Harry noticed his coach looking his way and instantly lit up. He wanted to be out there, soaring through the sky, but Stephen only glanced at him for a second before turning his attention back to the game. Marcus was doing exactly what was expected of him, and he didn't look the least bit tired. If anything, he thought maybe switching out the beaters instead. "Fred," Stephen called out to one of the redheads after finally making up his mind. The twins didn't even bother to troll Stephen by pretending to be each other like they usually did. And Stephen did point to the right one. After all, they might look identical, but their jersey numbers didn't. "Get ready, I'm sending you up in 5 minutes." "Understood, coach," Fred said with a firm nod. He then glanced at his brother first, who gave him a wide grin. There was no jealousy in George's face, only genuine pride. He looked truly glad that his brother was going in first. 5 minutes later, Fred shot up into the sky, and 10 minutes after that, George followed. Stephen, seeing his beaters starting to tire from the relentless swings, made the call to substitute both of them out. The game was still as fast-paced as ever, but with the twins now on the field, he hoped to gain the upper hand offensively before Durmstrang had a chance to do the same. And the plan worked just as expected. With fresh blood, Hogwarts was able to apply more pressure on their opponents and soon scored 2 goals, taking the lead. Durmstrang's coach was no amateur either. He quickly recognized the problem and followed suit, substituting his own beaters to match Hogwarts' advantage. Another hour flew by, and the energy in the stadium was as fierce as ever. Roars, shouts, and screams reverberated through the air, the crowd on fire with excitement. Even the commentator, a professional in the field, brought in by Maxime for this very occasion, couldn't contain his awe, praising the match as one of the most thrilling and entertaining games he'd ever witnessed, rivaling some of the best professional matches he'd seen. Goals came in rapid succession, one after another, and within just 2 hours, the score had skyrocketed to a staggering 140 to 120, 26 goals scored by both teams in that short span. It was incredibly rare to see such a flurry of consecutive goals, even in professional games, but it was happening right before their eyes. It was hard to imagine how the intensity could possibly rise any further. Hogwarts now needed just one more goal to win, but Durmstrang had switched tactics, tightening their defense into an almost impenetrable wall. The Hogwarts chasers darted back and forth, trying to find an opening, but the relentless pressure from Durmstrang made it nearly impossible to break through. Every time they came close to a shot, a Durmstrang player was there, blocking or intercepting. One more goal? That's all Hogwarts needed to seal the deal, but Durmstrang wasn't about to roll over. They fought back with fierce determination, knowing that their chance of victory could slip away in an instant. It was a battle of wills now, one more strike, and the game would be decided. The atmosphere heated up even more when the Durmstrang Seeker made a sharp move from way up in the sky. He finally spotted it, the snitch. Just a flicker of gold near the lower level stands, barely visible at first. He quickly glanced at his opponent's position, then, without hesitation, shot forward. Marcus, still some distance away, was eyeing for the same target when it all happened. He hadn't locked onto the snitch yet, but in a situation like this, it didn't matter. He would find it eventually by following his opponent's lead. For now, though, stopping the other seeker from catching it was the only thing that mattered. So without a second thought, he, too, bolted in the same direction, diving after him, determined not to give the opponent an easy win. The crowd was on the edge of their seats when the Durmstrang Seeker suddenly plunged downward. The game had come down to that moment once again, the frantic, heart-pounding chase. Every spectator in the stands held their breath as the Seeker's movements grew more precise with every inch he closed in on his prize. The commentator started announcing in frantic bursts. And there they go. It's neck and neck, folks. It's a race to see who gets to it first. The crowd roared in approval, and the air cracked with excitement. The Durmstrang Seeker's face was set in a determined grimace as he locked onto the golden snitch, barely glimmering, just a short distance ahead of him. And Marcus was catching up fast, directly on his tail. Every eye in the stadium was glued to the two seekers as they dived, one chasing the other, faster and faster. But as the two flew closer and closer to the snitch, something unexpected happened. Hogwarts chasers somehow had taken advantage of the sudden attention on the seekers. They, in a burst of raw speed and determination, stormed Durmstrang's defense, seizing that brief distraction caused by the chase. Then, a lightning-quick pass from Cedric threaded through two defenders and landed cleanly in Roger's grip. Without wasting a heartbeat, he twisted midair and launched the quaffle with everything he had. Like a missile ripping through the sky, it tore straight toward the Durmstrang hoop. Could it be? The commentator shouted as his voice trembled with excitement. No one's paying attention to the goalposts. No one's. Hogwarts SCORES. They've done it. They've scored 150 points. A mighty roar erupted from the crowd when the ball flew clean through the hoop. A perfect shot. Arroyararar. The entire stadium erupted in jubilant chaos, the stands shaking with the sound of thousands of fans screaming in unison. The Hogwarts players, grinning ear to ear, embraced each other midair, their victory sealed with that one final goal. The scoreboard flickered briefly, confirming the score at 151-20 in Hogwarts' favor. The game was over. At that exact moment, the Durmstrang Seeker's fingers brushed the snitch, so close he could almost close his fist around it. But it was too late. The final goal had already been scored. It didn't matter whether he caught it or not. The game was over. The commentator, breathless, could barely keep up. Unbelievable. The game was won in the blink of an eye, one last goal from the chasers, and Hogwarts takes the victory. What an ending. The Durmstrang Seeker couldn't help but curse loudly, but no one was paying him any attention now. Even Marcus, who had been right on his tail, had already turned back and didn't spare him a single glance. Hogwarts' side of the stadium erupted into a wall of noise as the players descended near the stands. Back at the bench, Stephen clapped his hands, a proud smile on his face as he gave a brief nod to his boys. They had done it. The Seekers' chase had been thrilling, but it was the teamwork, the the strategy that had secured the win. The crowd continued to cheer, chanting "Hogwarts, Hogwarts," as the players landed. Even the Durmstrang team had to give them a nod of respect. They had fought well, but this time, Hogwarts had been just a little bit faster, a little bit sharper. And as the dust settled, everyone knew this match would go down in history. A game of pure skill and intensity. And Hogwarts, once again, had proven they were a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 140. Opening Salvo VII, CH 160. Inside the Great Hall at Hogwarts, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. An especially large magic vision screen, designed by Maverick specifically for Hogwarts, was installed on the elevated stage where the professors usually sat. And on this day, they sat among the students, where every pair of eyes was locked on the screen, like a single, unified heartbeat. Every gaze was fixed on Marcus as he chased down the opposing seeker, trying desperately to stop him from catching the snitch. If the Durmstrang seeker succeeded, it wouldn't matter how close the score was, Hogwarts would lose. They were on the edge, and luck, at that moment, seemed to have turned its back on them. The image then zoomed in on the outstretched hand of the Durmstrang seeker. The snitch was just inches away. A ripple of gasps swept through the hall. Some clutched at their friends' robes, while others closed their eyes, unable to watch the inevitable they believed was about to happen. But then, the commentator, who had been animatedly narrating the thrilling chase, suddenly fell silent. Wait a minute. Everyone heard his voice hesitate for the briefest moment, followed by a gasp, then he started shouting breathlessly. Hogwarts has scored, they've scored, not just a goal, the goal. For a second, no one moved. The screen still showed the seeker lunging for the snitch, and the goal they were hearing about didn't seem to have registered on the alchemical device. Until someone muttered, "Did we win?" Then another voice broke out in a scream. "We won." Then another followed. "We won." And another. "We won." A thunderous wave of voices followed. The Great Hall erupted into pure, unfiltered joy, until suddenly the noise cut off again. The image on the screen had changed its perspective. It seems it was a replay of the goal. Gasps echoed once more. The flawless breakthrough through Durmstrang's defense. The passes, sharp and precise as a blade. And finally, Roger's twist in midair, snagging Cedric's pass before launching the quaffle like a blasting hex, tearing through the hoop with explosive precision. It was pure magic. For a heartbeat, silence fell again. And then the Great Hall exploded once more. Students leapt from their seats, shouting, screaming, hugging the nearest person, friend or rival, it didn't matter. Plates shattered to the floor, goblets toppled over, but no one cared. They had won. Hogwarts had won. Even the professors allowed themselves a break from formality. Flitwick squeaked with joy, Rolanda's hand flew to her chest in stunned relief, and Hagrid let out a bellowing cheer that shook the walls. Only Dumbledore remained still, but the grin on his face showed he was barely keeping himself from rising to his feet as well. Across Europe, homes, taverns, and magical plazas, equipped with public magic vision screens, erupted in much the same way. In wizarding cafes from Paris to Prague, witches and wizards leaned closer to the glowing images, some shouting at the screen as if their voices might carry to the pitch. In Germany, an elderly couple watching by the fireplace threw their goblets into the air, one in shock, the other in frustration. Those cheering for Hogwarts erupted in celebration, while Durmstrang supporters sat back with stunned expressions. A group of teens in a Romanian pub pounded the tables, cheering loudly. And in a snowy square in Copenhagen, dozens of strangers found themselves caught in a spontaneous group hug. The VIP stands at the stadium, filled with nobles, ministry officials, foreign dignitaries, and school heads, buzzed with electrified energy. Madame Maxime offered a graceful round of applause, turning to congratulate McGonagall with composed admiration for such a thrilling victory. As for herself, well, despite her usual poise, the renowned Great Mage and secret Quidditch fanatic could hardly contain her excitement. The moment the final goal hit, she was the first to let out a roar that echoed like thunder, her magic flaring unconsciously in all directions. Thankfully, Maverick's senses were sharp enough to react in time. The moment her magic surged, he layered a discreet barrier around her outburst, weaving his own magic to contain the blast before it could ripple through the stands. Without it, her great mid-rank magic could have slammed half the crowd to their knees, or worse, flat-out knocked the noble children nearby into unconsciousness before anyone even realized what hit them. Phew, that was close. His brow twitched as he glanced at the overly hyped deputy headmistress. Maxime, of course, had sensed the magical surge too. She would have reacted in kind, but there was no need. She cast a knowing glance at Maverick, then another at McGonagall, before simply shaking her head in quiet amusement and returned her gaze back to the celebration erupting around them. The match had been played by teenagers, yes, but no one watching would ever call it childish. That was incredible, better than some of the World Cup matches, one wizard remarked, eyes still glued to the live commentary relay projected by the Magic Vision at the heart of their country's magical community. The skill, the pressure, did you see that crowd? That stadium was on fire. I believe the hype has more to do with the special rule for that competition. 150 points to decide the game, another chimed in thoughtfully. I think so too, said a third. They should implement that kind of rule at the professional level. It adds pressure, creates non-stop action, and the fans don't have to wait days for a result like those marathon matches. This keeps the fire alive. Similar realizations were echoing across magical Europe, as fans everywhere excitedly dissected the game in pubs, parlors, and parchment-filled newsrooms. Meanwhile, ticket vendors were swamped. Requests came flooding in through the Flu Network and Owl Post alike, and the few seats that hadn't already been snatched up were vanishing at lightning speed. Dad, I want to go to the next match. A young wizard in Florence tugged at his father's robes as they sat in a high-end wizarding restaurant, watching the Hogwarts team celebration unfold on the Magic Vision screen. I want to feel that. I want to be in that crowd. Word of the tournament began to spread like wildfire, from friend to friend, family to family, from those lucky enough to witness the match in the stadium to those who hadn't. As a result, orders came pouring into Caesar's Magitech outlets across the continent. Everyone wanted a Magic Vision. If they couldn't be there in person, they'd bring the magic home, feel every thrill, every roar of the crowd, every goal, right from the heart of their living rooms. And in that moment, across the magical Europe, it became clear. The inter-school Quidditch tournament was no longer just a friendly contest between students or a clash of school pride. It had transcended that. It had become a phenomenon, a true spectacle that gripped the hearts of witches and wizards everywhere. Thanks to the incredible performance that left fans on the edge of their seats during every moment of the game, the remaining 3 matches of the first round drew even greater fanfare. The viewership numbers soared, especially for those watching through Magic Vision. Every public corner with a screen installed, whether it was a bustling pub, a cozy inn, or a wizarding market square, was packed during the matches that followed. And the biggest spike in numbers came from people who purchased a Magic Vision unit just to enjoy the games from the comfort of their homes. As for the outcomes of the remaining 3 games, things turned out rather surprising. The day after Hogwarts played against Beauxbatons, Durmstrang faced off against them next and secured a solid victory with a comfortable lead of 150 to 110. Some French supporters protested, claiming their team had been at a disadvantage without a day of rest. But the argument was dismissed entirely. After all, the other teams would also have to play consecutive matches at some point during the round. Moreover, even though the French team had improved significantly over the summer, they still couldn't match the power and precision of the German squad. Cold of Storitz played against Hogwarts next, and the match ended in Hogwarts' favor when Marcus caught the snitch just an hour into the game. The Russian team, unfortunately, faced a string of bad luck this year. Both of their matches ended with the opposing team catching the snitch before they had any chance to recover. Their misfortune only deepened when, on the following day, Cold of Storitz faced Durmstrang and were utterly overwhelmed. Durmstrang held a 40-point lead before their seeker snatched the snitch, ending the game decisively and crushing any remaining hope for the Russian team. 3 games, 3 losses. Despite having a skilled squad, Cold of Storitz's journey ended in disappointment. Bad luck and the overwhelming strength of their opponents saw them eliminated in the very first round. The last match of the first round of the inter-school Quidditch tournament saw Hogwarts facing off against the host team, Beauxbatons. By then, both schools had already secured their place in the next stage, and there seemed to be a tacit agreement between the coaches. There was no need to go all out. For the Hogwarts reserves, it was a day of excitement. Coach Stephen gathered them just before the match, his tone casual, but his words electrifying. "You're all going to play today," he said. Harry's eyes lit up. He'd been eager to take to the skies in the previous 2 games, but Stephen hadn't made the switch. Now, finally, he had his chance. The game started with the original first teams. The crowd cheered in anticipation, but within the first hour, something unusual happened. Substitutions began. One by one, both coaches replaced their starters until, remarkably, all 14 players on the pitch had changed. The crowd grew confused, subbing out nearly the entire team. That had never happened before. But it didn't take long for them to understand. With no risk of disqualification for either side, the coaches were simply giving their reserve players a chance to shine. The audience was initially a bit disappointed, thinking the match might not be as fiery as the previous ones, but their spirits soon lifted as the game turned out to be far more exciting than expected. Because the reserves were good. Not quite first-team level, perhaps, but close, very close. The match was fast, fiery, and unexpectedly thrilling. It lasted nearly 3 hours, the longest game so far. Harry chased the snitch more than once, coming breathlessly close. The Beauxbaton seeker had a spectacular moment as well, but the snitch was in a teasing mood and evaded them both. In the end, Hogwarts took the win, 150 to 120. The final whistle marked not just the end of the game, but the conclusion of the first round. The next leg of the tournament would resume in late February, and excitement was already crackling through the air. Across the wizarding world, newspapers, some as far away as Africa and the Americas, reported on the match. It was no longer just a European school event. It was the tournament to watch. That evening, Madame Maxime hosted a grand banquet to celebrate the close of the round. The entire Beauxbaton student body joined in, seated in the Great Hall alongside players from Durmstrang, Coldofstorets, and Hogwarts. At the high table sat the heads of all 4 schools, the coaches, and senior staff. Maverick sat near Maxime, sipping a mild drink, half listening to the chatter. Then something caught his eye. Fleur de Lacquer, Maxime's apprentice, was seated beside Harry Potter. And Harry, well, he was utterly smitten, practically glowing under her attention, answering her questions with more enthusiasm than sense. He grew curious. After all, he hadn't seen them interact at all during the week, though perhaps they had, maybe during a class both of them had attended here. Either way, he found himself wanting to know what they were talking about, or rather, what this little witch was asking Harry so intently. Then, a moment later, he narrowed his eyes and turned his head toward Maxime on his right. "Who told her Harry was my apprentice?" Maxime didn't answer right away, and just gave him a sly little smile. "Oh, come now, monsieur, is that really so important?" He didn't let her dodge, and kept his gaze remained fixed on her. She sighed. "Fine, I overheard the boy telling 2 of your students, those red-headed twins, about your trip to Ilvermorny. He was comparing schools, and I figured, for you to bring an 11-year-old kid, he must be important. Perhaps you took in a student as well." "That does not mean anything. Stop spreading lies, woman." Maxime wasn't bothered in the slightest by his annoyance or his tone. In fact, she grew more and more amused. "Hey, I've already said it, and besides, I'm not spreading it around. I only told little Fleur." Their conversation, of course, was layered with magic, so no nosy people could hear them. Maverick sighed. No wonder the teacher said this woman was the most annoying one among the 7 speakers. And Potter, this kid, his brows twitched as he watched Harry getting played like a puppet. Fleur was, in no way, making polite conversation with him. She was asking all the right questions, clever ones, subtle ones, the kind someone might use to assess a potential rival. Nothing harmful, of course. Potter didn't know anything beyond what the public already did, and while he might have known a bit about his family, the little witch hadn't asked anything regarding his personal life. Her interrogation was just childish rivalry, really. She was simply making the most of the moment, gathering intel. And the reason for all that was simple. She now knew that, just like her teacher, he too was an archmage. It had happened 2 nights ago, when Maverick visited Maxime in her office to discuss a promise he'd made her the previous year, about coming to Beauxbatons as a guest lecturer once a semester. The girl had been present during that meeting, though Maverick strongly suspected her presence was no accident, likely arranged by the half-giantess for reasons he didn't care enough to bother. At some point during the conversation, the topic of him being an archmage had come up, accidentally, of course, and suffice it to say, the little half-blood witch had been beyond shocked. Not that Maverick cared. He wasn't actively hiding his rank anymore. If someone asked him directly, he wouldn't lie or dodge the question. And now, because he was an archmage like her teacher, and because Maxime had, for some reason, told her that Harry was his apprentice, Fleur had taken a sudden interest in the boy. And everything Harry was going through now was thanks to one overly competitive little girl. Tusk, this wouldn't do, he thought, watching Potter. It had been over 5 minutes now, and the boy still hadn't realized it. Harry was completely defenseless against Fleur's Vila allure. Maverick didn't even need to sense his emotions, and could see it plainly in the dazed way the idiot answered her every questions. He needs some serious mental training. This Christmas holiday, I'll arrange for that kid's brain a good workout. And as if he had heard that very thought, Harry suddenly shivered, blinking as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over his head. What was that? He thought, looking around nervously. Why do I feel like something terrible just glared at me? Fleur blinked, intrigued. To her, it looked like Harry had just broken free of her influence. She smiled, impressed. Well, she said sweetly, pulling a small parchment from somewhere mysterious, I enjoyed our talk. We should write to each other. She pressed the note into his hand. Harry looked up and was lost again in her eyes. He nodded like a crackhead. Fleur giggled, gave him a final dazzling smile, and rose to leave. The moment she was gone, Fred jabbed Harry in the ribs. Oi, Potter, you still alive in there? Wah, what? Harry blinked. What's going on? How in Merlin's name did you do that? Do what? George leaned over. Don't play dumb. When did you just bag Beauxbatons' #1 beauty? Harry's mouth dropped. What? No, when? I didn't. You're clutching her owl address like it's your owl results, Fred said. The rest of the team joined in, a chorus of teasing, of course. Harry, red-faced and panicking, protested his innocence, but it was too late. Damn it, this is slander. The rest of the banquet, he was the target of endless ribbing. He couldn't even enjoy the food. Did I really get taken advantage of? He figured out eventually, horrified at the thought. I didn't even realize what was happening. Meanwhile, Maverick leaned back, watching it all with an arched brow and a faintly amused smile. Beside him, Maxime chuckled lightly. You've chosen a very interesting apprentice, Monsieur Raven. Maverick. Chapter 141. Beneath the Spotlight, ch. 161. When the Hogwarts team returned to the school, the castle all but erupted with excitement. At the gates of the ancient stronghold, they were greeted with a grand welcome from the students, the headmaster, and the board of governors, all of whom showered them with warm congratulations on their remarkable performance in the first round. And not only them, there was even a delegation from the Ministry of Magic present that day, waiting to shake hands, hand out certificates, and express their appreciation for the honor the team had brought to the British magical community. Because of Magic Vision, the tournament's popularity had grown far beyond what anyone had expected, and those who took part, especially the ones who performed exceptionally well, were already becoming famous across Wizarding Europe. More and more people were starting to realize just how influential this competition had become, something that, at first, they had dismissed as less important than the major Quidditch tournaments. Influential figures were already brainstorming ways they could benefit from the growing popularity and attention the competition commanded. Some hoped to see their sons and daughters participate, knowing it could bring fame to their family name. Others saw the many business opportunities the competition offered and were eager to capitalize on them. Meanwhile, those with a broader perspective were already analyzing what had made the competition so successful, thinking about how they could adapt and replicate those ideas to create similar events of their own. But their excitement quickly turned to disappointment when they realized the core of the competition's fame was one man and his ingenious invention. Even if they tried to replicate similar strategies, they would inevitably have to partner with him. It became clear just how shrewd the thinking of this young genius, master alchemist Maverick Caesar, truly was. No matter how brilliant their ideas were, or how much fame or wealth they could bring to themselves, they simply couldn't move forward without aligning with him directly. Essentially, they would be delivering food right to his door, as Maverick had already cornered the market on the most profitable part of the entire operation. At the heart of the International Confederation of Wizards Sports Administration, a small but influential group of witches and wizards gathered around an ancient oak table, deep in discussion about the most talked-about event in the wizarding world today. The inter-school Quidditch competition, which they had first dismissed as a simple schoolyard event, had gained such a reputation that they could no longer stand idle. Fame was one thing, but it was the gold swirling around this so-called small competition that made them unable to sit still. It had drawn them together, eager to discuss whether, and how, they might claim a slice of the pie. But it wasn't just a piece they were after, they wanted the whole damn pie. Right now, they were busy discussing how to take the very elements that had made this schoolyard competition so wildly popular and fold them into their own grand event, the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. The room hummed with low voices, soft murmur of half-finished arguments, broken now and then by a sharp comment or the occasional scoff of disbelief. "I say we approach him," a tall, stern wizard with a thinning beard said, tapping his fingers impatiently on the table. "Ask him to hand over the broadcasting rights. Better yet, ask him for the alchemy technology itself. One individual cannot be allowed to monopolize something that has the potential to change the entire wizarding world." At the head of the ancient-looking table, facing everyone, sat an old man in an exquisite dark gray suit, with wrinkled skin and a mix of gray and black hair. He stroked his white goatee thoughtfully while weighing the suggestion, as the murmurs of his colleagues continued to swirl around him. "Be that as it may," the old man finally said, "we cannot force an alchemist to reveal their technology. That would go against international wizarding law. There are very specific laws that safeguards alchemists and their creations. Do not forget." "And don't forget," another wizard chimed in, "this Maverick Caesar isn't just any alchemist. He's the youngest to ever earn the title of Master Alchemist and the direct apprentice of a speaker. If anyone tries to move against him, that old lion won't just sit back and watch. By the way, I've heard some rather intriguing news about this boy recently," said a middle-aged witch from the far end of the table as her eyes scanned the faces around her. "I have been recently informed that he has achieved the rank of Great Mage." A few gasps followed before one of them spoke up. "How is that even possible? That kid is what, 21, maybe 22. "Well, he is a genius, after all, achieving the title of Master Alchemist at such a young age. Maybe his brilliance doesn't stop at alchemy. Perhaps it extends to magical cultivation as well. He is Garling's student, after all, and that man wouldn't hand over his only heir to just anybody." A moment of silence passed until the older man, seemingly chairing the meeting, broke the stillness. "How credible is this rumor?" "Very," the woman answered without missing a beat. "It came from Headmaster Volkov. According to him, he's almost certain that the boy is at the same rank as him." A ripple of whispers spread through the room as they all processed the revelation. Great mages weren't something you'd casually come across, like a weed in a garden. They were an extraordinary rarity, a force of nature. Though there were around 100 or so recorded, that was out of hundreds of millions, making the title an extraordinary privilege, especially when someone so young had managed to reach such a level. "This makes things complicated," the older man said, pausing to think before adding, "So, why do you think he hasn't registered his achievement with the ICW?" "I don't think he has any interest in politics," came the voice from his right. The man who spoke seemed to be the youngest in the room, and he held the position of deputy chair in the ICW's Sports and Recreation Department. Is there something you know that we don't? The older man asked, raising an eyebrow. Or are you suggesting that a seat in the ICW Congress, which all mages would covet, is meaningless? It might not matter to him, the man replied. Sure, great mages automatically get a vote in Congress, but that's just one vote. For someone with a thriving business and the title of Master Alchemist, he has still chosen to teach at a school. I don't think politics interest him much. This has gone off topic, Chairman, interrupted a person across the table. Our priority must be securing his cooperation. The Quidditch World Cup isn't just a tournament, it's a global stage, a cornerstone of our department's influence. We cannot afford to let some upstart magical event steal the spotlight. The balance of power in international magical sports depends on it. Another hush settled over the room before a new voice cut in calmly. Why don't we pay the boy a visit? The man suggested, steepling his fingers as he spoke. Sit down, have a word, and see where he stands in all this. Sometimes a conversation does more than a dozen decrees. You really think he would part with even a fraction of something so big? Someone scoffed. How exactly do you plan to convince him to hand over the rights to Magic Vision, the broadcast rights, the sponsorship deals, the entire framework? The man who had suggested paying a visit couldn't find an answer. Deep down, they all knew what they were asking for wasn't fair. But the reason they were even having this discussion was simple. What they stood to gain far outweighed any question of fairness. Over the past couple of days, they had picked apart every detail of the inter-school Quidditch tournament, and what they uncovered had left them completely stunned. A small event, played by just 4 schools and held in one region, had somehow pulled in more viewers than even the grandest finals of the Quidditch World Cup. It didn't make sense at all. Granted, much of the credit went to that new invention, Magic Vision, but even so, it hardly mattered whether someone watched from inside the stadium or from miles away. What mattered was that they watched every match from start to finish. The ability to reach millions of witches and wizards all at once with a single broadcast, such power had never existed in the magical world. In fact, no one had even considered such a concept until now. It was a game changer, and the potential was almost limitless. They had their channels, and it didn't take long for them to dig up some of the numbers. When they uncovered how many galleons the big shot companies were paying the young man just to advertise their products or brand names, it left them speechless. The figures were staggering, far beyond anything they'd ever imagined. It was multiple, dozens of times more than what they had ever received from the same brands, even during the biggest competition of them all, the Quidditch World Cup. The numbers were absurd, and at first, they found it nearly impossible to believe. But the facts didn't lie. When they directly asked the heads of those big brands, each one personally confirmed they had made the payments. The group discussed how to handle the situation further, but nothing concrete was finalized. They could not ask Maverick to hand over the Magic Vision technology, nor could they ask him to relinquish the complete broadcasting rights. Even if they did, they would have to bleed heavily on the profits. Finally, it was decided that they would meet with him personally. He should be at Hogwarts right now, so I suggest we schedule the meeting for the Christmas holidays, the older man said, and everyone agreed. Maverick had no idea that the organizers of the Quidditch World Cup were considering using his invention to broadcast the games worldwide, just like he had done with the inter-school Quidditch tournament. Only, they wanted to do it without properly sharing the benefits with him, the mastermind behind the operation. But even if he knew, Maverick wouldn't care. In fact, he had already anticipated that this would happen, that they would eventually come knocking on his door. As for sharing profits, it didn't matter much to him. His main goal was to see Magic Vision become popular and spread across the world. Giving up some temporary quick cash wasn't a big deal in the grand scheme of things. That said, Maverick would never hand over the core alchemical technology behind Magic Vision. However, he might be willing to part with a reasonable portion of the broadcasting rights. But all of that would come later, when they finally showed up at his doorstep. It was now almost December. The days passed uneventfully, and as mentioned earlier, due to the early destruction of Riddle's diary Horcrux, nothing dangerous from the original timeline occurred this year. Well, the only real danger was Lockhart. Not to him, of course, but who's to say the fraud wouldn't use Obliviate to silence a student out of the blue? His reputation was crumbling by the day, and more students were beginning to realize how utterly incompetent he truly was. And right now, Maverick was in the process of uncovering the proof of how the fraud rose to fame. He not only wanted to get rid of Lockhart, but also deliver him as food for those Dementors, permanently.